Hello everyone, I'm very glad that you listened to my story. Please give me a follow and like the video if you enjoyed it. Feel free to comment and provide feedback so I can improve the sound quality. Yes, we invite you to listen to part 1 of the series. Chapter 0, Prologue 1. A lone man stood dazed in an empty room. Signs of fatigue could be seen on his face and gray streaks could be seen on his hair. He was most likely in his latter 40s, though his figure seemed to deny that. The man was dressed for sleep, wearing only a simple shirt and a pair of shorts, making it easy to see his figure. Contrary to his aged look, his body was tempered, overflowing with muscles and vigor. Where is this? When the man uttered those words, 3 people appeared before him. Have you come to? Old man, is your mind clear now? Boy, you know it would be nice if you said something. Woman, yes. I'm all right now. You suddenly came out of nowhere, so I was taken back a bit. My apologies. Let me introduce myself. I am Ryoma Takebayashi. There's no need to be so formal. Let's talk over tea. Old man, the old man waved his hand, and all of a sudden, a tea table appeared, atop which were cups filled with tea and pillows to sit on along the sides. Come, take a seat. Woman, thank you. Ryoma, the young woman smiled and implored Ryoma to take a seat, which Ryoma promptly took. The others took their seats as well. The woman sat on the right, while the boy sat on the left, and the old man sat opposite Ryoma. When they had all taken their seats, everyone, including Ryoma, took a sip of their tea. I hope you won't mind if I ask some questions. Ryoma, of course not. That's exactly what we're here for. But I already have an idea what is you want to ask, so how about listening to our story first? Old man, well, all right. Ryoma, after Ryoma nodded to show his agreement, the old man began. We are what you would call gods. I am Gain, the god of creation. The woman to your right is Rurusha, the goddess of love, and the boy to your left is the god of life, Kyufo. We are gods of a different world. You might not know this, but last night, you died. When your soul left your body, we took it and brought it here to the divine realm. Gain, I see. So that's what happened. Ryoma matter-of-factly accepted Gain's explanation as he sipped his tea. The 3 gods were bewildered at his reaction, especially the youngest looking of them all, Kyufo. Wait, is that it? Shouldn't you be panicking a bit more and going, no way. That can't be. Why did I die, or something? Kyufo, you know, the others before you were all flustered when we talked to them. Gain, oh, don't get me wrong, I am surprised, though I do admit that none of this feels real to me right now. Besides, if all this is nothing more than a dream, then I would eventually wake up, but even if it's not, well, everyone will pass away anyway. And I've already expected this to some extent. My work, you see, is really taxing. So taxing that many of my co-workers have had to retire early because their body broke down. Because of that I've always believed I would die an early death. Being able to live up to 39 or 40, depending which way you count, is more than plenty, all things considered. Not to mention, as embarrassing as it is to admit considering my age, I'm a huge otaku of games and manga, so I'm quite fond of stories like this. I don't have any family or relatives anyway, so this turn of events is a lot better than just burning away. Ryoma was truly satisfied from the bottom of his heart, but that only caused the gods even more confusion. Really? Do humans really think like that? Hasn't anyone ever told you your way of thinking is odd? Kyufo, I don't think it's got anything to do with your hobbies either. There were plenty of people with similar hobbies as you, and they were all really flustered. So flustered, in fact, that some of them wouldn't even listen. Just meeting someone who wasn't gloomy was a feat in and of itself. Rurusha, well, in any case, this makes things easier for us. Though this also leaves us with too much time on hand. Is there anything else you want to know? Gain, Ryoma became thoughtful for a moment before speaking. How did I die? Ryoma, You're starting there. Gain, yes. I don't think there's anything odd about my question though. After all, I don't have any memory of dying. Ryoma, well, you did die like that, so of course you don't remember. Rurusha, you died from brain hemorrhage after hitting your head. Kyufo, huh? Wasn't I just sleeping in my room? Ryuma, yep, you sure were. But then you sneezed while you were sleeping. A lot, in fact. Rurusha, you sneezed 4 times. Each time your pillow slipped and your head slammed into the ground. Unfortunately, your futon was the cheap sort, so it was too thin to cushion your head. Gain, the impact wasn't enough to wake you up though, so the internal bleeding just kept on going, and when dawn came, you passed. Kyufo, when he heard that, Ryuma's eyes fell to the ground and he mumbled to himself, then suddenly, he bitterly cried out. I can't accept it. Why? Why of all things did I die from a sneeze? Ryuma, huh? Kyufo, Gain, Rurusha, I've survived the beer bottles of my boss, the iron pipes of middle-aged men, and even the countless abuse under my dad, and yet after all that, the one thing to actually take my life is a sneeze. Ryuma, filled with grief, Ryuma lost sight of his surroundings as mumbled to himself. Ah, he's depressed. Kyufo, even though he was perfectly fine after being told he was dead, what an odd kid. Rurusha, it seems he's quite proud of his body. Well, he was forcefully trained by his father from a young age and driven right at the edge of death day after day. Kyufo, Rurusha. Gain, what? Rurusha, is something the matter? Kyufo, there's something about this kid bothering me. Come help me out while we wait for him to calm down. Gain's expression quickly turned solemn as he spoke, while the other 2 gods, sensing that something was amiss, answered back in words that couldn't be heard by a human. Perhaps their efforts were wasted, however, as Ryuma was so depressed he couldn't hear anything. Ah, sorry. I lost myself for a moment there. Ryuma, when Ryuma recovered himself and lifted up his face, the gods were still there drinking tea as calm as ever. It's fine. We're usually free, and we properly scheduled our time with you, so there's no rush. Moreover, we're already used to people losing their minds after dying. After all, human souls are connected to their bodies, so when you cut that connection off, a little bit of instability is to be expected. That instability usually results in one's emotions going wild. Anyway, the point is we really don't mind, so don't sweat it. Gain, time flows differently here in the divine realm and souls don't starve. Having to wait 4 years before a human regains his sanity is pretty normal. Kyufo, 4 years. Ryuma was shocked. We can't interfere carelessly when humans are panicking, or they might just needlessly put their guards up. Some humans also go crazy while we're talking, but regardless, we usually just wait until they're able to calm themselves down. Waiting up to 4 years is normal, so you're still alright, Ryuma-kun. Anyway, since you're back, I hope you won't mind if we continue. Gain, of course. Ryuma, Gain nodded. Right, well let me explain why we called your soul. If I were to sum up the reason in one word, it would be, cliché. Do you understand? Gain, cliché. Ah. I believe I do. You wish for me to live in another world, yes. If so, will I be reincarnated or merely transmigrated? You really are quick to pick up. Rurusha was shocked to see Ryuma so easily understand what was going on, but Gain ignored her and continued. You'll be transmigrated, in a sense. I will be creating a new body for you to inhabit in our world, so you won't have any parents. Gain, your new body will be much younger, so you could say it's like being reincarnated. If you have any requests, I could alter your body as you please. Kyufo, exactly what age will my new body be? Ryuma, you'll be less than 10 years old. At that age, you should be fine even if you get lost in a forest. You'll look like a child to others, so they won't be as suspicious and you'll be able to safely go into a city. Of course, we'll have some insurance too to ensure everything goes well. Since you're going to be an orphan in the other world, we'll be sending you to a country that's relatively tolerant of social statuses. With that there shouldn't be any issues for you to live a normal life. Gain, thank you. For my appearance, just don't make it weird. Is there anything in particular I need to do in your world? A mission of some sort? Ryuma, nope. If there's any, well, you've pretty much accomplished it the moment you're transmigrated, so there's technically none. You going to the other world is your only mission. Rurusha, our goal is to transfer mana from your world into our world, which is currently very low on mana. Kyufo, Ryuma nodded upon understanding, but then it occurred to him. Can't you just transfer mana by itself? Ryuma, no. Putting it simply, there are walls between different worlds. Normally, mana can't go past these walls, so we have to create a hole first. The problem is that opening the hole and maintaining it both require energy, so if just do it normally, we'll run out of strength. Fortunately, we have you. You'll be unconscious during the process, but by stuffing your soul, reinforced by our power, in between the hole, we can keep it from closing while we transfer mana from Earth to our world. Kyufo, our world relies on magic. If mana dries up, the daily life of the people will be affected, the monsters who feed on magic will die out, and the ecosystem will be destroyed. Earth, on the other hand, does not use magic. They don't have monsters either. Since they're not using it, we figured we'd take some of it. Rurusha, if there's no particular reason for mana to dry out, then could it be that the rate production of mana can't keep up with its usage? Ryuma, yes, exactly. There are a lot of reasons for it, but humans, in particular, find it very convenient to rely on magic. Because of that, magic has experienced a lot of development, and gradually, the consumption of mana is getting bigger and bigger. Kyufo, it's not easy to reduce the consumption of mana. Moreover, if you use too much internal mana, your body will fall apart. So in the end it's a lot easier to use mana from your surroundings. It's truly a sad thing. Gain, as the gods grumbled about the humans, Ryuma alone became excited. Can I also use magic? Ryuma, of course. Gain, you bet. Kyufo, you can. Rurusha, really? Ah, sorry. Ryuma, it's fine, it's fine. When you're transmigrated, you will have the same body as the native humans, so you'll also be able to use magic. Of course, everything will depend on your training. Gain, also, as I mentioned a while ago, will be reinforcing your soul to keep the hole open, so as a result, some of that power will become a part of you. Even without any talent, you'll be able to use magic. I'm not sure about becoming the best mage in the world though. Kyufo, Ryuma felt his face grow hot as the gods looked at him with amused expressions. But regardless, he was happy to find that he would be able to use magic. As for what magic you'll be able to use, let's give you access to all the elemental magic. Gain, wouldn't that be a bit too conspicuous? Ryuma, the three gods laughed when he said that. Heh, the humans who come here say that a lot. Especially, the ones who read a lot of light novels. Kyufo, but the thing is, while it's not that common, it's also not that amazing. Rurusha, really? Ryuma, yes. The people born with the talent aren't few, and with enough effort, anyone can become proficient in all elements. In fact, there are about 10 to 20 people in any country's knight order born with the skill. There's also the fact that while you might have a lot of elements that you can use, unless you train them all, you're not going to get good at them. If you do train them all, the progress is pretty slow. Between someone who can cast elementary spells of all elements and someone who can cast advanced spells of a single element, which one do you think is more valued? The latter. Gain, in other words, a jack of all trades and a master of none. Ryuma, precisely. Gain, since there are no downsides to it, don't you think it's a perfect fit for you who wants to play with magic? Rurusha, then in that case, I'll take it. Ryuma, after that Ryuma and the gods continued discussing about his would-be abilities. Good, with this we're done. But are you really sure you're alright with all your bonuses being magic-related? We can also give you some close combat skills if you want. Being able to use a lot of magic is nice and all, but consequently, you won't be able to use strong magic right off the bat. Gain, as long as I won't have any problems living, I'm perfectly happy with what we've discussed. Ryuma, alright. The most important thing is that you're satisfied. Let's move on to the last part. Gain, sensing Ryuma's resolve, Gain took out a wooden plank on top of which were a sheet of paper and a feather pen and handed it to Ryuma. On the sheet of paper were everything they've discussed, and on the bottom right was a blank space for Ryuma's name. Signing a contract after you die is a bit, Ryuma, oh, you don't like it. Rurusha, not that I don't like it. It just feels a bit odd. Ryuma, well, we can just do away with the contract if you want. Kyufo, huh? Ryuma's hand paused when he heard Rurusha and Kyufo's remarks. Actually, we're just making sure that you're fine with everything we've discussed and that you understand everything perfectly clear. The sign is just one method. If you don't want to sign, we can just do it orally. Gain, really? Ryuma, we adjust our methods depending on the person. Oral is usually for little kids, as it's easier. Rurusha, after being told that, Ryuma read the contract carefully, and when he was sure everything was okay, he signed. The moment he did, a faint light suddenly wrapped around him. Ryuma, calm down. That's just a sign that it's starting. You won't get hurt. Rurusha, unfortunately, these are the rules. After everything's been decided, you won't be able to stay long here. Kyufo, sigh. I wonder why the annoying ones stick around so long, but the nice ones always leave so quick. Gain, hearing that, Ryuma understood that the time for farewells had come. I see. That's unfortunate. But regardless, I won't forget this act of kindness for the rest of my life. Ryuma, don't sweat it. It's your life, so just live as you please. We'll do our best to send you to a safe forest, so rest assured. Gain, will always be watching over you. And you know. This is the last time, so you can be a bit more selfish. We won't mind. Rurusha, you really don't have to be so formal with your speech. Kyufo, won't you show us your real self? Gain, right. Thanks for everything. I guess it really wasn't hard to see through someone when he's only going through the form. Ryuma, we are gods. Of course, we'd notice. And there were times when you stumbled on your speech. Gain, you could have just spoken informally from the start. Rurusha, I didn't think it would be polite to speak causally to gods. Ryuma, of course, too much is bad, but you're all right. Besides, my heart is big. I'm a goddess, after all. Rurusha, right. Ryuma, any plans once you arrive at our world? Gain, if there's anything worrying you, just say it. Rurusha, we'll listen. Kyufo, Ryuma appeared thoughtful for a moment, but not a lot of time passed before he naturally said. Actually, I'm not good with people. I lived for 39 years, but I never got along well with others. Even if I go to the other world, I'll still be me. I don't really think that part of me would change after going to another world. Honestly, I find human relations are exhausting. Maybe I'll just live alone by myself. Ryuma, you can do that too if you want. That's life. Gain, I also think it would be a waste though. I mean, it is an other world. It would a pity not to travel. Ryuma, then why don't you live alone for a while, and then when you feel like it, travel? Kyufo, Ryuma asked if that was really all right. No matter what, the first place you'll arrive in is a forest. If we just summoned you in the middle of a city, it would cause a huge commotion. So what you can do is to first live in the forest, and then afterwards go to the city. Besides, I'm sure you want to mess around with your magic, right? Kyufo, now that you mention it. Ryuma, just take it slow. You look like the type to diligently go through all the paths laid out before you, but this time, try going through them one at a time. And if in the end, you don't go through them all, that's fine. Rurusha, you've already died once, so in one sense, you can really be reborn. You can live a life different from the life you lived on Earth. Especially since you'll be a child in our world. Aside from things you need to do to protect yourself, you can just play and have fun. Rurusha, oh, and let's not forget that you'll most likely be fine even if you come across some bandits with your skills. Gain, just live as I please and go on my own pace, huh? Then in that case, I guess I'll stay in the forest for a while, and when I'm feeling like it, go out. Thanks. Ryuma, if you do go to a city, make sure to visit the church. We won't be able to meet, but if you get the oracle skill, we'll at least be able to talk for a short while. The higher the level, the longer and more frequent. Kyufo, got it. I'll definitely drop by when I go to town. I don't know when, but I promise it. Ryuma, good, we'll be waiting. When you drop by, we'll talk lots. Rurusha, we have a lot of free time, after all. Ho ho ho. Gain, when Gain laughed, the light on Ryuma began expanding. It's time. Kyufo, the light gradually grew stronger until it covered Ryuma's vision. Everything's ready, it seems. Gain, farewell and live happily, all right. Rurusha, I will. Thank you. Thank you so much. Ryuma, now go. We can't keep the door open forever. Gain, our blessings are with you. Rurusha, may light illuminate your path. Kyufo, enjoy your new life. Gain, Kyufo, Rurusha, after that the light swallowed Ryuma. When the light vanished, Ryuma was gone, and so were the gods. TL note, this is the reboot, the author calls it revised, of TMPG. It will be posted monthly. This is the chapter for last month, so there will be another chapter at the end of this month. Also, the formal and informal speech the gods were mentioning were just the Japanese formal and informal speech. Prologue 2. Part 1 Work. Tabuchi-kun, the report is underway. Ryuma woke up under the shade of the trees, deep inside the forest. Just as the gods told him, his body had returned to his tens. When he woke up, he was leaning on a tree with a set of hemp clothes on. Ryuma woke up muttering. As he did, he looked around him, still half-dazed. A forest. It wasn't a dream, I see, Ryuma. As the scent of the earth and the wind wafted to Ryuma's nose, he gradually remembered why he was here. Oh, right. I'm in another world. Ryuma noticed a leather bag and a book the size of a notebook placed in front of him. When he looked at the cover of the book, on it were words from a language clearly not Japanese. It read, letter. The sender seemed to be the three gods who invited him to this world. Gain, Kyufo, Rurusha, Ryuma. As Ryuma read out the names written down, he recalled the gods he met. They already explained things to me before sending me off. They even gave me knowledge and power. Yet they still went the extra mile and left me this letter. I guess it's a lot closer to a manual than a letter, though. Turning the book, he saw three things written on the first page. The first thing written was about the world. This world is known as Sairufuru. There is a place known as Ghana Forest in the Rufura Kingdom. Monsters are relatively rare here, making it a safer place compared to other forests. The second thing written was about Ryuma's current situation. Though the forest was safe, it wasn't perfectly safe, so the gods suggested that Ryuma go to a livable place as soon as possible. The gods included a small map. The last page was bound tight, and on it read, read the next page only once you've arrived at the designated area. Ryuma smiled at the gods' graciousness, then Ryuma stood up. When he did, he felt an odd sensation attack him. My body really has turned into that of a kid's. Ryuma Takebayashi, 39 years old, single, occupation, systems engineer. The only thing I have left is my memory. Reminds me of a certain detective. Ryuma might have heard the gods inform him of what will happen beforehand, but he still couldn't help be shocked when he actually saw his body back to that of a kid's. When he was sure nothing was off, he started moving his body. Ryuma slowly moved his body, starting with the simple opening and closing of his hands and the bending of his legs, then he started stretching. Gradually, he made more complex movements. When he was finally able to perform the martial feats his father had taught him in his past life, he stopped. Ryuma turned toward a nearby tree, then as his eyes narrowed, he sent a sharp kick toward its trunk. Pi! Chi-chi! An explosive sound resounded throughout the forest as the tree Ryuma kicked easily broke, causing the birds resting on the nearby trees to flee. In the ensuing panic, some of the birds even fell. Meanwhile, Ryuma calmly pondered on what had just happened. Strange. My current strength is either equal or greater than it once was. It doesn't make any sense, but for some reason my body moves a lot easier. Of course, the reach has significantly been reduced, but in any case, it seems the only thing I'll have to get used to is the reach problem. Walking or running doesn't seem like it'll be any trouble, but as for the rest, I'll have to catch up with my new body first. With that, Ryuma went back to the tree beneath which he had been sleeping and took a good look at the map. On the map were two locations pinned. One indicated where he currently was, while the other indicated his destination. After gauging the distance, he stored the map into the bag. At the same time, he noticed there was a knife left for him, so he placed it by his waist for easy access, then he walked to the place the gods told him to go. 2 hours later. Along the way, Ryuma came across some monsters, living organisms that didn't exist on Earth, but they were all weak and ran away on their own, so Ryuma just ignored them. With his small legs, it would take him a considerable amount of time to traverse the distance he needed, but thanks to the knowledge the gods had given him, he was able to identify the herbal and edible plants along the way, making things that much more convenient for him. After walking through the dimly lit forest, Ryoma finally arrived at its depths. As the trees opened up and bare rocks were revealed, Ryoma was greeted by a cliff. When he was certain that he was safe, he put down his belongings and did as the letter instructed him. Oh! There's a river nearby. This should be a good place to settle down. Ryoma would mutter to himself from time to time as he read his letter. He wasn't even thinking of going out of the forest, as he was intending to live in the forest first, just as he had discussed with the gods. There seems to be a tent provided, but I think a cave would be better considering there are monsters and all. With a tent, even a big animal would be enough to cause Ryoma trouble, so he approached the cliff and placed his index finger on the surface of the rock while he read the letter. On the page of the letter were instructions regarding the usage of magic. The first step is to calm down, then one is to gather inside his body. Like this, my body feels like it's being filled with water like a balloon or something. Ugh, though Ryoma complained with his mouth, he was still somewhat happy and excited, so he couldn't help but smile. However, while he might have indulged himself with otaku hobbies like light novels and games, and while he might have imagined himself using magic countless times during break, Ryoma has never actually used magic. After sensing magic in the body, I am to move it by imagining it moving, and I am supposed to direct it outside. There. Ryoma read the instructions aloud as he tried to follow them, giving off an atmosphere akin to that of an old man struggling with technology. As he imagined magic flowing out of his fingertips, magic power began to flow out. Magic has 12 elements. They are neutral, fire, water, wind, earth, ice, electricity, wood, poison, light, darkness, space. Mages are able to change the element of their magic power according to the image within their mind, and then invocate a spell with a chant. When Ryoma read that part, he chose the earth spell out of the many spells listed in the letter. Magic power shall flow into the cliff and the crumbling rocks shall break rock. With a clear image, Ryoma chanted those last two words, and suddenly, though only a little, a small hole was hollowed in the part of the cliff he was touching. It was only small enough for about 3 index fingers to fit in, making it more like a dent than an actual hole, but when Ryoma saw the spell take effect, he couldn't help but laugh to himself. How long has it been since I last enjoyed myself? I was always pulling all-nighters and overtimes and accompanying my boss to drink. It's not like I never had any time for leisure, but yeah, it's been a while, hasn't it? Since I last felt like this. Though Ryoma kept a tight watch on his surroundings, he casted break rock after break rock with a foolish expression on his face. Prologue 2 Part 2. After casting spell after spell for a while, Ryoma muttered to himself. This isn't very efficient. Ryoma, I've finally started to get the hang of it, but at this rate, I won't finish before the sun sets. Besides, there should be a limit to the number of times I can use magic. As Ryoma thought that, he decided to take a break and draw water from the river. When he came back, he opened the letter again. It would be great if there's something I can use, but in the worst case, I'll just have to use that tent. I've slept some in one back on Earth, so it should be no problem. While Ryoma was looking for a solution to his predicament, he came across a page that showed his status. Status, huh? Well, this should be convenient. At the very least, I'll be able to understand exactly what I can and can't do. When he looked at the page again, it read, Name, Ryoma Takebayashi. Gender, male. Age, 8. Race, human. My name and gender is the same as in my past life. I don't really remember what sort of kid I was back then though. All I remember is that my dad beat everything into me. Anyway, moving on. HP, 10,486 MP, 102,300. Note, for an average person, their HP would normally be around 1,000, while an adventurer, a soldier, or a trained person would normally have theirs between 2,000 to 3,000. What kind of freak am I supposed to be then? Ryoma, I mean, sure, I might have worked out a bit more than most young people or those bigwigs with their bulging stomachs, but I don't think that's enough to make such a big difference. The magic power makes sense since the gods said my magic power would naturally increase as a side effect of their procedure, but that shouldn't apply to HP. MP had a note under it just like HP. Normal people had 100 MP warriors that bolstered their fighting abilities with magic ranged from 500 to 700 MP. A normal mage ranged from 1000 to 5000 MP, and a royal court magician ranged from 10,000 to 50,000. Well, more won't hurt. Now about those skills. Domestic skills: domestic chores LV10, etiquette LV7, musical instrument LV3, singing LV3, calculation LV5, battle skills: close combat mastery LV7, sword mastery LV7, knife mastery LV6, hidden weapons mastery LV7, spear mastery LV4, bow mastery LV6, staff mastery LV6, weight control LV4, throwing weapons mastery LV7, stealth mastery LV7, traps LV6, body control LV6, spirit cultivation LV5, magic skills: familiar magic LV1, barrier magic LV1, healing magic LV1, alchemy LV1, fire magic LV1, water magic LV1, wind magic LV1, earth magic LV1, neutral magic LV1, electric magic LV1, ice magic LV1, poison magic LV1, wood magic LV1, light magic LV1, dark magic LV1, space magic LV1, magic perception LV1, magic manipulation LV1, increased MP recovery LV1, production skills: pharmacy LV6, smithing LV1, architecture LV2, woodworking LV2, molding LV4, drawing LV4, resistance skills: physical pain resistance LV8, mental resistance LV9, health LV7, special skills: survival skills LV3, focused mind LV5, greater vitality LV3, greater stamina LV6, greater regeneration LV3, titles: usurper, one who has lived through misfortune, favored child of the gods, disciple of the sage, disciple of the martial god, blessings: blessing of gain, the god of creation, blessing of Kufo, the god of life, blessing of Rurusha, the god of love. Regarding skills, a level 1 means that one has learned the basics. A level 2 indicates that one is an apprentice, while a level 3 indicates that one is learned. 4 indicates proficiency, while a 5 means first class. From 6 beyond is the mark of an expert. I guess the 39 years I spent wasn't for nothing. A lot of the skills seem to have taken inspiration from the things I learned in work and school. Stuff like programming, which isn't relevant to this world, aren't written, though. Titles and blessings don't really seem like they'll be much use right now. Now, what to do? Ryoma turned to the next page and read the explanations written about various skills. 10 minutes later, one skill caught his eyes. Spirit cultivation, a skill that strengthens one's life force. By sensing one's ki beneath the stomach and by letting it flow throughout the body like one does with magic, one's physical faculties are heightened. By allowing the ki to course through one's weapons, the sharpness of the weapon increases, making it much more powerful. The use of spirit cultivation can become second nature after regular use. So there are cases when its practitioners use it unaware. This is probably the reason why I moved so much a while ago. I should be able to use it well once I understand it. Now, where is that earth spell? Ah, found it. The elementary earth spell, rock. A spell that hardens soil and transforms it into either rock or stone. The shape can be molded according to the will of the mage. Rock, Ryoma. As Ryoma used the spell on the crumbled parts of the cliff, the earth and sand quickly turned into stones. Good. Rock. Rock. Ryoma, using the same spell several times, Ryoma created a short stone rod. Using break rock, Ryoma thinned its end, creating a shape akin to that of a beast's fang. After completion, Ryoma held his newly made rod with a backhand grip as he walked toward the cliff. Ryoma took a deep breath as he circulated ki from his right arm to his rod, then he slammed it down onto the cliff. Ha! Ryoma's hardened rod slammed into the cliff, boring a hole deep enough for half his finger to enter. When Ryoma saw his rod take effect, he slammed the cliff again, boring holes faster than when he just chanted spells. TCH. It broke. Rock, Ryoma. Whenever Ryoma's rod broke, he would fix it and begin digging again. By the time the sun had set, Ryoma had only managed to dig out a hole big enough for him to store his belongings. Despite that, because Ryoma had to use spirit cultivation and magic, which he was unfamiliar with, a wave of exhaustion hit him. This is it for the day, I suppose. When Ryoma walked away from the cliff to get the food and water he'd gathered, he suddenly found himself staring at the scenery. Amazing, Ryoma. Before Ryoma knew it, the world outside had been dyed in the color of the setting sun. The trees and the leaves reflected the red of the sun onto the leaves and plants outside of its reach. Ryoma was speechless at the beauty of that sight. As the red sky began to fade, a resplendent starry sky filled its place. There's so many stars. How beautiful. How long has it been since I last saw so many stars? In fact, how long has it been since I last had the opportunity to take in my surroundings? No one answered Ryuma's questions, but regardless, Ryuma was satisfied. And with a face full of satisfaction, he took his belongings and carried them into his cave. Ryuma took a blanket from his bag and spread it over the ground, creating a place for him to rest. Then as he leaned onto the wall, he took a mouthful of food. He'd only gathered fruits and herbs he could eat raw, so there weren't much, but he was still able to fill his belly, while still leaving about half of everything he'd gathered. I'll eat the rest tomorrow. I should sleep now. I have to gather ingredients and things I can use in my day-to-day life tomorrow. There's a lot to do, but there's also a lot to gain. After eating his fill, Ryuma blocked the entrance of his cave. Gain, Kyufo, Rurusha, from the bottom of my heart, thank you for your kindness, Ryuma. Ryuma's busy legs finally stopped, taking refuge in the embrace of the soft blanket around him. As his words vanished into the dark of the cave, the sound of snoring could be heard not long after. Meanwhile, in the divine realm, 3 gods were peeping at Ryuma. These gods were, of course, none other than Gain, Kyufo, and Rurusha, the gods who sent Ryuma to Sairofuru. Everything seems to be going well. Gain, yes, we have also managed to bestow him power without any difficulties. Rurusha, he's managed to find a place to live in as well. It should be smooth sailing from here. Kyufo, the 3 gods expressed their relief in the blank white space. Indeed, but let's keep watching him for now. We might have made a deal with him, but it would ache my heart to see him happen into some unfortunate accident. And besides, he's piqued my interest. Gain, sure, Gain. Kyufo, I agree, let's keep watching. That aside, just what on earth is the Earth God thinking? I can't believe he actually meddled with the destiny of a living person. Rurusha, after showing their approval to Gain's proposal, Rurusha suddenly spat her disgust for the Earth God. Calm down, Rurusha. Grumbling here won't do any of us any good. Gain, but I'm concerned. You are too, right, Gain. Rurusha, well, yes. Even if it's not always with malicious intention, there aren't a lot of people whose destiny has been tampered with. To begin with, the fact that gods aren't supposed to so easily tamper with a person's destiny is common sense. And stealing a person's fortune is just incorrigible. Gain, he even went as far as to use trials. I can't believe he would actually have some reason behind all this. Rurusha, trials are a kind of opportunity the gods can give to the people living in the mortal world to help them. Usually it is given when a great danger is looming over a great multitude, though ultimately, when it is given is completely up to the gods' discretion. When a trial is passed, the people who have undertaken the trial are given great power as reward. That god might have intended to hurt him, but in the end, a trial is a trial. If you can live through it, you can gain power. Rurusha, and though the trials were suppressed to little misfortunes in his everyday life, after so many, the effect is bound to accumulate. Gain, even a little trash here and there can one day form a mountain, in other words. Though the power he gained never benefited him in his work or luck, his body ended up becoming freakishly strong. It's fortunate though, because otherwise, Rurusha, it's because of that we noticed. And from looking at his memories, it seems even his father, Kyufo, while Ryuma slept, the gods chattered among themselves about matters he did not understand. Chapter 1 Part 1 Ryuma Takebayashi isolated himself within the forest of Ghana, training in the arts of both magic and close combat. 3 years later, it was time to eat. Leaving the forest was the last thing in his mind. Today's breakfast is really delicious, Ryuma. Ryuma's once shabby cave was now bigger and safer. By using earth magic, he was able to make more space within the cave, and by setting up a barrier by the entrance, Ryuma was able to make the cave much safer. The cave was also now furnished with furniture made from earth magic. As for food, Ryuma got it from the forest. Thanks to the knowledge the gods had given him and the neutral magic, identify, Ryuma could easily pick out what was edible and what was not. Yet despite living such an uncomfortable lifestyle out here in the middle of nowhere, where one had to hunt or forage to procure food and none of the convenience of a functioning society was present, Ryuma had never once thought of leaving the forest. Instead, he spent his days doing hobbies that he had no time for back in his previous life. One particular hobby Ryuma had grown fond of was slime research. At first, Ryuma just wanted to try out the branch of magic known as familiar magic, so he caught a slime from the forest. For half a year, he raised it as a pet, then suddenly, on one fine morning, he woke up to see that the slime had changed colors. At first, he thought it was sick, but after using Monster Identify, one of the spells under the branch of familiar magic, he found out that the slime had evolved into a sticky slime. From then on, Ryuma became deeply interested in why the slime evolved, so he spent his days observing the slimes. The first thing Ryuma understood was that the wild slimes were at the bottom of the food chain. The slimes had no power to prey on other creatures, so they had no choice but to live like a pauper and get by what little they had. Ryuma's own slime, however, lived like a king, as he would feed it green caterpillars every day, ensuring that it was always full. Incidentally, the green caterpillars themselves had the ability to spit out sticky threads made from their own bodily fluids. Because of that, Ryuma hypothesized that a green caterpillar diet might have caused the evolution. To test his hypothesis, Ryuma caught a new batch of slimes and fed them green caterpillars every day. 2 months later, the slimes all evolved into sticky slimes. However, it still wasn't clear whether it was simple nourishment or the green caterpillar diet that caused the sticky slime evolution, so to clarify things, Ryuma caught a new batch of slimes and fed them something different. In the end, the second batch of slimes all evolved into a different slime. From here on, Ryuma's interest in the slimes grew deeper and deeper, until eventually, Ryuma had a staggering number of slimes. After catching and trying out various diets on the slimes, Ryuma's current ooze of slimes had turned into this Slime X13A monster that can be found anywhere. It is considered the weakest monster. It is omnivorous and its body has an average diameter of 20 centimeters. Its jelly-like body houses a nucleus, which when destroyed, kills the slime. Upon death, the slime's body vanishes into nothingness. It is a mysterious creature, to say the least. Skills: Digest LV2, Absorb LV3, Split LV1, Sticky Slime X153. Physically, the sticky slime is no bigger than a normal slime, but it is able to produce a highly adhesive liquid within its body. It can spit out this liquid or use it to trap other beasts to prey on them. Skills: Sticky Liquid LV4, Hardening Liquid LV1, String Shot LV1, Digest LV3, Absorb LV3, Split LV3. At Fist, Sticky Slime only knew Sticky Liquid, Digest, Absorb, and Split. It wasn't until later that it learned Hardening Liquid and Jump. Because of that, Ryuma learned that monsters were able to acquire skills through maturity or training. As for String Shot, when Ryuma found out through his experiments that he could mix Hardening Liquid and Sticky Liquid together, he had the slimes mix them within their body. When they succeeded, they learned the skill, String Shot. Acid Slime X100, an evolution resulting from the need to digest food that is difficult to digest, such as the bones of beasts. This slime variation has a powerful digestive system. Their current numbers are a byproduct of Ryuma's research and reproduction through Split. Skills: Produce Acid LV3, Acid Resistance LV3, Jump LV1, Digest LV4, Absorb LV3, Split LV2. Poison Slime X188, an evolution resulting from the constant consumption of poisonous herbs. A lot of slimes die during the process, but those that survive, evolve to become poison slimes. Their current numbers are a result of Split. Skills: Produce Poison LV3, Poison Resistance LV3, Produce Paralyzing Agent LV3, Jump LV1, Digest LV3, Absorb LV3, Split LV3. Cleaner Slime X11. Slimes frequently drink water, but there are some who prefer to drink the water from Ryuma's bath. Thinking it wouldn't harm them, Ryuma allowed these slimes to drink as they pleased. In the end, they evolved into cleaner slimes. Skills: Clean LV4, Deodorize LV6, Deodorizing Liquid LV4, Disease Resistance LV5, Poison Resistance LV5, Jump LV1, Digest LV3, Absorb LV3, Split LV1. Scavenger Slimes X457. Ryuma wasn't happy with the fumes coming out from the toilet and the garbage inside the cave, so when he remembered how some slimes showed interest toward rotting corpses, he caught a new batch of slimes and threw them at the toilet and the garbage. As a result, the slimes evolved into scavenger slimes. These slimes eat garbage and turn them into fertilizer. A special trait of this variation is that they are able to reproduce more rapidly compared to other variants. Skills: Disease resistance LV5, poison resistance LV5, lead belly LV5, clean LV6, deodorize LV6, deodorizing liquid LV4, stench LV4, produce fertilizer LV3, jump LV1, digest LV6, absorb LV3, split LV6. As Ryoma was getting into his slime research, he decided to put an emphasis on properly rearing the slimes, causing him to only have so many variations, but as a result, their total numbers broke past 900. Ryoma had always been good at simple but repetitive tasks, so with no one to stop him, Ryoma just kept on going, and in the end, the slimes ended up where they are today. That kind of lifestyle had a healing effect on Ryoma's tired soul, and despite sometimes happening upon some bandit or large beast, which Ryoma promptly took care of with his own strength and his staggering ooze of slimes, Ryoma was able to live happily. It was in this way that Ryoma passed his days, forever and ever. Chapter 1 Part 2, or at least Ryoma might have had if not for a change that occurred one day. While hunting in the forest, Ryoma came across 4 people dressed in armor. That's a rare sight. Their equipment are all the same, so they're probably not bandits. I think this is my first time seeing people other than bandit. It seems like someone is hurt. As Ryoma watched the group of men from the thickets, he noted that one of the 5 men had bandages on and was being carried. You. Stay with me, Hayuzu. Camille, how's your magic? Sorry, it hasn't recovered yet, Camille. They seem to be in pretty bad shape. They don't look like bandits. I should at least give them a place to rest. Even if they do turn out to be the bandits, I think I'll be fine. Ryoma stood up from the thickets and was about to call out to them when it suddenly occurred to him. How am I supposed to call out to them? Good day. No, that kind of cheerful greeting doesn't fit the situation. Hey, you bastards, no, that would just make them wary. What am I going to do? Ryoma thought of helping, but after 3 years with no human contact, Ryoma was at a loss what to say, and he found himself standing still. Because of that, the group of men noticed him before he could say anything. Who goes there? Wait. The man at the forefront of the group immediately pointed his sword at Ryoma, but the men behind him stopped him and stepped forward. Sorry for suddenly pointing a sword at you. By the way, what is a child like you doing out here? This isn't a place for children. Are you lost? The man asked, but Ryoma couldn't respond well. I was hunting. Ryoma, hunting. You. Important-looking man, Ryoma nodded faster than he could speak. I think this forest is a bit too dangerous, but... Was there something you wanted with us? Important-looking man, Ryoma pointed to the injured person. There's someone injured, Ryoma, and then he offered his leather bag with one of his hands. Unfortunately, the other man was wary of Ryoma, and he stepped out to protect the man Ryoma was talking to. Ryoma finally realized his blunder. Keeping his leather bag by his waist, much like the knife by his waist, must have alerted the men, so Ryoma jumped back to get some distance and took out a medicine to show that he had no ill will. Is that medicine? Swordsman, the sword-wielding man asked, to which Ryoma nodded. Medicine, for the injured. Ryoma, you'd let us use that. Swordsman, hurry. Ryoma, the group of men looked at each other for a moment, then the man named Camille cautiously accepted Ryoma's medicine. When they noted that the injured person's countenance had turned for the better, their caution toward Ryoma finally lessened. Thank you. This should keep Hayuzu up for a while longer. Important-looking man, how about resting at my house? This is pathetic. Ryoma, though it took a while, Ryoma successfully managed to say the words and invite the people to his house. It would take them quite a while to reach Ryoma's place, however, due to the injured person with the group of armored men. Why is a child like that in a place like this? Important-looking man, he's obviously still very young. Swordsman, well, I am an 11-year-old child. It's only natural for people to be suspicious to see a child out here deep in the forest. It's not a good feeling though. I'd appreciate it if they could stop being so suspicious already. How about I try talking with them a bit? On second thought, I probably shouldn't. I have the background the gods gave me, but with my poor speaking skills, I might end up just digging my own grave. Is there really somewhere we can rest out here? Swordsman, I don't know, but the potion he gave did work, so at the very least, he doesn't seem to be hostile. Important-looking man, hunters are known to make a safe place for themselves in the forest. There might be a camp out here or something. Exactly. As long as you don't attack me first, I won't hurt you. Speaking of which, how about collecting the spoils from the traps along the way? That way I'll also be able to feed that injured person. If I do that much, a decent person would surely not attack me, right? Ryuma suddenly stopped and called his sticky slimes over through the familiar contract. The people following him was alerted at that, however, and they asked. What's wrong? Important-looking men, trap. Caught some prey. Will come soon. Ryuma nonchalantly said as he looked at the men that asked that question. This person is probably the most important one. Everyone else seems to listen to him and the other people look like guards. As Ryuma was thinking that, the grasses shook, and then a sticky slime came out with a dead horn rabbit. Unfortunately, the people with him didn't know that it was Ryuma's slime, and the important-looking man drew his sword. Stop. Immediately, Ryuma jumped in front of the men and picked up the slime and the dead rabbit. Is that slime your familiar? Important-looking man. The important-looking man seems to have picked up that the slime was Ryuma's familiar. Ryuma vehemently nodded at the men, and the men sheathed his sword. Sorry, I didn't know it was your familiar. As long as we've cleared it up, it's all good. I should have been more specific. Slimes were monsters, after all, so it was only natural that they would be wary when they saw one out here in the forest. Ryuma hid the slime and the dead rabbit in his bag, and then they started moving again. This sure brings me back. My first familiar was also a slime. Important-looking man, tamer. Ryuma, former tamer. After my monster stopped being able to fight, I haven't formed a new contract since. I had a red horse and a blizzard ape. Important-looking men, strong. I'm asking because I have no idea what those are, Ryuma. I come from a long line of tamers, so I've been taught from a young age. Unfortunately, I'm not that good at magic. I'm quite confident in my sword arm, though. Important-looking men, a family of tamers and a group of armed men for escorts, he must be a noble. If not, then at least someone influential with plenty of money or someone similar. Calm down, me. This country is supposed to be relatively lenient when it comes to the difference between noble and commoner. The gods specifically picked this country out for me, after all. And they also haven't reacted negatively to my behavior so far, so it should be fine. Right, I should just treat him like I did my bosses during parties when they would tell me not to mind rank. I still feel nervous, though. Though somewhat panicking, Ryuma continued along, picking up the captured prey as they made their way, until eventually, Ryuma and the group of men finally arrived at his cave. Chapter 2 Part 1 Please wait for a moment. Boy, the boy said when we reached the cliff. There wasn't anything around, so I thought he was waiting for another of his slimes, but to my surprise, the boy instead used break rock on the cliff up ahead to open a path. Here, boy, so this is the home the boy was talking about. It is indeed a sturdy cave that could shelter against beasts and monsters. When we entered the cave, the boy put up a barrier behind us, making the cave even safer. I didn't think he'd know barrier magic. It's useful, but it's not something just anyone could use. In fact, Camille himself pointed that out. Is that barrier magic? You sure know some strange magic, boy. The effect of this barrier is concealment, right? Camille, don't worry. You'll be able to run anytime. Boy, I see. Thanks. Camille, the boy nodded curtly, then he passed us and went deep into the cave. He's pretty considerate. Reinhardt, indeed, Master Reinhardt. Jill, hey, you're going to get left behind. Zeph, we're going. Jill, when we entered the cave, we immediately noted that the walls and the floor had been properly leveled. The whole place was even furnished with furniture made of stone and wood, while magic stones set onto the walls illuminated the area. Wow, Jill, this is more homely than I thought. Reinhardt, the wounded, lay him down. Here, boy, sorry, Hayuzu. We're gonna have to put you down for a bit. Reinhardt, right, Hayuzu, wait. I'll bring potion, boy. After laying Hayuzu on the bed, I watched the boy as he went deeper into the cave. Well, in any case, with this we can finally relax a bit. Reinhardt, the place is a lot better than expected. Hayuzu should be able to rest well. Jill, we owe him one. Reinhardt, Zeph had a grim look on his face as he examined the surroundings. Zeph was the most knowledgeable among the escorts when it came to stealth and traps, so he's been assigned as the scout. The fact that he was making a grim face could only mean, Zeph, is something wrong? Reinhardt, don't you think there's something odd about this place? I'm not talking about traps. I'm saying it feels like someone has been living in this place for a long time despite there only being enough furniture for one person. Zeph, it was normal for a camp to have little furnishing, but a map could be seen laid out on one of the walls here. There were even drawings of the different animals and a musical instrument at the corner of the room. Although the room looked dreary, it felt just like a kid's room. Moreover, just as Zeph had mentioned, there's only enough furnishing for one person. It's strange indeed. Is that boy living here all by himself? Reinhardt, no way. Sure, I was surprised to see him use familiar magic, barrier magic, and even earth magic, but no child could normally live by himself out here in a forest like this. There's probably someone else here. Camille, or he could be older than he looks. For example, if he were an elf, Jill. As Camille and Jill conversed, the boy came back with a slime carrying a lot of potions. Potions. Boy, thank you. I'll definitely repay this debt one day. Reinhardt, don't mind. I can make them, so take as much as you need. Boy, when the boy said that, we all looked at each other in silent shock. The first to exclaim out loud was Camille. You made these? Camille, the boy flinched for a moment at Camille's sudden outburst, but he quickly nodded his head to answer. Camille's reaction was a bit over the top, but the boy's potion was indeed comparable to the ones sold in the stores. This boy is getting more mysterious by the second. Water. Boy, while I was thinking to myself, the boy offered me a stone cup. It was filled with water generated through magic. It was chilled just right. Thanks. Reinhardt, thank you. Jill, thanks, boy. Camille, thank you. Zeph, oh, boy, Something wrong. Reinhardt, name. Ryuma, boy, oh, right. We haven't introduced ourselves yet. So your name is Ryuma. Please excuse my belated introduction. I am Reinhardt Jamil, the feudal lord of the ducal household of Jamil. I thank you for aiding me during my subordinate's difficult period. Reinhardt, Duca dash. Please excuse my manners. Ryuma, I tried to speak as gently as possible to avoid scaring him, but the moment I named myself, he stiffened up and bowed deeply. What was surprising was that his movements were much more refined despite his difficulty in talking. Please stand up. You are my benefactor. You don't have to be formal with me. Reinhardt, it seems he didn't know I was from a duke's household. He lifted up his face just as I asked him, but unfortunately, he stopped talking. I don't really mind, though, good grief. Chapter 2 Part 2 As I was thinking that, Camille and the others chatted with him. I'm Camille. I'm a magician employed by Master Reinhardt to protect him. Nice to meet you. And really, thank you for helping us. I was out of mana and couldn't heal, so if you hadn't come then, Hayuzu might have. Ah, Hayuzu is the name of the guy sleeping. You really don't have to worry about how you talk. Master Reinhardt isn't someone who'd care about that sort of stuff. Camille, in fact, he doesn't even mind people like us. I'm Zeph, by the way. I'm the scout of the group. Nice to meet you, kid. Zeph, I'm Jill. Sorry for pointing my sword at you a while ago. Jill, it's okay. It's normal to be on guard. Ryuma, thanks for understanding. I'm also a noble, and I don't think there's anything wrong with the way you've been behaving. Master Reinhardt is a generous person, so you can just act normal around him. Jill, thank you. Ryuma, Camille, Zeph, and even Jill, who wasn't used to kids, softened their voices as much as they could to not scare the boy. The boy thought for a moment, then he spoke. Though his face was still a little grim, his countenance has improved. He still talks a bit stiff, but at least he's a lot more relaxed now. I'm the one who should be thanking you. After all, you gave us a place to rest and even treated my guard. Reinhardt, no problem, but why? Ryuma, is he asking me why Hyuzu was injured? Or is he asking me why we came to the forest? Come to think of it, I haven't explained anything, have I? We were supposed to go to the town of Gonego, where my house is, but along the way, near this forest, we were attacked by some bandits. Reinhardt, suffered much. Ryuma, no, there were quite a bit of them, but they weren't particularly strong. They must have thought they could overpower us because of their numerous, but what they didn't know is that my guards weren't pushovers. What did Hyuzu in was a black bear that came out during the battle. Reinhardt, Hyuzu's bad luck had him attacked in the middle of a melee. Jill, we managed to defeat it in the end, but the horses ran away. Hyuzu's wounds were also a lot worse than expected, so we tried to get to the village as quickly as possible. Normally, we would go around the forest, but with things as they were, we figured we'd just go through it. Camille, everyone nodded as we explained our predicament. Since the conversation has progressed like this, I think I'll take this opportunity to ask my own questions. Speaking of which, what is a boy like you doing living here? I heard you mention that you were hunting, but it seems to me that you've been living in this house for quite a while. Moreover, the fact that you're able to hunt at your age, use various magic, and even make potions is really not normal. Quite frankly, it's shocking. Reinhardt, I learned from grandparents. Former adventurers. Ryuma, oh. So, his grandparents were adventurers. They passed away. Ryuma, sorry. Reinhardt, it's okay. It's been 3 years already. Ryuma, 3 years. Reinhardt and company. How long have you been living here? Reinhardt, I left village 3 years ago. I am an outsider, so they hated me. Ryuma, was he at an exclusive village? I know some places can be really cruel, but still. Before they died, grandparents told me to go to another town. Ryuma, apparently, he wasn't good at dealing with other people, so he wandered by himself, relying only on the skills he learned from his grandparents, until one day, he happened upon this forest. Since then he hasn't exited this forest once. Meaning he hasn't talked to another person for 3 years. I understand the situation now, but I can't recommend this sort of lifestyle. There are strong beasts and monsters living in the forest. Even if you say you have the ability to survive, it's too dangerous. Reinhardt, it's okay. I survived, for 3 years. Ryuma, but. Reinhardt, I know. Wait just one moment. Camille suddenly interjected, then he took out a small crystal from his bag. Found it. Look. Camille, what is that? Ryuma, this is a small crystal of evaluation. If we use this, we'll be able to find out your identity and your 4 highest skills. Moreover, a person who's committed a crime will make this crystal turn red, otherwise, the crystal will shine a blue light. After the light comes out, the name, race, and the 4 skills will be shown. If you have a high-level combat skill, then I won't say any more. Camille, I see, so he's going to persuade him by showing him that he's lacking. Right. Ryuma, as he said that, he reached for the crystal ball, but before he could touch it, he suddenly asked. I was attacked by bandits, so. I killed them, is that a crime? Ryuma, if those were really bandits, then there won't be any problem. Camille, at that, the boy finally touched the crystal, and a blue light shone from it. The crystal wasn't really meant to distinguish between criminals, but seeing that the boy is innocent puts my heart at ease. As I thought that, I glanced at Camille, but for some reason, his countenance had gone pale. What is this? Camille, what's wrong? Jill took a peek at the crystal from behind. As soon as he did, he gulped. Curious, me and Zeph took a peek at the crystal ourselves. The problem was the listed skills. Shown skills, domestic chores LV10 mental resistance LV9 physical resistance LV8 health LV7 what's with those levels? The domestic chores skill is okay, since there've been plenty of precedents before this one, but he actually has mental res, physical res, and health, and every one of them is at least LV7 up. What hell of a life has this boy been living to get these so high? He's 11 years old, isn't he? That would mean he was 8 years old when he started living here. Something wrong. Ryuma, Unfortunately, no combat skill showed up. Camille, is that the problem? I thought, almost yelling it out. When I glanced at Camille, I noticed that the other guards had the same reaction. A battle of stares commenced between us, but in the end, no one was willing to pursue the subject. The reason behind our reaction was of course because of the fact that pain resistance was something one could only learn through pain. The fact that his level of resistance was so high meant that he must have suffered through unimaginable pain. I'm sure there are a lot of things he doesn't want to remember. If we broach the subject poorly, we'll just cause the boy more pain. There are a lot of questions left, but I think we'll stop here for now. Sorry, can I borrow your toilet? Reinhardt, I'd like to go too. Jill, me too. Zeph, the toilet is inside. There are a lot of slimes. Don't worry. They won't attack. Ryuma, don't worry. I'm a former tamer too. I won't hurt your familiars. Reinhardt, like this we left Camille to take care of Hayuzu, but who would have thought that by slimes he meant this? Wow, Zeph, you said it. I don't think I've seen so many slimes in one place. Jill, countless slimes crept freely in the hallway. Ryuma had to order them to make way for us, as otherwise we wouldn't be able to pass without stepping on one. The number of familiars one could contract varied from person to person. The stronger the monster, the less one could normally control. Slime is the weakest monster, so following that logic, it should stand to reason that one would be able to contract a respectable number of slimes, but this. Did he actually contract all these? Ryuma-kun, are all of these slimes your familiars? Reinhardt, yes. There, for research. Ryuma, research. Reinhardt, slime evolution. Ryuma, come to think of it, the slimes creeping in the area aren't just normal slimes. There are sticky slimes, poison slimes, and those are probably acid slimes. As for those two, I don't even know what kind of slime they are. They must be a higher variation too. Slimes live everywhere, so I'm sure you could find these variants somewhere, but there has never been any reports of such sightings in this forest. Just as Jill said, I have also never seen this many slimes in one place. Monster evolution is an important topic to conjurers and monster tamers alike, and the fact that you're doing such research at your age is nothing short of extraordinary, but it's a pity that they're all slimes. Reinhardt, are slimes no good? Ryuma, personally, I hold his abilities in high esteem. The fact that he was able to gather so many advanced classes and contract them all speaks of his abilities, but unfortunately, the world doesn't look kindly to slimes. Frankly speaking, slimes are weak even after evolution. Monster tamers and conjurers mainly use them to study the basic, and aside from that, they don't have any value. Which is why most monster tamers throw them away after learning the basics. Usually, they would contract a horned rabbit next. At the very least, horned rabbits are cute, so they can at least be treated like a pet. Reinhardt, the world is a cruel place. Ryuma, is that something an 11-year-old would say? Of course, not all monster tamers think the same way. At the very least, no one can make light of a poison slime's poison or an acid slime's acid. Those are even stronger than a horned rabbit. Reinhardt, slimes. Convenient, useful. Ryuma, I thought he'd feel down after telling him how little the world thought of slimes, but he doesn't seem to mind at all. Normally, children his age want to be recognized by others. His lineage is a mystery, but I don't think he's dangerous. If anything, he's a good kid. After all, he helped us in our time of need. He's definitely not a normal kid, though. But in any case, I want to help him. Chapter 3 Volume 1 Chapter 3 You. Ha, ha. Hayuzu, after Ryuma and the others came back and chatted, Hayuzu's condition worsened. Hayuzu. Reinhardt, get yourself together. Jill, the potion and healing magic has stopped the bleeding, but now he has a fever. It's pretty high too. Camille, I have medicine. Ryuma, Hayuzu's face was red with fever as he groaned and perspired. When Ryuma heard what Camille said, he immediately ran inside. Meeting the kid was really our good fortune, huh, boss? Zeph, yeah, if we hadn't met him, we definitely wouldn't be able to save Hayuzu. Reinhardt, Hayuzu isn't safe yet, but even if we had somehow managed to use healing magic, we still wouldn't have been able to save him. After all, healing magic doesn't work on fevers. Zeph, well, it might work normally, but certainly not when you've lost a lot of blood, Reinhardt. When they stopped talking about Hayuzu, the topic moved to Ryoma. What are we going to do about that kid? We can't possibly leave him here all by himself. Camille, he's been living here for 3 years already. I'm sure he knows how dangerous it is. Jill, he survived all these years and he has those resistance skills. He must have lived a horrible life back at his village. Who knows if we can even convince him that the town is safer. Fortunately, he's not so far gone so as to lash at people the moment he sees one. Zeph, come to think of it, there was that person who made a scene. Reinhardt-sama, as a father of one yourself, don't you have some idea? Zeph, you're the only one with a kid here, boss. People like us haven't the slightest clue what to do at times like these. I'm clueless too. We can't leave him alone, but we can't force him to go with us either. In any case, we need to go back first. I'll talk to my dad and Eliza about this. Reinhardt, after that they ran out of topics to talk about and silence filled the room. A few minutes later, Ryoma came back with a slime carrying a vase full of water and a medicine. Ryoma himself was carrying a monster pelt under his arms. Thank you. Camille, treatment first. Ryoma, as Ryoma said that he covered Hayuzu with the pelt he brought and Camille poured the water into a cup. Incline his head. Make him drink. Ryoma, as Ryoma said that, Camille made Hayuzu drink. He seems to have drank everything. Zeph, when Ryoma heard that he handed the medicine. Medicine. Ryoma, thank you. Reinhardt, as Reinhardt said that he made Hayuzu drink the medicine. After 1 hour, Hayuzu's condition finally improved. Reinhardt and his party heaved a sigh of relief. It was getting dark, so Ryoma proposed for Reinhardt and his party to stay over. Seeing that Ryoma was not hostile and after considering Hayuzu's situation, Reinhardt decided to accept Ryoma's proposal. Ryoma showed off his homemade cooking for supper. It was a simple dish, nothing more than stir-fried bean sprouts and rabbit meat soup, but nevertheless, Reinhardt and his party were happy. The next day, Hayuzu had already recovered and could stand by himself. Reinhardt and his party didn't leave immediately, however, and they stayed until the afternoon to ensure Hayuzu was up to health. Man, I thought I was a goner for sure. Thanks a lot, kid. Hayuzu, are you really okay? Ryoma, why? You worried? I heard you didn't want to go to the village, so I thought you hated people. Hayuzu can at least worry about the sick, Ryoma, gahaha. I see. Sorry about that. Whoops, Hayuzu, as Hayuzu was laughing, he suddenly tottered. Reinhardt and Camille immediately went to support him. Hayuzu, you okay? Reinhardt, why yeah. Just a little dizzy, boss. Nothing to worry about. Hayuzu, you just got better, so please be careful. Camille, when Ryoma saw that, he took out the medicine he prepared beforehand. Drink. Ryoma, What's inside the bottle? Hayuzu, medicine for blood. You lack blood. Ryoma, is that so? Thanks. Then I'll just go and drink, ugh. What in the blazes? Hayuzu, the smell of the combination of herbs and green caterpillars wafted out from the bottle. Hayuzu wasn't the only one to be put off by the smell, even Jill and Zeph couldn't help but grimace at it. It stinks, but I can guarantee it works. Ryoma, well, you heard the boy. Bottoms up. Reinhardt, wait a moment. Hayuzu, we'd be troubled if you suddenly fainted along the way. Jill, we're worried too, you know. Zeph, Jill and Zeph grabbed Hayuzu by the shoulders, keeping him from running. Forgive me. Camille took the bottle and emptied its contents into Hayuzu's mouth. $dollar. Hayuzu, incomprehensible muttering spat out of Hayuzu's mouth as he convulsed several times. Hayuzu's pitiful appearance as he leaned onto a wall made it seem like what he drank was not medicine but poison. For the record, that was indeed an effective medicine, it just stank really bad. Why you guys, Hayuzu, good medicine tastes bad, Hayuzu. Reinhardt, don't worry, this kid's medicines are effective. Jill, the potions he used to treat you were high-class stuff too. Zeph, damn it. Ah. I thought I would die. Uppu, Hayuzu, the stench of the medicine wafting from the pith of his stomach made Hayuzu sick. He looked like he was about to throw up, so Ryoma gave him another glass of water. Do you have armor? Ryoma, phew, Ah, my armor got done in by that bear, so, no, I don't got any. No weapons too. Hayuzu, I have some. Wait. Ryoma, that would help a lot, but you sure you okay giving us your stuff? Hayuzu, yes. Ryoma went inside and came back with some slimes carrying 5 spears and 3 pieces of armor all in all. Here. Ryoma, these are some pretty good stuff for bandits. You sure you okay handing them to Hayuzu? Jill, weapons are made to be used. If you don't take them, no one will use them. Ryoma, the spears would go for 5 small gold coins, you know. Hayuzu, take them. Ryoma, when Jill and Hayuzu saw how good the equipments were, they asked Ryoma repeatedly if he was sure about giving them away. In the end, the first to fold was Hayuzu himself. In that case, I'll happily take them off you. But I can't stand just taking stuff for free. I don't have anything to give, but if you're ever in need, just give me a call and I'll be there. You can easily contact me by giving the guards at Ganego Town my name. Don't hold back, alright? Hayuzu, got it. Ryoma, like this the party of 5 finished their preparations and departed. After 3 years in the other world, Ryoma has finally met the people of this world. Ryoma was exhausted after conversing with someone for the first time in a long while, but regardless, he still hunted as usual. What Ryoma didn't know, however, was that this simple meeting would greatly change his life. Chapter 4 Volume 1 Chapter 4 2 weeks after the Duke left, Ryoma has been spending his days hunting and taking care of the slimes. One day, 4 people suddenly appeared before his house. Hey! Ryoma. Open up. It's me. Hayuzu. We're not enemies. Hayuzu, yelling out from in front of Ryoma's house, was none other than the person he took care of. Jill, Camille, and Zeph were with him. The path to Ryoma's house was blocked by a boulder, so they had to call out in a loud voice to be heard. Only, Ryoma was actually in a thicket behind them. I'll open it, now. Ryoma, whoa. You were outside. Hayuzu went out to hunt. Why did you come? Ryoma, I wanted to thank you again for your help last time. We brought some gifts with us. There's quite a bit, so we had to store them away via dimension magic. There's a butler who can use it in the Jamil family. He's currently waiting for us with 2 other maids and Reinhardt Samus's family. They have some business in the forest, so we went together. If you're not busy, I could bring them now. Hayuzu, Ryoma became thoughtful for a moment, and after realizing he didn't really have any pressing matters to pursue, he decided to let Hayuzu call them over. Besides, he wasn't really about to chase away some people who went out their way to visit him. The 4 guards left to call Reinhardt and his family. Meanwhile, Ryoma decided to call back his slimes that he sent hunting and prepared to receive guests. 30 minutes later, Ryoma had finished his preparations and a horde of almost 1,000 slimes could be seen sunbathing in front of his house. That horde jostled about as they waited for Ryoma's guests. After a while, Reinhardt-sama and his entourage arrived. When the slimes noticed a large group of people approaching, their bodies began to shake. Ryoma straightened his clothes and watched the forest, and very soon he noted some people approaching. There were 11 people all in all. There was a beautiful woman and a beautiful girl behind Reinhardt, as well as a dignified muscular old man. Behind them were 2 maids and a butler, just as Hayuzu had mentioned. The 4 guards, Hayuzu and company, walked in front. Judging from the way they're dressed, those people behind Reinhardt-san must be his family. The butler aside, those maid outfits sure stand out. Isn't it hard to move in them? Is it him? Maid 1, that's a lot of slimes. Maid 2, ho. I heard he's tamed a lot of slimes, but I didn't think he would actually tame so many. Old muscleman, they might only be slimes, but it's still commendable to have tamed so many. Beautiful woman, even though the more familiars one has, the harder it is to tame new monsters. Beautiful girl, Reinhardt's group approached Ryoma while he wondered about the practically of maid uniforms. When the maids saw the large group of slimes, they couldn't help but find their face cramping. Reinhardt's whole family except for himself looked on at the large group of slimes with amazement. When they had finally arrived at the entrance of the house, the first to talk to Ryuma was Reinhardt. "Ryuma-kun, it's been 2 weeks since our last meeting. We've come to thank you for your help back then. We've brought some gifts." "Reinhardt, thank you." "Ryuma, don't sweat it, they're just some goods we had lying around." "Reinhardt, dear, before that how about introducing us?" "Beautiful woman," Reinhardt introduced his family. "Let me introduce you. These here is my father, Reinbach, and this beautiful woman here is my wife, Elise. And this here is our lovely young daughter, Ilialia. Reinhardt, I'm Reinbach Jamil of the Jamil household, the former master of the family. It's a pleasure to make your acquaintance. Reinbach, I'm Elise Jamil. Thank you for helping my husband and subordinates. Elise, my name is Ilialia Jamil. I'm happy to make your acquaintance. Ilialia, the pleasure is mine. I am Ryuma Takebayashi. I come from a distant land. It's not much, but please let me offer you my hospitality. Ryuma, though Ryuma would pause from time to time and could not speak straight, his words were still polite. That alone was enough to stupefy Reinhardt's family and their entourage. You don't need to be so formal. Just talk to us as you normally would. To begin with, we're the ones troubling you for coming here so suddenly. Reinbach, thank you. Well then, please. Ryuma was about to lead the people into his house when it suddenly occurred to him that the entrance was being blocked by all the slimes, so he had to first order them to go inside. Seeing them in a bright place, I have to say that's one impressive group of slimes you have there. By the way, is it just me or are there more of them now? Reinhardt, they multiplied. After everyone left. Ryuma's slimes current numbered as follows: Sticky Slime X364, Poison Slime X323, Acid Slime X211, Cleaner Slime X11, Scavenger Slime X730, Heal Slime X2, New, Skills Heal LV1, Increased Vitality LV1, Photosynthesis LV3, Digest LV1, Absorb LV1, Split LV2. Frankly, after the slimes multiplied, Ryuma found them too numerous, and he finally had troubles feeding them. Moreover, he also started to worry about the long-term effects of the slimes on the ecosystem. For the meantime, Ryuma decided to just feed the slimes enough to sustain them, not feeding them a meal more to meet evolution conditions or increase their numbers. If that didn't work, Ryuma had prepared himself to thin out the slimes, but fortunately, he found a new goblin village 2 weeks ago, which he wiped out. The goblin village didn't just provide Ryuma with food, it also gave him an unexpected boon, for when Ryuma tried to heal the slimes injured during the battle, 2 of the slimes evolved into heal slimes, a new kind of slime that could use healing magic. Seeing a new kind of slime appear lit Ryuma's fire once more, but fortunately, he managed to hold himself back after considering the circumstances. Can all that actually fit inside? Reinhardt, it'll be fine. Ryuma, what do you mean? Reinhardt, this. Ryuma, as Reinhardt asked that question, Ryuma gave a command to the slimes. Space was certainly an issue after the slimes multiplied, but 3 days after the fact, that issue was coincidentally solved. And the solution came from a mere question. When the slimes had grown too numerous to fit in their room, they started to spill into Ryuma's bedroom, and so, wondering what to do, Ryuma muttered to himself. Can't these slimes fuse or something? You know, like do *Q. In that instant, the slimes vigorously shook, and those of the same type fused together to form one slime. Panicked, Ryuma quickly checked their status. Big Sticky Slime X1, Skills Sticky Liquid LV5, Hardening Liquid LV4, Sticky String Shot LV3, Physical Attack Resist LV1, Enlarge LV2, Shrink LV4, Jump LV2, Digest LV3, Absorb LV3, Big Poison Slime X1, Skills Produce Poison LV4, Poison Resist LV4, Produce Paralyzing Agent LV4, Physical Attack Resist LV1, Enlarge LV2, Shrink LV4, Jump LV2, Digest LV3, Absorb LV3, Big Acid Slime X1, Skills Produce Acid LV5, Acid Resist LV4, Physical Attack Resist LV1, Enlarge LV2 shrink, LV4 jump, LV2 digest, LV4 absorb, LV3 huge scavenger slime, X1 skills disease resist, LV5 poison resist, LV5 lead belly, LV6 clean, LV6 deodorize, LV6 deodorizing liquid, LV4 stench, LV5 produce fertilizer, LV4 physical attack resist, LV2 enlarge, LV3 shrink, LV5 jump, LV2 digest, LV6 absorb, LV3 to Ryuma's good fortune. The combined slimes had an ability called shrink, which allowed them to shrink their normally humongous bodies. The bigger slime variants ate several times more than their smaller counterparts but effectively consumed less when compared to the food consumption of 100 slimes. To put things into perspective, the bigger variants consumed about 20 to 50% less than their uncombined form. In other words, the issue of space and food had been largely dealt with. Seeing how the slimes had a solution for the very problem that was bothering him, Ryuma couldn't help but wonder if this was some sort of self-defense mechanism that the slimes had to keep them from endangering themselves from eating up all the food or other overpopulation issues. There needed to be at least 100 slimes to form a big slime, and they all had to be of the same type. Upon fusion, the slimes lose the split skill responsible for slime reproduction. It was a mystery where all the mass goes upon invoking shrink, but in any case, Ryuma was happy to see the space and food problem solved. Ryuma figured showing to be easier than explaining, so he ordered the slimes to fuse. When they fused in front of Reinhardt and the others, they couldn't help but open their eyes wide in shock, many of them speechless as they stared at the big slimes. Big slime. Reinhardt, impossible. Reinbach, no, there's no doubt about it. This is definitely a big slime. You managed to tame a big slime. Elias, is that strange? Ryuma, no one has ever managed to tame a big slime before. Elias, Ryuma, this time around the one to be shocked was Ryuma. When Reinbach noticed that, he explained. The contract doesn't work on big slimes. Many have tried, and some still do from time to time, but no one has ever succeeded. Reinbach, but, of course. Contract. Meaningless. Ryuma, all eyes gathered on Ryuma as he explained. Big slime is a gathering of many slimes, therefore, contract conditions can't be met. The contract only works on one monster. Contracting several at the same time is impossible. Contracting 1 out of 100 is also impossible. Because there is only one nucleus. So, the contract won't work. I succeeded, because I contracted many slimes individually, and then gathered them together. Ryuma, Chapter 5 Volume 1 Chapter 5 Side Ryuma, what's wrong? For some reason, after I answered their question, everyone, especially the Jamil family, looked at me with scary eyes. Did I do something bad? Magnificent. Reinbach, huh? What's magnificent? That's amazing, Ryuma-kun. You've actually solved a mystery that has been plaguing monster tamers for ages. Elias. Ryuma, what's wrong with these people? Their eyes are sparkling and they're way too enthusiastic for some reason. This is actually scary. Madam, Reinbach-sama, please calm down. You're scaring Ryuma-sama. Butler, sorry about that, dear. I didn't mean to scare you. Elias, sorry. I got a little too excited there. Reinbach, it's all right, Ryuma, let me explain what has these two so excited. The explanation you gave us just now regarding why monster tamers couldn't tame a big slime happens to be one of the mysteries that has been plaguing monster tamers. Big slimes aren't strong, but they're hard to fight, so there were a lot of people who tried to tame one. In fact, you still see some people trying from time to time, but of course, no one's ever succeeded. Reinhardt, out of pride, many monster tamers tried to uncover the reason preventing the contract from working, but they couldn't get any results. In the end, their research labs were cut, and though there are still those who research them to this day, no one has managed to succeed. At least, until you, anyway. Reinbach, Yuwa. This has unexpectedly turned into something crazy. Moo, what a weak reaction. Let me put it this way. The research on big slimes has been going on since roughly the very same day the arts of monster taming spread through the world. It's an unsolvable mystery, so unsolvable that people don't expect anyone to get results. In fact, it's treated by research labs as a waste of time. And yet that supposedly unsolvable mystery that has made many researchers surrender was solved by you. Can you still remain so calm knowing this? Elise, you're kidding, right? This was just a coincidence. Damn, this looks like trouble. What to do? What should I do? Ryuma, leave a record in the Tamer Guild and announce your findings. Elise, also they had an organization that gathered information on this sort of stuff. Judging from the reactions of these people, it looks like it'll get me a lot of attention if I announce it though. Oh, but this might be a good opportunity to leave the forest. Town, huh, Ryuma? When those words slipped out of my mouth, the people of the Jamil family and the servants reacted. Oh, I'm sorry. I forgot you don't like towns, Elise. We won't force you to record and announce your findings, but this is really one hell of a find, kid. I just want you to know that. Reinbach, I understand. Ah, Ryuma, after the slimes fused and entered, the path was finally traversable. In any case, let's enter, first. Ryuma, there are beasts prowling outside, it wouldn't do to stay out here for too long. I led everyone into the house, then I left to prepare black tea for everyone. The black tea I had were looted from the bandits that attacked me in the past. They had a lot of the same brand, so it's probably stolen goods. I only found out I had them when I went to look for a spear to give to Hayuzu-san. I didn't know since I'd already forgotten about the bandits' stuff. I had no need for money and I wasn't fond of stolen goods, so I just left them alone, but if I'd known there were tea among the loots, I would have brought them out sooner. Anyway, I brought out the best-looking tea leaves. They don't seem to have expired yet, so it should be fine. The only problem were the cups and the chairs. I didn't have enough for 12 people, so I had to quickly make some with earth magic. I made the tea with the ingredients I got 2 days ago. One ingredient was the honey I got from a bee's nest, and the other was a ginger I treated with lemon-style syrup. They were all I had to substitute sugar with, so I hope the guests like them. Sorry to keep you waiting. Please have some black tea. Ryuma, oh my. Thank you. Elise, that's a good smell. Reinhardt, You seem to have some good tea leaves with you. Reinbach, it's from the bandits, who attacked me. I have a lot, more of them. Ryuma, I see. It's good. Reinbach, indeed. Elise, you've really managed to bring out the aroma of the tea leaves too. Ryuma-sama, where did you learn to make your tea? Butler, from another world, is not something I could obviously say. Grandma taught me. Ryuma, grandparents equals omnipotent. I really have to thank the gods for them. If I had to make up a lie on my own, I would surely be found out. I was often called stupid honest back in my previous life, not that I agree with them. But, in any case, since all I'm doing now is using the setting that the gods prepared for me beforehand, a setting they prepared by summoning the souls of my grandparents and getting their permission, I don't feel like I'm lying. At all. I'm really thankful for it. There's more, honey, if you'd like, Ryuma, thank you. Elise, let me have some too. Honey is a luxury, so it's a pretty rare occasion to get to taste it. Hayuzu, wait a moment, Hayuzu-san. Camille, I got the honey from a bee's nest 2 days ago. It's free, anyway, so. Camille-san, please have some. Ryuma, huh, really? Then in that case, I'll have a little. Camille, hey, you're not so different from me, are ya? Hayuzu, around that time the young lady of the Jamil family, Ilialia I believe, noticed something as she drank her tea. Oh. It seems it's not only honey. There's something else mixed in. Ilialia, the butler immediately went to check. I wonder if they don't like the jija, ginger, and the lemon-like fruit. I can taste the juice of lemon. It's a refreshing taste, however, that's not all. Butler, fortunately, they don't think it's poison. I decided to reveal the mystery. After all, it wasn't like I added poison or anything. I also added jija root. Ryuma, oh, so this is jija. I thought it was just a salty vegetable. Who knew it could be used to draw the flavor out like this? Ilialia, jija can be used in cooking. Can remove the odor of meat and fish, Ryuma, that is good information. Thank you, Ryuma-sama. I shall inform the master chef as soon as we return. Butler, you're welcome. Ryuma, now then, before I completely forget, we came here to thank you for your help last time. Please accept our gifts. Sebesu. Reinhardt, yes, Reinhardt-sama. Item box. Sebesu, when Reinhardt-san mentioned about the gifts, the butler behind him stood up and invoked a spell. Suddenly, an empty circle appeared from thin air. The butler, Sebesu, extended his hand inside and took out something. Item box, as the name implies, it's a dimensional type spell that creates a new dimension to store items in. It's a difficult spell but also one of the basics of dimension magic. I can use it too, but I can't put that many items in mine. On the desk in front of me, upon which was a bucket full of fruits, came falling down countless rolls of paper and cloth. That's a lot. Ryuma, I didn't know what would make you happy, so I brought various goods. Please accept them. Reinhardt said as he opened the rolls. Inside the rolls were preserved food, clothes, writing tools, magic stones for lighting, clocks that moved via magic power, all sorts of things, each and every single one of which were piratical things that my house lacked. It seems he took his time considering what my house was lacking. I just eyeballed the clothes, so try them out first. If they're too big. Aaron, Lillian. Reinhardt, yes. Aaron, Lillian, you can ask these two to help you. Reinhardt, I was wondering why they would bring their maids with them to a place like this. As it turns out, they're here to ensure the clothes fit. I felt kind of bad, so it was fortunate that the clothes didn't need much changes. I should thank them. Thank you, very much. You brought so much. Ryuma, don't sweat it. They're not that expensive, and besides, we also have something to do around these parts. Reinhardt, something to do. Ryuma, remember when I said that we're a family of monster tamers? My daughter, Elia, has been studying all this time. Now that she's of age, she needs to tame her first monster, a slime. Reinhardt, her first monster, huh? Since he mentioned age, that must mean that she hasn't been permitted to until now. Well, monsters are alive, so she would have to take care of it, and it's also a little dangerous. It's only natural her parents wouldn't allow her until she's old enough. Congratulations. Ryuma, when I said that, the young lady drinking tea smiled and said, thank you. Since she's yet to tame her first monster, I might as well lend her a hand. We've been looking all this time, but we've yet to find a single slime. Elia, slimes. Are monsters too, they're living beings. There are times when you just can't find one. Reinbach, then, how about, here? Ryuma, I stood up and pointed on the map of the forest on the wall. River. There should be lots of slimes here. Ryuma, it was a river not too far from the house. It's where I get my water from, and in fact so do the wild slimes. If they look around it, they should be able to find a couple. For the record, when I went to get water once, I managed to catch 14 slimes. Of course, that was only a one-time thing. When I said that, the young lady's face beamed, and after getting her parents' permission, she asked me something. Can I call you Ryuma-san? Elia, please. Ryuma, then Ryuma-san, if it's no trouble, could you teach me which slime to pick? Elia, which to pick? Ryuma, yes. I only need one slime, but there's probably a lot out there. I'm not so sure which one I should tame. Elia, so that's what she meant. There's no good or bad slime, though. In that case, you should pick out your slime, according to what kind you want it to evolve into. It will take a lot of time, though. If you want strength, a different monster would be preferable. If you don't want to raise the slime for long, you don't need to think too much. Do you still want a slime? Ryuma, yes, it will be my first monster, so I intend to treasure it forever. Elia, what a pure face. Well, if it's her, she probably will treasure it. I should help her. Why do I think she would treasure it if it's her? I don't think I've ever thought like this before. Am I being fooled? Could I be interested in her? A mentally wise over 40 years old uncle like me. Stop. Let's not think too much. Is it not possible? Elia, I don't mind teaching her, but the way I'm talking right now sure is a pain. It would be great if I could talk smoother. If you're alright with me, sure, but only 3 types can be currently chosen. Ryuma, why only 3? Elialia, one of the evolution conditions is unknown, the other one, I don't have enough food, the other one doesn't suit women. That last one would actually be the best ability-wise, though. Ryuma, can I have a moment? Alize, while I was talking with the young lady of the Jamil household, the madam interjected. She had a serious look on her face. Mother, I am currently talking with Ryuma-san. This is important for my first contract, so please don't interfere. Elialia, I know that, but there's something bothering me. Ryuma-kun, if I've been hearing correctly, it seems you actually know the evolution conditions for the slimes. Alize, more or less. Ryuma, as I thought, the madam muttered, then she turned to Reinhardt-san, who promptly lightly shook his head. I didn't hear about this. I only heard he was researching. Well, that's probably what they were saying with their gestures. Could it be, this is another mystery, like the big slime? Ryuma, yes. Slimes can be found anywhere, but no one actually knows anything about them. You should be more careful who you teach those conditions to. Alize, I thought it was fairly simple though. But then again, even Japan has its own share of mysteries. If I ever get the opportunity, I would like to talk to those slime researchers. But that's still in the future. I need to figure out what to do with the present first. Chapter 6 Volume 1 Chapter 6 What should I do? I wondered. My answer? I'll tell them. To me the process is more important than the result. I started researching slimes because I was interested in them and because I enjoyed the process. I didn't really care about the result, and besides, I've already told them. It's a bit too late to try and be secretive now. It's all right. The conditions for evolution is diet. Different diets result in different variations. Green caterpillars lead to sticky slimes. Poisonous herbs lead to poison slimes. Slimes have preferences. If you feed them what they prefer, they'll eventually evolve. If you don't give them what they prefer, they might still evolve, but slower. Alternatively, they might die. Ryuma, I see, so that's how slimes evolve. Elia, seeing the young lady nod interestedly, I nodded and continued. More food will make the slime evolve faster. You can pick from poisonous herbs, green caterpillars, and the washed bones of monsters. Those 3 can give you poison slime, sticky slime, or acid slime. Ryuma, which type did you say I couldn't pick? Elialia, cleaner slime, scavenger slime, heel slime. Their abilities are the real thing, though. Ryuma, the 4 members of the ducal family did not know of the slimes I mentioned except for the heel slimes, so they couldn't help but glance at each other. What kind of slimes are the cleaner and scavenger slimes? Alize, they have the clean and deodorize skills. Ryuma, clean and deodorize. I don't believe I've heard of those before. Alize, I can guess what deodorize does, but what about clean? Reinhardt, it would be faster if you saw it for yourselves. Please wait a moment. Ryuma, I left the guests for a moment and went to the kitchen. There I took a cloth and dipped it in rabbit blood. I took that cloth back with me along with 1 cleaner slime. Sorry to keep you waiting. This is a cleaner slime. Please, look. Ryuma, a blood-stained cloth. What are you going to do with that? Alize, this. Ryuma, I ordered the slime mentally. As soon as I did, it took the cloth in my hands and took it into its body. The cloth spun around the nucleus of the slime. I've seen this scene countless times, but no matter how many times I see it, I can't help but be reminded of a washing machine. 10 seconds later. The slime stretched out a part of its body and handed the cloth to me. I spread the cloth open for the others to see. When the 4 members of the Duke's household saw it, they looked at it with inquisitive eyes. The butler and the 2 maids in particular were quite taken. The blood is gone, huh? The colors changed too. Was it digested? Reinhardt, it was sucked by the slime, right? Is that it? Alize, no, madam. That's not all. Maid, Aaron. The one who answered their questions was one of the maids, a middle-aged woman by the name of Aaron. Ryuma-sama, I believe that slime has the ability to eat filth. Am I understanding this correctly? Aaron, it is as you say. Ryuma, what does that mean? Reinhardt, that cloth wasn't just filthy with blood. There were other substances mixed in. Its current color is its original color. When you don't wash dirty things, the filth piles up, until eventually, it's no longer possible to easily remove them. In some cases, the original color is lost forever. So, in other words, the clean skill is a skill that can clean even the filthiest things. Am I correct? Aaron, you are. However, it's not just non-living things. Ryuma, I mentally ordered my slime, and in the next moment, it took my hand and the cloth into its body. Wah. Alize, don't worry. Ryuma, slimes would normally digest anything they put inside their bodies, so it was understandable why the members of the Duke's household cried out when they saw my hand enter the slime. In fact, it wasn't just them. Every person in the room made a stiff face when they saw my hand enter the slime. 5 seconds later, I took out my hand. Are you okay? Reinhardt, the cleaner slime, only digests filth. They won't digest human or animal meat unless ordered to. Ryuma, who would have thought there would be a slime like that? Reinhardt, please don't do that again. It's bad for the heart. Alize, my apologies. I've already gotten used to it, Anne. I really didn't want to touch this cloth if possible. Ryuma, well, it certainly wasn't very clean a while ago. Alize, it used to be a goblin's loin cloth, after all. Ryuma, everyone's face twitched when I said that, but the maids became even more interested. Apparently, that was because a goblin's loincloth was considered to be the filthiest thing in this world. With this slime, no matter how dirty or how disgusting something is, you can make it as good as new. Moreover, you normally can't take a bath while traveling, right? Ryuma, yes, at most I can just wipe myself. This was my first trip, actually. It feels so wrong not being able to take a bath at least once a day. Elialia, rest assured then, with this slime, all your problems can be solved. Ryuma, after I said that, the young lady of the Duke's household looked at me with lasers coming out of her eyes. Eek! I thought. This is really scary. For various reasons. To make things worse, the madam and her 2 maids' eyes also magnified. Because this slime can eat filth, bad odor, all the dirty things. Ryuma, that's the one. I want that slime. Please help me get a cleaner slime. Elialia, oops. Didn't I just say she couldn't pick this? Why oh why did I pitch it to her then? Not to mention this was the worst of them all. Ah, damn it. I lose myself too easily when it comes to slimes. At the very least, I should have pitched the scavenger instead. This is no good, Ryuma, how could you say that after showing me such a wonderful thing? How cruel. Elialia, Ryuma-sama, I am a maid of the Jamil household from a family who's served for generations. I too have studied the basics of monster taming. If it's no trouble, may I also know the methods of acquiring a cleaner slime? Aaron, I'd like to know too, Alize. The women seemed to go mad after being pitched such a wonderful slime. Their zeal was so great that the men actually faltered, the guards too. Ryuma-kun, please don't excite the women any more than this. Camille, the method is hard to say to women. Ryuma, you can't teach women. Camille, I don't mind teaching, it's just hard to say. Ryuma, they want to know, though. Camille-san decided to help me out by leading most of the men and I to a corner of the room. I get you. Reinhardt, who would have thought it would be something like that? Camille, that's certainly not something you can say to a woman. Zeph, I think not even other women could easily say it. Jill, well, I'm sure it'll sort itself out. Hayuzu-san, however, did not share our sentiments. He turned around without a care for the world, and, Ojusama. Madam. Aaron. I know the method. Hayuzu, he proclaimed it with a huge smile on his face. What is he doing? Does he know of a good way to say it? Really? Elialia, yeah. You just have to bathe and use the water as bait. Hi Yuzu, he said it. He said it super directly. Ah. There goes the slap. When the women had finally calmed down, Reinhardt-san explained the details. If you put used water alongside clean water, most slimes would go to the clean one. For some reason, however, some slimes would prefer the used water. Those are the slimes that have the inclination to become cleaner slimes. After picking out the slimes with talent, all that's left is to feed them nothing but water and filth. Sebum and sweat would probably work best. I can't believe such a slime actually exists. Alize, sorry. Ryuma, it's not your fault, Ryuma-san. Ilya, I think it's not easy for women to catch cleaner slimes. Ryuma-san. Ilya. Ryuma, I think I'll go with a cleaner slime, after all. Ilya, it seems the young lady hasn't given up just yet. Then which of the guards, Ryuma, that won't be necessary. I may only be an apprentice, but I'm going to be a monster tamer from here on. I can't possibly rely on others for this. Ilya, you don't need to do everything by yourself, Ryuma. Even then, I believe I should take the first step on my own. Ilya, your call, Ryuma. Aye. I'll do it. Can I have some water please? Ilya, everyone teared up at the young lady's speech. Her face was beet red, but she endured it. She doesn't really have to go so far. What's with the atmosphere, though? It's almost as if a protagonist has just made a life-changing decision. Anyway, it felt bad just bringing out some water, so I decided to suggest she use the bath. As a former Japanese, there are times when I really want to go for a dip, so I built a bath when I was building my house. Who would have thought it'd be used for something like this, though? There's a bath here. Please use it. Ryuma, you have one. Thank you so much. Ilya, I filled the bath with water magic and heated it with fire magic. When the water was at the right temperature, I called the young lady over. The entire preparation took just a few minutes. Magic seriously convenient. After the young lady came with the two maids, I went back to where the others were. Ouch. Man, they really glared at me. Hi Yuzu, you deserved it. Camille, it's because you didn't have any of that. Ryuma, by that I was obviously referring to delicacy. I was often told I didn't have any back on in my previous life, but even I wasn't as bad as him. Or at least, I think I wasn't. I mean, when I grew up I had to watch my mouth, or risk getting accused of sexual harassment. It would have been social suicide if I wasn't careful. Ah, Ryuma-kun. Welcome back. Alize, Madam, Ryuma, it's fine, don't mind it. She's made her decision and it's not like you lied, right? Alize, of course. Ryuma, then that's that. Besides, I'm happy to see she's serious about becoming a monster tamer. That being said, she could have just gotten the cleaner slime by asking one from you, though. Alize, what did she say? What? Ryuma, I said she could have just gotten one from you. That didn't cross your mind. Alize, ha. Why didn't I realize something so simple? If I'd realized that earlier, we wouldn't have had to go through all this mess. Maybe being here in the forest all this time has finally taken its toll on me. It's been 3 years since I started living here, after all. Good grief, Ryuma, oh, well it was interesting in any case. I thought, that's youth for you, or something. Anyway, I'm glad to see my daughter's resolve. Alize, is that so, Ryuma? I feel so tired for some reason. After the young lady left the bath, she took the water and searched the river for slimes. Meanwhile, I consulted the maids on the fitting of my new clothes. The young lady's luck seemed to be good, as she came back early, about the same time when I was done talking to the maids. The young lady brought the slime with her and contracted it in front of everyone. By then it was already dark, so I suggested for everyone to stay the night. I let them use the bath and cooked supper for them. The butler and the two maids offered to help, but I rejected their offer. I'm happy for the offer, but the kitchen is too small. We wouldn't be able to fit with 3 more adults. Not to mention, everything was built for a kid to use, so if they're unlucky, they might just end up breaking their hips. Incidentally, our menu for supper was fried beast meat with grated jija, my otherworld version of pork fried with ginger. Reinhardt-san seemed to enjoy himself, and the others praised me too. It was a weird taste for a Japanese like myself, though. Of course, I've gotten used to it by now. It's a pity, but it can't be helped since there's not a lot of rock salt to get from the cliff, and I even have to use alchemy to purify it because it's a mishmash of various minerals. If it weren't for alchemy, I probably wouldn't have stayed here for 3 years. The ingredients here in the forest are enough to live off of, but they're not enough to satiate my Japanese stomach. Well, at least they're happy. Chapter 7 Volume 1 Chapter 7 After supper everyone chatted over tea. Ryuma-kun, what are you planning to do from here on? Madam, to be honest, I'm not really sure, but I'm thinking of moving. Ryuma, my research has already reached a point where I could take a break and the slimes are starting to get too many for the house to handle. Moreover, I've also started to yearn for people's company and I also need more seasonings and food stuff. Because of that I started considering going around the world, but I wasn't sure what to say. After all, a kid who's been isolated his whole life couldn't possibly just go and say, I want to see the world, all of a sudden, right? That would be just too unnatural. In the end, I decided to make use of my all-powerful grandparents. My grandparents told me to live happily in town. My current lifestyle is no good. I don't think my grandparents would be happy to know. I live here. Ryuma-kun, madam. As the atmosphere in the room went solemn, Reinbach-sama closed his eyes and pondered for a moment, then he spoke. How about leaving with us then? Reinbach, huh? Ryuma, huh? What is he saying? Isn't this our first meeting? We are a ducal family, you know. We can at least take care of one person's necessities without problem. And besides, I think it's a waste for a skilled monster tamer like yourself to be secluding himself deep in the forest. I know you don't like towns, but how about it? Won't you try going out for a bit? Reinbach, I never thought he would propose something like that. The other people seemed to be in agreement too, what with those eyes that seemed to say, it's all right. Everyone here is so nice. It's enough to make my heart ache. We'll be going to Jimuru starting tomorrow. Once we're done with our errands, we will be going home. We'll pass by here again, so how about it? Do you want to travel with us? Reinbach, travel, Ryuma, I don't know anything about this world. The gods taught me some basic knowledge, but I've never seen anything in person. In fact, I didn't even know how big of a deal my slime research was until they told me. I'm sure there must be a lot more things I don't know. Alright. I think I might just get in your way. But if it's not too much trouble, will you let me travel with you? Ryuma, oh. So you're coming. Reinhardt, well. I've also started thinking of leaving the forest, so, Ryuma, I see. You'll have to prepare your belongings then. We can extend our departure time to tomorrow afternoon. Will that be enough time for you to get ready? Reinbach, I'll be ready by morning. I can bring everything with me with my item box, after all. Ryuma, oh my, you can use item box at your age. That's amazing. Madam, really? I thought a lot of people could use item box. Grandma said it was convenient, so I learned it. I heard a lot of people could use it, though. Ryuma, well, it's certainly an elementary level magic and a lot of people could use it, but the fact that you could use it while still being so young is a feat indeed. Madam, I think it'll be a pleasure studying with Ryuma-san. Elia, thank you. Ryuma, after thanking the Jamil family, the young lady, the maids, and the guards offered to help me pack, so I decided to start with the most troublesome room. Whoa, what's with this room? Hi Yuzu, it's filled to the brim with weapons and armor. Elia, picking out what to bring from all these won't be easy. Aaron, is that a pelt at the end of the room I see? Lillian, what's with those pile of bags at the corner that looks like trash? Hi Yuzu, the place I brought them to was none other than the storage room. All my loots from the bandits I've subjugated in the past 3 years are gathered here. I would sometimes come here to do maintenance on the weapons, but other than that, almost everything else has been stored away. I will be putting everything into my item box. That bag there contains the bandits' belongings. Ryuma, specifically. Hayuzu, don't know. Ryuma, don't know. You didn't bother to check. If you don't check your spoils properly after a battle, isn't that the same as risking your life for nothing? Hayuzu, it wasn't interested, so, Ryuma, I answered Hayuzu-san's question curtly, but there were actually several reasons. 1. Most of the bandits' belongings stank to high heavens, and 2. There were rarely anything noteworthy. In one particularly bad case, I even ended up pulling out rotten meat, literally trash loot. The money was irrelevant to me too. After all, I never went to town. What would I need them for? In the end, searching through the bags was just a hassle, so I stopped bothering and just threw them to the corner after having the slimes clean them up. Then should we check the contents first? Aaron, good, let's go with that. If the contents turn out to be junk, we'll throw it away. Let's split the work of putting away and identifying the contents, so we can get things done faster. What do you think? Jill, I nodded. At that, we left identifying the contents to the young lady and the 2 maids, while we took on the role of putting the things away. For a while, we continued with my group just throwing things into the black hole, but along the way, they noticed that some of the equipment and the pelt could be sold for a good price. But what most unexpected was that among the bandits' belongings I've ignored until now was a bag of coins with a large sum of money. 40 medium gold coins, to be exact. Even I know the value of 40 medium gold coins, so it was truly a fortuitous find for someone like me who's at long last decided to go to town. But after that matter with the slimes, I'm concerned about the accuracy of my knowledge regarding this world. To be safe, I should inquire the price of commodities. I thought that to myself as we cleaned out the storage room as well as the other rooms. When we'd cleared out everything, I called the cleaner slimes and scavenger slimes and had them add the finishing touches. When everything was sparkling clean, I suggested for the ducal family and the guards to use the newly cleaned rooms. You sure? If there's work to be done, we don't mind helping. It's all right. I can do the rest by myself. Only food and medicinal ingredients are left, after all. Ryuma, medicine, huh? That's certainly not something amateurs should be handling. All right then, but if there's anything else we can do, be sure to call us. Camille, thank you, Camille-san. Ryuma, it's fine, it's fine. Thanks for the room too. Honestly, any room with 4 walls would suit me just fine, so this is really a big help. Camille, after chatting a little and giving my thanks, I left now then. All that's left are the starter items I got from the gods. Oh, right. I wonder if I can take the slimes with me. I can't just leave them here. I should ask. They should still be awake. Reinhardt-san, Reinbach-sama. Ryuma, something the matter, Ryuma-kun. Reinbach, can I bring my slimes with me? There'll be 17 slimes all in all, Ryuma, sure, go ahead. It's only natural for a monster tamer to take his monsters with him. Reinbach, the carriage has plenty of space, so it's no problem at all. Reinhardt, I see, that's good to hear. Thank you very much. Ryuma, as I said that, they replied with a smile, saying, it's fine. They're really good-hearted people. If this were in Japan, the equivalent situation would be me hitchhiking and asking, by the way, I have 17 pets with me. Can I take them too? I don't know about others, but I definitely wouldn't agree to it. 1 or 2 maybe, but 17. In the first place, I don't even have a license, so I really can't overstate how grateful I am to the Jamil household. Oh, come to think of it, since I'll be going out, I might as well say a word or two to them. As I thought that, I went to the deepest room in the house. It was really nothing more than a wide open space, but inside, at the front wall, was a hollowed-out area wherein the statues of the gods were enshrined. The religions of this world don't prohibit idol worship, so sculpting a statue of a deity isn't a problem. In fact, there are adherents who buy small idols as models, so they could sculpt their own. They usually do it while praying in an area recommended by their church. Personally, I did just that and created the idols, allowing me to both thank the gods and practice my earth magic. After making the idols, I enshrined them at my training grounds and reported to them daily. But first, to keep others from seeing me, I'm going to block the entrance with earth magic. There. Done. I sat in the lotus position before the idols. After a few minutes of meditation, I opened my eyes and spoke. Today ended safely too. Your gods, so I'm sure you know, but some guests came today. I'll be traveling with them for some time, so I won't be able to visit for a while. I'm finally leaving the forest. I think I'll be able to keep the promise about visiting the church now. It's just, I don't know when I'll be able to come back, so I've decided to take all my belongings with me. If I decide not to come back here again, then I'll make new statues in my new home. Anyway. Until next time. After that I stood up, opened the entrance, and left. Speaking of which, it seems I only have a hard time when I'm talking with humans. Huh. Well, I've never talked to the idols before, so I never noticed, but I guess the stammering is because of nerves, after all. Well, whatever. With this I've settled everything that needed to be done. All that's left is for me to leave with the slimes. Let's sleep. Like that I went to bed, but I wonder what the town is like. I couldn't stop thinking of the town. Sleeping was harder than usual. Chapter 8 Volume 1 Chapter 8 The next day. When I woke up, the room felt different. As for what, I wasn't really sure. There was a magic stone for light by the bedside, though its brightness was lowered so it was dim, but other than that there wasn't much in the room. And then it clicked. The furniture was gone. Oh, right. I packed my stuff yesterday, didn't I? Wait, no. Something's off. Turning up the brightness of the magic stone with mana, I looked around me and saw that there was virtually nothing in the room. I did place some of my stuff in my item box, but I'm sure I didn't touch the tables, chairs, or shelves. I didn't break them either, so where are they? I don't see them anywhere. Actually, now that my head's a bit clearer, even my bed is gone. What's going on? Surely, I wasn't robbed, right? I mean, if some burglar had broken in I would surely have noticed it, and the slimes would have made a ruckus too. The Duke stayed over, but there's no way they'd steal my stuff. Those things wouldn't sell for much, having been made with earth magic and all. And besides, what kind of burglar would even think there's something to be stolen from caves? The spoils I got from the bandits could be worth a pretty penny, but I've already stored them in my item box. That leaves only the slimes. The slimes? Oh no. Oh. Normally, there'd be at least a cleaner slime in the room, but even that wasn't around. As I tried to get myself out of bed, all of a sudden, it felt like I was floating, and then in the next moment, pain greeted me. When I got up, the room became dim again. I turned up the lights, and the room was back to normal. The chairs, the desks, and the rest of the furniture were back in place. Apparently I'd fallen off my bed. I was dreaming. After calming down, I looked up the bed. Lo and behold, the slime was there, bending down a little as it stared at me. I could confirm that the other slimes were in the cave too. Good grief, please don't scare me like that, or so I wanted to say, but I guess it's not really applicable in a situation like this. How long did I sleep for? If I recall correctly, it should still be on the desk. Found it. When I looked up at the desk, a magic tool that functioned as a clock was there. The timepiece of the clock was a round, thin, gold plate with 2 long pins. That timepiece stood on a round pedestal that was supported by a Y-shaped metal stand. All the parts of the clock from the timepiece to the stand were of high quality, but the mechanisms that normally made a clock was nowhere to be found, making the whole thing look like a mirror. But that wasn't exactly wrong since it was polished well enough that it could be used as one. The clock had the numbers 1 to 12 just like in Earth. A full revolution was 12 hours, and 2 revolution was 24 hours or 1 day. In other words, it read just like a clock from Earth, so it was easy for me to use. Looking closely though, there's a slight difference in the seconds of this world and Earth's. But I've been living on this world for 3 years already and I've yet to notice any difference in the length of days, so maybe it's just my internal clock being messed up. Anyway, from looking at that clock, I could tell that it was currently 5:30. The clock doesn't have an M or a PM, but obviously it's M. If it were PM, that would make me one hell of a sleeper. I could sleep again, but I don't really feel like it. As I was thinking that, I heard the sound of footsteps approaching. Sibesu, san. Ryuma, good morning, Ryuma-sama. Sebesu, when I turned to the direction the sound was coming from, I saw the ducal family's butler walking. What's the matter? Ryuma, I thought I heard an odd sound a while ago, and then I saw the hallway lit, so, Sebesu, oh, did I wake you up? Ryuma, not at all. We servants are normally up around this time. Aaron and Lillian are already up too, but the others are still asleep. Sebesu, I see, Ryuma, well, in any case, the sun's up, so I might as well go draw some water. It'd be waste if I were to just loiter around here, and I'm sure I'll just get in people's way. When I told Sebesu my plans, he looked puzzled. Can't we just get water with magic? He asked. I did a little walking and some light training before leaving, then I told Sebesu and the others to use the facilities as they pleased and left. Phew. When I left the house, the peaceful atmosphere of the morn in the forest caressed my skin. I immersed myself in it as I took a deep breath. The sun had already started to rise in the distant sky, so there was enough light to easily walk the road. As I stepped on the grass wet from morning dew, I leisurely walked through the familiar road. I've walked this road to the river countless times. As I was starting to get sentimental, I suddenly realized that the dream this morning was about the house when I first came to this world. It's been a while, so it wasn't a perfect representation, but in the past, it wasn't just the furniture missing, I also didn't have that map on the wall or that path that led deeper in. When I was just starting out, all I did was dig and procure food and water. The dream this morning was about a time not long after I dug enough space to live a little. Oh, this is it. In front of me was the river I always drew water from. The deepest part only reached up my knees, so it wasn't very deep, but it was fairly wide, so it was convenient to draw water from. Rock, Ryuma, I made a water jug with earth magic. After getting used to magic I've started to rely on it more and more, but in the past, I definitely drew water here every morning. I also bathed, did my laundry, and trained by this river back then. Most of my time was spent here. One day, when my house was finally a little bigger, I went here to draw water, but then I happened upon a slime that had been washed away. It wasn't the first time that I saw a slime being carried downstream, but that time it was at an arm's length, so on a whim, I picked it up and brought it back home. That was when I first learned how to tame monsters. The basics of monster taming, also known as the contract, required one to weave a thread from mana and use that to connect oneself with a monster. Once the contract was in place, the practitioner could command the monster or understand its intention to some extent. It is also possible for the practitioner to know its position. When I completed my first contract, the vague emotion I felt from the slime was fear. When I saw it shaking, I decided to call it Tabuchi-kun because it reminded me of my first meeting with a former subordinate. At first, Tabuchi-kun was weak due to having been washed away, so it moved fairly slow. Even when I reached out for it, all it did was shake a little, but it didn't try to run away. When I gave it green caterpillar to eat, they managed to run away twice out of the 5 times I tried to feed it. It couldn't catch up to them. It tried to drink water from the river, but the downstream took Tabuchi-kun away again. I was wondering why the slimes were being washed away. Apparently, that was why. I continued feeding and training them, and after getting one to evolve, I began my research. And that's basically how I got to where I am today. How nostalgic. It's a pity Tabuchi-kun is no longer with us, but I still have his nucleus. I wonder how my subordinate, Tabuchi-kun, is doing. He was a chubby otakuishman who joined our company right after graduation. I had a lot of years under my belt, so I was tasked to show him the ropes. He quivered when he saw my body in my past life. I know I shouldn't be saying this, but he got along pretty bad with others too. He was never late though, and he always explained how to do something when asked. He would also always feel sorry whenever he did something wrong regardless of if the person in question knew or not. We both shared otaku hobbies, so although our direction and generation was different, we still talked some. He had some difficulties with communication, but he got a little better before I died. I saw him working before I died. Skill-wise there's no problem, but it would really be best if he just resigned and found a better company. Thinking back, I had my fair share of troubles with him, but he was definitely one of the better subordinates I had. If not for that, I wouldn't have named a slime after him. Ah, what am I doing? It's no fun recalling a no-good boss and a no-good subordinate. The slimes have gotten too many, so I don't name them anymore, but I can still distinguish them and call them individually thanks to the contract. It's really convenient. Oops, what time is it? Lost myself in nostalgia there. Seeing the sun reflecting over the water and how bright the surrounding area is, I don't think I have any time left for training. I should go back or I'll miss our schedule. I filled the water jug I made with water and carried it on my shoulders back home. When I got back, Jill-san and Zeph-san were standing in front of the house. They were shocked to see me carrying a jug bigger than myself, but we exchanged greetings, and then I went into the house. The clock was already pointing to 7 by the time I came back. Time sure flies. Oops. Ryuma-kun, you're back. Good morning. Reinhardt, I saw Reinhardt approaching. Good morning. Ryuma, are you ready to go? Reinhardt, no problem. Ryuma, good to hear. Reinhardt, after that I was invited to eat breakfast, and then I passed the rest of the time feeding the slimes. When the time to leave came, I ate with the ducal family, and then I took the slimes with me and left the house. I should block the entrance with earth magic. There. Alright, now it's time to start our journey. Shaking away all the nostalgia from these past 3 years, I turned around. There, the 11 people I would be traveling with were standing. Are you ready? Reinbach, yes, let's go. Ryuma, let's go then. Reinhardt, alright, let's go. Ojusama, Ryuma, if anything happens be sure to say it. Hayuzu was the first to walk, and then we followed from behind. Like this I took my first step toward a new beginning. Chapter 9 Volume 1 Chapter 9 After walking 2 hours through the forest, the path opened up, revealing the plains and the bare earth. As we continued our way, a group of guards dressed in armor just like Hayuzu and the rest came to view. When they noticed our group approaching, they placed a hand on their chest and greeted us. These people were probably acquainted with the Duke's family. Those people are Ryuma, they are members of the Jamil household's private army. They regularly patrol the region to ensure the roads are safe. Elia, today they're here to escort us. Yesterday I had them investigate the forest. Ojusama and Reinbach-sama said, but what did he mean by investigate? Ryuma-kun, did you know? These past few years, more and more reports of monster sighting and casualties have been coming. Reinhardt. No, this is my first time hearing it. Ryuma, I see. There are highs and lows when it comes to monster waves, but lately, the trend has been leaning toward the highs, so we have to increase the frequency of the patrols to ensure the citizens' safety. The reports from this forest are few as usual, but a few days ago, I heard about you. Reinhardt, me. When I found out that you lived here and that you defeated the strongest monster in this forest, the black bear, I figured you might have accidentally called the monster population. So just to be sure, yesterday, I asked the nearby village to investigate. Oh, so there was something like that. Is that the reason why he gave me so many gifts? When I was about to ask that to Reinhardt-san, a man dressed in an armor more extravagant than the others stepped out. He was probably the representative of the group. At that, Reinhardt-san left with Sabasu-san and received the man's report. We didn't want to get in the way of their work, so we distanced ourselves from them. Eventually, I saw Sabasu-san pull out a carriage out of nowhere with his dimension magic. I knew they had a carriage, but who would have thought he'd actually stored it in his dimension space? I mean, you can actually store something that big. As I peeked into the hole created by Sabasu-san's dimension magic, I figured he was probably using the intermediate spell, Dimension Home. It's compatible with the item box and is a league above it in terms of space. You can even live inside it. I've heard about it from the gods, but this is my first time seeing one in person. As I was thinking that, Sabasu-san pulled out one carriage after another. Just how much space does that magic have? While I was being surprised, the Ojusama seemed satisfied at my reaction and laughed. Those are only the carriages we will be riding on, you know. The ones for our luggage are still in Sabasu's dimension home. There's more. I yelled internally as I did a self-tsukomi. After that the madam took my hand and we rode the carriage with the rest of the Duke's family. All in all there were 6 of us inside. There were 4 from the Jamil family plus me, and after waiting a little, Sabasu-san rode too, which brought our numbers to 6. As for the slimes, they were placed on the tray on the carriage's roof. Apparently, that was something usually used for liquor and snacks. After ensuring that there was nothing wrong with the slimes on the roof and that everything was ready, we departed. We were riding on the same carriage anyway, so I took this as an opportunity to ask Sebasu-san about the magic he used a while ago. Apparently, Sebasu-san specialized in water and dimension magic, and was in fact, one of the leading magicians within the kingdom. When I heard he could use advanced dimension magic, I asked him a question. Can you also use another world? Ryuma, when I asked that, Sebasu-san looked at me with admiration. Oh ho, so you know even a magic like that. Sebasu, tamed monsters, can still scare the villagers, so. I asked my grandmother about dimension magic, wondering if I could use it in place of conjuration. Ryuma, can dimension magic be used to teleport monsters? Ilialia, it's possible indeed, as monsters can live within the dimension home. The same is true for another world. If you store your monsters there, they won't be able to scare the villagers. Sebasu, thank goodness. It would be really troubling if they couldn't live inside. In this world, there is a magic just like the magic I use to tame monsters, it's called conjuration. It's a magic tree that contracts monsters just like monster taming, but the monsters are only summoned when needed. Because of that, it's a lot more convenient than monster taming, garnering it greater popularity. Currently, it is more mainstream than monster taming, but that doesn't really matter. I chose monster taming because I figured it should be possible to use dimension magic to summon monsters like conjuration does. Though another reason is because I would be able to pick another kind of magic if I chose monster taming instead. Though it depends on the place, being a monster tamer does have a lot of inconvenient parts to it. Ryuma, there's also a problem with using dimension magic as an alternative. 1. You have at least use an intermediate spell. 2. Only a magician who can use dimension magic can take out the stored monster. Even if you hire a magician who can use dimension magic, if that magician dies, you'll never be able to get your magic back regardless of whether it's still alive or not. You also won't be able to call your monster out if the magician can't use his magic for some other reason. This holds true for all dimension magic spells regardless of class. In the end, some tamers see dimension magic as useful, while some don't because of the risks. Come to think of it, I also ended up discussing this with the gods when I brought up the subject. Now, regarding your question, I can indeed use another world, but it's not a magic I can use as I please. It's the most difficult spell of the dimension magic tree, so magicians who can use it are considered to be at the apex and are given much prestige. But that's about it. Sebasu, what do you mean? Ryuma, it's inconvenient. If I were to explain it in steps, another world requires 3 steps to invoke. First, one must create a big space. The space will decide how big one's another world will be, but it's completely reliant on one's mana pool. Sebasu, in other words, if you have a lot of mana, you can make a big world, but, if you don't have much, you can only make a small one. Ryuma, precisely. Moreover, the first step would exhaust all of the caster's mana, leaving him asleep for several days. And should the caster fail, he would have to do everything again. Sebasu, so, if you fail, all of your efforts will go down the drain, huh? If you do succeed, the second step requires you to create an entrance where you are and connect it to the space you created. This would also take a lot of mana, and again, if you fail, you start over. Everything up to the second stage is preparatory for the third stage, where you finally open the entrance you made. Generally, opening the gate would consume anywhere from 5,000 to 10,000 mana points. 10,000 mana points is the minimum required pool for someone to become a royal court mage. That's enough to make even the best magicians of the country to faint after just one cast. So another world really isn't something you can just pull out whenever you want. Moreover, having to go through so much trouble to create such a huge space also leaves one with the question of what to put in it. After reaching this point, the Ojusama asked a question. What does that mean? Since there's a lot of space, wouldn't you just put whatever you want in it? Ilialia, you could put your belongings in, but normally, the intermediate, dimension home, is enough for normal furniture and one's belongings. The only things you'd need another world for would be something on the scale of palaces or fortresses. At that level, the bigger question would be how to make something so big fit inside. In the end, there's really not much point to making such a big space. It's just a waste of mana. Sebasu, I see, Ilialia, well, it certainly has its cons. But the small matters aside, I should first focus on being able to cast Dimension Home. My monsters are slimes anyway. As I was thinking that, Sebasu-san spoke. If you have large-sized monsters, then there are some as big as castles. If you have those, then you might find another world useful. Sebasu, I see. Thank you. Ryuma, it's no problem. If you have any similar questions, just feel free to ask. Sebasu, by the way, Ryuma-san, what kinds of magic can you use? I heard you could use earth and dimension, and I also heard you heated the bath, so I guess you must have water and fire too. Elialia, telling them the attributes I can use should be fine. I honestly answered her question. Grandma says I can use all attributes. Ryuma, all attributes, huh? That's rare. Is there anything you specialize in? Sebasu, earth and dimension mainly. Then fire and water. I'm mostly focusing on the ones I need for my lifestyle, so there's no real specialization, I guess. Sebasu, And on top of that, you still have barrier magic and monster taming. Those with all attributes tend to become jack of all trades. Be careful. Sebasu, I will. Ryuma, come to think of it, the gods said the same thing, didn't they? Did I say something strange? Sebasu, huh? Ryuma-kun, you were smiling just now. Elialia, huh, I guess it showed on my face. My grandma said the same thing, before. Especially, since I tried my hand at healing magic, and alchemy too. Ryuma, oh, I thought it's because I said something strange. Sebasu, but still. Alchemy, huh? That sure is another strange hobby you have there. Reinbach, now that he mentions it, there sure is little information regarding alchemy. Is it that odd? Ryuma, you won't find a lot of alchemists these days. In the past, there were a lot who scammed people, saying they could make gold, so it's become an unpopular profession. It is said that there was once a man known as the Alchemy King who made a killing through alchemy, but other than him, no one else has succeeded. Reinbach, one reason is because the Alchemy King used the original version of alchemy, while present-day alchemy is nothing more than something profiteers came up with in hopes of striking it rich. Unfortunately, their version of alchemy is greatly inferior to the Alchemy King's, and with it being used mainly for scams, both the art and the profession have found themselves in a precarious situation. Sebasu, alchemists are secretive too, so they have a ghastly reputation. The other guilds are secretive in their own right, but the alchemists are in their own league. Elialia, it seems the alchemists don't have a good image. Well, it's not that different from Earth's alchemists in the past. Would it be better, not to tell people I study alchemy? Ryuma, that would probably be for the best. Reinbach, all right. Ryuma, when I said that, the Ojusama asked. Ryuma-san, what do alchemists do? Elialia, well. I don't know about the others, but in my case, the most I can do is purify rock salt. Ryuma, rock salt. There should be some that could be mined near the forest, but it was deemed useless due to having poison mixed in. Can you make something out of that? Reinhardt, the rock salt there has a lot of minerals, so it's poisonous to humans. As long as you remove the minerals, it can be consumed. I use alchemy to purify the rock salt from there. Ryuma, you can do that. Reinhardt, yes. The food we ate at my house, all used the rock salt from there. I got it from the cliff. Ryuma, Reinhardt became excited when he heard that, but it didn't take long for him to calm down. That's amazing. If you can do that, then you can sell th. Ah, no. It's no good. Word of the salt from there being bad has been spread for years now, so no one will buy it. Reinhardt, really? Ryuma, yeah, in the past, there were adventurers who happened upon it and tried to sell rock salt without reporting the mine. You can hunt and forage as you please save for certain designated places, but when it comes to rock salt, some nobles lose their bearings and try to monopolize it. I'm sure those adventurers didn't want that to happen, so they tried to profit off of it themselves, but people started getting sick when they sold it, so they were arrested and executed. It was a huge incident, so everyone in the country already knows that the rock salt from the Jamil Territories forest of Ghana is poisonous. Well, we never had any salt to begin with anyway, so it didn't really affect us, but still, I guess even other worlds have counterfeit goods. That cliff isn't very big anyway. So you can't get much salt from it, anyway. Even if you sell it into the market. I think it'll just lose out to other safer and more abundant sources. But if it's just the village nearby, or the Jamil household, I'm sure it would be useful. Ryuma, I see. That's unfortunate. Reinhardt, after that I got more information regarding the world. I enjoyed the swaying of the carriage as I chatted with the others. Chapter 10 Volume 1 Chapter 10 The carriage continued along its way, only stopping from time to time take a break. Around the time when the sun was about to set. In front of me were 10 coins. Of those 10 coins, 9 were in my hands. 3 were copper, 3 were silver, and 3 were gold. They varied in size, the smallest being about the size of a 1 yen coin, while the next biggest was as big as a 100 yen coin, and the biggest was as big as a 500 yen coin. The remaining coin on the madam's hand was a platinum coin about the size of a 1 yen coin. We're lacking 2 more, but right now, we have copper coins, silver coins, gold coins, and this platinum coin I have here. Each type of coin has 3 sizes, totaling to 12 different coins. A small copper coin is 1 suit, a medium copper coin is 10 suits, and a big copper coin is 10 times the size of the medium coin, making it 100 suits. The value of the coins from silver onwards is a bit different. A small silver coin is 5 times the worth of a big copper coin, making it 500 suits, while the medium is twice that, being 1,000 suits. From there on, you can just multiply by 5, and then by 2 on the next coin to get the values. The platinum coins are 10 times each, however. Allies, in summary, small copper coin 1 medium copper coin 10 big copper coin 100 small silver coin 500 medium silver coin 1,000 big silver coin 5,000 small gold coin 10,000 medium gold coin 50,000 big gold coin 1,000,000 small platinum coin 1,000,000 medium platinum coin 1,000,000 big platinum coin 1,000,000. A commoner's normal daily expenses would amount to about 100 suits, so copper coin is usually what's used. Silver coins are usually used for savings or for small stores. Gold coins are mainly used by large stores. It is also the coin most frequently by nobles. As for this platinum coin here, it's rarely used. When it does get used, it's only for big purchases or for dealings between nations. Allies, all right. I think I've more or less grasped how coins work here. While I was gathering my thoughts, the coachman called out to us. Everyone, we're almost at our destination. You should be seeing the town of Karabin soon. Oh, looks like we've made it to our stopover. And here I thought we'd be camping for sure. Wait a second, I don't think I have any identification. Ryuma, is something the matter? Sebesu, I have no identification. Is that okay? Ryuma, calm down me. Wasn't I doing just fine 2 weeks ago? If I panic, I'll start stammering again. Please rest assured, a temporary one will be given to those without. They'll have to conduct a simple investigation first, but it's nothing to worry about. Sebesu, thank goodness. It would be nice if I could do something about this speech problem already, though. As I was thinking that, I unconsciously sighed, causing the madam to worry for me. Are you okay? You really don't need to worry, you know. No matter what happens, I'll be sure to protect you. The town isn't a scary place. Madam, Ryuma, I think she's misunderstanding, I better correct her. Actually, I'm not worried about the town. Ryuma, really? Then what's the matter? Madam, it's the way I talk. It's weird, right? This way of talking, Ryuma, true, madam, I haven't talked to anyone in 3 years. It was only when Reinhardt-san came 2 weeks ago that I started talking again. So the words can't come out right. I'm surprised, myself actually. I've been talking to the slimes since then to practice. And while it's come back, to some extent, it's still weird. I just can't seem to fix. What's happening? Madam. Why are you hugging me? It'll be all right. Ryuma-kun. Just take your time, *sniff. You're no longer alone, so, madam, she's crying. Actually, it doesn't seem to be just her. The Ojusama and even the guys are crying. Why? Ah, I see. From another person's perspective, I must sound like a really lonely guy, huh? Not talking to anyone else for 3 years, and then when I finally meet someone, I can't even talk, so I go and talk to some slimes instead. It's okay, after all. I'm the one who decided to live in the forest, Ryuma. After that, I kept trying to tell her it's okay, but it wasn't effective. The madam hugged me until the very last moment when we reached the gates. When we reached the gates, Sabesu-san and Reinhardt-san got down the carriage. Apparently, they had to talk to the guards about my identification. After that, the madam and the others accompanied me to visit the guardhouse. Actually, I would have been fine by myself, but the madam was worried, so she came with me. Because of that, the guards and the other people in charge of the process became very nervous. I'm really sorry, people I don't know, for getting you caught up in this. Then could you pee please? Touch this crystal. Gatekeeper, this guy is way too nervous, not that I'm in any position to talk myself. Yes. Ryuma, I meekly followed and touched the crystal. When I did, a blue light shone from the crystal. When the gatekeeper in front of me saw that, he looked alternatingly between me and the crystal. Can you follow me inside for a second? Gatekeeper, did something happen? If I recall correctly, blue means innocent, but is there a problem? Sabesu, the light is blue. Everything should be fine, no. Madam, indeed, the light is blue. But a reward must be given. There is a record of DDD defeating a named bandit. So we must confirm and give reward. Gatekeeper, when the madam and Sabesu heard that, they calmed down, but the men didn't bring me away anymore and did the entire procedure within an earshot of the madam and Sabesu. Then let me ask you, young man. Did you by any chance defeat a bandit this year? Gatekeeper, yes. Ryuma, the crystal says you defeated Melzen of the Red Spear. Is this true? Gatekeeper, Melzen. Who's that? I don't know that person. Ryuma, he carries a red spear and is donned in a red armor. Doesn't ring a bell. Gatekeeper, when he described the men, an image flashed through my mind. Now that he mentions it, there actually was such a guy. His spear was really good, so I immediately stored it in my item box. I remember now. I stored his spear in my item box. Can that serve as proof? Ryuma, show me. Gatekeeper, I took out the spear. When the person in charge saw that, he examined the whole spear and wielded it. When I felt the presence of mana coursing through the spear, red flames suddenly spouted out from the tip of the spear. What? That spear can do that? I had no idea. I'm gonna try that next time. No doubt about it. This is a red spear and a magic weapon, it's definitely Melzen's weapon. I'll prepare your reward now. Gatekeeper, as the men handed out orders to the soldiers, they hurriedly moved out. As the men watched them leave, he spoke to me. I have to say, it's pretty amazing that you were able to take down Melzen. That man has gotten away from many adventurers and knights, he's definitely no slouch. If you don't mind, can you tell me how you beat him? Gatekeeper, I was attacked by bandits. After I beat them, they told me before they died, that they were betrayed. So I searched the area, and found Melzen and his men drinking in a cave. Ryuma, that's when you attacked. Gatekeeper, no. I am a monster tamer. I told my poison slime to go inside the wine barrel. Ah, I see, so that's how. Thank you for defeating him. Gatekeeper, after that, the soldiers brought the reward money, I stored it and my identification away in my item box. The guards of the Jamil family were ordered to go ahead to the lodging, so they were no longer with us by the time we finished. It was also decided that we would be walking to the inn, so the Ojusama would have a chance to sightsee. Incidentally, the reward for Melzen was 700 small gold coins. All of a sudden, I'm rich. I can't think of a way to use it, though. Anyway, I should follow the others and thank them. Thank you. Ryuma, it's fine, you don't have to be so reserved with us. Elias, still, it's pretty impressive that you actually beat that Melzen. Reinbach, rather than that, can we please go see the town already? Elia, calm down, Elia. Reinhardt, but this is my first time walking in such a big town like this. Elia, really? Ryuma, yes. Like I said yesterday, this is my first time going out. There aren't any places like this town here where I'm from, and besides, this is the biggest merchant town in the Jamil territory. You won't find many towns with more people than this. Elia, I see. Ryuma, there was indeed a lot of people, but it was still relatively empty for someone who has been to Tokyo. After all, when compared to Tokyo's packed trains, the town of Karaban was a whole league empty. Come to think it, isn't this my first time visiting an otherworld town? Not as exciting as I thought it would be. The old buildings are a rare sight, but they're not really something to fuss about. There are no beastmen or elves either. Wait, Ojusama. You're too excited. The crowd of people going to and fro wasn't that big, but the Ojusama was being too conspicuous. It was clear as day that it was her first time in town. It seemed dangerous, so I caught up to her. Ojusama, over here. Ryuma, thank you. There sure are a lot of people. I feel like it's so easy to bump someone. Elia, this Ojusama would stop at a weird place as soon as something catches her eye. That conspicuous behavior of hers was basically announcing that she knew nothing of the world. Thanks to that, some annoying people came. A girl was walking along a course that was sure to hit Ojusama, so I pulled Ojusama's arm to get her out of the way. It's dangerous. Ryuma, oops. Girl, after pulling the Ojusama away, I saw the girl clicking her tongue as she withdrew. So she really was a pickpocket. Oh dear, thank you. Oh my, what is that? Elia, this time it was a man walking from the alley. I pulled the Ojusama out of the way before they could collide. It's dangerous to jump out. Ryuma, Elia, Man, because I pulled the Ojusama out of the way, the man missed his timing and tumbled onto the ground. There are people coming out of the alley, be careful. Ryuma, thank you, Elia. After speaking to Ojusama, I approached the man. Are you all right? You're not injured, right? Ryuma, this little br. Man, the man tried to grab the nape of my neck with his left hand, but I lightly parried his hand up with my right hand and grabbed it. At the same time, I placed my left hand behind his elbow. Like this I twisted his arm and broke his posture without letting the Ojusama notice. The man was planning to say something, but when he realized he was falling, he stopped. I stopped him before he could completely fall, though, then I looked him in the eye and spoke. You're not injured, right? Ryuma, why yeah. Sorry about that. Thanks for lending me a hand, man, please be careful. Ryuma, good grief, don't lash out on a kid just because you failed. I'm actually an uncle deep inside, though. Lately, I've been forgetting whether I'm a kid or an uncle. Ryuma-san. Let's go there. Elia, you're still planning to sightsee. And how far are you criminals planning to follow us? After that I worked myself to the bone, protecting Ojusama from pickpockets, extortionists, and kidnappers. For some reason, the Jamil family seems to have left everything to me. That aside, though, is this town really alright? Isn't its public order too chaotic? Chapter 11 Volume 1 Chapter 11 Ryuma ended up accompanying Elia as her guard until Sabesa called them over to the inn. Presently, they were already at the inn confirming their reservation, but... Ow, Elia, are you alright, Ojusama? Ryuma, yes, my feet are just a little tired. Are you not affected by the carriage, Ryuma-san? Elia, I don't have any problems with them. Ryuma, a little but ache wasn't really going to affect someone like Ryuma who possessed both a stupid amount of stamina and level 8 pain resistance. But Elia was a little down after hearing Ryuma's response. He was a kid her age, and yet he was perfectly fine. Seeing that, one of the maids called out to her. The first time hurts for everyone, Ojusama. Aaron. Elia, once you've gotten used to riding, the pain will also cease. Ryuma-sama, you seem to be fine despite the long trip, could you possibly have some experience with horses? Aaron, no, this is my first time too. Ryuma, really? I thought for sure you had. Experience with how well you took it. Aaron, I've never ridden one before, but... I have ran alongside one while pulling a carriage. Ryuma, in Ryuma's school days, part of his running routine was to run alongside a horse while pulling a rickshaw. He's actually quite fast too, being able to outrun a horse several times. Because of that he was scouted by a rickshawman, and he started working part-time as one. Ryuma reminisced about those times as he said that last sentence, but unfortunately, from the perspective of Ilialia and Aaron, they could only take Ryuma's story as him being abused and made into a horse's replacement. Because of that misunderstanding, the conversation abruptly stopped and the air quickly became grim. What's wrong with everyone? Did I say something strange? The odds of getting found out increased in proportion with how much he talked about his past, so he intentionally muddied his statement, but because of that thoughtless remark of his just now, Aaron and Ilialia have suddenly found themselves with a grim expression. Ryuma himself didn't know that he was the cause for the sudden change in the atmosphere, but he tried changing the topic anyway. Ojusama, have you never gone out, until now? It seems, you're not used to carriages. Ryuma, yes. I've gone out before, but only to the nearby towns when there was something that needed to be done. I also rode with either my mother or my grandfather's familiars, so. And while I have ridden a carriage before, but in the end, that was only for short periods of time, so it doesn't really count. Ilialia, I see. Ryuma, who was an over 40-year-old failure at social interactions, did not have any techniques in the art of talking. After forcefully changing the topic, he had nothing to add, and silence filled the air once more. That silence was only broken when Reinhardt came back after finishing his discussion with the others regarding the guards and the plans for tomorrow. You've worked hard today, Elia. This time we're staying at an inn, so make sure to get a lot of rest. Reinhardt, yes, father. Ilialia, Ryuma-kun, I'm sorry about this, but we couldn't get you the same room as ours, so you'll just have to stay with the servants. Reinhardt, that's more than enough. Ryuma, it's a big room, but Sabase is the one working on the papers, so you should be able to stay in the same room as Zeph and the others. I'm sure it'll be easier if you can stay with someone you know. Reinhardt, thank you. Ryuma, after a while, Sabase came back, and everyone went to their respective rooms. Duke's room as the 4 members of the Jamil household made themselves comfortable at a corner of their room, Reinhardt suddenly asked Ilialia a question. Elia, what were you talking with Ryuma-kun in the lobby? The atmosphere was pretty odd. Reinhardt, when Ilialia heard the topic of his question, she quivered with a jolt. Actually, I accidentally touched Ryuma's past. Ilialia, really? Reinhardt, yes, Ryuma-san seemed okay despite having ridden the carriage for so long, so I thought he was used to it, but as it turns out, it was a first for him too. As it turns out, he's never ridden one before, but he has ridden alongside one while pulling a carriage. Ilialia, I see. But it didn't seem like he minded. He seemed normal when I spoke to him, so Elia, you shouldn't mind it either. Reinhardt, just have fun. Didn't you pull him wherever you want until you reached the inn? Just keep doing that. Elise, when Ilialia heard her mother say that, her face reddened. That was really embarrassing now that I think about it. I was too excited. Ilialia, you were a little too excited indeed. Elise, Ilialia, ho ho, it's good to be lively. Elia, you're still a kid, so it's fine to have fun. But remember, you can't be careless. If you act like that, you'll end up a target of ruffians, you know. Make sure to pay attention to your surroundings. Reinbach, yes, Ilialia, anyway. You should go take a bath and retire for the day. We'll be moving tomorrow and be camping again, so make sure to make the most of tonight. Reinhardt, I understand, good night, mother, father, grandfather. Ilialia, as Ilialia said that, she left the room. After confirming that she was indeed gone, the remaining 3 members of the Jamil family and Sabase changed the topic. What do you think of Ryuma-kun? Reinbach, I told Ilialia not to worry about him, but honestly, there's a lot to be concerned about. Reinhardt, he's not a bad kid though. Besides, if he were actually scheming something, he'd act more normal. Elise, I agree, but it still begs that question. What kind of life do you have to live to end up like that? He said he used a poison slime to kill the bandits, but I don't think that's all. Ryuma-kun himself is undoubtedly strong. The fact he was able to easily protect Elia while being dragged by her proves that. Reinbach, even putting aside the fact those ruffians were amateurs who couldn't even notice that we were prepared for them, there's no denying Ryuma-sama's feats. He really made our lives easier. Sebesu, indeed. Reinbach, as Reinbach said that, he looked down on his right hand. The small head of a snake peeked out of his sleeves. The snake slithered onto his palm and peeked through the gap between his index finger and middle finger, while he petted it with his thumb. That snake was a B-rank monster known as Assassin Snake. It was small but it moved quickly and was always wary of its surroundings. Reinbach had been using it to monitor the ruffians while Elia was walking around the city. Even if Ryuma didn't do anything, Elia would never have actually fallen into actual danger. If he's that skilled despite being so young, then could it be? Reinhardt, let's not concern ourselves about that now. Just let him be. All we need to do is to watch over him. Reinbach, that's true. Though it sure is sad seeing him react like that despite coming to a town. Elias, indeed. It doesn't have to be as pronounced as Elias, but children should be more excited with things like these. Reinhardt, he was completely unfazed by the crowd of people. He looked at them like he was looking at some rock by the roadside. Reinbach's observation wasn't wrong, but his interpretation of why Ryuma was making that face was. Ryuma was indeed looking at the crowd without any expression, but that was only because he came from Tokyo, which was always jam-packed with people. Naturally, someone who was used to seeing an even greater crowd going wouldn't be shocked when greeted by a smaller crowd. It couldn't be helped then that his eyes were completely expressionless. Unfortunately, these people ended up interpreting his expression as that of a soulless person's. What a glum thing it is to witness such a talented youth with eyes so dead. On this day, the needless misunderstandings regarding Ryuma increased. Servant's room. Ryuma was brought by Sebesu to the room he would be staying at. Excuse me. Sebesu, sorry to disturb. Ryuma. As Ryuma entered the room, he saw Jill, Zeph, Camille, and Hayuzu already in the room. The room was a simple one with beds and 6 tables lined up along each other. You came. Jill, well done. Zeph, it'll only be one night, but let's get along. Camille, that bed over there's free. Hayuzu, thank you for having me. Ryuma, after they greeted each other, the 5 of them started chatting. Ryuma was mostly answering their questions though. By the way, what do you normally do? Hayuzu. Ryuma, in our case, we normally eat out and drink ourselves dead, but you live in the forest, yeah. Hayuzu, ah. Normally, I research slimes, or practice my magic or train my body. Ryuma, that's it. Hayuzu, yes. Ryuma, isn't that boring? Hayuzu, magic and slime research is fun. Ryuma, that's your idea of fun. Looks like you have the aptitude to be a scholar. Camille, that sort of stuff is impossible for me though. Hayuzu, come. To think of it, Ryuma-sama, you do sometimes blurt out advanced knowledge or well-mannered speech. Did you study somewhere? Sebesu, I learned from my grandma. She taught me both academics and how to behave myself. Ryuma, your grandmother sounds like a wonderful person. Sebesu, she can do everything except fight. Ryuma, oh, then what about your gramps? Hayuzu, the exact opposite. A person who can't do anything but make weapons and fight. But he's really good. Even the weapons he makes are first class. I can't beat him in either. Ryuma, huh? You can smith. Zeph, I helped out, so I at least know the basics. I didn't learn properly though. I also haven't used it in 3 years, so I can't make anything decent right now. Ryuma, well, you certainly can't find any decent material or tool inside that forest. Camille, you finally left the forest after all these years, so you should go ahead and buy the things you need. If there's anything you want to do, you can walk around until supper. Hayuzu, when he was asked that, Ryuma said this. Then can I ask where the church is? Ryuma, the church? Unfortunately, it's already closed around this time. Camille, there's a lot of bad people in this town. Southwest they close their gates early. This town has the churches of the God of Creation and the God of Light. Which God do you follow? Jill, the god of creation. Ryuma, then, I'm sorry to say this, but you won't be able to get in today. If it were the god of light's church, you'd be able to get in with a generous bribe. Jill, really? Ryuma, the church of the god of light is big, but there's also a lot of unscrupulous people among them who would do anything for some donation. Camille, there are even adherents who believe in their god but don't trust the deacons or the priests. All the donation grubbers are with the god of light, so it's frequently said that only the pious ones are left in the god of creation's church. Hayuzu, the gods worshipped are the same, so there's not much of a difference in their doctrines. Most people just pike their church based on the scale of the church and the personality of the adherents. Camille, I didn't know that. Thank you. Ryuma, no problem. Sure is odd though that you'd ask where the church is as soon as you hear you can go out. You that pious. Camille, is it that odd? Ryuma, I'm also a follower of the god of creation's church, but I only go once a month. I rarely attend worship. Camille, Ryuma-kun, did you go to the church a lot before you started living in the forest? Zeph, only once since I was born. I just pray to the stone idol at my house. I have one at the house in the forest too. I made it, with earth magic. Ryuma, then why don't you go ahead and buy some stone instead? This inn is fairly luxurious, so you should be able to ask for some stones to make idols. Sebesu, Ryuma then bought 3 building stones from the inn just as Sebesu had suggested. The stones that could be bought from the inn were too high class, however, and they cost him 1 small gold coin for all 3 pieces. After that, he came back to the room and created an idol by shaving away the rocks with earth magic. The statues were so elaborate that Camille was taken aback. Ryuma was even able to earn Sebesu's stamp of approval. Incidentally, the reason Ryuma's work was so detailed was because he had already personally met the gods, so he had a good idea how they looked like. On top of that, he had the mana control skill, which allowed him control his earth magic with precision, and back in Earth, making figurines was one of his hobbies, so he was already used to this sort of work. Like that, Ryuma sculpted the 3 sculptures, and after Ryuma prayed to them, it was time for supper. When supper ended, Ryuma retired for the day to prepare for tomorrow's trip. End AMP, NBPS, Chapter 12 Part 1 the next day. In the end, I couldn't go to the church in Carabin. There's another one at our destination, Jamuru, so I think I'll just visit that one. Until then I'll pray to the stone idols I sculpted yesterday. And so, we continued on our leisurely trip, or so that's what I thought would happen, but it's a bit cold, huh, Elise, well, it is raining. Rheinbach, even though rain is so rare in this season. Elia, our luck sure is bad, huh, Elia. Reinhardt, a few hours after we left town, rain suddenly started pouring. The carriage had difficulty traversing the muddied road, so there was a lot of shaking for the passengers. We also moved a lot slower than before. My luck has turned for the better since coming to this world, and it's been a while since I've had such bad luck. But then again, considering how I'm inside a carriage while it pours, I guess my luck can still be considered good. Or at least that's what I was thinking when suddenly the carriage stopped and one of the escorts approached us. My lord, it seems there's been a landslide. We've confirmed that the road up ahead has been blocked. Escort, what did you say? Is that true? Reinhardt, yes, the road is completely blocked. A big stone and tree has fallen, so we won't be able to pass for a while. Escort, can't we go around it? Reinhardt, it would be a long way around if we tried. Moreover, while we've yet to confirm this, we believe there's a fairly large group of bandits should we try and go around. According to a person with the weather forecast skill, the rain should be stopping in a few hours. I recommend making camp and waiting out the rain. After that we can remove the blockage and be on our way. I believe this should allow us to reach our goal the fastest. My lord, please decide. Escort, a long trip would be harsh on Elia, and I'd like to avoid a dangerous road. Let's go with your suggestion. Rheinbach, thank you very much. We'll get to work as soon as possible. Escort, after that the carriage started moving again. Apparently, there's a tree we could use to take shelter from the rain just up ahead. Personally, I find it a bad idea to stay near a tree when it's pouring so heavily, but then again I haven't heard any thunder, so I guess it's fine. Just to be safe, I should stay at least 2 meters away from the tree. That should at least make it safer for me in case lightning strikes. 5 minutes later, the carriage stopped, and Aaron-san entered the carriage hurriedly. We're preparing the camp as fast as we can, please wait a moment. Aaron said with a smile, but I was more concerned about the escorts working behind her while completely drenched. As a former employee of a sweatshop back in Earth, I know full well that helping another person when he's slacking off or trying to help someone despite knowing nothing is a recipe for disaster, but I still want to help. If I recall correctly, there should be a barrier magic spell to ward off the rain. I haven't used it in a while, so I've forgotten already, but that should allow me to help them without getting in their way. Mind if I use barrier magic? Ryuma, why all of the sudden? Reinhardt, not good, that was too sudden. If I say that out of the blue without any explanation, there's no they would understand. The people outside are wet. I can use a barrier to ward off the rain. That should make their work easier. Ryuma, I see, that would help out a lot. Thank you. Reinhardt, after getting permission, I took out a coat made from pelt and wore it. The outer part of its cloth has been dried like a resin with the sticky slime sticky liquid, allowing it to repel the rain. My days hunting have gotten a lot easier ever since I made this thing. I quickly wore it, approached a crowded place, and just as quickly casted the barrier magic. Cover them and protect them from the rain shelter. As I chanted the spell, a dome-shaped barrier protected the people from the rain. Neither barrier nor mana could be seen by the human eye, so for a moment, the workers were shocked, but Kamil-sen was quick to pick up, and he waved his hands to thank me. The other people thanked me too, but I just waved my hand in return and quickly went to my next target. I couldn't cover everyone with one barrier, so I still needed to cast the spell in 4 more places. I went to the next closest one first. Incidentally, I'm also going to put a barrier up around the horses and the carriage, so I went back to the carriage. Good work, Ryuma-san. Ilya, thank you. Wave, Ryuma. I took off my raincoat while replying to the Ojusama and Sabesu-san, then I expelled the water off my outfit with a basic water spell to avoid dirtying the carriage. When I got back to my seat, there was a warm cup of tea and a new set of clothes prepared. The conversation naturally shifted to my raincoat. That rain gear of yours. I don't believe I've seen it before. Did you make it yourself, Ryuma-kun? Ilya, yes. Ryuma, I noticed it was very effective at repelling water. Was there a beast in the forest of Ghana that could repel water so well? Ilya, I just treated it with the sticky slime sticky liquid, and dried it. Water can't get through it, so it can repel the rain. Ryuma, the sticky slime sticky liquid has such an effect. Ilya, huh? She didn't know that. You didn't know about it? Ryuma, all I know is that it can be used as an adhesive. Ilya, really? For some reason, Reinbach-sama and the madam's eyes are sparkling. Is this a new discovery too? Just how little were slimes researched? Can I try that rain gear of yours a little? Reinbach, if you just want to test it, Ryuma, I took out several sheets of cloth from my item box. These cloths have already been treated. They're thin and water can't pass through them. They're also worn out, but after the cleaner slimes treated them, they're no longer dirty. Ryuma, these were originally from bandits or the loincloths used by goblins, so please excuse them being all worn out. When I handed out the cloths, it wasn't just Reinbach-sama and the madam who took them, but Reinhardt-sama and Sabesu-san also joined in. They wrapped the cloths around their hands, and then they extended their hands outside the window to touch the rain flowing along the barrier. Oh! It really can repel water. Reinbach, I'm not getting wet at all. Elias, it still feels a little cold, but that shouldn't be any problem so long as a pelt is added inside Ryuma-sama's rain gear. Sabesu, Ryuma-kun, why don't you work with us and announce this rain gear of yours as a new product? Reinhardt, excuse me. Did you need me for something? Aaron, while the 4 adults were busy testing the water-repelling abilities of my sticky slime sticky liquid treated cloth, Aaron-san suddenly opened the door to the carriage. Apparently, the helpers normally sat at the back, and extending one's hand out the window was the sign used to indicate when their help was needed. Oh, there's nothing actually. Ryuma was just showing us his newly developed rain gear. Reinhardt, is that so? In that case, I shall excuse myself then. Aaron, when Aaron-san was about to close the door, it occurred to me that her clothes were wet. She must have been working somewhere outside of the barrier too. I called out to her in a panic and took out a treated curtain made from one of the cloths I looted off the bandits. Wait. Aaron-san. Ryuma, yes, how may I help you? Aaron, this can repel water. Ryuma, I can borrow this. Aaron, you'll get cold if you get wet, so please wear it. Ryuma, thank you. I'll be borrowing this then. Aaron-san thanked me with a smile and left, leaving the rest of us to discuss the wonders of the water-repelling cloth. Chapter 12 Part 2 Apparently, this world mainly uses leather to make their water-resistant products, making bigger products such as tents significantly heavier. Compared to that, a cloth that has simply been treated with a sticky liquid is much lighter. Moreover, rainwear tend to get dirty easily. Using a material like leather would make the rainwear more likely to stain, and on top of that, there's also the possibility of mold growing. To avoid that, one would have to expend a lot of effort from rubbing off the filth to coating with oil, and then finally, drying. Compared to that, a sticky liquid treated cloth could be washed with water and it would also be less prone to getting dirty. In fact, I myself only use the water wave, to wash off the dirt from my rainwear. After that all that's left is to dry it. I've never had any problems. After explaining that, the conversation shifted to what kind of products we could make, and I suggested well-known modern products such as raincoats and umbrellas. Hearing about this world's rainwear has finally given me that feeling of being in another world. Still, it feels a little odd that my cheat seems to be heading toward the domestic affairs route. I'm pretty sure the power I received was supposed to be my magic, but somehow my modern earth knowledge is actually proving to be so useful. While we were talking, the servants finally finished preparing the tents. I've already forgotten about that, actually. Thanks for waiting, the tents are ready now. Oh, and thanks to you too for helping us out. Zeph, you're welcome. Ryuma, how long will the rain be pouring? Reinhardt, the guy with the weather forecast skill, says it should continue for a few more hours. We'll begin clearing out the rubble once the rain has stopped. Zeph, in that case, you rest until then. Especially, the earth mages. They'll be using a lot of their mana later, so make sure they rest up lots. Reinhardt, loud and clear, boss. Zeph, after that Zeph-san saw us to the tent. To my surprise, the tent was really spacious with 4 small rooms inside. What a big and amazing tent. The carriage shook a lot more today, so I'm sure you're tired. Rest up. Reinbach, alright, I'll rest up now, and then do my best later. Ryuma, they didn't just let me ride with them for free, they even covered my lodging. I have to do something for them. It'll be good training too, so all the more. Reinbach was confused when I said I would do my best, though. Do your best? At what? Reinbach, earth magic. I can help clear the rubble. Ryuma, just let the guards take care of that. You just rest, okay. Reinbach, you've taken care of me so much already. Please let me do it. It'll do me some good too. Ryuma, If you're going to say that much, then I suppose you can. But, you definitely have to rest when you're feeling tired, okay? You've already put up a barrier, so you better make sure you don't run out of mana, or it'll hurt. Reinbach, so that's what he's worried about. I'm grateful. Thank you very much, I'll be careful. Ryuma, after that a few hours passed. The rain stopped as expected and the guards that could use earth magic were split into several groups to clear out the rubble. I worked on the area where most of the earth mages were focusing their attention to. I used break rock to cause a big rock to collapse, then I used rock to harden the soil and sand, so that I could clear them out more efficiently. I also used create block, a magic born from synthesizing break rock and rock, to change the soil and the rocks into brick-sized building stones simultaneously. After which, I had the slimes carry them away. Unlike the others who were working on only one area. Either the soil or the rocks, I was working on both at the same time. Because of that I was able to progress much faster. On top of that, the slimes were carrying the blocks I made through a bucket relay, making the whole process even faster, as it allowed me to put almost all of my attention on magic alone. I was making progress at a frightening rate. When the guards saw me doing that, one of them approached me. Can I have a sec? Guard, what is it? Ryuma-kun, right. How do you use that magic? I can use earth magic, but I'm originally a swordsman, so I don't know much, but I've definitely never seen a spell that could deal with soil and rocks at the same time like the one you're using. Could you teach it to me too? Guard, this spell is called Create Block. If you can use Break Rock and Rock, then you can probably also use it. You use Break Rock to turn rocks into soil, and Rock to turn soil into rocks, right? Ryuma, yeah. Guard, then just imagine the process of turning rock into soil and soil into rock into as one process as you invoke your mana. That way, rocks will turn to soil, while soil remains soil, and then everything can be turned into rock. You should decide beforehand what size of rock you want to turn your target into. In my case, I make them just big enough for the slimes to carry. Ryuma, when the men tried it out on a nearby rock, the resulting size was a bit of a mess, but he still managed to successfully transform soil and rocks into transportable rocks simultaneously. Oh! I did it. I still need to work on the uniformity of the size and the number of rocks made at a time, but I still did it. With this I should be able to consume less magic. Thanks, Ryuma-kun. Guard, as long as it was of use to you. Ryuma, he asked me if he could teach it to the others too, and since there wasn't really a big difference whether one or two people learned it, I agreed. I went back to work, and after a while, the sun was about to set. When the signal to stop working was given, I went back to the tent. Ryuma-kun, welcome home. Madam, the madam came out to welcome me, but... Fuga. Ryuma, you worked hard. Ryuma-kun. Madam, let me go, please, Ryuma. Just when I was about to greet her, she suddenly embraced me. Can't breathe. I'm being choked by her chest. I beg you, let go. Madam. You're choking him. Please release him. Lillian, huh? Ah. Madam, asterisk cough. Ha, Ryuma, I'm sorry. Are you all right? Madam, ha. Yes, I'm all right. Lillian-san, dot. Ryuma, why yes. Lillian, thank you. You saved me, Ryuma. Oh, it's nothing. By the way, will you be having supper now? Lillian, yes, please. Ryuma, when I said that, Lillian led me to the dining table. Hey, Ryuma-kun. Looks like you worked up quite a sweat. Reinhardt, can you eat? Don't force yourself, okay? Reinbach, don't worry, my body is perfectly fine. Ryuma, ho. I'm pretty sure you used a lot of magic, though. Reinhardt, yes, it was amazing. What was that spell called? Create Block. Madam, that's right. Ryuma, thanks to Ryuma-kun and his slimes, and him teaching the guards that spell, it seems the rubble will be cleared out a lot faster. Reinhardt, that's good to hear. Ryuma, apparently, by the time we wrapped up for the day, there was one person who was able to completely learn the spell and 3 others who were able to use it at a fairly high level. Because of that, progress greatly sped up. Incidentally, the person who learned the spell completely was Gorch-san, the person I spoke to before. Around this time the food was finally brought over and we all started to dig in. Suddenly, Ilialia asked me a question. Ryuma-san, how big is your mana pool? Ilialia. Ryuma, come to think of it, how much mana do I have anyway? I've been casting one spell after another, so it should have increased. Is something the matter? Ilialia, I don't know how much mana I have. Ryuma, Didn't you go to the church when you were 10? Oh, right, you were cooped up in the forest, but in that case, how do you tell when you have enough mana left? Ilialia, based on feeling and my body's condition. Ryuma, is that okay? Ilialia, it's fine as long as you get used to it. So, people get their mana pool checked at the age of 10. Ryuma, yes, upon turning 10, a normal family would go to the church to get their child's status checked. They will also be able to know whether their child can be a mage or not in the future depending on how much mana he has. We nobles get checked at the age of 5, so we can start training as soon as possible. Since you're able to cast so many spells without running out of mana, you must have quite a bit. Reinbach, after that we talked about the city we're headed to and the various things to do after reaching it. After supper I was given a room in the tent. With everything that needed doing already done and with all the work to do tomorrow, I decided to go to bed early, but there was one thing bothering me. When we were talking about my mana pool, for some reason, the Ojusama kept looking at me. What was that about? I noticed her looking intermittently, but I have no idea what it means. We only talked a little, but now that I think about, it does feel like the topic was changed quickly. Did I say something bad? It's worrying, but I missed the timing to ask. I should ask when I get the chance. I should ask as nonchalantly as possible, but if I can't, then it might be better to ask when we're closer. How long have I been thinking like this? My eyes are so heavy. No longer in the mood to go against the call of slumber, I went to sleep. Chapter 13 Part 1 3 days later. Aside for that one landslide, our trip went smoothly. And because there was always someone with me around the clock, I gradually learned to talk normally. I'm still a bit stiff when talking, but people can at least understand me now. Today, we finally reached our destination, Jimuru Town. We're here, the town of Jimuru. Alize, so this is Jimuru, Ryuma, a quiet town surrounded by high walls and greeneries. That was my first impression of it. It was smaller compared to Karabin, the town we stopped by last, but because of that it appeared more stable. I've heard it specializes in iron and steel because of a nearby mine, so I was expecting it to be a bit rowdier, but this is good too. Along the way, however, Reinhardtsen mentioned that the production of iron has been declining, and this year it has finally reached the point where they might have to close the mine down due to lack of profit. Seeing the state of the mine is actually one of the reasons the Jamil household came here. That being said, it seems they've already made their mind to abandon it. There's more than one mine, so it shouldn't pose too big of a problem if we close one down, Reinhardtsen said. So they're definitely expecting to close it down. It's not really a topic to discuss with a kid though, so he might have left out some details. The acquisition rate from that one mine has been mostly zero these past 3 years, so unless they find a new vein, they're closing it for good. On top of that, the miners have already stopped working there since last year. Not that it's surprising or anything, after all, I'm sure anyone would prefer to do work that actually gets results. When it affects your income, all the more. We'll leave our luggage at the inn, and then we'll drop by the Tamer Guild to register. The Tamer Guild is the guild in charge of monster tamers and conjurers. Its main function is to introduce jobs and gather information. It also introduces its members to lodging that they can stay at with their familiars, as well as provide feed for cheap. In other words, it acts as a support to affiliated members. Other guilds also exist, such as the Adventurer Guild, the Mage Guild, and the Merchant Guild, but the Tamer Guild has the least members. Due to many people finding familiars scary, monster tamer as a profession is relatively unpopular. As such, the scope of the Tamer Guild is a lot smaller than others, and it also has fewer branches. Jimuru Town happens to have a mine nearby, so there's a branch here due to the abundance of cargo work. I heard most of that from the madam, though. The madam is in high spirits today, so much so that she pulled me and the Ojusama along as she hummed. But there was something bothering me, so I asked her a question. How much information should I give to the guild? Ryuma, sharing information is up to the discretion of the discoverer, so it's up to you to decide how much would be fine. Alize, I see, then. In that case, I'll register the information regarding the slime evolution conditions and the method to tame a big slime. I'll also register the 2 new slime variants. Ryuma, you're keeping the sticky slime sticky liquids usage a secret. Alize, yes, since doing so would raise the odds for counterfeit products appearing once waterproof cloths are introduced into the market. Ryuma, well, that's true. Alize, we were originally planning to go straight to the Tamer Guild, but then Reinbach-sama said this. Ryuma-kun, you've never gone to the church before, right? In that case, I think it would be better if we go there first to get your status examined. Reinbach, when he said that, Reinhardt-san and the madam both made an, oh, right, face. Apparently, one will receive a status board after getting his status checked at the church, a magic tool that allows one to show his status. Having one would make registering in the guild easier, so it was advisable to get one first. For example, if there was a requirement to know monster taming or conjuration to register, so long as one has a status board, all he would have to do to prove he's met said conditions is to show the column where his skills are located and he'll immediately be able to register. Without one would have to wait for a while, as the clerk in charge would have to prepare a slime, so that the applicant may attempt a contract to prove that he's met said conditions. As such, we decided to change our plans and go to the Church of World Creation first. Also, we left the slimes to watch our lodging while we're gone. We could have brought them if we were just going to the Tamer Guild, but it can't be helped. When we got to the church, the person who greeted us was an elderly woman dressed in religious garment. "Welcome, are you here to attend the chapel?" "None, we're here to get this child's status board. Due to some circumstances, he hasn't gotten his status board yet." "Reinhardt, greetings." "Ryuma, I see, follow me then. I will lead you to the baptism hall." "None, I had to follow the woman dressed in religious garment alone, as only people receiving the baptism could enter." "Please enter." "None, excuse me." "Ryuma, the room she led me to had a crystal ball and pedestal just like the one I saw back at Caravan at the guardhouse. Everything looked exactly the same except for the vertical rectangular depression about as big as one's hand on the pedestal. This plate will become your status board. We'll place this here in the depressed spot, and as soon as you touch the crystal ball, the baptism will end. The crystal ball will emit a powerful light upon touching it, but please don't be alarmed." "None, all right." "Ryuma," the woman said as she showed me a transparent plate. After setting it inside the depressed spot, she urged me to touch the crystal. "Please touch the crystal." "None, okay." "Ryuma," while feeling a little excited, I slowly approached the crystal and touched it. In that instant, a blinding light illuminated from the crystal. It was just like when I came to this world for the first time. The light was so strong that I was forced to close my eyes. In fact, it was so strong that it was not Eigengrau that greeted me upon closing my eyes but a red color that gradually grew weaker as the light became fainter. Chapter 13 Part 2 When the blinding light was gone, I opened my eyes, and what greeted me next was a space completely different from the earlier baptism hall. "This is the gods." "Hey." "Ryuma-kun." "Kyufo, over here." "Gain, behind you." Rurusha, dazed, I turned around, and there I saw the three gods that sent me to the world of Sail Fall standing. If they're here, then that must mean that I really am in that place. Gain, Kyufo, Rurusha. Did I die again? Ryuma, oh, no, not at all. We just stopped the time in Sail Fall a little and pulled your soul here. Gain, I didn't think we'd actually meet like this again, but who would have thought you would actually pray every day to that statue you made in the forest? Kyufo, remember how you did nothing for 3 years but train, research, and pray? On top of which you ate only enough to fill yourself. That's actually just like a clergyman's training. Rurusha, really? Because you've met us before you were able to believe from the bottom of your heart that we truly existed. And after praying to us every day for 3 years, you've cleared more than enough conditions to receive the oracle skill. Going to the baptism hall just woke it up, and in fact, once you return to your body, you'll realize that you've learned a new skill called Oracle. It should be about level 2 or 3. Gain, I see. In any case, I'm happy to be able to meet you again. Ryuma, there was a lot to digest even with just this short exchange, but everything was happening so suddenly that I couldn't process them all. We're happy too. Especially, since you came to church. Rurusha, it looks like you're enjoying your new life. We're always watching you, you know. And from what we've seen, it seems you're always doing one interesting after another. Kyufo, I never expected you to coop up in the forest for 3 years. It's a short time to us, but it's fairly long for you humans. To begin with, while that forest is relatively safe, it's not completely free of danger. At most, we thought you'd stay there for 1 year. Gain, the 3 gods happily talked like that, but it felt like they were wearing a faint wry smile. Did you know? You actually managed to make quite the luxurious home with just your magic and skills. Rurusha, that house of yours might look simple, but it's actually really amazing considering where it's located. I mean, despite being in the middle of a forest, it's safe, it's big, it's clean, and it has a lot of facilities. Especially that bath of yours, which is actually a luxury in this world. On top of that, I think you're actually the only one in this world with a toilet that clean. Kyufo, you making that much progress with your slime research was also a surprise. There's not a lot of people who research it to begin with. I was especially surprised by those 2 new variants you produced, the cleaner slime and the scavenger slime. Gain, So they really are new. I thought that might be the case after hearing someone from a monster tamer family say that they've never heard of them. Ryuma, I created the slimes, but all I did was give it the ability to adapt to its environment and reproduce. Because of that, its possibilities are endless. Unfortunately, it's too weak, so it just gets preyed upon by other animals, and its numbers don't increase much after birth. The slimes are born differently depending on the environment, so even I forgot about their potential. So, I say, you did a really good job. Gain, you must be the first person to research slimes that much. Rurusha, did people ignore slimes that much? Well, I made the slimes and even I forgot about them. In fact, I think you might even know about them than I do. Gain, so the possibilities of slimes go beyond even a god's knowledge. Ryuma, well, there are still a lot of things you have in mind regarding slimes, right? I took a peek at your research, and you just kept coming up with ideas I could never even dream of. To begin with, I may be a god, but I'm not all-powerful. We gods each have our own specialties and things we're bad at. There are times when the creatures we created do things that surprise us too. Gain, for example, humans normally can't hurt us because we're gods, but if you were to try and beat us up now, you'd easily be able to. After all, we don't have any combat abilities. We could use our divine powers to make it so that you can't touch us, but we can't win against you in terms of skills. Ah, but a god that specializes in combat won't lose. Kyufo, I see. Ryuma, I didn't know that. Well, humans do tend to think of gods as all-powerful. But in any case, it's good to see you having fun. Moreover, you actually made contact with that family. Rurusha, The gods know of the Jamil household. Oh, but they're gods, that shouldn't be a strange thing. Is there anything special about them? Not societally, but from the gods' standpoint. Ryuma, Chapter 13 Part 3 The one who answered my question was Rurusha. Their ancestor was an otherworlder we brought over from Earth. Rurusha, really? Ryuma, yep, she was a really good kid. She wanted to become an animal trainer, but because of some circumstances, she couldn't become one, so she asked us for the power to tame animals. Could it be that's the origin of monster taming? Ryuma, you're half right. Actually, there was a similar technique at the time, which she studied too. After combining that with the power we gave her, she created monster taming. After completing it, she went on to gain various achievements, gained a noble title, and ended up marrying a noble. She was pretty and fairly popular, you see. Oh, and it was a love marriage. After that, her lineage passed down her techniques and they became the official line of monster tamers. Rurusha, the current Jamil household, has also received many divine protections. Reinbach has mine, Reinhardt has Kyufo's, and Eliza's has Rurusha's. Their daughter Elia has also deeply inherited the blood of her otherworlder ancestor, so naturally, we know them well. Gain, we watch them the most after you. Kyufo, Then the Ojusama is very talented in monster taming. Ryuma, talented, yes, but that's something she inherited from her father's side. The otherworlder blood she inherited actually comes from her mother's side, a different otherworlder. That otherworlder was your stereotypical otaku. He hated exercise and did not want to learn martial arts, so he asked to be made peerless in magic instead. Unlike you, he asked to be given more mana. As a result, he ended up with a powerful magic that could be cast repeatedly. It did take him a while to learn various magic, though. Gain, it's because he didn't know how to take care of himself. Kyufo, he's a coward with no guts, so it's already fortunate that he didn't do anything bad. I was wondering what would happen after we bestowed him his powers, but he was paranoid to the very end. Rurusha, just how amazing was that otherworlder? Still. It seems there are a lot of otherworlders, huh? Will I also meet one in my travels? Ryuma, one gets brought over every time we take mana from Earth, so of course, there's a lot. But as for there being several otherworlders at the same time, it's fairly rare. After all, there's usually a 200-year gap between otherworlders, and that's considered short. Gain, although there are times when mana consumption goes up, mainly because of war, and we have to bring more people than normal from Earth, but normally, more than one otherworlder at a time doesn't happen. Presently, there's no big war, so I think you'll probably be the only one while you're alive. Rurusha, if you want to know more about otherworlders, you should read books. Most of them have powers and skills similar to that of gods, so there are a lot of legends and fairy tales about them. There are epics too. For example, Ilia-Chan's matriarchal side's peerless mage ancestor was summoned during wartime. That otherworlder came to be renowned as a brave warrior and a hero. There are also stories wherein the otherworlders get too arrogant and end up being treated like the Demon King, causing other people to kill them. You've heard of the Alchemy King, right? Rurusha, yes, is he an otherworlder too? Ryuma, that's right. He was a really annoying person though. Rurusha, he wanted to use alchemy, but when we told him there was no alchemy in the world, he said, go make it then. He was really arrogant too, such that he had his subordinates call him Alchemy King, and had them spread word. Rurusha, it couldn't be helped, so I had to figure out what alchemy was from him, and from that I put something together half-heartedly. Gain, half-heartedly. Could that be why it's so easy to use? Ryuma, that's right. Gain, I knew it. Write a simple magic formation, place the ingredients on top, apply mana. I thought it was a bit too easy, so that's why. I found it strange because it didn't need the careful balance of mana that the other schools of magic required. Ryuma, I didn't want to waste time because of his selfishness, you see. I may have too much free time, but I'd rather that than be annoyed. Gain, I agree with you there, but how to put it, Ryuma, even then, alchemy is still difficult for the people of this world. This world doesn't have any knowledge of chemistry, after all. The Alchemy King could use it easily because of his earthling knowledge, which allowed him to make a killing, but after that, no one else could use alchemy. The most people could do was separate some objects into their components. The Alchemy King was obsessed with money, so because he didn't want to have anyone taking away his profits, he never passed down his knowledge and abilities. The secretive nature of current alchemists is also due to his influence. Gain, so that happened, huh, Ryuma, he sure did whatever he pleased, that otherworlder. You're actually really docile compared to the otherworlders until now. It may seem like you're just being swept by others, but that's not actually the case. You can make decisions for yourself, you follow rules you've set, and you try out various things. To us and to Sailfall, you are the best kind of otherworlder. Kyufo, what's this all of the sudden? Ryuma, Fufu-en, we may act like this, but we're still gods. Gotta act the part from time to time. Kyufo, I see, Ryuma, you don't have to think too hard about it. Even if you just go with the flow like you did in your previous world, you won't end up like last time. Besides, it's not that bad to just go with the flow. Rurusha, it's enough to enjoy life, no. Gain, that's right. Yeah. Thanks. Ryuma, don't mind it, we are gods, after all. The least we can do is give advice. Gain, consider it as thanks for making our lives more eventful. Kyufo, we've almost reached the time limit. I'll give some advice before our time is up. Gain, I've lost the words I knew in my past life, so this is all I can say for now, but thank you. Ryuma, you're welcome. Rurusha, it's because everyone is watching over me. Ryuma, actually, the other gods have also been recently watching you. Gain, other gods. Ryuma, I opened my eyes wide at that sudden drop. The god of war and the god of magic both have their attention on you. It's rare since they usually hate otherworlders. Gain, you've only met us so far, but you'll meet the other gods too when the time comes. Rurusha, I never heard anything about that. Ryuma, don't worry about it, it's not like they're going to ask you to do something. But it seems the god of art and craftsman has already given you his blessing. It's not a bad thing, so don't worry. Kyufo, he said it's because he likes the way you drank liquor in your past life. That guy is also the god of liquor, and while you may not have drunk happily in the past, being able to drink that much is still worthy of admiration. He also mentioned that he'd like to see your drunken fist once. Gain, drunken fist. You mean that thing I copied from the movies in the forest? He was watching that. Who would have thought someone would like that stuff, Ryuma, you never know what'll happen in life. And with your grandpa who supposedly raised you in this world being a dwarf, well, Tikan, the god of liquor, also happens to be mainly worshipped by the dwarves. Gain, that does make sense. Ryuma, anyway, we really are out of time now, so we have to go. Gain, eh? Ah, right. I just went along with the flow and chatted, but before I knew it, our time is already up. That light started to glow around me again. It was nice seeing each other again. Kyufo, don't make such a glum face. We'll be able to talk again when you drop by the church. Although, we honestly weren't expecting this. Rurusha. I see. Then, until next time. Ryuma, yep, until next time. Kyufo, you really are an interesting person. I eagerly await the day we meet again. I'll watch over you throughout your days. Gain, as Gain said that, a soft light flowed out, and when the light ceased, I could see the woman in religious clothing again. Wow, that was an amazing light. The brighter the light, the more the gods love you, so you might one day receive a blessing from the gods. Check it with your status board later, okay? Looks like the time here really did stop just like Gain said. Maybe I should ask about blessings. Thank you very much. Is there anything I should know regarding blessings? Ryuma, a blessing is something a god bestows on you. No one has the right to say anything about it except you and your god. I'll answer if you have any questions, but I won't ask you anything. Also, it's normal to show your name, age, and race on your status card, but you should hide everything else. That's private information, after all. You can hide or show information by thinking about it. Try it. None. When she said that, I looked at the information shown on my status board. Chapter 14 Volume 1 Chapter 14 Part 1 Name, Ryuma Takebayashi Gender, Male Age, 11 Race, Human HP, 11,052 MP, 198,000 Domestic Skills Domestic Chores LV10 Etiquette LV7 Musical Instrument LV3 Singing LV3 Calculation LV5 Battle Skills Close Combat Mastery LV7 Sword Mastery LV7 Knife Mastery LV6 Hidden Weapons Mastery LV7 Spear Mastery LV4 Bow Mastery LV6 Staff Mastery LV6 Weight Control LV4 Throwing Weapons Mastery LV7 Stealth Mastery LV7 Traps LV6 Body Control LV6 Spirit Cultivation LV5 Magic Skills. Note, all levels in this section were previously LV1. Monster Taming LV2 Barrier Magic LV2 Healing Magic LV1 Alchemy LV2 Fire Magic LV3 Water Magic LV3 Wind Magic LV2 Earth Magic LV4 Neutral Magic LV3 Electric Magic LV1 Ice Magic LV2 Poison Magic LV2 Wood Magic LV3 Light Magic LV2 Dark Magic LV1 Space Magic LV3 Magic Perception LV3 Magic Manipulation LV4 Increased MP Recovery LV2 Production Skills Pharmacy LV6 Smithing LV1 Architecture LV3 Woodworking LV3 Molding LV4 Drawing LV4 Resistance Skills Physical Pain Resistance LV8 Mental Resistance LV9 Health LV7 Stench Resistance LV3 New Special Skills Survival Skills LV3 Focused Mind LV5 Greater Vitality LV3 Greater Stamina LV6 Super Regeneration LV3 TL Change Only. No change in Ross. Previously, Greater Regeneration. Titles Usurper One who has lived through misfortune Favored Child of the Gods Disciple of the Sage Disciple of the Martial God Blessings Blessing of Gain, the God of Creation Blessing of Kyufo, the God of Life Blessing of Rurusha, the God of Love Blessing of Tikan, the God of Liquor Well, the mana is about as expected. I was told beforehand that it would increase as long as I keep using magic, so there's no surprise there. The skills, on the other hand. A lot sure have leveled up. Not to mention, that's a lot of magic skills. What's with this disciple stuff? Oh, this must be the setting the gods provided to ensure that there's nothing suspicious about my high skill levels. There are also the blessings from Gain's group and the liquor god. Anyway, let's hide everything else except for the name, age, and gender just like I was told. Done. Ryuma, I'll lead you to where your chaperones are waiting then. I suggest asking them if you want a more comprehensive answer to your questions. None. When we left the baptism hall, I heard the sound of children coming from outside. Wait. Kid 1, ahahaha. Over here. Kid 2, I turned toward the source of that sound, and there I saw children dressed in old clothes playing. They are children under the care of this church. They're always so lively, so after finishing their chores, they would go out and play just like that. None, not sure if they're orphans or children who simply don't know their own family, though. Please follow me. None. I followed after the woman to a room in the church where Reinhardt-san, the Madam, Reinbach-sama, and the Ojusama were eagerly waiting. The baptism has ended without any problems. None. Sorry to have kept you waiting. Ryuma, it's fine. Reinhardt. After Reinhardt-san said that, the woman immediately excused herself. I'll be excusing myself now then. Please feel free to use this room until you leave. None, thank you. Reinhardt, I also thanked her. Thank you very much. Ryuma, you're welcome. Well then, none. I saw the woman off as she left the room, then I turned to Reinhardt-san with a puzzled expression. She seemed to be in a hurry. Is something the matter? Ryuma, the information within the status board is private information, so she's being considerate. Reinhardt, this room has also been prepared so that the baptized and his relatives may be able to talk among themselves away from prying ears. Madam, so that's how it is. Ryuma, it's best not to speak needlessly of one's status, after all. Hiding one's status board in the past was illegal, but because of that there were a lot of people who used that information for evil. As such, it's currently common practice to hide it. Reinbach, revealing one's status information reveals one's fighting style and abilities, not to mention HP, MP, and other battle-related stuff, so it's usually only revealed to people one can trust. Blessings aren't revealed for the same reason. Normally, only one's name, age, race, and, depending on the person, titles are shown. Reinhardt, I see. Ryuma, which is why, Ryuma-kun, you should make sure to hide your information, okay? You can ask us if you have any questions, but if you don't want to reveal something, you don't have to. Madam, these people really are so kind. I'll figure out later what to show. I understand. Ryuma, as I said that, Reinbach-sama nodded in satisfaction, then he spoke with a serious face. Now that you have a status board, there's something I have to tell you. Reinbach, what is it? Ryuma, it's about your abilities. From what I've seen so far, your abilities should be extremely high compared to other children your age. Because of that I'm sure a lot of people up to no good will approach you. If you don't want that to happen, you should hide your skills, and gain a position to protect yourself. The problem is you're too skilled, so it won't be easy to keep a low profile. Therefore, I think it would be best if you register at a guild as soon as possible and get a good position, or more specifically, a high rank. If anything happens, I'll help out, but you should still exercise caution. Reinbach, your abilities don't match up with your age, so anyone can immediately tell that you've received a blessing from a god, but depending what kind of blessing it is, your life can seriously be in danger, so be careful. Reinhardt, it's true I haven't really been holding myself back that much, but have I really done anything odd? It's not like I've given my all or anything. I'll be careful. Ryuma. Ryuma, as I said that, it occurred to me that the Ojusama was looking at me oddly like last time. I haven't really done anything in particular this time, so I wonder if there's anything she wants to ask. Is something the matter? Ryuma, Elialia, I thought there might be something you wanted to ask. Ryuma, that's, Elialia, when I said that, the Ojusama started speaking honestly. Actually, I'm a bit curious about how much mana you have. Elialia, mana. Ryuma, yes. Ryuma-san, last time you used a lot of magic, but you never ran out of mana. According to father, the amount of mana you used that time was enough to make a normal person faint, so I was wondering how much you actually had. Elialia, mana, huh. It'll probably be fine even if I tell these people. Especially, since they've already seen me use enough mana to make a normal person faint. I was only using it like I did back when I was living at the forest, though. Ah. That must be why I was told to hide my abilities. Now, I get it. Ah. I just checked a while ago, and it seems I have 198,000 MP. Ryuma, when I said that the people of the ducal family all opened their eyes wide and the Ojusama looked at me with a complicated gaze, but that was all. Huh. Isn't their reaction a bit lacking? 198,000 MP, and yet you could cast so many spells. Elialia, well, the bigger your mana pool is, the more spells you can cast. Ryuma, Oh, that's not what I meant. I mean you're able to use magic properly. Elialia, properly. Ryuma, Ha. Did I say anything odd? Ilialia, for some reason, the conversation was running completely parallel. The Ojusama was starting to be troubled, so Subesu-san interjected. Ryuma-sama, could it be that you don't have any difficulties using magic? Subesu, difficulties? Is that supposed to happen? Ryuma, when I replied like that, everyone was taken aback. Apparently, while a bigger mana pool gives a big advantage, it also makes it very difficult to control it, making it difficult to learn spells. Trying to release a small amount of mana, for example, would usually result in mana gushing forth like a broken faucet or something. Because of that, people with huge mana pools need to train more extensively on control compared to those with smaller mana pools. I think I have a clue why I'm like this. When I first came to this world, the first spell I used was Break Rock. At that time, the most I could do was to open a hole just big enough for my finger to get into. It was my first time, so I didn't realize it then, but I certainly did fail to control the mana I released, causing much of it to disperse. When that happens, the spell cast won't have any effect. In other words, I was soiling myself with mana, and I was just using a tiny bit of the mana I had. As I continued to use magic, that problem became apparent. And after more practice, I started to be able to control it better. Better control meant less mana consumption and more effective spells. 3 years later, I'd improved greatly, and the result were those spells I used when the road was blocked. Although it's the same spell, my current earth magic is leagues above that when I first came here. From my perspective, it's normal not to be able to use magic, so I didn't find anything odd about it. I just thought I'd grown a bit, but it seems, this was a bigger deal than expected. From the perspective of this world, someone who is able to control a vast amount of mana is a skilled person who's gone through harsh training. It feels a bit weird calling myself skilled, but anyway, I get it now. I never had anyone to compare myself to, so I never noticed. Sorry. Ryuma-san, don't you know how amazing you are for being able to use magic so easily? I'm the same age, and yet I can't use magic at all. Ilialia, huh? Ryuma, actually, my mana pool is at 200,000 MP, Ilialia, 200,000. Ryuma, Volume 1 Chapter 14 Part 2, 200,000. That's more than me. So that's why the adult's response was so lackluster. Gain and the others were right. Ilialia has definitely inherited much of her ancestor Otherworlder's blood. She was probably looking at me oddly because she thought I had a huge mana pool and was wondering how I could use magic well. I think I understand the situation now. Ryuma, that's good to hear. It's my first time meeting someone with a mana pool comparable to mine. To be honest, I'm also curious to what extent you can use magic and how you learned it, but I won't ask, Ilialia, it's okay. I can show you the magic section of my status board. I'm curious too, anyway. Ryuma, I called out my status board and showed the column on magic. I see you've learned many different schools of magic. The levels are also relatively high considering your age. You did mention that you could use all attributes, but I didn't think you'd actually be able to use them to this extent. Reinbach, all the beginner spells are at least level 2, and you even have level 2 or 3 intermediate spells. Reinhardt, your earth and space magic, in particular, are quite high. You've done well considering space magic is said to be one of the harder schools to level up. Elise, I believe it isn't too much to say that you might surpass even me. To think you even possess magic manipulation, magic perception, and increased MP recovery. Subesu, it's because I used magic a lot back in the forest. Water and fire spells were used for cooking and bathing, while I used the earth and space spells for hunting, so I was using them pretty much every day. Ryuma, did you use offensive magic? Elise, no, I mostly rely on archery and trapping for hunting. I could use the fireball spell, but it would leave the meat charred and the parts one could consume would be less. As for Earth Needle, I used it to fill my pitfalls. Ryuma, I see. So you were able to improve your magic this much by using them daily. In that case, you should start studying offensive magic. There's no harm in learning them, and there are monsters immune to physical attack. Subesu, oh, right. There were monsters like that. Or I mean, it's only a given monsters like that would exist in this world. Any fantasy light novel would say so. I really shouldn't have forgotten, but I was cooped up in my little space for so long that I actually forgot. I should start practicing offensive magic from now on. I would like to try it. Ryuma, the beginner spells are relatively easy, so you should be able to learn up to the intermediate spells with a little training. You have a lot of mana, so you might even be able to learn the advanced spells of the Earth School. Subesu, you have magic manipulation on top of your huge mana pool, after all. Coupled with your increased MP recovery, you'll be able to train a lot in a day. Reinhardt, those gifts of yours are very convenient as a mage. Don't waste them, okay? Reinbach, yes, I'll do my best. Ryuma, while I was starting to understand how unique my skills were outside the forest, the Ojusama, who was staring wordlessly at my status board, suddenly spoke. So Ryuma-san trained by using his spells in his day-to-day life. Then maybe if I do the same thing, I'll also, Ilialia, you don't have to use it for trivial things alone. You could also play with it. Ryuma, play with magic. Ilialia, she looked like she wanted to improve, so I told her of the things I did in the forest, but for some reason, she looked at me with a strange face. You've never messed around with the basic beginner spells? Ryuma, no. I've always been practicing my magic according to my curriculum. Ilialia, a person's skill in magic heavily influences his income regardless of whether he is a noble or not, so you won't hear a lot of people fooling around with magic. Allies, for example, fire magic can be used in places that require strong heat like a smithery. Ice magic or space magic can be used to transport food. Earth magic or wood magic can be used for construction or farming. There are all sorts, but the demand is there. Which is why the more skilled one is, the less difficulty he'll have finding work. Or at the very least, have more options than a non-mage. Reinhardt, I see. So it's not that playing with magic has been forbidden by religion, but that people have always looked at it as a means to put food on the table. As such, the people of this world treat playing with magic as the same as wasting mana. So, I guess she can't use this method then. But just as I was thinking that, the three adults started supporting me. Playing with magic. That's not something you hear often, but Elia, if you're interested, you should give it a try. Reinbach, you have 200,000 MP, after all. You should still have plenty left over even if you fool around a little. Reinhardt, it would make for a good breather too. Reinbach, I asked if that was really alright, and they said that the Ojusama has plenty of mana to spare. A little bit wouldn't hurt. Besides, it was something a skilled mage, me, suggested, so they figured they might as well give it a shot. Then I guess I'll teach the Ojusama how to play with magic. Or so I was thinking, but we're borrowing a room from the church right now. It wouldn't be a good idea to do it here. Then I'll teach you when there's an opportunity. Ryuma, really? I'll be waiting then. Ilialia, the Ojusama was so happy that she took my hands. It's a simple beginner spell that any actual mage could use, but seeing her this happy makes me happy too. Now then, I believe we should be going soon. We've already talked about what needed to be talked about and we still have other errands to run. Reinhardt, just as Reinhardt-san said, we still had to register at the guild. Remembering that, we all left the church and went to the Tamer Guild. Chapter 15 Volume 1 Chapter 15 Part 1 As I went with the others to the Tamer Guild, the first thing that came to view was tram stop where the monster-pulling wagons were. This is a mining town, so transport jobs are naturally the most popular jobs around here. Following that logic, there's a lot of large-sized monsters, most of which either look like a cow or a horse. There are also some boar-like ones. It seems small monsters can be taken inside the guild without any problem, so I could bring the slimes with us as long as I have them use the shrink skill. It was mostly humans inside the guild, but there were some goblins here and they're carrying luggage. Reinhardt-san led us to a counter. Welcome to the Tamer Guild Jimuru branch. How may I help you? Clerk, we will be registering my daughter and this child. We will also be submitting new information. Reinhardt, very well. Please follow me. Clerk, the person manning the counter led us to a room and served us tea. A few minutes later, a man dressed in clothes better than the other staff members came. With carrying some writing implements. The man had a hair of red and white in a ratio of 8:2, arranged properly as if he had taken the time to get it done. He looked fairly old. Light reflected off his hair as he looked toward us through his golden-rimmed glasses. It's been a while, Reinbach. I see the young lad, Reinhardt, and Eliza's daughter as well. Well-attired old men, it's been a while. Eliza, you seem to be doing well, Taylor. Reinbach, apparently, he's an acquaintance of the ducal family. Not bad, anyway. As for the two of you, this will be our first time meeting. I am Taylor Smith, the man in charge of the Tamer Guild Jamuru branch. By the way, Reinbach, since when did you have 2 grandchildren? I've heard of your granddaughter, I'm sure, but lately I've been forgetting things, so do forgive me if I'm mistaken. Taylor, Ilialia is my only grandchild. This boy here is Ryumakuen. By some stroke of fate, we met him a few days ago. We would like to register both him and my granddaughter to the Tamer Guild, and I would like you to raise his rank as soon as possible. Reinbach, can you really ask something like that? I yelled inwardly. When I glanced at Reinbach-sama's face, he said this. Ryumakuen, Taylor is an old friend of mine, he's a man you can trust. There won't be any problems. Reinbach, when Reinbach-sama said that, the branch head, Taylor, spoke as if nothing at all was amiss. I can accommodate him to some extent since you're the one introducing him, but a quick rank up will require that he has the skill for it. Taylor, don't worry, in the first place, the reason I'm asking this is because Ryumakuen is far too skilled for his age. Reinbach, so you want a position that will prevent some strange people from messing with him, I see. I'd love to sit down and hear about his situation, but for now, let's go ahead and proceed with the registration. Taylor took out 2 sheets of paper from the bundle of paper he was carrying by his armpit and handed them to me and Ilialia. Fill in the necessary blanks. Ryumakuen, will you be needing an amanuensis? Taylor, thank you, but I can write a little, so I'll fill the blanks in myself. Ryuma, I quickly filled in the blanks and submitted the paper to Taylor. The necessary blanks were name, age, race, and how long I've known monster taming or conjuration. So the young lady completed her first contract just a few days ago. Congratulations. Taylor, thank you very much. Taylor smiled at Ilialia, then he glanced at the paper I submitted. Ryumakuen, you completed your first contract 3 years ago. What familiars do you have with you now? Taylor, slimes. Ryuma, when I said all I had were slimes, Taylor made a difficult face. If all you have are slimes, I'm afraid it will be difficult to raise your rank. The jobs in this town revolve mainly around transporting goods or luggage. You need to at least have a goblin or a kobold if I'm to introduce you to a job. I can't just give you work you're unsuited to, after all. To raise your rank, the first thing needed is a merit of some sort. That's something you can normally build up by fulfilling one job after another. In other words, a person who can't work can't gain merit. Taylor, well, yeah. After all, if the guild can't get any work done, no one will trust them. Should I talk about my research here? As I thought that, I looked to Reinbach-sama and the others for confirmation. When I saw them nod, I went ahead and explained about the 2 new slimes I discovered, as well as my findings on the method to tame the big slime. Taylor didn't show much of a reaction to the 2 new variants, but as soon as I mentioned the taming methods of the big slime, he quickly hushed me before I could even say anything. After that he made a difficult face and fell silent. If you've really figured out the method to tame the big slime, that would indeed be a big achievement, but, Taylor, is there a problem? Ryuma, when I asked that, Taylor made a face that looked like he'd eaten a bug. There's a current trend among monster tamers wherein only those who can tame powerful monsters are considered excellent. Taylor, that's nothing new. Those people were around even when we were still children ourselves. Reinbach, that's true, but the trend has been getting stronger lately. People who share those sentiments have increased among the upper brass of the Tamer Guild. I'm in charge of the branch here, so I'm able to keep an eye for any discrimination of the sort, but transport jobs are still the main jobs here, so there are definitely a considerable number of people who share that sentiment. One's abilities aren't really meant to be dictated by such meaningless standard, but unfortunately, Taylor, we've digressed from the topic a bit, but after asking again, it seems I can indeed raise my rank by submitting my research findings. Only, the details of the promotion would require the details to be sent to the main branch, which will then scrutinize the information I've submitted and decide whether I'm worthy of a promotion or not. If they decide I'm unworthy, I'll end up being investigated and I might even be demoted. Moreover, because of the recent trend, slime-related matters aren't currently valued, so I might not be promoted even if I hand over the information on the big slime. In that case, I'll only be calling trouble to myself. I think it'll be better if I just give up. Volume 1 Chapter 15 Part 2, A lot has changed since I was active. Reinbach, it comes with the years. The old retires one by one, and now, even the upper brass are getting younger. Because of that, even the opinion on familiars is changing. Ah, forgive me, I'm starting to rant. Anyway, let's continue with the registration. Once you've been registered, you'll be able to purchase feed from the guild at discount, and you'll be able to receive tutoring from your seniors if you wish. There's nothing amiss with your documents, so all that's left now is to confirm your skills. You can show me the monster taming skill on your status board as proof, or you can choose to show me your familiar. Up to you. Taylor, the Ojusama, and I decided to show him our status board. No need to do it directly. Just place your status board on top of this stone plate. Taylor, the stone plate he presented had a hollowed part on it just like the one at the baptism hall. But this time there was a metal plate inside the hollow part. It seems we were supposed to place our status board on the empty part. The Ojusama went first, then me. When we inserted our status board, a character appeared on the metal plate. And with that, your registration is complete. We of the Tamer Guild welcome you as our new members. Taylor, after that the branch head, Taylor, asked me about my circumstances. I told him the same thing I told the ducal family. In that case, why don't you play it long for the Tamer Guild and register at the Adventurers Guild as well? If you can live in a forest for 3 years alone and even hunt a black bear, then you must be quite the hunter. The Adventurers Guild should be able to accommodate your promotion. Taylor, I thought it would be safer to rely on you, so we came here. Reinbach, I see. Sorry for not being able to help. Taylor, well, it's not your fault. I'm sure Ryoma will do just fine at the Adventurers Guild. Reinbach, the Adventurers Guild can't give jobs to people with no abilities either, but the basis of their ranks mainly revolves around one's survival abilities and battle prowess, so I probably won't have any problems with them. Although I couldn't help you with your rank, feel free to drop by any time you have a problem. I can at least lend you an ear. Taylor, I thanked the branch head and went with the others to the Adventurers Guild. Adventurers Guild. We didn't happen along any thugs or any such cliché developments along the way. I walked up to the reception desk normally and asked to register. The Adventurers Guild has 8 classes starting from rank G. Normally, one can only take jobs of the same rank, but it's also possible to take bigger jobs after forming a party. There are also times when the guild itself will gather several parties to execute a large-scale operation. Doing a job with other people, whether it's with just one party or with several parties, greatly reduces the difficulty of the job, so it's possible to take jobs even 1 or 2 ranks higher. The minimum age for registration is 10 years old, so I have that covered. Only, since I'm under 14, the guild will have to check my abilities, and I won't be able to work on jobs even if it's the same rank as me without the guild's approval. This rule was implemented to avoid children with no self-control from doing reckless things. That limit is lifted upon turning 14, but at that point, one has to take responsibility for all failure. One would have to pay the penalty for breaking the contract, and there's also the possibility of losing one's life. After the reception desk explained that, it was decided that I will be taking the combat examination. You want me to go all out? Ryoma, yes. You should do your best here and show the guild your worth. Sebesu, that would be for the best. Reinbach, will support you if anything happens. Elise, good luck. Elialia, just relax and do what you normally do. Reinhardt, as everyone encouraged me at the back of the training area, the receptionist from before came with a big burly man with a scary face. Are you the one taking the test? Scary-looking big man, yes, I am Ryoma Takebayashi. It's a pleasure to make your acquaintance. Ryoma, I see, and those people are your chaperones. Scary-looking big man, that would be correct. Reinbach, feel free to watch, but please don't interfere during the test. It won't be necessary. Scary-looking big man, but of course. Reinbach, the men turned to me after saying that. So your choice of weapon is a bow, huh? Alright, let's start right away. First, shoot those 5 targets from the line. You have 5 arrows. Shoot them one at a time. Scary-looking big men, the targets he pointed to were simply lined up along each other. Following his orders, I stood at the line and aimed at the first of the targets. I stood with my legs shoulder-width apart as I knocked an arrow and pulled the bowstring. I executed the entire thing smoothly without halting for even a moment as I shot the first arrow. There was no pause to my movements even as I drew another arrow and shot at the second target. I neither made noise nor panicked. I simply knocked one arrow after another as I quietly shot each target dead center. I was pretty good at archery even back then, but ever since coming to this world, my archery has reached a whole new level thanks to all the hunting I did in the forest. I definitely couldn't shoot these targets as quickly in my previous life. By the way, the school of archery I study under isn't Kyudo but Kyujitsu, so there's no need to stop like the Kyudoka people who practice Kyudo do with their 8 stances. I could stop if I want to, but the principle my father taught me was to focus on speed after confirming that the arrow would hit. In the past, my dad would hit me and yell at me if I stopped for even a moment. I started reminiscing after shooting my targets, but I quickly snapped out of it and looked toward the examiner. He was already walking toward the targets. After checking every one of them, he came back. Everything was hit dead center. They may not have been moving, but that's still an amazing feat, not bad. Next up are moving targets. Look at that wall over there. Scary-looking big men, the wall the man pointed to with his thick fingers was directly opposite the entrance. There was a pillar standing on one part of it, beside which was a gaping hole. A long time ago, a magic weapon called shotgun made that hole. It was a projectile weapon made by a famous adventurer called Kengo. Scary-looking big men, that's obviously an otherworlder. What was he thinking bringing a shotgun to a sword and magic world? It eventually stopped working, though, and his rank stopped at C. But because he was able to come up with this device, he still managed to live affluently. That's just how useful this device is. Scary-looking big men stopped working. Did he fail to maintain it or simply ran out of ammo? He definitely pissed Gain and the others off. Otherwise, they would have at least given him the ability to maintain and reload it. Besides, I doubt they would have given him such half-hearted support if he'd just properly talked to them. As I was thinking that, the examiner continued. Targets will come shooting out of that pillar's hole. Just shoot them as they come. There will be 50 targets all in all, and you'll also be given 50 arrows. Your grade will depend on how many you can shoot down. Scary-looking big man, in other words, he wants me to play clay target shooting with a bow. I understand. Ryuma, all right, we'll start at my whistle. Good luck. Scary-looking big man, the man handed me a quiver and stepped away. I wielded my bow and waited for the signal. Chapter 16 Volume 1 Chapter 16 Part 1 After Ryuma shot 5 targets dead center, Ilialia became very excited. Contrast her, however, the 4 adults were speechless. Amazing. Right. Father. Ilialia, why yeah, Reinhardt, I've always thought archers took their time to aim, but they actually shoot so quickly. Ilialia, Sebesu and Reinbach quickly pointed out Ilialia's misunderstanding. No, Ojusama, that sort of archery is not normal, but merely a result of Ryuma-sama's technique. A normal archer could never shoot that fast. An experienced archer might be able to, but even then, only if he were to forget hitting the target. Sebesu, Elia, don't use Ryuma as a standard. Handling a bow at that speed and hitting all the targets dead center is impossible for a normal person. You probably won't find many who could even in the country's army. Reinbach, really? Ryuma-san is amazing. Ilialia, that's true, but, Reinbach, we may have underestimated his actual abilities. Reinhardt, Ryuma wasn't aware of it, but after coupling the training he received in his past life with the live combat experience in this world through hunting, his skill in archery has already reached national levels and could be said to be one of the best in the country. The only help he received from the gods were in regards to his magic, hence, this ability could be said to truly be his own. After the stationary targets came clay target shooting. Ryuma stood at the designated location and drew his bow. The targets would be coming from the opposite wall, so neither Ilialia and company nor the examiner could see Ryuma's expression. Raising his concentration to the limits, not even a ripple of impatience could be found within his mind. In fact, there was neither excitement nor enthusiasm. He was as tranquil as a lamb on quiet pastures as he silenced his emotions and looked ahead. Ryoma might appear young on the outside, but he was already a nearly 40-year-old man who has trained his whole life. Because of that, he had a heightened ability to concentrate that was often wasted on his day-to-day life, only proving useful when he needed to do a mind-numbing task that needed to repeating. It was only on that aspect that his co-workers, who normally treated him poorly, acknowledged him. They spurred him on as a machine that could take on the annoying jobs. But those jobs never managed to make use of Ryoma's full concentration prowess. Throughout his whole life, there has always only been one thing that could allow him to demonstrate his concentration prowess to its peak, and that was none other than his martial arts. Ryoma would trace the same stance day after day, executing the techniques as naturally as breathing. It was already at a subconscious level and there were no impediments in his heart, hence, he could execute the techniques to their utmost. That was Ryoma's true power, a power which he brought with him from his previous life. Back then he had to adapt to his surroundings and put a lid on his abilities, otherwise, the people around him would fear him. But the laws and common sense of Earth no longer had anything to do with him, hence, from this forth onwards, in a place far beyond the reach of the prison that was his former world, Ryoma could at long last unleash his true power. At the whistle of the examiner, one clay target came shooting out of the right pillar. Ryoma predicted where it would go and shot toward it. Immediately after, the clay target fell to the ground, and another one came shooting out, but this time it was from the left pillar. Ryoma did the same as before, and the clay target fell again. Although Ryoma had to figure out from which pillar the target would shoot, what he had to do was the same. Relying on his long training, he simply shot the clay targets as they came. Gradually, the clay targets shot faster and faster, slowly raising the difficulty of the exam, but Ryoma still hit them. When two clay targets appeared at the same time, Ryoma shot one first, then he quickly drew another arrow and shot the other clay target before it disappeared in the hole of the other side. For the last part, 4 targets appeared at the same time. In response, Ryoma took out 4 arrows and shot them all within the span of one breath. When all targets fell, a whistle sounded, signifying the end of the exam. Sighed Ryoma Fu. Earth Needle. Ryoma, when the whistle signifying the end of the match sounded, I put down the bow and took a breath, only for a knife to suddenly fly toward me. Fortunately, by reflex, I managed to catch it in between my fingers and throw it back to the examiner. As the examiner drew his sword from his waist and cut down the knife, I threw away the bow and used the earth magic, Earth Needle, to create a sharpened rock rod, which I kicked at the base, breaking it, and then wielded as a spear. Stop. It's my bad, okay. The exam is over. You passed with flying colors, so put that scary thing away, will ya? Scary big man, the examiner did not seem to be hostile. Apparently, that knife was also part of the test, so I broke the spear with break rock, but I remained wary of him. Sorry about that. That knife throw is something I use to warn archers taking the exam. Archers have a tendency to ignore everything and focus only their targets, so there are a lot of guys who forget to take heed of their surroundings. That knife throw is me saying, if this were the forest, you'd be dead already. Most of the archers would make an unhappy face saying they were taking an exam, while the others would understand and be grateful, and while there are a few who manage to barely dodge, as far as actually starting a counterattack goes, you're the first. I don't have any qualms about your archery, so I won't put a limit on you. Feel free to take jobs of the same rank as you wish. Scary big man, a closer look at the knife shows that its edges were all rounded, so he's not lying, but I think he just likes to poke his nose into people's affairs needlessly. In any case, I finally stopped being wary of him and thanked him for the warning. I understand. Thank you. Ryoma, right, I'll be expecting lots from you from now on, so do your best without pushing yourself, aight? I'm Wogan, the Guild Master of the Adventurers Guild Jimuru branch. Glad to make your acquaintance. Wogan, he's the Guild Master. The pleasure is mine. I didn't think the Guild Master himself would be overseeing the exam. Ryoma, huh? Well, you know, Wogan, the Guild Master glanced at the members of the Jamil household and said, there's no way I could have left you in some greenhorn's hands when the Duke's family came with you. Wogan, well, now that he mentions it. Good point. Ryoma, no really, why are they with you? Wogan, I happened to meet Reinhardt-sama while I was hunting in the forest and was invited 2 weeks later to travel with them. Ryuma, what kinda circumstance is that? Wogan, excuse me for intruding on your conversation, but it seems the exam has already ended, so we would like to know what the result is. Seibeisu, the one who interjected, was none other than Seibeisu. Ojusama looked nervous as she waited for the results. Sorry about that. He passed with flying colors, so I won't be putting any limit on him. There are no problems ability-wise. Wogan, I see. Congratulations, Ryuma-sama. Seibeisu, congratulations, Ryuma-san. Ilialia, the Ojusama ran toward me and took my arms, then she went round and round around me as if she were dancing. When she's this happy, I can't help but be happy too. Ojusama, please let Ryuma-sama go. Ryuma-sama still has some things to complete. Seibeisu, ah. That's right, Ilialia, thank you, Seibeisu-san. Ryuma, after that we were brought to another room, or more specifically, the Guild Master's room, to register. Volume 1 Chapter 16 Part 2 TL Note, only Ryuma went to the Guild Master's room. Volume 1 Chapter 16, Exam Conclusion. As I've told you earlier, I won't be limiting the jobs you can take, so you'll be able to take jobs of the same rank as yours. Just make sure to be careful. Wogan, yes, I'll do my best. Ryuma, technically, you're strong enough to start at E rank, but you'll stand out too much with your age and might end up being hated by others, so I've decided to have you start at G rank. You'll have Tauku your way up. Wogan, thank you. Ryuma, I bowed to Wogan-san, but he waved his hands and stopped me. Ah, stop, stop. You don't have to use polite speech with me. It's just a hassle, so don't. By the way, who taught you how to handle a bow? An elf. Wogan, my grandpa did, but he's a dwarf. Ryuma, a dwarf, huh? Archer dwarves are rare, but they have flexible fingers, so I guess they have their share of experts too, although they're not as renowned as the elves. Anyway, with this your registration is complete. All that's left is for you to take this. Wogan, the guild master handed me an envelope. What's this? Ryuma, a letter of introduction to a blacksmith I know. Judging from the way you acted after deflecting my knife, you can also use a spear, right? That smith has a couple of spears, so why don't you pick yourself a nice weapon? He also has some armors too, though it's not his expertise. Anyway, buying from him is better than some cheap store. Wogan, I should just gratefully accept his kindness here. Thank you. I'll go when I need a new weapon. Ryuma, after thanking the guild master, I left the room. It was already dark out, so after rendezvousing with my companions, we went back to our lodging. It was then that I remembered something. Seibeisu-san, does this inn also sell stones to sculpt idols? Ryuma, yes, are you planning to make another one? Seibeisu, actually, I received the blessing of a god I've never prayed to before during the baptism this morning. I want to sculpt his idol. Ryuma, I see. If it's no trouble, could you share what blessing you received? Seibeisu, sure, it was the blessing of the god of liquor, Tikin, that appeared on my status board. Ryuma, the god of liquor, huh? It's rare for a human to receive his blessing, but Tikin-sama is not only the god of liquor but also the god of art and craftsman. He's usually worshipped by the dwarves. Do you have any idea why he would give you his blessing? Seibeisu, my grandpa, who picked me up, was a dwarf. I've also helped a little in his smithing. Ryuma, I gave Seibeisu the excuse I prepared with Gain and Company I see, so that's why. You must have done something that pleased Tikin-sama in the past. It's curious why he didn't give the blessing of the god of crafts instead, though, Seibeisu, the blessing of the god of crafts. Ryuma, Tikin-sama is known to bestow two blessings. One is the blessing of the god of crafts and the other is that of the god of liquor. From what I've heard, the former allows one to advance quicker as a blacksmith, while the latter prevents one from getting drunk or getting hangovers. Oh, and it also increases the odds of coming across good liquor. The latter blessing is still enviable, but it's not the kind of blessing that would gain animosity from others. Seibeisu, I see. Ryuma, in any case, if you intend to sculpt Tikin-sama's idol, then I'm sure this stone should be more than adequate. Seibeisu, as Seibeisu-san said that, he took a stone out of his item box. It was one of the stones I made from the landslide. That's, Ryuma, it's the stone you created, Ryuma-sama. Money is needed in the city, and this stone is of standard size, so I brought it since I figured it could help cover your living expenses. After all, it seems you don't intend to rely overly on me or the masters I serve. Sebesu, thank you. You actually went out of your way to bring something like that. Ryuma, please don't mind it. Now, about Tikan-sama's idol, word has it that he dislikes gaudy ones and prefers those exquisitely sculpted from the heart. Offering wine to the idol is also a good idea. Tikan-sama's picture and the liquor can also be purchased along with the stones. Sebesu, I'll buy it then. Ryuma, I went Sebesu-san to the employee lodging, and after telling them what we came for, they informed us that a rare expensive liquor, the Tears of Kuromi, had just arrived. I didn't know its value, so I only bought 3 bottles, but Sebesu-san's eyes changed and he immediately bought 2 barrels. As it turns out, it was Reinbach's favorite brand, but because its production was limited, it was extremely hard to come by. He told me it was thanks to my blessing that he was able to come across it. Doesn't it seem like he's also personally interested in it? After that I went back to my room, sculpted the idol, offered wine to it, finished my meal, bathed with the cleaner slimes, and then retired for the day. Like this my first day in Jimuru concluded. Chapter 17 Volume 1 Chapter 17 The next day. Today I went to the Adventurers Guild by myself. I have my slimes with me, but other than that, I'm alone. I was told during breakfast this morning that they had to meet the prefectural governor, so I decided go on my own today. The madam said I could just stay at the inn if I didn't want to go alone, but I'd finally registered at the guild, so I decided to take on my first job. How about starting with a simple herb picking job for safety's sake? With the basket I made in the forest strapped to my back, there's a slime inside. I took a look at the available G-rank jobs on the bulletin board. There were all sorts of jobs from picking herbs to cleaning to helping out with moving. It was really interesting. At first, I was thinking of taking on the herb picking job, but apparently, I could just take it after securing the herbs. In that case, I might as well just do something else and gather the herbs along the way back home. I searched the bulletin board for another job, and there were 2 posted that caught my interest. One was to help clean a house and the other was to clean the common toilet. Putting the house aside, I could probably clean the common toilet with the scavenger slimes. Let's ask the receptionist. Excuse me, can I ask a question? Ryuma, welcome, how may I help you? Receptionist, can I get the details on these 2 requests? Ryuma, which ones? Those. Those have been up for a while now, actually. They might seem like simple cleaning jobs, but those jobs are really dirty and stinky, so no one wants to do them. Not to mention, the scope, receptionist, are the places that big. Ryuma, very. The house cleaning job comes from someone living right next to a landfill. They're not really happy about it either, but it was cheap, so they bought the house anyway. Unfortunately, a few months after purchasing the house, the wall separating the house's basement from the landfill suddenly collapsed, and all that trash came pouring into the basement. Because of that the house has gotten all stuffy, and now, they need someone to do something about it. Cleaning the basement is useless unless the wall is fixed since the trash will just keep pouring in, but then, you can't really fix the wall with all the trash, so. As for the common toilet, the government was originally supposed to hire the people living in the slums to clean it, but apparently, they haven't been paying up, so now, the slum people don't want to work anymore. The latrine pits haven't been touched for about 3 months already, and the people are already starting to complain. At this rate, the situation will get really bad. Receptionist, that's horrible. It's so horrible you can't even express it with one word. An epidemic would probably be a bigger problem than the complaints, though. For both of those jobs, Ryuma, oh. You're well informed. That's amazing. Just as you've said, unclean places make it easier for diseases to spread, so it would be great if someone could take the jobs on already, but unfortunately, receptionist, how big exactly are the places? Ryuma, the house has a 200 square meter basement and the common toilet is 7 m wide and 2 kilometers long with 30 latrine pits. The request for the common toilet is meant to be taken 1 latrine pit at a time. Receptionist, what about the trash? Oh, no need to mention the common toilet, that one's obvious. Ryuma, most of the trash in the house is kitchen waste and the rest are lumber remnants. Receptionist, if it's like that I can have the scavenger slimes eat them. I see. Can I take the house cleaning job then? Ryuma, You're taking it. Receptionist, yes, I know a convenient magic for cleaning. Only, it costs quite a bit of mana, so there aren't many who use it. Ryuma, I see, take out your guild card then. There's no time limit, but if you stop midway, you'll have to pay the penalty fee. Receptionist, gotcha. Ryuma, I don't know if it's simply because there really weren't any people interested in the job or simply because the receptionist girl was dedicated to her work, but I handed the guild card to her, and she quickly took care of the process. After that I headed to the house I would be cleaning. Volume 1 Chapter 17 Part 2 The client lived in the eastern part of Jimuru in a district filled with cheap houses. Most of the houses were ancient, and in fact, even the house I would be cleaning was a rundown shabby house made of bricks. I knocked at the door. No one's coming. I knocked again. Still not coming. Are they out? I knocked again, but this time I called out. Excuse me. Is anyone in? I've come for the job request you posted in the Adventurers Guild. Ryuma, as soon as I said that, the sound of running footsteps and creaking wood sounded, then the door swung open. Did you really come to help, Nya? Client, the person that came out had cat ears on her head and a tail extending from her waist. It was a cat girl. I knew the beast tribe existed and I've even seen them in the guild before, but this is my first time talking to one in person. I'm a little excited, but it's a pity. My first time meeting a beastman actually had to be accompanied by this terrible stench. But, no. I won't lose. I'll show you the power of Japan's customer service. My smile won't break with just a little stench. Yes, I'm Ryuma Takebayashi from the Adventurers Guild. Would you happen to be the client? Ryuma, that's right, Nya. Did you really come to help, Nya? I'd already given up, Nya. Client, before we start, please confirm the details of the job. Ryuma, yep. That's it, Nya. My name is Mia, Nya. Thank you so much for coming, Nya. Mia, please thank me when the job's done. Ryuma, you. Mia, she's crying. I did my best to treat her normally, but she suddenly cried. Now what? Wait a moment. Please calm down, okay? Ryuma, sorry. It's just that I was so happy, Nya. All the adventurers so far were always full of complaints, and they always ended up leaving midway, Nya. There were even some kids who couldn't handle the smell from the entrance and left right there and then. You're the first one who actually looks eager to do the work, Nya. Mia, couldn't you have endured a little at least, fellow adventurers? It's not like you could catch anything just by standing at the entrance. Anyway, shall we get to work? It's at the basement, right? Ryuma, that's right, Nya. But what are you going to do, Nya? Mia, I heard most of the trash are kitchen waste and lumber remnants. I have a suitable magic I can use. Ryuma, really, Nya? Mia, yes, it costs quite a bit of mana, so there aren't a lot of people who use it. I also brought my familiars with me. Ryuma, you're a monster tamer, Nya. Well, so long as you can clean it up, anything's fine, Nya. Please take care of it, Nya. Mia, sure. Just to be sure, there are no valuables left at the basement. Ryuma, Nyan, I never even used it to store anything, so there's no problem, Nya. Though even if there were some, after being buried in trash like that, I'd just throw it away anyway, Nya. Mia, well, unless it's something really important, you'd rarely keep something that's been buried in kitchen waste for so long. Good then. I should be able to finish quickly then. You won't mind if I get rid of everything in the basement, right? Ryuma, no, Nya. Mia, I'll get to work then. Where's the entrance to the basement? Ryuma, over here, Nya. Mia-san led me to a flight of stairs extending down. Following that, I found myself before a door, on the other side of which was a mountain of garbage and a large business of flies. Closing the door for a moment, I let the huge scavenger slime out of the basket strapped to me and ordered it to split inside the basement, turning the huge slime into a colossal colony of slimes that filled the room till its roof. Then I ordered it to release some stench to attract the flies, and when they'd gathered, I ordered the slimes to eat them all. The scavenger slimes found them delicious. After that, all that was left was to leave the slimes to consume the rest of the trash. If someone were to see me, they might think I'm playing hooky, so to be safe, I put up a barrier of concealment to hide myself. 20 minutes later, the scavenger slimes told me that most of the garbage had already been eaten, so I finally entered the basement myself. It's a lot better now than before, but it still stinks. Moreover, as the receptionist had mentioned, more trash is coming in from the hole. It seems this house was built at the foot of a slope and the landfill is right above, which is why the trash slides down into the basement. Whose brilliant idea was it to build a house here? To make things worse, because the trash had buried it once before, the ground beyond the wall is unstable. I'm sure we'll manage so long as the scavenger slimes eat everything. Mia-san. Ryuma, did something happen, nya? Mia, the garbage pouring into the basement is to the left of the house, right? Ryuma, yes, that's the landfill, nya. Mia, I need to keep the trash from pouring in, so I'll drop by there for a bit. Just call me if something happens. Ryuma, after leaving a few words with the client, I went outside. This time I'm going to take the slimes to dine at the landfill. Mia, they're slimes. Ryuma, indeed, Mia, she looked at me suspiciously like a long-lost relative who happened to be passing by. I should put up a barrier of concealment here too. There's nothing legally wrong with having a slime for a familiar, but there might be some people who have issues with that, so just to be safe. The barrier of concealment works because it utilizes dark mana, and it makes it so that people will pass through it unconsciously. When I first learned it, I ended up leading myself astray. I passed by my own house several times before I noticed that the barrier I directed was messing with me. While thinking of stuff like that, the scavenger slimes went to work, and 1 hour later, all of the trash had been eaten. Still, I wonder what's up with these slimes. They don't need to eat a lot, but when you feed them, they'll keep eating until you run out. In any case, the trash is gone now. The wall is still dirty, but that's where I come in. I went back to Mia-san's house and had the scavenger slime and cleaner slime spray the basement with deodorizing liquid. When the stench was all gone, I washed the filth off the walls with water. Mist wash. Ryuma, by generating water with water magic and compressing it, I was able to spray off the filth from the walls. I came across this spell while trying to cast Water Cutter, a high-pressured water cutting spell, and when I failed, this came about. I noticed it was similar to one of the cleaning tools back in my previous life, so I figured I could use it as cleaning magic. Even stubborn filth is worthless in the face of this spell, but it uses a lot of mana, so cleaning an entire room is quite taxing. On the bright side, it can be used as long as there's enough mana, but it's only really practical for people with a big mana pool. And done. Ryuma, after washing off the filth from the walls, I had the scavenger slimes drink the filthy water. The room is all clean now, but the hole in the wall bothers me. Leaving it like that wouldn't be good, so I figured I might as well cover it up. Having made up my mind, I used Create Block to turn the dirt outside into brick-sized stones and turned the hole in the wall into a square, then I used the sticky slimes hardening liquid in place of cement and filled the hole with my brick stones. The slimes helped out too, so the whole thing only took us about 20 minutes. With everything done, I had the cleaner slime clean my body, then I put the slimes back into my basket and went back to Mia-san. Mia-san. Ryuma, nya. You're dressed like when you came. Is something the matter, nya? See, could it be you're going back, Mia? Yes, I'm done, after all. Ryuma, nya. What do you mean, nya? Mia, showing would probably be faster, so I took Mia-san and the giant question mark on her head and brought her down to the basement. The moment she saw how clean her basement was, her jaws nearly fell to the ground. What in Nire Nation is going on, nya? Mia, I cleaned it. Ryuma, amazing, nya. You really cleaned it, nya. It was packed with trash, so everyone's given up until now, but you actually cleaned it. You even fixed the wall, nya. Mia, it would be problematic if trash were to pour in again, so I covered the hole with earth magic. It might be a bit conspicuous though since I used a different stone than those used with the rest of the walls. If you don't like it, I can change it back. Ryuma, no need, nya. I don't mind it, and besides, I was planning on having someone fill the hole once the place has been cleaned up anyway, nya. So thank you, nya. Mia, I see, then the job has been completed, yes. Ryuma, of course, nya. You cleaned everything perfectly and you even fixed the walls, so I'll pay you extra nya. Mia, thank you. Ryuma, Mia-san happily signed the completed column of the request form. With that the job was done, and all that was left was to bring the form to the receptionist and get my pay. Mia-san sent me off with words of thanks. Like that I finished my first job and happily walked back to the guild while feeling a sense of security that I could work even in this world. Chapter 18 Volume 1 Chapter 18 When I got back to the guild, I spoke to the receptionist girl again. Excuse me. Ryuma, oh, you're that kid from this morning. Receptionist, it's done. Ryuma, done. It's only been 3 hours, are you sure you don't mean you're giving up? Receptionist, nope, I completed the request. Ryuma, as I said that I handed the request form. Wow, you really did complete the job. You even got a bonus. Amazing. Although this job isn't particularly hard, the stench is horrible and most people lose their resolve just from seeing all that trash pouring in endlessly through the hole. Receptionist, I knew a convenient spell. Ryuma, good job. Here's your reward for completing the request, 30 silver coins. Receptionist, the receptionist girl brought me the reward on a plate. That's a lot more than the request posted for. I did hear I would be getting a bonus, but isn't that a bit much? Ryuma, Mia-san has been increasing the reward since everyone kept refusing, and on top of that, you even got a bonus. This much is just right. Receptionist, I see. Ryuma, by the way, the guild master asked me to call you to his room when you returned. Mind dropping by? Receptionist, the guild master. The one who replied to the receptionist wasn't me but the men on the next counter. Don't worry, it's nothing special, just the usual. Receptionist, what do you mean? I'm Ryuma Takebayashi, by the way. Ryuma, I'm Jeff Grange. That old man's a busybody and just loves to help out young fresh recruits under 13 like you. He helped me too when I was new. He looks more of a bandit than any real bandits, but there's no need to be afraid. Jeff, I see. Thanks. Ryuma, it's fine. Jeff, after that a voice called out inside the counter. It was the guild master. Exactly. You don't have to thank that guy. Wogan, guild master. Receptionist, gay. Old man. Jeff, you go gay after seeing someone's face. And whose face looks more like a bandit's than real bandits, huh? Wogan, yours obviously, old man. Jeff, shut it. It's not my fault my face is so stiff. And I don't recall ever making an evil face like some bandits. Wogan, don't women and children run when they see you in a dark place? Jeff, goo. But the people of this town don't. Wogan, that's because they're already used to it. Jeff, cough, enough, Ryuma, come. Wogan, seemingly hurt by Jeff-san's words, the guild master pushed down on his chest called me over as he went back inside. I followed him in after saying my goodbyes to the receptionist and to Jeff-san. The room I was brought to was the same room as yesterday's, the guild master's room. Sit where you like. Is that a basket? You stand out like a sore thumb. Wogan, sorry, my familiars are inside. Ryuma, you were a monster tamer. I thought for sure you were a hunter. Wogan, they're just slimes and I only learned from watching, so at most, you could call me a monster taming hunter. I mainly just use the sticky slimes for traps and the poison slimes to coat my arrows in poison. Ryuma, the guild master broadly grinned. That's a nasty combination you have there. Wogan, you think? They're just slimes, you know. Ryuma, I'm sure you already know this, but don't look down on advanced slime variants. A lot of adventurers think they're no different from normal slimes, but they couldn't be more wrong. Well, okay, a lot of them are still weak, but an acid slime's acid can spoil armor. Fighting those repeatedly will easily turn new armor into rags. Poison can take your life, and a stick slime is a pain in the ass. After all, if you can't move, what are you gonna do when another monster shows up? Nothing, you just wait and die. Adventurers who fought with slimes like those will never look down on them. Wogan, I see. It looks like I'll have an easier time in the Adventurers Guild then. Actually, I went to the Tamers Guild, but apparently, there's a current trend of looking down on slimes. Ryuma, I've heard that story lots from that old guild master. So that's why you came here, huh? Wogan, yes. Slimes can't take on manual labor, so I came here to find some other work. Ryuma, Wogan nodded several times. So that's why. Anyway, on to business. I heard you took on your first job already. From the looks of things, it seems you did well. Wogan, yes, the client was satisfied with my work. I even got a bonus. Ryuma, ho, you were able to do it that well, huh? I heard it was a cleaning job of sort. What job was it? Wogan, I cleaned Mia-san's house. Ryuma, the guild master's eyes opened wide. You cleaned her house. Wogan, you know about it. Ryuma, well, Mia is an adventurer who lives in this town, so yeah. I see her around a lot. Wogan, I see. Ryuma, still, since you were able to complete her request, that must mean you were able to clean her house. Wogan, yes. Ryuma, I didn't think there'd actually be anyone who could clean her house. So, how did you clean it? Goin, I knew a spell suitable for the job, but it costs a lot of mana, so it's hard to use and isn't very popular. Ryuma, ho. In that case, I have another job I'd like you to take. Wogan, could it be? Are you by any chance referring to the common toilet? Ryuma, what? You knew about it. Wogan, yes, I was choosing between that and Mia-san's house this morning. Ryuma, that'll make this quick then. We were tasked by the government office to clean the common toilet, so now we're being blamed for it. It was originally their fault for not paying the slum residents, but the people are starting to complain. Wogan, I heard that from the receptionist, actually. Is that really true? Ryuma, it is. You know the town's income has been decreasing these past years, right? Wogan, I heard it's because of the declining mines. Ryuma, right, so the government office cut down on expenses, but their methods mainly revolved around cutting the budget for the town's management and shifting the problems to the people. Wogan, the biggest cut was the budget allocated to the slum people. The government office has been gradually cutting down on personnel, until eventually, they didn't have enough people anymore. When certain jobs couldn't be finished on time, they shifted the blame onto the workers, saying that it's only because they weren't taking it seriously that the job wasn't done yet, and then forcefully drove down their pay. When the people started to complain, they argued that there's no point in hiring a large group from the slum people since they won't take the work seriously. But with the pay provided being essentially zero, it was only natural that the slum people wasn't interested in working for them. They may be poor, but if there's not enough compensation, even the slum people won't be willing to work. It's not like they're asking much either. But if the compensation they receive isn't even enough to cover their minimum living expenses, then what's the point of risking getting sick? All that will do is just make their lives worse. It wasn't worth the risk. Wogan, I see, so that's what happened. Just let me get ready and I'll do the job. The soonest I can do it is tomorrow. Ryuma, thanks. I'll pay you lots, so do a good job. Wogan, you can count on me. Ryuma, I should try talking to Reinhardt-san and the others too. They're the ones with the most authority around here. They'll be interested to hear what I did today too. Once they've been informed, I'm sure they'll take care of it. What are you thinking? Wogan, did it show on my face? Well, I'm by myself today, but I was thinking of talking to the people who accompanied me yesterday. Ryuma, the guild master broadly grinned. No wonder Jeff-san says you look like a bandit. That face. Well, aren't you a nice kid? Do you think they'll help? Wogan, I'm sure they'll do something about it so long as they're informed. Ryuma, on what basis? Wogan, well, I'm an orphan living in the forest, and they just happened to meet me by chance, yet they actually went out of their way to help me out. We were strangers, you know. Of course, it's impossible for them to do the same for a large group of people like the entire slum, but there's no way people like that will just sit and do nothing after knowing the situation. Ryuma, I see. I'll be looking forward to it then. Wogan, if that's all, can I go? I need to prepare for tomorrow. Ryuma, yeah, I'll leave it to you. I'll tell them to prioritize you when you drop by, not that it's really needed since no one wants to take the job on anyway. Wogan, that's true. We laughed and I went back to the inn. Along the way I bought some cheap cloth and a set of sewing tools from a cheap shop. I also bought a spool of thread that thread can't enter. TL note, not really sure what that last line means. I don't know a lot about sewing other than sticking the needle in, pulling out, and repeating, but anyway, that's pretty much a literal translation, so if someone could figure out what it's actually talking about and post it in the comments, that would be nice. Another way to interpret it, a spool of thread that thread hasn't entered or doesn't enter. Oh, and reminder to use spoiler tags when discussing or answering questions with information from the previous version. I'm sure there are people who decided not to read it and are solely reading this version. I do recommend reading the old version though. To use them, just put the contents in between these things, no space, spoiler/spoiler, comments with spoiler tags might need approval, so just wait for me to approve it. I didn't set that rule by the way, they just keep getting caught for some reason. Chapter 19 Volume 1 Chapter 19 Within a room in our lodging, I lined up the things I bought and went to work. First, I rubbed the sticky liquid on the cloth I bought, then I dried it with the magic dryer, a magic created by fusing the basic wind magic, breeze, and the basic fire magic, fire, and created several waterproof cloths. In the past, I once lost control over dryer and accidentally filled breeze with fire. The result was a great flame, and the birth of a spell known as flamethrower. I can't lose control now. If I screw up, no one will be laughing. I took extra care to avoid burning the place down, but as a result, it took me until afternoon. It's easy to fuse two spells of the same attribute, but two spells of two different attributes isn't. Not that saying that will change anything, though. Next, I had the sticky slime spit out some thread and rolled it around the empty spool I bought. The strength of the resulting string depends on the ratio of the sticky liquid and hardening liquid. A 7:3 ratio of sticky liquid to hardening liquid will result in a soft and beautiful thread that can be used for sewing, while a 6:4 ratio will result in a robust thread. 5:5 results in a pliable thread that can easily snap should a human or a beast pull it, making it perfect for traps. 4:6 results in a strong thread useful for strangling people or animals to death. When I was trying out the various ratios back in the forest, I led a black bear into several layers of 4 to 6 threads that I'd set up between trees. The black bear could only stand one of those once, and when I examined it, a small wound could be seen on its body. It was then that I realized that the 6:4 thread could be used to create a dangerous trap, so I decided to stop using it. I haven't used it since then except for that time during the goblin outbreak and when I wanted to make a guitar. The thread wasn't sharp enough to cut just by touching, so after a little tinkering, it was perfect for the job. I'm sure there are other less dangerous ways of using it too. I just have to look for it. I always remember the past when working on simple stuff like this. And done. The 6:4 thread spool is ready. Next is to cut the waterproof cloths, so I divided them into various parts and cut them. What I'm going to make is an imitation of the jumpsuit and the waders. I'm going to clean the latrine pits tomorrow, so I need to come prepared. The scavenger slimes might be doing most of the work, and the cleaner slimes might be able to clean me afterwards, but I'm still not going there in my normal clothes, so I have to prepare. When I was about finished with my waders, a knock sounded on the door. Ryuma-sama, I hear you've returned. Are you in? Sebesu. Since it was Sebesu, I went ahead and opened the door. I'm here. Ryuma, nothing is wrong then. Sebesu, nothing in particular. Ryuma, I see. The employee of the inn said you left this morning and came back in the afternoon, but have since been cooped up in your room without even having lunch. Sebesu, now that he mentions it, I didn't have lunch, did I? Sorry about that, I was a bit overzealous with my work. Did I worry everyone? Ryuma, if it's no trouble, please do greet everyone, especially the Ojusama and the madam. If it's only sewing, I'm sure you can do that even in their room. The maids will be able to help too. Sebesu, I wanted to talk to them anyway, so this suits me just fine. I placed the tools and the cloths into my item box and went to the Duke's room with my slimes. As soon as we got to the room, the Ojusama and the madam approached us. Are you all right? Did something happen? Ilia, Ryuma-kun. Are you all right? You're not hurt, are you? Elise, calm down you two. Reinbach, if you pester him like that, Ryuma-kun won't be able to talk. Reinhardt, the two calmed down after being reprimanded by Reinbach-sama and Reinhardt-san. I'm truly sorry for worrying you. Nothing in particular happened, I was just a bit overzealous with my work and forgot to eat. Ryuma, thank goodness, Elise, good grief, I thought for sure something had happened. Elia, ho ho ho, isn't it good nothing happened? Reinbach, what were you working on? Reinhardt, I was sewing myself a set of waterproof clothes. Ryuma, I took out the tools from my item box and showed them. From the looks of things, these cloths have been given the same waterproof treatment from before. Reinhardt, yes. I've been working on it since I got back and was just about to make the actual clothes. Ryuma, but why all of a sudden? Reinbach, that was my cue to explain what happened today. They said it was fine to talk while working, so that's why I did. So in the end, I ended up taking on the cleaning request. It would be bad if an epidemic were to spread, so I was thinking of completing it as soon as possible. Ryuma, Reinbach, so that's why. We should thank you. Who would have thought the government office of this town would do such a thing, Sebesu? Reinhardt, yes. Sebesu, go out and gather information. I want to confirm whether the government office really is guilty of those allegations. If they are, then the expenses should be less than the previous years, but the report they gave us mentioned no such thing. It's possible some people may be embezzling money. Reinhardt, yes, my lord. Sebesu-san left the room after that. Thank you, Ryuma-kun. Because of you we might have just uncovered some hidden crimes. Reinhardt, indeed. Embezzlement in and of itself is unforgivable, but embezzling the very funds meant to help the people and causing problems for them as a result is just absurd. In the first place, the wages of the slum people were decided over a decade ago. Reducing it is unforgivable. They're putting all my efforts into jeopardy, Reinbach-sama's efforts. The construction of the common toilet and the employment of the slum people to clean it was thought up by my father-in-law as a countermeasure to a possible epidemic as well as an aid to the slum people. Elise, in the past, I passed a directive to the various prefectural governors to build the facility, but the slum people didn't believe we'd hire them, so I had to go to the office of the slum manager and negotiate personally. It took a long time before all the construction work and employment work was completed. It pains my heart to know that there are people trying to put all that to waste. Reinbach-sama looked sad as he spoke. Perhaps it wasn't just a job to him. In any case, if everything you said turns out to be true, these people won't be getting off lightly. Even if other people forgive them, the Jamil household will not. Reinhardt, thank you, Ryuma-kun. It is fortunate that we caught wind of this while we were here. Something is definitely off, as that request should have never seen the day of light if they simply continued the projects I pressed forward. Reinbach, you're welcome. Ryuma, let the maids help you with those clothes. Aaron, Lillian, help him. Reinbach, yes, my lord. Aaron and Lillian, since the two maids will be helping, I divided the work among the three of us. Lillian-san would work on the gloves, Aaron-san on the jumpsuit, while I knit the string that will be used for various things. Ryuma-sama, what thread is this? I've never seen such a robust and yet thin, slender, and beautiful thread before. Aaron, that's the sticky slimes thread. Ryuma, slimes can make their own threads. Aaron, only the sticky slimes, and probably, only my sticky slimes, as I once mixed their sticky liquid and hardening liquid to see if I could make something out of that. The result was a thread-like substance. I had the slimes mix it themselves, and they were able to do it. It was a precious ability to be able to weave clothes back in the forest. Ryuma, I called the big sticky slime and had it spit out some threads. It can spit the threads out like this. The strength of the thread can also be changed depending on the ratio of the mixture of the two liquids inside their body. Ryuma, after having the slime spit various ratios of threads, Aaron-san and Lillian-san said they wanted to purchase it. I couldn't possibly. You've already gone out of your way to help me, so the least I could is to give these to you. Ryuma, the two were overjoyed to hear that. Apparently, the sticky slimes thread was such a good thread that they had never seen anything like it despite their long years working for the Jamil household, fixing and tailoring clothes for them. I've already gotten used to earth synthetic fibers, so I didn't think anything odd of it, but it turns out it was actually special. After that I talked with Reinhardt-san for a bit, and I decided to put the rainwear and the thread up for sale. Along the conversation, I also found out that because of the Reinhardt-sama's efforts, the towns and villages under their territory have a reputation for being clean. Reinhardt-san wanted to make these towns and villages even better by developing their commerce and making them prosper. Because of that, the slime products I've nonchalantly developed were nothing short of enthralling to him. Reinhardt-san bowed his head and said he would like to work together forever, and I bowed my head in response and returned the sentiment. The people of Jamil are all good people, so I would love to work with them. I continued to work even while talking with the Jamil family, so as a result, I was able to finish everything. When I tried putting everything on, the size turned out just right, but when I put on the gloves, fastened the arm cuffs of the jumpsuit with the string I'd knitted, put on the pair of waders that perfectly complemented my jumpsuit, and then fastened it with another string, everyone told me I looked odd. Although they did agree that it was practical as far as work clothes went, so Reinhardt-san told me that he would also like me to consider putting this up for sale. 1. Forever version of Yoroshiku Tanamo. Chapter 20 Volume 1 Chapter 20 The next day. With the work clothes in hand and the slimes ready, I let everyone know that I would be going. I'm going. Ryuma, good luck. Reinbach, take care, Ryuma-san. Ilya, do your best. Elise, we'll take care of the things on our end too. Reinhardt, as everyone saw me off, I left for the guild. When I got to the guild, I approached the receptionist girl from yesterday. Good morning. Ryuma, oh, you're the kid from yesterday. Ryuma-kun, right. So you came. Receptionist girl, yes, there's a job I would like to take. Ryuma, yeah, I heard about it. Thanks for taking care of it. We were really at our wits' end. Receptionist girl, then please take care of the papers. Ryuma, sure, no problem. Okay, that should do it. Take this written request with you and head to the Western District. Oh, and take this too. It's the key to the entrance of the latrine pits. Please don't lose it. Receptionist girl, of course. Now if you'll excuse me. Ryuma, take care. Receptionist girl, I left the guild and went to the westernmost part of the guild just as I was told, and when I got there, I used the key to open a door that was affixed to a brick wall. Inside was a shed made out of bricks and another door. I tried to close the first door from inside, but it wasn't possible. Apparently, the door was made in a way that prevented it from being locked from inside. I'll just leave it open then. After putting on the jumpsuit and the waders, I opened the entrance to the latrine pits, ECK. Ryuma, and promptly closed it. I'm sure you understand. After being left to fester on its own for several months, the stench within has already reached a whole new level. The smell was so strong my eyes actually went teary. The huge scavenger slime didn't seem to mind, so I let it enter first and ordered it to split and deal with the area. I waited outside while the slimes went to work, but I just couldn't shake off the shock from that horrid stench. When I finally calmed down, I had the cleaner slime soak a hand towel in deodorizing liquid, then I used that to cover my mouth. My eyes were also affected by the smell, so I ordered the cleaner slime to ride atop my head and cover my eyes like a pair of goggles. The cleaner slime's body is transparent, so I can still see even with it covering my eyes. Cleaner slimes are really useful. I entered the latrine pits in full gear and went down the stairs to a vast underground tunnel, where filth could be seen piled up on both sides. The scavenger slimes eagerly swarmed through the mountains of filth. Meanwhile, I did my own thing and washed off the filth from the walls and the ceiling with mist wash, and then heated the remaining water with my original electric magic, range, to disinfect it. It was really dirty, so I did what I could to clean it. It seems to have worked, so I used Identify on the ceiling and what was originally this unclean ceiling, a ceiling dotted with filth, turned into this stone ceiling, the ceiling of one latrine pit of Jimuru Town's common toilet. It has been cleaned and disinfected through heating and is now clean. The information that appeared changed from unclean ceiling into a mere stone ceiling. When I took a look at the details, I found out that my attempts to disinfect it via heating was effective. Still, I just can't help but wonder. Just where is this information coming from? But then again, it's not like it's ever fed me wrong info, so I guess I might as well just take advantage of it for now. We continued cleaning like this for a while, and after 5 hours, we finally managed to clean one latrine pit. But we weren't done yet, and the next event took another 3 hours, as the scavenger slimes had eaten enough to begin splitting more slimes. I can tell because of the familiar contract. Fortunately, no one else will come here, so I can safely have the slimes split here. And considering there's still another 29 latrine pits, more slimes can only be a good thing. When the scavenger slimes finished splitting, their numbers reached 1464. There were 730 before, but one of them was able to split twice, resulting into 4 slimes in total. I guess that just goes to show how much they ate yesterday and today. All that's left now is to report to the guild, but unlike in my previous life, no one's hurrying me, so I decided to take my time and ensure that nothing was off about me or my slimes. Below are the skills before cleaning. 2. Skills: Disease Resist LV5, Poison Resist LV5, Lead Belly LV5, Clean LV6, Deodorize LV6, Deodorizing Liquid LV4, Stench LV4, Produce Fertilizer LV3, Jump LV2, Digest LV6, Absorb LV3, Split LV6 Skills: Disease Resist LV7, Poison Resist LV6, Lead Belly LV6, Clean LV7, Deodorize LV7, Deodorizing Liquid LV5, Stench LV6, Produce Fertilizer LV5, Jump LV3, Digest LV7, Absorb LV3, Split LV6. The skills leveled up across the board. On top of that, Disease Resist leveled up a whopping 2 points. The others are cool too. But since Disease Resist leveled up, I guess that means there's something here that could cause a disease. In other words, I'm currently within a hot spot. Do you understand the gravity of this situation? I know that a filthy place like this is bound to be home to several diseases, but the thing is that the scavenger slime had a disease resist of level 5, which according to the madam, I asked her before, is sufficient to ignore life-threatening diseases. And yet, that level 5 disease resist actually leveled up a whopping 2 points. This is epidemic levels we're talking here. Fortunately, we were able to deal with it, or else it could have really gotten BA. Wait. Could it be the other latrine pits too? That's not good. This is really not good. I need to inform people ASAP. No, before that, I have to sterilize myself. It won't be funny if I end up compromising the whole town. The sudden turn of events left me panicking, but I did my best to calm myself as I went back to the entrance, then I used Identify on myself and the slimes. Fortunately, we were in the clear. When we got out, I ordered the cleaner slime to give me a thorough cleaning, then I had it work with the scavenger slimes to sterilize the surrounding area. I used the neutral magic, Identify, on all my belongings and the slimes, and after seeing nothing amiss, heaved a sigh of relief. Since everything was labeled clean, that must mean that the cleaner slime and scavenger slime's cleaning ability is effective. I locked the door and just to be safe, erected a barrier of concealment, then I hurried to the guild. 1. Fun fact. One part of the word for westernmost is read like Satan. Psi, most, plus Satan, western edge. 2. Wasn't mentioned whose. Obviously it's the scavenger slimes, but I'm not sure if it's the huge version. It might be. Chapter 20 Part 2. I got a lot of attention along the way to the guild, as I was in too much of a hurry to change, but it doesn't matter. There's a more pressing issue now. I need to inform the guild master and the Duke's family ASAP. I ran to the guild, but when I was almost there, it suddenly hit me. If I were to go to the guild this panicked, and if by chance word of the epidemic were to spread, the people might just also go into panic. Maybe I should act like a normal boy adventurer first. With my mind made up, I stopped running and walked the rest of the way into the guild. My outfit drew attention as expected, and there were even some who pointed fingers at me and laughed. But I ignored all that and went to the receptionist. Now's not the time to be worrying about being the butt of a joke. I'm already at my wit's end just keeping the panic from showing on my face. Excuse me. Ryuma, oh, Ryuma-kun. What's with the outfit? You look strange. Receptionist girl, they're work clothes for cleaning. What do you think? Looks good, right? It's easy to move in and you won't have to worry about getting dirty. In fact, it's difficult to dirty it even while wading through a pool of mud. Ryuma, now that you mention it, receptionist girl, the surrounding people nodded and there were even some who showed interest. By the way, I just finished my work today and there's something I'd like to report to the guild master. Would now be a good time. Ryuma, the Guildmaster. Receptionist girl, can I see the Guildmaster? There's something I'd like to talk to him about. Ryuma, really? Well. Sure, but there's a guest right now, so you might have to wait. Receptionist girl, that's all right. Ryuma, the receptionist girl went inside, and then after a while, she came back. Ryuma-kun, the Guildmaster says you can come in. Receptionist girl, looks like I can meet him as soon as possible. That's fortunate. But before we could get to the Guildmaster's office, the receptionist warned me. By the way, there are some really amazing people inside the Guildmaster's room right now, so make sure you don't say anything rude, okay? I don't think there's anything to worry about since it's you, but just in case, okay? Receptionist girl, thanks. I'll be careful. Ryuma, when we got to the Guildmaster's office, the receptionist girl knocked and called out. Excuse me. I've brought Ryuma-kun. Receptionist girl, come in. Wogan, we entered the room just as the Guildmaster said. Inside were the Guildmaster and the 4 members of the Jamil household and Sebesu. Ryuma-kun, good job out there. Reinhardt, why is everyone here? Ryuma, we came to hear the story you told us yesterday from the Guildmaster. We've also mobilized the guards to gather information. Reinhardt, I see, Ryuma, unexpected, but this is good. So. What's the matter? Wogan, I have some important information I need to pass on. Ryuma, what happened? And what's up with those clothes? The basket yesterday was one thing, but I feel like your clothes are becoming more unique by the day. Wogan, these are work clothes I made for cleaning. It's made to be functional, so. Not a lot of thought has been put in aesthetically. That aside, I cleaned one of the latrine pits of the common toilet today. Ryuma, it was a little forceful, but I brought the topic back to course. When the Guildmaster and the Duke's family noticed how serious I was, they became serious too. Right, we talked about that yesterday. What about it? Wogan, I use water magic and scavenger slimes in order to clean. Scavenger slimes are slimes that like to eat animal feces and rotten meat, and they also possess the cleaning skill. That's how I clean stuff. Ryuma, never heard of that kind of slime before, but I understand that you're able to clean because of them. Wogan, right, I'll get to the point. Filth is dirty, so naturally, places with lots of it tends to become breeding grounds for diseases. To deal with that, the scavenger slimes have the disease resist skill. And just yesterday, my scavenger slimes had a disease resist level of 5, but after cleaning a latrine pit today, that level jumped up to 7. Ryuma, as soon as I said that, voices of shock filled the room and the air immediately tensed. What? Wogan, is that true? Reinhardt, yes. It would be best to assume that the latrine pits are currently home to a disease terrible enough to raise a disease resist skill level of 5 by a whopping 2 points. Fortunately, I noticed it before leaving the latrine pits, so I was able to clean myself and all my belongings with the same skill. I used the neutral magic, identify, so you can rest assured that I'm clean. I also checked the entrance and the surrounding area, and everything showed up as clean. I've also put up some countermeasures to prevent the disease from spreading. And just to be safe, I also locked the entrance and even put up a barrier of concealment. Ryuma, I see, you did well. But still. I can't believe that a disease demon, was actually living there. Wogan, Guildmaster. Fortunately, my slimes can clean the latrine pits, so I suggest banning others from entering until I finish cleaning everything. I think it would also be wise to have someone look out just to be doubly safe. Ryuma, let's do that. But are you really planning on working despite knowing there's a plague lurking down there? Wogan, aren't the slimes the ones cleaning, anyway? Ryuma-kun, why don't you just order the slimes to clean and leave them be? Elias, it's too dangerous to clean a plague. Elia, we can gather some people to take care of it, so, Reinhardt, everyone tried to stop me, but I really have to take care of this myself. After all, it's something I can do. It wouldn't be right to just leave this to others despite knowing that. Unfortunately, the slimes by themselves can't get the job done. There's filth stuck in places hard to reach like the wall or the ceiling, so unless I get rid of those with a water spell, the plague will just infect the area again. I'm happy you're worried about me, but please leave this to me. Besides, if a lot of people were to go in and out, that would raise the odds of someone accidentally bringing the plague out with them. On that point, it's much more advantageous to leave everything to just me and my slimes. I'll be fine, really. I know it's possible for someone else to do it, but it would be safest if I take care of it myself. Ryuma, after saying that, I took out my status board and showed them 4 skills to persuade them. If I don't use these cheats now, when will I ever use them? Health LV7, Vitality up LV3, Super Regeneration LV3, Stamina up LV6. When I showed that to them, everyone was shocked, especially the guild master. WH. Wogan, Health Level 7, this is a skill that protects against anything harmful to one's health. At this level, the odds of me getting sick is undoubtedly lower than anyone else. And even if I do get sick, Vitality up LV3 and Super Regeneration LV3 will drastically increase my odds of surviving. Stamina up will also be helpful, as it will allow me to work a few days without sleep, allowing the job to progress much more quickly. I doubt you'd find anyone more qualified than me. What do you think? Ryuma, silence filled the room as everyone was left speechless. But it wasn't because my logic wasn't sound, but because of their emotions that they found it difficult to let me go. Because of that, everyone looked like they'd eaten a fly. The silence continued on for a while before Reinbach-sama broke the silence. You are certainly qualified. I'm sorry for asking you to do something so dangerous, please take care of it. Reinbach-sama stood up from his seat and bowed deeply toward me. Leave it to me. Ryuma, I think it would be worse if a child were to contract a disease, but with all those skills, you'll probably be fine. Ryuma, leave the lookout to me. I'll pick someone with disease resist and a pair of tight lips. When you work, try not to attract attention. Reinbach, yes. Fortunately, the common toilet was made firmly, so the disease doesn't seem to have spread just yet. It's good we were able to notice it beforehand. Ryuma, you said it. It would have been horrible if a plague had spread. Wogan, incidentally, the cleaner slimes were also in the latrine pits, but their disease resist skill never leveled up, so it should be safe to assume that the plague isn't airborne. Everything will probably be fine once everything is cleaned. Ryuma, airborne. Reinhardt, they don't know. Come to think of it, this world does have magical medicines that Earth doesn't, and they've been talking about the existence of a disease demon for a while now. I know the disease is simply because of a virus, but even Japan treated measles the same way before, so maybe they're simply lagging in medical knowledge. Diseases can spread to a large group of people, right? Well, we refer to disease like that as an infection. And the method by which a disease spreads itself is varied. Sometimes it spreads itself like poison, requiring that others drink or consume it, while others can spread itself simply by being inhaled. We refer to the latter as an airborne infection. In such a case, the disease will spread quickly and dealing with it will prove difficult. Fortunately, that's not the case this time around, as the cleaner slime's disease resist skill level did not increase. The disease present in the latrine pits is most likely what we refer to as an infection transmitted through contact, meaning it requires direct contact. Someone would have to touch an infected object, then touch a food or a drink to infect it, and then eat/drink that infected substance to be infected himself. Of course, eating the source directly works too. In any case, this is what we refer to as an orally transmitted infection. Because of the common toilet, the filth immediately falls into the latrine pits, so the odds of one touching them is nil. So long as I take care not to bring the plague out with me, everything should be fine. By the way, I'm not a specialist or anything, so all the information I said now is just the basic. Ryuma, I'm not a doctor, you know. But this sort of stuff is really common sense back in Earth. Still, I'm glad it's not airborne. I know I was worrying on my own, but I'm still so happy that I have the scavenger slimes with me. If not for the slimes, I'm not sure what I would have done. Burning the filth would have just spread the disease via smoke. We would have to prepare a lot of disinfectants too. Come to think of it, I don't think I've even seen any disinfectants being sold. After saying all that, it's still just the basic. I've never even heard any of that stuff. Wogan, Ryuma-kun, I. No, everyone here thinks so too. Just where did you learn that? Lies, as expected, they didn't know anything about diseases. I studied under my grandma. Granny was always researching medicine, so she knew a lot about diseases. But it would be better to say that I just learned a little here and there while chatting with her. I wasn't really officially a student. Ryuma, for the meantime, that was enough to make everyone understand. Although it seems they never really intended to pursue the subject, and they quickly started talking about what we would be doing after this. After discussing among ourselves, it was decided that I would resume tomorrow, so I went back with the 4 Jamil members to our lodging. I wasn't absolutely sure that there was zero chance of me spreading anything, so I suggested to change my in after returning, but all 7, including the maids, firmly refused my proposition. I understand their reasons, but what are they going to do if I do end up spreading something? At the very least, they should put me somewhere where I could be easily monitored and dealt with when necessary. They should at least do that, I said. In the end, Ilialia and the madam scolded me while crying. I gave in the end, but being cared for that much really made me happy. Chapter 21 Volume 1 Chapter 21 The next day. 8 adventurers were gathered at the guild's meeting room. Warana, so your party is here too. Jeff, you're here too. Jeff, hey, why do you think we were called today? Warana, who knows? The other guys haven't a clue either. Rank, age, race. There's nothing in common about us at all. Just what criteria did they refer to pick us, I wonder? Any clues on your side? You're the only party, after all. Jeff, dunno. The only common trait my party shares is that we're all beastmen. I doubt that has anything to do with it, though. Warana, well, yeah. I'm a guy and I'm human too. There's a dwarf and a dragonute, but everyone else is human too, so race and gender probably doesn't have anything to do with it. Jeff, another female beastman, entered the room. Good morning, Nya. Warianya, Misnya, and Cernya are here too, Nya. Mia, you too, Mia. Warana, that's right, Nya. When I came back from work last night, the receptionist told me to be here today, Nya. I sure didn't expect to see you 3 here, Nya. Mia, neither did, huh? You don't stink so much anymore. Did you finally leave that trashy house of yours? Warana, I told you so many times to move but you just wouldn't listen. Mizelia, did you finally get sick of it? Syria, that's not it, Nya. I'm still living there, Nya. I know it's not the best place, but I still paid a lot of money for it, Nya. There's no way I could just abandon it like that, Nya. Mia, then why don't you stink so much anymore? Warana, well, you see, there was a kid who took my cleaning request the other day, Nya. He cleaned everything, Nya. Mia, that endless hell of stench. He cleaned it up. Warana, I couldn't believe it either, Nya. But he actually cleaned the basement in less than 2 hours and even closed up the wall, Nya. Supposedly, he used magic to clean the place and now it's sparkling clean, Nya. Mia, that's amazing. Who was it? Mia, a newcomer, Nya. I think he's still under 13, but he carries a big basket woven from wooden vines on his back, Nya. Mia, Jeff reacted when she said that. Huh? A kid under 13 with a giant basket. You talking about Ryuma? Jeff, that's him, Nya. I'm pretty sure that's what he called himself, Nya. Mia, you know him. Warana, the old man called him in the other day after finishing his work. He looked like he had no idea why he was being called, so I told him there wasn't anything to worry about, and that it's just the old man being a busybody as usual. He was a really well-spoken kid, that guy. Jeff, he definitely knows his manners, Nya. Mia, around this time, another person entered the room. It was none other than Ryuma. Mia screamed when she saw him. Excuse me. Is Ryuma, It's that kid, Nya. Mia-san. Mia-san and Jeff-san. Ryuma, sup, we met the other day. Looks like you were called too. We were just talking about you, actually. Jeff, about me. Ryuma, Warana approached Ryuma and introduced herself. Nice to meet you. So you're Ryuma. I'm Warana, a member of the Dogman tribe. I've known Mia for a long time now and we also used to be in the same party. I was really surprised when I heard you cleaned her house. That's pretty amazing, you know. Warana, buying a house is good and all, but when the wall broke down, it was a disaster. Of course, you know all about that. Anyway, it was really tough for Beastman tribe members like us whose noses are really sensitive, so I told her to move several times, but she was just too stubborn. Ah, I'm Mazelia by the way, from the Tyjarman tribe. Nice meeting you. Mazelia, I'm Syria, from the Rabbitman tribe. It's a pleasure to make your acquaintance. Syria, I'm Ryuma Takebayashi. It's a pleasure to meet everyone. Ryuma, I used to be in the same party as these three, but when the stench of the house started to stick to me, it became difficult for me to work with them because of their sensitive noses, so I had to leave, nya. I just couldn't abandon that house, nya. Well, there were other reasons too, nya. Mia can be really stubborn sometimes. Mazelia, so many people told her not to, but she still insisted on buying that house. Warana, seriously, I can't believe you actually lived at a place like that for 5 years. Mazelia, you've been living there for 5 years? That must have been difficult. Ryuma's face went blank at that, then Jeff asked him a question. By the way, you have that same basket with you today, yeah? What's in it? Jeff, my familiar. I am a monster tamer, after all. Ryuma, so you're a monster tamer. What familiar do you have? Jeff, different types of slimes. I'm still just an apprentice. Slimes are kinda slow, so I put them in the basket, so we can get around faster when I'm in a hurry. Besides, it wouldn't do to scare the townspeople. Ryuma, around this time, the guild master finally entered the room. Good, everyone's gathered. Sit where you like. Wogan, everyone found themselves a seat and listened to what the guild master had to say. Before I can explain why you were called here today, I need you first to promise not to leak any information. If you can't do that, then leave. For the record, you don't have to take the job after hearing the details. You can refuse it so long as you don't leak the details. There won't be any penalties either. Wogan, everyone nodded without hesitation. Good, then let's get to it. But first things first, let me tell you by what criteria you were chosen. First is trust, we needed someone tight-lipped. Second, the skill disease resist. Everyone has it, right? Wogan, disease resist. Yeah, I have it. I'm sure you know already, old man, but I used to be from the slums. Living there, you're bound to get 1 or 2 levels in it. Mine's 5, though. Jeff, we also have it due to a town we had to go to for work that was plagued. Warana, fortunately, the plague wasn't that bad, and we were able to get back alive. We even got a skill out of it. Syria, if I recall correctly, you all have it at level 3. Wogan, mine's 4 now though, nya. I'm not saying this because I'm proud about it or anything, but living at a house full of trash like that. It's only natural it would go up, nya. Mia, from the flow of the conversation, the experienced male dwarf adventurer was able to guess the contents of the job. When he gave his conjecture out loud, the young adventurers panicked. Disease resist. I take it we're dealing with an epidemic here. Dwarf adventurer, has it already spread? Adventurer, calm down, share. Gordon's right about it being an epidemic, but it hasn't spread yet. Wogan, not yet. I suppose that means 1 or 2 have already fallen ill. Warana, no, we coincidentally found the source of the disease. The person who found it is Ryuma over there. So far no reports of people falling sick have come yet. Wogan, everyone turned to Ryuma at that, then the guild master, Wogan, explained how Ryuma was able to find the disease. And so, with the scavenger slime's disease skill jumping from a 5 to a 7, it should be safe to assume that a terrible disease the likes of which not even a level 6 disease resist could defend against is brewing in the latrine pits of this town's common toilets. The objective of this job is to stop the epidemic before it spreads. Also, considering how the people will react should word of this were to spread, you'll have to work in secret. Wogan, are all of us responsible for dealing with the plague, cleaning the latrine pits? Share, no, only Ryuma will be dealing with the latrine pits. Wogan, wait a moment. Are you seriously planning to let a kid do all that by himself? Don't you think that's too much? Kids tend to get sick quickly too, it's too dangerous. Warana, besides, it's ridiculous to ask a single person to clean all of the latrine pits alone. Jeff, I share your sentiments, but this is for the best. Ryuma has already managed to clean a latrine pit yesterday in just one day. And the highest level of disease resist among you is 5, which belongs to Jeff. Unfortunately, the disease we're dealing with here isn't something that can be dealt with even with a level 6 disease resist. The odds of spreading it is simply too high. On that point, Ryuma possesses level 7 health, making him the person least likely to get sick. Moreover, he also has Vitality up LV3, Super Regeneration LV3, and Stamina up LV6. Even if he falls sick, Ryuma still has the highest chance of surviving among everyone here. Wogan, everyone looked at Ryuma in shock. Syria asked Wogan a question. I understand he's suitable, but if that's the case, then what are we supposed to do? Syria, you are to keep watch while he's working and ensure that no one else enters. We can't lock the entrance while the latrine pits are being worked on, so we'll have to rely on you. Also, those among you with the neutral magic, identify, will have to use that to ensure that Ryuma isn't infected when he goes out. Wogan, do we really need 9 people to keep watch? Jeff, Ryuma can work for a few days without sleeping. His health skill is a mixture of the disease resist, sleep resist, and poison resist skills. This was confirmed with his status board. Wogan, I see, so there's 9 of us, so we can keep watch in shifts. Ryuma, are you really going to be okay? Jeff, no problem. Working a few days without sleep is pretty much the norm for me. I'm also working on my own volition, so this much won't be a problem. Ryuma, I see. Jeff, keep an eye out on him too, to see if he's really not pushing himself. You have 10 minutes. In some ways, this is more dangerous than a monster subjugation job. You won't be penalized even if you refuse, so make sure you think hard on this. Wogan, after Wogan said that, he left the room. Ryuma left too since it was already decided that he would be participating. After the adventurers thought on it for a while, Jeff spoke. Sigh. What to do? Jeff, the dwarf adventurer named Gordon answered. I'll do it. I was born and raised in this town. I know a lot of people here. I can't just run away now. Gordon, following him, the Dragonute adventurer also expressed his intent to join, and then another, and another. This one shall also accept. It is wisest to nip an epidemic in the bud before it can bloom. Dragonute adventurer, I can't believe something like that is brewing in this town. I know it's dangerous, but I can't just leave a kid like that to fix it all by himself. I have to do it. Warana, you said it. In the first place, all we're doing is keeping watch. The one doing the actually dangerous part is that kid. Given conditions like that, I can't possibly turn tail and run now, can I? Jeff, apparently, it didn't even take 10 minutes for the adventurers to decide, and after Wogan and Ryuma returned, everyone agreed to participate. After that, Wogan passed on the knowledge that Ryuma claims he received from his grandmother, and then quickly decided on the groups of the lookouts. Chapter 22 Volume 1 Chapter 22 Part 1 Side Ryuma preparations complete. I went ahead of the others and made my preparations in front of the latrine pits. My outfit is too conspicuous, so if I'd gone with the others, we would have definitely garnered some attention. Besides, I'm sure they have their own preparations to make, and they might also want to check if the virus really hasn't spread yet. With my preparations all done, all that's left is to wait for, speak of the devil. When the footsteps ceased, the door opened and 3 people came in. Of the 3, one was Mia-san, whom I worked for before, and the other was Jeff-san, who I met after cleaning Mia-san's place. Thanks for coming. Ryuma, sure, but we haven't done anything yet. Jeff, we met just the other day, but I think we should still introduce ourselves, nya. Let me start, I am Mia Cat, nya. Call me Mia, nya. Mia-san's light brown furry tail swayed while she introduced herself. It was almost as if she was trying to appeal her being a member of the Catman tribe. After her introduction, Jeff introduced himself. Like I said before, the name's Jeff Grange. I was raised poorly, so I'm not fond of manners and etiquettes. You don't have to be polite with me. Just talk normally. Jeff, thank you, but I'm not forcing myself or anything. Ryuma, that's fine then. Next is, Jeff, This one, Dagozaro. Third adventurer. The adventurer this time was someone I hadn't been acquainted with yet. He had shortly cut dark brown hair that was almost black and talked like someone from a historical play. He used a katana too. No, judging from the size, it's an okatana, big katana. That's a first seeing one since coming here. The bandits didn't have any katana with them. Just who is this guy? This one's name is Asagi. I left the Dragonute village and embarked on a journey in hopes of honing my blade. Currently, I have settled in this town and am working as an adventurer. There is fate between us, let it be a pleasant one. Asagi, Ryuma Takebayashi. It's a pleasure to make your acquaintance. So you're a Dragonute. Ryuma. Dragonutes are also known as the Dragonman tribe. Just as the name implies, they are said to look like dragons, but he didn't look like one at all, so I thought he was a human. Asagi-san noticed that. Did you just realize that this one is a Dragonute, Dagozaro? Asagi, sorry, this is my first time meeting one. Ryuma, it is fine. Dragonute features are not as obvious as other tribes like Mia from the Catman tribe. Most have scales in one part of the body, while a very few grow a horn. The rest are no different from humans. With such minute difference that cannot even be seen openly, it is perfectly understandable that you were not able to recognize one, Dagozaro. Asagi, while we were talking, it finally occurred to me that there was in fact a scale, the same color as his hair, extending from his neck to his chest. But I was more interested in the way he talked and the weapon he carried. Sorry, do you mind if I ask you something? Ryuma, I thought it would be a bit strange to ask about his accent right off the bat, so I asked about his hometown first. As it turns out, a person who was most likely an otherworlder was indeed responsible for creating the Dragonute village in a faraway island. Many of the Dragonute possess greater physical prowess and magic than the human race. That has been the case since long ago, and it is said that it was because of that we once lorded with hubris over other races. The person who created the Dragonute village was not a Dragonute, however, but a human who possessed a body stronger than even that of the Dragonutes. He was also a master of the sword. It is said that that person defeated all the Dragonutes that oppressed the humans, but he did not kill them and instead spared their lives. That left a deep impression on the Dragonutes then, and they came to be his disciples. After that they followed him with the rest of the Dragonutes who didn't oppress others to an uninhabited island and created a village. To this day we carry his soul and techniques as samurai, Dagozaro. This is the legend of our village's origin, a verse from the Exile. Asagi-san is a descendant of those Dragonute disciples. And his accent is something the Dragonutes inherited from that otherworlder. Amusingly enough, it turns out even his name was taken from the color of the kimonos when the samurais first made their appearance. Looks like that otherworlder really liked samurais. It feels off, though. I don't know if the story merely changed after all the years, but that otherworlder really feels like a foreigner sorely mistaken about Japanese culture. Hey, not that there's anything wrong with your story, but don't you think we should be getting started soon? Jeff, right. Asagi, time really passes when talking. Ryuma, recalling what we were supposed to be doing, we went back to work. I'll open the door now, but before that, please take a towel and dip it into this. Ryuma, I ordered the cleaner slime to spit out some deodorizing liquid into a bowl. What's that? Jeff, this is the deodorizing liquid of the slime. It should dilute most of the stench. Don't worry, it's not poisonous. Ryuma, I see. Jeff, after seeing me dip a towel in the deodorizing liquid and wrapped it around my face, they followed suit and covered their mouth and nose. I'll open it now. Ryuma, and so, I opened the door. I'm off, Ryuma, UGU, cough, Asagi, just when I was about to leave, Asagi-san suddenly choked. Are you okay? Ryuma, sorry. I'd braced myself for the smell when you opened the door, but I didn't smell anything, so I thought there wasn't anything to worry about. Putting my guard down was a mistake. Dragonutes have noses as sensitive as the Beastman tribes, Dagozaro. The moment I removed the towel this happened. Asagi, so that's why. I was like that too yesterday. It can't be helped. I was no different yesterday, and I'm human. The smell is so bad it even gets to your eyes. I probably wouldn't be able to stand it either without the slime. I'll leave some deodorizing liquid, so feel free to use it as you please. Alright, I'm going now. Ryuma, after that went in with my slimes. As expected, this latrine pit was in a horrible condition just like the one yesterday. I figured I might as well check if the latrine pit really was diseased before cleaning it, so I used Identify on it. This is what appeared: Audiobook virus, a virus that grows in filth. Causes the Audiobook disease. Incubation period, activates 10 hours after entering the human body. Symptoms: dizziness, fever, cold, numbness in the limbs, general paralysis, obnubilation, mental cloudiness, cardiac arrest. Prognostic symptoms: numbness or paralysis may remain. Infection method: oral infection. Note: weak to heat and lack of moisture. A special medicine exists for this disease. Volume 1 Chapter 22 Part 2 Audiobook virus, a virus that grows in filth. Causes the Audiobook disease. Incubation period, activates 10 hours after entering the human body. Symptoms: dizziness, fever, cold, numbness in the limbs, general paralysis, obnubilation, mental cloudiness, cardiac arrest. Prognostic symptoms: numbness or paralysis may remain. Infection method: oral infection. Note: weak to heat and lack of moisture. A special medicine exists for this disease. So there really was a virus. I couldn't confirm yesterday as I'd already cleaned everything by the time I've thought of it, but it would have been great if I was able to check beforehand. That way there wouldn't have been any room for doubt. Wait a moment, there's a medicine for it. The moment I learned the name of the disease, the corresponding medicine and its concoction method appeared in my head as if I were merely remembering something I already knew. Looks like it's included in the knowledge gain and the others gave me. I should share this information with the others too. Guys, can you hear me? Ryuma, what's up, nya? Mia, after cleaning myself and the surrounding area in front of the door, I opened the door a little and called out. Mia-san immediately noticed me. I thought I'd get some info first before starting, so I used Identify, and as it turns out, the disease is called Audiobook. Apparently, there's also a medicine for it. I came back to pass that info. Ryuma, really, nya? Mia, yes, there's no doubt about it. The medicine has a couple of expensive ingredients, so it might be too late already, but can you still tell the guild master about it? Ryuma, I'll inform him now. If we tell him the name of the disease and the fact that there's a medicine for it, the old man will surely buy enough to cover us even if it's expensive. I don't know how long he'll need, though, so we should get the news to him ASAP. Jeff, wait, tell him the concoction method too. That way he can have someone concoct it immediately. Ryuma, you know the concoction method too? Jeff, yeah, I recognized the medicine back when my grandma was teaching me. Ryuma, that is most reassuring. Speak and this one shall write it down. Asagi, as Asagi-san pulled out some writing tools, I immediately told him the formula and concoction method of the medicine. He didn't understand what the medical jargon meant, but he still managed to write everything down. Come to think of it, I haven't used a brush in forever. I've been using nothing but feathered pens since coming here, but then again, it's not like we used them a lot in the previous world either. At most, brushes were only used to write a New Year's card. Done. Will this do? Asagi, after confirming that the written information was accurate, Jeff-san took the note and ran. I myself went back to the latrine pits. Now that that's done with, I don't have business left with the filth, so it's time to wipe them out. Slimes, eat them all. At my behest, the slimes by my feet inflated like a balloon, filling the staircase to the latrine pits with their body. Their splitting yesterday resulted in their numbers going past 1,000. Because of that they didn't become a huge scavenger slime after merging but a king scavenger slime. It's a lot bigger compared to the huge scavenger slime. Also, it may be called king, but it's still possible to grow into an even bigger version so long as their numbers increase. I don't know far they can go, but the skills of the king scavenger slime are as follows: King scavenger slime X1 skills. Disease resist LV7 poison resist LV7 lead belly LV8 cleaning LV8 deodorize LV8 deodorizing liquid LV5 stench LV7 produce fertilizer LV6 physical attack resist LV3 enlarge LV4 shrink LV6 jump LV3 overeat LV1 The king scavenger slime possessed the overeat skill in place of digestion and absorption. When I tried using it, the king scavenger slime used the enlarge skill to make itself big enough to reach the ceiling of the latrine pit, then it consumed the surrounding filth with a speed several times faster than before. Moreover, because the slime was now big enough to reach the ceiling, it could clean even places it couldn't before. Later on I should be able to split the slimes into 2 king slimes to cover both sides of the latrine pit, while having a couple of scavenger slimes to deal with the middle. With my mind made up, I ordered the slimes to deal with the filth, then I worked on the ceiling and the walls myself. Doubling on the slime numbers really was a big help as expected. I know we're working without rest, but still. We finished a full 2 hours faster than yesterday. That's something. After successfully cleaning this latrine pit, I cleaned my clothes and belongings and went outside just like yesterday. When I did. Oh, did something happen again? Jeff, oh, I'm done here. So I'd like for you to run your checks, so we can proceed to the next one. Ryuma, already, yeah. Mia, didn't you need a day to clean a latrine pit? Jeff, huh? Ah. I only cleaned 1 latrine pit yesterday. They were probably told that, so as a result, they think I need a full day to clean 1 latrine pit. It looks like there's a misunderstanding. Actually, the scavenger slimes did their splitting yesterday, so I had to form a contract with the new ones. I actually only needed 5 hours to clean the latrine pit yesterday. But it's even shorter now as the slimes have doubled their numbers. Ryuma, doubled. Wouldn't that just give you 2 slimes? How could 2 slimes eat that much? Jeff, they don't know about the slimes merging to form the big variations. This slimes is usually in small form, but it's actually a king scavenger slime, an advanced variant. Have you heard of the big slime? Ryuma, yeah, it's a giant slime. Jeff, slime variants of the big class are actually a colony of many slimes of the same type. So while it may look like just 1 slime on the outside, what you're seeing is actually an entire colony of slimes. Ryuma, as I said that, I ordered the scavenger slimes to split 20 times. Yunya. Mia, whoa. Seriously. Jeff, this is a Seijai. From what I've heard in the past few days, the slime is rarely researched, so the only ones who know about this are me and my acquaintances. I've always been researching slimes, so I tend to forget that it's not common sense. My apologies. Ryuma, nah, so long as you can do your job, it's fine. By the way, how many scavenger slimes are in that thing? Jeff, 1464. Ryuma, 1000. Asterisk cough excuse me. No wonder you can work so fast. Jeff, please consider the information regarding the slimes confidential too. Ryuma, after that they ran their checks, and when they were sure everything was clear, we went to the next latrine pit, and then the next. And so on and so forth. TL note, first regular chapter of the week. Next chapter on WED, as I need to translate KMF and GK tomorrow. I was a bit confused with latrine pits, as I had no idea how they functioned. I don't remember the story anymore, it's been years, but as it turns out, there's only 1 latrine pit per area that they go to. So just clearing that up since I used the plural, latrine pits, every time Ryuma entered one. I was under the impression there was only 1 entrance to access all the latrine pits, but looks like that's not the case. Oh, and it looks like the stats for last time was for the scavenger slimes. One reader pointed that out actually, so kudos to him, her. Chapter 23 Volume 1 Chapter 23 Part 1 3 days later. This one's the last. I've barely gotten a wink of sleep these past 3 days. I would chat with the others from time to time, but for the most part, I was cleaning. When I think about how I'm almost done, I can't help but think back to everything I've done. This one's done too. Let's go to the next one. Ryuma, hey, just how long do you think you've been working without rest now? Jeff, the sun's already set, yeah. Mia, this makes 2 already. Why not rest first, Dagozaru? Aseijai, my stamina and mana are holding up just fine. And besides, I'd like to get this over with as soon as possible. Ryuma, you do look like you've still got plenty of energy to go. Jeff, this one thinks so too. Aseijai, same here, so there's no reason to stop him, nya. It would be best if we could get this over with sooner than later anyway, nya. Mia, after cleaning the second latrine pit on the first day, I went to the next pit with the approval of Jeff-san and company. By the time I was done with the third latrine pit, the people keeping watch had changed. Oh, you're out. Warana, you're Mia-san's party members. Ryuma, it's Warana. Warana, I'm Syria. We've been put in charge of the evening shift. Let's get along, Ryuma-kun. Syria, yes, let's get along. I'm done here already, so please run your checks. Also, I heard you have some MP potions on you. Ryuma, we do. Mazelia, the medicines of this world were largely divided into two categories. Medicines that use medical herbs and stones like those in earth, and magical medicines that use the mana of its ingredients or ingredients whose properties have changed due to the presence of mana. Potions are a kind of magical medicine that take effect instantly. The rabbit girl, Syria-san, used to identify on me and the surroundings, while the tiger girl, Mazelia-san, took a vial out of her large bag and gave it to me. The vial was filled with a deep green liquid. Mazelia-san informed me that the MP potion could recover as much as 2000 MP. She also warned me to be careful not to take more mana than my body could handle, as that would cause an abnormal status known as mana intoxication. After hearing her warnings, I went ahead and emptied 10 MP potions. Thank you. Let's go to the next one then. Ryuma, already. Why don't you rest a little first? Mazelia, I heard you haven't rested one bit since Maya's group was on shift. I bet you haven't eaten either, right? Here. Warana handed me a basket full of sandwiches. I got it from the client's butler. I think it would be best if you finish these first before going to the next one. Warana, butler. You mean Tsubasa-san? Ryuma, yep, that's what he called himself all right. You know him. He said you had a tendency of forgetting to eat when working. He was waiting here up until a while ago, but it seems he had some errands to run and left. Warana, my body's holding up just fine, but I did actually forget about eating, so I gratefully accepted. Because of that I ended up having more time to interact with these girls. Has the information on the disease reached the guild? Ryuma, yes. The guild master is getting some concocted through an acquaintance of his. He said he'll prepare enough for all of us. By the way, are you really planning on working without rest? Warana, I intend to rest, of course. Ryuma, well, you're not resting enough. There's nothing wrong with taking a break after every pit, honestly. Warana, frankly, I'm not really sure if you can pull it off. Are you sure you're not pushing yourself? Syria, I'm confident in my stamina. But I can understand why you find it hard to believe considering my age. Ryuma, there are a lot of newbie adventurers who eat more than they can chew, after all. Warana, true that. If not for the fact you'd shown your status board, I would have protested. If this mission were to fail because of some recently registered adventurer's unsubstantiated claims, the consequences could reach all the way to the heart of the town. I do think you're qualified now, though. Mazelia-san's words were a bit harsh, but I never expected everyone to trust me just like that on our first meeting. If not for my status board, it wouldn't have been strange if they saw me as just another kid. I mean, I really am just a kid right now. We chatted idly like that until we finished eating, then we went back to work. The next break I took was when the sun rose. The people keeping watch was different again. Excuse me, we've come to take our shift. Cher, oh, hello, Cher-kun, Rapin-san, Gordon-san. Syria, hello, Syria. Good job out here. Cher, how's the work going, Daru? Rapin, well, from the looks of things, it seems to be progressing a lot faster than expected, but is Ryuma all right? Gordon, he's doing his best and still has plenty of energy to spare. Although, currently we've been forced to pause work for a moment. Syria, did something happen? Gordon, see for yourself, Mazelia, what do why, Yua? Rapin, what's with all the slimes? There's so many there's nowhere to walk. Gordon, I heard he used slimes. Did a stampede occur or something, Daru? Rapin, stampede. Ryuma-kun says the slimes are splitting. Syria, splitting. With these numbers, Daru. Rapin, I had allowed the slimes to split to further hasten our work, but while they were in the middle of splitting, the new group arrived. Are you the next group? Let me introduce myself again. I'm Ryuma Takebayashi. My apologies for the current situation, but the slimes needed to split, so we won't be able to work until they're done. In exchange, work should progress even faster later. Please take care not to step on them. Ryuma, right, I'm Gordon. Nice to meet you. Gordon, I'm Cher. Cher, short-statured with thick limbs and a face that was mostly beard. Gordon-san was indeed the very image of a dwarf. As for Cher, he was a human. He looked like a middle or high school student. They don't look weak, so it's probably not a stampede then. Oh, my apologies. I am Rapin. I've become an adventurer in order to research monsters. I have a question I'd like to ask. I hope you don't mind. This is not a stampede, right, Daru? Rapin, Ryuma Takebayashi. I am also researching slimes as a hobby. If I may answer your question with another question, what do you mean by stampede? Ryuma, a stampede is what you refer to when slimes suddenly start splitting. It happens when slimes are ordered not to split for an extended period. Eventually, they can't keep it in anymore, and they start splitting like crazy. In that state, they won't listen to orders and will split beyond their limits. It is said that it's an instinctual response when the slimes are kept from reproducing. Once a stampede starts, the slimes will split to an insane number, but the resulting slimes will be far weaker than before and will have to supplement their nutritional needs with whatever is available nearby. Daru. Rapin, oh. I didn't know slimes did that. Ryuma, well, it doesn't really occur when slimes are left to reproduce normally. And besides, there were plenty of crazy things done in the past to produce research material, so there was probably some negligence on the lab's part. I've never seen a stampede personally, Daru. Rapin, so you thought it might be a stampede because of their numbers? Ryuma, exactly. Rapin, after that I told him that there were originally 1,000 slimes. I also told him about the big slime, which caught his interest. I drank MP potions with one hand and formed new contracts with the slimes while chatting with Rapin. By the time I was about done forming contracts with the slimes, Sherkuin and Gordon-san couldn't keep up with our conversation anymore. Volume 1 Chapter 23 Part 2, among other things, Subesu-san would bring me food once a day. There were times when he would be waiting for me by the door too, but regardless, the food would always be brought in a basket. Once, there was even a letter from the Ojusama included, telling me not to worry about the slimes left in the inn as they were taking care of them. A lot of people were looking after me, not just the 9 guards, so I worked and rested non-stop, and as a result, the scavenger slimes split again, bringing their numbers up to 3,033. With that I was able to make 3 king scavenger slimes, each with 1,011 scavenger slimes, and had them line up to fill the entire latrine pit as they went to work. Their skill levels also went up. King Scavenger Slime X3 skills, Disease Resist LV7 Poison Resist LV7 Lead Belly LV8 Clean LV8 Deodorize LV8 Deodorizing Liquid LV6 Stench LV8 Produce Fertilizer LV7 Physical Attack Resist LV7 Enlarge LV5 Shrink LV6 Jump LV3 Overeat LV4 Disease Resist Never leveled up again, though. It seems level 7 is enough to deal with the Idake virus. Clean, Deodorize, and Overeat have all gone up most likely because of the work we've been doing. I don't quite understand why Physical Attack Resist went up, though. Could it be because their bodies are rubbing against the walls? Or perhaps it's because their bodies are rubbing against each other. I'm not really sure, but high skill levels never hurt anyone. I followed after the slimes, disinfecting the walls with a combination of mistwash and range as I went along, until eventually, we were almost done. When we got to the last latrine pit, the slimes ran through the walls and the ceiling once, then I cleaned them a second time with water and heat. I used Identify to ensure that everything was clean, and when I saw that it was, the work that I've been continuing these past few days was finally concluded. All done. Gordon, yep, everything's clean. Ryuma, great. And with that everything's been taken care of. Good job. Gordon, you really did manage to do everything in one go. Cher, the only breaks you ever took was to eat. Gordon, now that you mention it. Ah, Rapin-san, please run your checks. Ryuma, right. Okay, there are no problems. Everything is clean. All that's left now is to go back and report to the guild, Daru. Rapin, thank you. Shall we go? Ryuma, wait. I'll bring you, Daru. Warp. Rapin, apparently, Rapin-san could use dimension magic, so he used the intermediate spell, Warp, to bring us to the guild. He may talk arrogantly, but he's a good guy. As soon as we got to the guild, the receptionist girl sent us to the guild master's office. Ryuma, huh? You done? Wogan, yes, all 30 latrine pits of the common toilets have been cleaned. It should be okay now. Ryuma, great. That's great. All of you should go home and get plenty of rest today. I'll contact the others. Tomorrow, you can come back here, and the guild will give you your payment. Ryuma, you took care of most of the work this time, so you can expect a handsome reward. Wogan, sure. I'll be going, oh, right. Guildmaster. Ryuma, what? Wogan, no one's gotten sick, right? I couldn't be informed of the goings in town while in the latrine pits, so, Ryuma, don't worry. I called up a well-connected grandma I know to get the medicine, so there should be enough medicine for everyone even if someone does get sick. That being said, no. No one has gotten sick so far. You mentioned it takes 10 hours after entering the body for that Idake disease to take effect, right? Wogan, yes, that's what appeared when I used Identify. Ryuma, then it should be fine. The medicine you mentioned is already underway, so just go home already and sleep. You haven't had a wink of sleep yet, right? If anyone gets sick, I'll tell you. Sleepiness and tottering on your feet ain't helping anyone. Wogan, right. I'll be on my way then. Ryuma, after saying that, I left the guild and the 3 people that came with me. As I walked the road back home alone against the chilly winds, that nostalgic floating sensation after several sleepless nights hit me. I returned to the lodging with only the pleasant winds for my companion, but when I got back, the members of the ducal family were there to welcome me. Welcome home. Ryuma-san. Ilyalia, welcome home, Ryuma-kun. Elise, welcome home. Reinhardt, you look well. That's good, that's good. Reinbach, welcome home, Ryuma-sama. Sebesu, please leave your baggage with me. Aaron, have you eaten yet? Lillian, all 7 of them welcomed me back home. What? A nostalgic feeling. How long ago was it that I was last welcomed like this? Was it back when my mother was still alive? No, Ilyalia and the others have welcomed me so many times, so why? Why do I feel like this? Ryuma-kun, is something wrong? Are you hurt anywhere? Elise, no. My body is fine. I was just reminded of the past a little, Ryuma, family. Ah, right. It's that feeling. That's what they resemble. When I couldn't do my job well, when I came back home dead tired, when I was fired, when I couldn't find work, when I was depressed. Each and every time, the one who was always there to welcome me back home was my mother. Ryuma-san. What's wrong? Ilyalia, it wasn't until when the Ojusama cried out that I realized it. I was crying. Without knowing it, without my permission, my eyes just started leaking on their own. Ah. I'm sorry. It's all right. Really. I just remembered my family a little. For some reason, being welcomed like this reminded me of the past. It's strange. You don't even look similar. Ryuma, my mother wasn't bad looking, but she did have a normal face with no remarkable features, completely unlike this family of absurdly good-looking people. While I was thinking something stupid like that, before I knew it, the madam had taken me into her embrace, Ilyalia was hugging my arms, Reinhardt-san had his hand over my shoulder, Reinbach-sama was patting me on the head, and Sebesu-san and the 2 maids were looking at me with warm eyes. After that I was taken care of. They fed me, they prepared a bath for me, and then tucked me into a futon. I don't know if it's simply because I haven't pulled all-nighters in a while that I can't think well right now, but it's not a bad feeling. The warmth of having someone welcome me and the sense of fulfillment after a day's hard work that I'm realizing for the first time because someone was actually there to welcome me. All of that filled me with a sense of satisfaction as I allowed the comfort of sleep to take me. Chapter 24 Volume 1 Chapter 24 Part 1 The next day. I opened my eyes to the warm sunlight pouring into my room. Ah. I slept well. It's been a while since I last pulled off an all-nighter like that. The sun's already pretty high. Hi. That's not good. Good morning, Ryuma-sama. Sibeisu-san, what time is it? Ryuma, it's just before noon. It seems you really were exhausted. I hope you were able to have a good night's rest. Would you like to have your meal now? Sibeisu, thank you, but I need to go to the guild. I'll have it when I come back. Ryuma, very well. Sibeisu, I quickly did my preparations and went to the guild. What a pain. There's no time left. Can't be helped. Draw the veil upon this body, conceal it from prying eyes. I put up a barrier of concealment around me, invoked a body reinforcement, 1 spell, and then ran through the rooftops to get to the guild as soon as possible. Whenever there wasn't anything to step on, I would use dimension magic to teleport me across. Like that I managed to run almost straight to the guild. Excuse me. Ryuma, by the time I got to the guild and was brought to the room, the other people were already there. Ryuma, you came. With that everyone's present. Wogan, sorry for making you wait. Ryuma, you made it on time, actually. Almost late, but still on time, so don't sweat it. It's time to hand out the rewards. Wogan, on top of the 3 medium silver coins I got for taking the latrine pits cleaning job, I also got 30 small gold coins. Everyone else got 10 small gold coins each. Hold on a minute there, old man. Don't you think you're getting a bit too spendthrift here? Jeff, for real. Not that I'm complaining, of course, but you do realize that all we did was keep a lookout, right? Warana, don't. You think this is too much? I know we could have gotten sick, but we didn't really do anything personally. Just half would have been fine, I think. Mizelia, nah, that much is just right. As for the reason, that's because. Ryuma. Wogan, yes. Ryuma, you said the disease in the latrine pit is called Idake, right? Wogan, that's right. It's information from the identify skill, so it should be accurate. Ryuma, yeah, well. Apparently, that Idake disease is some really nasty stuff. An old hag I'm well acquainted with says that it's so nasty that even if people live through it, they'll be completely unable to move their limbs, leaving them with no other choice but to die. That reward properly reflects the risks you took. The fatality rate from that Idake disease is low, sure. But children and the elderly aren't likely to survive, and for the rest who do, they'll have to live the rest of their lives unable to work. Wogan, everyone drew cold sweat upon that sudden revelation. That's really bad. Of course, the prognostic syndromes themselves are bad, but not being able to work perpetually is fatal. Because that means no money. If this world had insurances and disability rights, perhaps it could still be somewhat bearable, but as it stands, that's no different from a death sentence. If you can't work, then all that's left is to starve to death. Thank goodness we stopped things before it got any worse. Mia, in one sense, it could actually be worse than diseases with a high fatality rate. Mizelia, if you catch it and die, you pass on, but if you survive, you're in hell. Jeff, because of this incident, the government office got a good scolding. Word says the boss and his lackeys have been apprehended, and those left behind are pulling their hair out figuring out what to do with the latrine pits from now on. Wogan, can't they just leave it to the slum people as usual? Warana, unfortunately, that's no longer possible. The bigwig responsible for refusing to pay them was fired, but even if the government office promises to pay them the old amount, the slum people can't trust them anymore. Besides, the slum people have already found a new job. Other towns aside, this is a mining town. There's no shortage of dirty or labor work to be done here. Since they can get money elsewhere, there's no reason for them to clean the latrine pits. Also, since it's the government office that's at fault in the first place, they can't really tell them to give up their work and clean the latrine pits, so they've already given up on them and are currently looking for another solution. Wogan, what are they going to do? We're fortunate this time around cause Ryuma noticed it, but if this happens again, it won't be funny. Jeff, right. Honestly, the only reason we took this job is because the guild pushed it onto us. From here on, the guild might have to turn this job into compulsory work to punish members that fail a lot of missions or break contracts. Mizelia, you can leave it to me, I'll do something about it, Daru. Rapin, you make it sound so easy. Jeff, personally, I can take the job while I'm here. Cher, that would be a huge help. Wogan, yeah. Ryuma, did you come from another town? Yeah. Mia, come to think of it, I went straight to work, so we didn't have much opportunities to talk. I explained to them how I ended up in Jimuru. You lived in a forest all by yourself at 8. What a reckless guy. Wogan, you going back to Ghana Forest? Jeff, I'm wondering about that too. I do have some attachment to the house I lived in for 3 years, but I could also live in a nearby forest. Ryuma, if you're going to be living nearby, then why not just live in town? Does it have to be a forest? Mazelia, chores are taken care of with magic and food is taken fresh from the forest via hunting. It's actually a pretty refreshing lifestyle, you know. Money isn't needed too. Ryuma, this one thinks you might be a bit too young to be a hermit, Dagozaru. Asagi, it does feel somewhat like that. Syria, well, don't sweat it. It'd be a load off my back to have you around, but no one's pressuring you to stay here. Just live as you please. Anyway, the government officials embezzling funds have had their properties forfeited and their subordinates' salaries reduced. The money from that is being used to cover the maintenance costs of the town. In the worst case, that money can be used to hire enough people to do the job, so it should be fine. All right, with that I've given you your dues and have informed you of what you need to know. I just have one thing left to tell you. The day after tomorrow there's going to be a big job. There's a mine that's officially going to be abandoned this year, although it's actually already been defunct since last year. A lot of monsters have taken nest inside it. They're all small fries, but there's a lot of them, so the area that needs to be covered is huge. The guild is going to need adventurers to deal with them. If you can participate, that would be a huge help. That'll be all. Dismissed. Wogan, 1, used to be strengthened body. Volume 1 Chapter 24 Part 2 After that we all went our ways. When I got back to the lodging, the Ojusama and the others were there waiting for me. They were waiting so that we could have lunch together. I thanked them and took a seat, and then the Ojusama spoke. Ryuma-san, might I invite you to train with me? Ilya, why all of the sudden? Ryuma, I'll be learning magic from today onwards, so I thought you might be interested too. Ilya, Elias' training is actually a part of our itinerary. Reinhardt, apparently, the Jamil household had a custom of sending their children out to travel once they were old enough. Depending on what they wanted, they might even become adventurers. It is good to widen one's perspective and learn new things, but before one can set off, one must first gain the power to protect oneself. Going on a journey accompanied by guards is also a choice, of course, but that wouldn't be very fruitful. Traveling without any of the struggles will only result in half the benefits, which is why we're having Elia learn how to protect herself. Reinbach, even without traveling, one might still be summoned to deal with a monster threat or a group of bandits, so the power to protect oneself is a necessity. Reinhardt, that explanation was a little surprising. The Ojusama too. Ryuma, not just Elia, the bigger the scope, the more likely nobles will have to join the fray. It raises morale and paints a good image, after all. Protecting one's own fief, there's few better propaganda than that. But that's also why power is a necessity. Reinhardt, oh, right. There's magic in this world, so there's not much of a difference strength-wise between men and women. To that end, I'll be attending the academy in the capital starting this year to study magic as well as other subjects. But I'd like to have some experience before that. Ilya, so that's why you came here. Ryuma, that's right. I've been training since this morning and I'll be training later this afternoon, so, how about it? Won't you train with me, Ryuma-san? Ilya, sure, why not? It's a good opportunity and I did promise to teach her how to play with magic, so as long as I won't be a bother. When I told them that they agreed, and it was decided that we would be going to the training grounds in the afternoon. The training was mostly about magic and the training grounds would be a 20-minute trip on carriage to a rocky area outside town. After lunch. When we got to the designated area, Jill-san was there to meet us. Ojusama, I've been waiting. I see Ryuma is also with you. I hear the last 3 days have been difficult for you. Jill, I could say the same to you. Ryuma, well yeah. Jill, come on, you too. Let's start already. Ilialia, by the way, Ojusama. What attributes can you use? I can't teach you how to play with magic without knowing that first. Ryuma, I specialize at fire and ice. I have a lot of mana, so I'm sure I'll be able to use lots of powerful spells as long as I practice. Ilialia, looks like she'll probably end up specializing on powerful spells. But fire and ice, huh? Is something the matter? Ilialia, water and earth are relatively safer, so there's plenty of ways to play with them. But compared to them, fire and ice are a bit, Ryuma, well, you certainly can't play with fire in the middle of the forest. Hayuzu, it won't be a laughing matter if you start a forest fire, after all. Jill, Hayuzu-san and Jill remarked as they watched me and the Ojusama from a distance. They're right, though, and in my opinion, the hardest attribute to play with is poison. This is the only game I can teach you with the fire attribute. Darkness, little fire flower, dot. Ryuma, after darkening the area on my hands with the dark magic, darkness, I made a really small flame at the tip of my index finger and lit up the darkness with its sparks for a few seconds. How beautiful. Ilialia, indeed. Reinbach, it stopped. Alize, it's a little sad seeing it end like that. Reinhardt, well, it is a toy fireworks. It's a pretty spell, but that's it. It has no other use. One day I'd like to turn it into a full-fledged fireworks, but that will have to wait until I'm a little better at magic. As for the ice magic games, all I had were skating and ice sculpting. At first, I had my hands full just maintaining a giant block of ice, but I later managed to turn it into something much bigger. As for ice sculpting, I tried it out because I had experience working part-time as an assistant in making them. Ice sculpting takes time, though. It's not something you can just pick up and do. It takes a lot of stamina because you have to pile up lumps of ice and there's also a chance everything might collapse, so it's also dangerous. Because of that it paid pretty well, though. Making ice sculptures and keeping them in the cave sure made hot days that much more bearable. On a small scale, you could make a magnifying lens with it and heat up stuff too, but it's only fun until the novelty wears off. If you want to start a flame, it's quicker to just go use fire magic. How troubling. What about water? It's not a specialty of mine, but I can use water too. Ilialia, oh, I have lots. For example, bubbly water, Ryuma, I put my fingertips together to form a circle, and then inside that, I used a water spell to produce water. The water produced wasn't just water, however, but one that was particularly viscous, so it was able to create a thin film. I blew softly on that thin film, and a bubble the size of a human's head appeared. That bubble floated under the windless sky with the sky as its backdrop. As sunlight shone upon it, it looked like there were countless dazzling stars reflected on its surface. Before long, however, the bubble popped. Oh my, that looks like a fun one. It's like soap bubbles. Alize, it's so pretty. Ilialia, the ladies in particular seem to like my bubble magic. This world does no soap, but they're expensive, so they would never use them for something like this. The guys seem to be enjoying it to some extent too. We can use water attribute mana to make the water stickier. For example, water, wave, dot. Ryuma, I used my hands as a container and poured water on it, then I moved the water with another spell. This wave is an elementary water spell that can make waves. With it we can create waves. Using water mana, and after a little practice, we can do this. I threw the water in my hands upwards. Normally the water would come falling back down because of gravity, but this one didn't. Everyone looked up at the water ball floating up my head. I'm using a spell that can move water, so natural life water can float. Everyone knows there's an offensive spell under the water spell tree called Water Ball, so no one was surprised, but I'm just getting started. Go. As I moved the water a little, its shape changed from that of a ball into that of a small fish, causing voices of exclaim to rise from around me. I've been killing time with this spell for 3 years, so it's already stupidly detailed to the point that there are even scales on it. That water fish moved through the sky while bending loosely back and forth. Ah. It's swimming in the air. Ilialia, you're pretty good. Reinbach, applause rolled out from around me. That's a little embarrassing. Well, something like that. I figured since I could move water, I could probably make it stickier too. The result was that bubbly water from before. You could think of it like we're joining water droplets together. Ryuma, like this. Bubbly water, Ilialia. After hearing my explanation, the Ojusama created a thin film of water in her hand. Unfortunately, it broke when she softly blew on it. Use a bit more water mana and imagine the sticky liquid's stickiness when making it. Ryuma, she'd already succeeded, so I just gave her some practical tips. The Ojusama excitedly tried out those tips. Mana poured out from her like water gushing out, and then she chanted the name of the spell. Bubbly water. Ilialia, the water this time was a lot more viscous, and when she spread it into a circle with her fingers and blew lightly on it, a bubble floated in the air. I did it. Ilialia, you can change the size of the bubble with your breath. Once you've gotten the hang of it, you'll also be able to do this. Ryuma, this time I used more mana to create the bubble. The result was a basketball-sized bubble floating in the air. I pushed that bubble toward her. Look. Ryuma, huh? Ilialia, I pushed the bubble but it didn't break. Instead, it slowly flew over to the Ojusama. The Ojusama looked at that bubble with eyes full of curiosity as she received it and bobbled it. This one doesn't disappear like the one earlier. Ilialia, the more mana you use the more viscous the water becomes. A bubble like this won't pop even if you touch it. Of course, if you hit it hard, it'll break, but if you just leave it be, it'll eventually pop on its own. Ryuma, by the way, these bubbles are made purely with water mana, so they can't harm the human body or the environment. Even a baby accidentally drinking it won't pose a problem. It's just like a slime. Ilialia, the Ojusama poked at the bubble, and when it shook, she laughed. I guess it was worth teaching her if she's having this much fun. When there's a chance I'd like to show her the other attributes too. Chapter 25 Volume 1 Chapter 25 Part 1 Now then, shall we start? We played with the bubbles a little, but after a while, our training for the day was finally starting. The Ojusama has been practicing her control since this morning. Ryuma-sama, is there anything you would like to study? Sebesu, personally, I would love to study the various offensive spells of the different attributes. As I mentioned back at the church, I don't really know much of offensive spells. Ryuma, oh, right. In that case, Sebesu, I'll teach. Camille, Sebesu-san turned to Camille-san. Looks like he would be the one teaching us. Seems like you can use all the attributes. As for me, I can use all the lower attributes, as well as lighting and ice. I can't teach you poison, wood, and the advanced attributes, but I can teach you the elementary spells for everything else. Camille. I'll be in your care, Camille-san. Ryuma, same. Camille, well then, Ryuma-san. I'll see you later. Ilialia, apparently, the Ojusama would be training away from me. After bidding me goodbye, the others left to see her off. We're not training in the same place. When I asked Camille that, he answered. It's for safety reasons. You know that the Ojusama has a lot of mana, right? Camille, yes. Ryuma, because of that she can't control it very well. She's gotten a lot better recently, but in the past, there were plenty of instances when her spells went a different direction than she'd intended. On top of that, they packed plenty of heat. Camille, that does sound dangerous. But don't worry. That was before. She's a lot better now. We're just being safe. Camille-san assured me that it would be fine. It's probably because she's pretty much his boss. Staying on this topic any further wouldn't do us any good, so I suggested we start the training. Sure, let's start. Ryuma-kun, you said you didn't know much about offensive spells, but I take it you know a little. Camille, yes, but only the beginner spells. Ryuma, show me. Camille, sure. Ryuma, as requested, I turned toward a nearby rock and casted the basic spells of fire, water, wind, earth, lightning, ice, and poison, which were respectively fireball, water ball, wind cutter, earth needle, stun, ice shot, poison. Basics are basics, but that's pretty good. With that you'll probably learn the next spells easily. I'll show you some new spells, and you'll copy them, okay? Camille, got it. Ryuma, let's start. First is fire. Fire arrow, Camille. As soon as Camille-san recited the chant for the spell, an arrow of fire appeared on the palm of his hands and promptly shot forth in a straight line toward the rock, giving rise to a light sound as the fire burst. This is the Fire Attribute's elementary offensive spell, Fire Arrow. It's faster than Fireball and has greater piercing strength. It's the most convenient spell under the Fire spell tree, so it's commonly used. Give it a shot. Camille, alright. Ryuma, as I recalled Camille-san's Fire Arrow, I did my best to imitate it. I produced fire on the palm of my hands just as I did with Fireball, then I compressed it and imagined an arrow shooting out. Fire Arrow, Ryuma, as I chanted out loud the words, a spell just like Camille-san's shot out and hit the rock. Well done. Since you were able to get it on the first try, you must have a good understanding of magic. Camille, is he going to get suspicious like people usually do in those cliché light novels? Maybe I should try misdirecting him a bit. I'm an archer, so visualizing an arrow is pretty easy. Ryuma, oh, yeah. There's that too. Camille, that too. Ryuma, from time to time, there are people with high level in magic from using them in their day-to-day lives, but haven't learned any offensive spells. These people can usually learn offensive spells after a few tries so long as they're able to visualize the spells. Camille, so it's not the cliché setting in light novels when the protagonist learns magic too fast. Well, that's good. Come to think of it, didn't the Ojusama also learn bubbly water in 2 tries? If I'd remembered that I wouldn't have worried needlessly. After that I also learned the offensive spells Water Shot, Wind Hammer, Rock Bullet, Stun Arrow, and Ice Arrow. I also learned the defensive spells Fire Wall, Water Wall, Wind Shield, and Ice Shield. After that a different problem rose. Well, with that I don't have anything left to teach you. Should we go straight to the intermediate class? We could also just keep working on your elementary spells. Camille, looks like while my learning speed wasn't abnormal, it was still fast. As a result, everything Camille-san had to teach was exhausted before our time. It was then that Sabesu-san came. What has you so troubled? Sabesu-san. Ryuma's too fast of a learner. He's already learned all the spells I could teach. Camille, is that so? Then in that case, how about I teach him? I can teach him dimension magic. Sabesu, lucky. I get to learn dimension magic from one of the country's top dimension magicians. I'll be excusing myself then. Good luck, Ryuma-kun. Camille, thank you very much, Camille-san. I'll be in your care, Sabesu-san. Ryuma, I thanked Camille-san and bowed to Sabesu-san. Sabesu-san smiled cheerfully and spoke. Before we begin, I would like to confirm one thing. Ryuma-sama, do you know any spell under the dimension spell tree other than item box? Sabesu, I can use teleport. Ryuma, can you show me? Sabesu, of course. Teleport. Ryuma, Volume 2 Chapter 25 Part 2 Side Sabesu Ryuma-sama invoked teleport, and in the next instant, he appeared beside the nearby rock. He invoked it 4 more times after that, appearing and disappearing around me, until the 4th invocation where he appeared in front of me again. Teleport is a spell that instantly changes one's position, so many beginners lose their footing after casting it, but Ryuma-sama did not lose his footing even once. It was a spectacular teleport. It may only be a beginner spell, but you can really feel his experience with it from how natural and how quickly he invokes it. He must have spent much time training with it to use it to this extent. Masterful performance, Ryuma-sama. If you can use it that well, then you should also be able to use the intermediate dimension spells, dimension magic and warp. Sabesu, really? Ryuma, yes. Ryuma-sama, do you know why dimension magic is the hardest attribute to use among the higher attributes? Sabesu, no. Why is it the hardest? Ryuma, can you explain how to use dimension magic? Sabesu, use mana to interfere with the space and distort it. Ryuma, exactly. But it is that very basic concept of interfering with space that leaves so many boggled. Space is ever present, but only few can truly grasp it. Sabesu, to make things worse, most of the textbooks teaching dimension magic are filled with exaggerated wording such as, that which envelopes all things within the world, making it difficult for aspiring dimension mages to grasp the proper image. In the end, the image they visualize often ends up poorly, leaving them with nothing more than a shoddy attempt at interference. In actuality, the most important thing is to use mana precisely and grasp it deeply within the space. Unfortunately, that's not something that could be explained with words. Words alone can only give half the picture. There's no other way to succeed but to keep on trying until one is able to grasp the sensation. Until then, learning intermediate dimension magic or higher will remain but a dream. This might surprise you, but actually, the lower dimension spells aren't actually any different from the intermediate spells. Sibesu. Ryuma, hee. A fitting reaction. In the past, dimension magic didn't have the lower spells it has now. It didn't have such distinctions. After all, the first step to mastering dimension magic is to grasp space, and those who fail to do that are considered incomplete. With time, the people who could use dimension magic grew less and less, until eventually, the standard for dimension magic plummeted and the spells grew weaker. The elementary spells today are none other than the weakened intermediate spells. Sibesu, so you're saying I could use the same image I use for item box and teleport to cast dimension home and warp? Ryuma, yes. You'll need to supplement dimension magic with something else, but for warp, it's exactly the same image. The casting range of warp is far greater than teleport, so as long as you can grasp your destination, you can go as far as your mana permits. Let's see. How about the top of that rock? Sibesu, I pointed toward the farthest and biggest rock around. The top of that rock was flat, so there was sufficient foothold. He shouldn't get hurt even if he falls. Sure. I'll give it a shot. Ryuma, oh, Ryuma-sama looks quite eager to test his mettle. Students like him are truly worthy of teaching. How many students have I taught just like this? When I was born and it was found out that I possessed an aptitude for dimension magic, I spent all my time training and working as a butler. My magic proved most useful during my travels with the previous lord. When the previous lord stopped traveling, I worked daily as his aide. I believe it was around this time when I was praised as one of the country's leading dimension mages. The reason behind that was because I often used dimension home to carry most of the previous lord's luggage. There were plenty of times when I appeared in public too. Because of that, countless people asked to become my disciple. I ignored all the letters sent to me, but there were some who used their connections with the previous lord to have their sons or retainers taught. Naturally, I couldn't ignore such people, so I taught them. I know for sure that I've taught over 100 people, but I stopped counting after that, so the actual number is a mystery, but regardless, the number of people who could use intermediate dimension spells by the end of my sessions do not even number 10. Many of the sons from the affluent families refused to listen when I told them that dimension magic couldn't be explained well with words, and they did nothing but complain, in the end, not getting much of any proper training done. Someone like Ryuma-sama who obediently listens and earnestly trains is the best sort of student to teach. Even more so when he's talented too. I wonder if there was ever a time when I personally wanted to teach someone. Perhaps there was indeed such a time, but I don't remember it anymore. While I was thinking that, Ryuma-sama closed his eyes and focused. He was as still as tranquil waters, almost as if he couldn't hear anything around him. It is remarkable that he is able to concentrate this much at such a young age, but what sort of training did he undergo to reach this state? When I think back to it, from the first time I met Ryuma-sama, he's always been an unbalanced young boy. He did not have any parents and isolated himself in the forest, but despite all the time spent alone in the forest, his clothes were well kept. He had difficulty speaking at first, but even then, he spoke with courtesy as he invited us to his house and offered us a most luxurious tea accompanied with an equally luxurious honey. His house was simple in design but solid and pleasant. He even had a bath. He lived just like a noble. But the strangest things about him are his knowledge and skill. He researched slimes, which had long been abandoned by other researchers, and bettered his life by discovering cleaner slimes and scavenger slimes. He even invented a thread I'd never seen before and waterproof clothing. Once, he said the salt from Ghana forest could be used so long as the poison was detoxified. Reinhardt-sama showed interest there, wanting to sell the salt, but what did he say? There's not enough to sell. The competition will just drown it out. He must have been raised as a noble, if not, then at least a merchant, or else how could a child his age have such knowledge of business? I still remember how he looked at his first town with empty eyes and how skillfully he protected the Ojusama from crooks. And though still young, he has already achieved something by preventing the outbreak of a plague. Every one of these feats would have been impossible for a normal child, but he did them all. From time to time, he seems like an adult, but after opening his heart a little, he's finally started to act his age. Ryuma-sama is. Tsubasa-san. Ryuma, oh, dear. It seems I lost myself in my thoughts there. Yes. What is it? Tsubasa, I think I can do it. I'll try it. Ryuma, show me. Tsubasa. Warp, Ryuma. In the next moment, Ryuma-sama disappeared, and in the next moment, he appeared on top of the rock just as I've instructed him. I warped to the same spot. Congratulations, Ryuma-sama. You've succeeded at invoking the intermediate dimension spell, Warp. Tsubasa, I did. I really did it. Thank you so much, Tsubasa-san. Ryuma, hee hee. So he acts his age when it comes to magic, I see. In that case, let us move on to Dimension Home. You will be opening a hole and imagining a big room inside just like you do for Item Box. That's the usual process for Item Box, so I've omitted much of the details, but after that is where things change. After going through the initial stages for Item Box, you will now have to imagine the space you're creating to have the same environment you have around you. This is the reason why it's possible to live and raise monsters inside Dimension Home. Without this step all you'll be casting is the elementary spell, Item Box. Tsubasa, I understand. Ryuma, as Ryuma-sama said that, he closed his eyes and focused once more. It was a much more complicated spell than Warp, so it was only natural that Ryuma-sama seemed to be desperately grasping for the spell's feeling. He chanted several times, but nothing more than a black hole appeared. Again he chanted, again he failed. He repeated that time and time again, one attempt after another followed by one failure after another, and eventually, sweat trickled down him. But despite that, Ryuma-sama continued to concentrate. He would take a breather every now and then, but he continued to proactive even as the hours passed. And after 4 hours of training, Ryuma-sama chanted once more, An. Dimension Home, Ryuma. In that instant, a white hole appeared before Ryuma-sama. Congratulations, Ryuma-sama. You've succeeded in casting Dimension Home. Tsubasa, all right. Thank you so much. With this I can finally put my slimes in. Ryuma, I'm glad I was able to help. Should you find your Dimension Home too small, you can always cast it again with more mana to make it bigger. Just note that a black hole means failure, and a white hole means success. Tsubasa, I'll remember. Ryuma, now then, shall we return? It's already dark. Tsubasa, Ah. Wow, it's this late already. Ryuma, looks like he didn't notice. If he didn't succeed just now, he might have kept on going. Normally, he'd have long run out of mana, but as expected of someone with a mana pool rivaling that of the Ojusamas, he's still got plenty to spare. You were really into it. Well then, let us be on our way. Warp. Tsubasa, there are some things I'm concerned about, but for now, let's just quietly watch over him. Chapter 26 Volume 2 Chapter 26 Part 1 Side Ryuma I was so into the training that I lost track of time. Fortunately, Tsubasa-san reminded me of the time and we went to where the others were through his warp. Apparently, the Ojusama was training in an area a lot further from me than I'd thought. Welcome back, Ryuma-san. Ilia, you sure took your time. How much did you learn today? Elise, did you learn any new spells? Reinhardt, Ojusama and company immediately noticed us when we arrived. Yes, Kamil-san and Tsubasa-san taught me a lot. Ryuma, that's good to hear. You look like you still have mana to spare. Won't you show us what you've learned? Reinbach, I first showed the spells I learned from Kamil-san, then I showed off my Dimension Home. Unfortunately, I needed 10 seconds just to invoke it. Looks like I still need lots of practice. Dimension Home. Ryuma, fortunately, it was a success. When the entrance to my Dimension Home opened, it occurred to me that everyone else except for Tsubasa-san was frozen solid. Oh, yeah. Using Item Box at my age is already an achievement. I forgot. Oh, well. Tsubasa-san knew anyway, so even if I hit it, they'd find out sooner or later. In fact, 4 of them are already pestering Tsubasa-san. They praised me almost immediately after, though. I know it was an amazing feat, but having my head patted is so embarrassing. Later. The sun was already about to set. So we decided to go back. Dimension magic was best improved by repetition, so I went back with my warp. Just to be safe, though, Sabesa-san also accompanied me. Along the way, Sabesa-san suddenly remembered something. Ryuma-sama, we plan to go to the abandoned mine tomorrow to give the Ojusama a chance to fight a monster. How about it? Would you like to come too? Sabesu, as long as it's no trouble. Ryuma, of course, it's not. The Ojusama will be delighted to have your company. Can you use weapons other than the bow? The abandoned mine is fairly small inside, so it's a difficult weapon to recommend. You should also wear some armor. Sabesu, how about a short sword? I can fight with my martial arts and magic, but I don't have any armor. Ryuma, that takes care of the weapons then, not that you would have any problems on that end, anyhow. After all, the monsters are weak, there will be guards accompanying you, and the main purpose is to give the Ojusama experience, so, Sabesu, right. Anyway, I'll go with the short sword. As for the armor, Ryuma, I could make the weapons with earth magic to some extent, but a poorly made armor will hinder my movements. Oh, now that I think about it, didn't I have a letter of introduction from the guild master? Let's use that then. I think I'll go shopping when we get back to town. I got a letter of introduction from the guild master of the Adventurers Guild, so I think I'll use it for our little trip tomorrow. Ryuma, I see. That sounds wonderful. Sabesu, after that we arrived in town and went our separate ways at the gate. Sabesa-san went back to the inn while I looked for the weapon store. When I found the store, I entered it, and a rough-looking man greeted me with a ghastly smile. Welcome, dear customer. Is there anything that interests you? Rough-looking man with a ghastly smile, I'm looking for a weapon to use in a confined area like the abandoned mines. I think a short sword will do. I also need some armor. Ryuma, if you need a short sword, then please refer to this shelf here. Rough-looking man with a ghastly smile, not to be rude or anything, but aren't you forcing yourself? Ryuma, you can tell. Rough-looking man with a ghastly smile, it's obvious. Ryuma, the smile plastered on his face kept breaking every few seconds, resulting in a very weird face. After I told him that, the man dropped the act and wore a completely unsociable face. Arg. I give. Sorry, kid, but an acquaintance of mine told me I'm unsociable, so I was trying to fix it, but it looks like it's just no good with my personality. Rough-looking man, I see. By the way, is this Digger Arms shop? Ryuma, yep, that's the place. What about it? Rough-looking man, I got a letter of introduction from the guild master of the Adventurers Guild. I was told to bring it here. Ryuma, I handed the letter of introduction. From Wogan. Strange things do happen. You a new recruit? My store's expensive, you know. I can guarantee the quality, but do you have coin on you? Rough-looking man, yes. I don't know the market price of weapons, but I can pay up to 30 small gold coins. Ryuma, that's more than enough. What have you been using until now? Rough-looking man, I usually use a bow, but I'm going to the abandoned mines, so, Ryuma, I see. Then in that case, let's go with that short sword you mentioned earlier. You can also go with a short spear or a one-handed sword if you'd like. Rough-looking man, give me 2 short swords then. Oh, and would you happen to have throwing knives here? Ryuma, I have the throwing weapons mastery skill, but I've only thrown stones until now. Might as well use this chance to buy something. 10 knives for 1 small gold coin. Pricey, yes, but I guarantee the quality. So long as you retrieve them after throwing, they'll last you a long time. Rough-looking men, give me 10 throwing knives and those 2 short sword from before then. Ryuma, it's 2 small gold coins per short sword, so adding the 10 throwing knives on top, that'll net you 5 small gold coins all in all. You'll be needing armor too, right? Rough-looking men, yes. I'd like something easy to move in. What do you have? Ryuma, something easy to move in. Then you'll want leather armor. Armor made with monster hide can be even stronger than metal, and if you enchant them with magic, you can keep your mobility even with a full-body leather armor. Unfortunately, the latter type isn't in circulation. I don't have any in my store. Rough-looking men, let's go with the monster hide then. Ryuma, alright. I only have 2 sets that'll fit your size, though. A day will be needed for adjustment if you want the other sets. Are you going to look through everything? Rough-looking man, I need it for tomorrow, so I'll just get what I can buy now. I'll be going to the mines tomorrow, so just show me the ones I can buy now. Ryuma, alright. Rough-looking man, the man went inside, and when he came back, he had 2 armor sets with him. Both armor sets are made from monster hide. One is made with grellfrog hide, making it flexible and easy to move in. Ah, but don't be fooled, it might be flexible, but it's plenty tough. It costs 4 medium silver coins. Rough-looking man, it's like rubber. Frog hide, huh? The other one's made from hard lizard hide. This one's more expensive, costing 5 small gold coins. Rough-looking man, that's a pretty big difference, no? Ryuma, it's because of the material. Hard lizards live in the wasteland, so it's rare to find one. On top of that, they like to use the neutral magic, harden, so hunting them is a pain. Half-hearted attack can't get through their skin, and using magic risks destroying their skin. I know it's expensive, but this is actually already cheaper than it would normally go for. Rough-looking man, harden covers the body with a layer of mana. It's a defensive spell that prevents the body from getting wounded. A monster that uses that would certainly be difficult to hunt. Taking one down takes luck and skill, but hard lizard hide is not only light, it can also invoke the harden spell when mana is passed through it. Harden increases the defensive prowess of the armor while leaving it as flexible as it were. It's already plenty tough without it, but after invocation, it gets even harder. Because of that, it's a hit among people with no stamina like mages. Unfortunately, this was made from the leftovers of another set. And because there weren't enough materials left, only an armor big enough for a kid could be made. But then it's not like there's any kid adventurer out there who could purchase something this expensive. Can't change the size either since there's no material. In the end, it's been left rotting in the shelves for these past 2 years. If you can afford it, it'd really be a load off my back if you could purchase it. This one's a lot better quality-wise too than the other armor. Desperate salesman, just as he mentioned, this does seem better. This store was recommended by the guildmaster, so I doubt he's just trying to make extra coin. Alright, I'll go with this then. Ryuma, thanks, kid. That'll be 10 small gold coins in total. Rough-looking man, I took out a pouch of small gold coins from my item box and paid the men. After confirming the payment, the men handed over the equipment, and I stored them into my item box. Thank you. A bit late for introductions, but my name is Ryuma Takebayashi. I'll come back if I need anything again. Ryuma, come back anytime. Name's Darson Digger. I own this store. That armor should serve you well, so long as you don't push yourself too hard. Come back and get a new set once you've grown out of it. I'll give you something. Nice then. Darson, I thanked him, left the store, and went back to my lodging. Volume 2 Chapter 26 Part 2 The next day. Today we rode the carriage to the abandoned mine. The road became worse as we traveled along, but the weather was great. After 3 hours of traveling, I thought we'd finally reached our destination, but Ilialia, for some reason, the Ojusama was acting weird beside me. She didn't say much during breakfast either. I wonder if there's something on her mind. Ojusama. Are you all right? Yes, I'm fine. Ilialia, well, at least she doesn't seem to be sick. Maybe she's nervous. Is this your first time hunting monsters? Ryuma, not at all. I may not have a lot of experience, but, Ilialia, relax a bit more, Elia. Reinbach, grandfather. Ilialia, you won't be convincing anyone like that. Elise, mother too, Ilialia, ha ha ha, well at least you seem to be thinking straight today. We'll be arriving soon, so let's review our objectives. Reinhardt, thinking it better than doing nothing, Reinhardt-san started a topic to divert Ilialia's attention. The place we're headed to is Jamuru's northern mine. As the name implies, it's located to the north. It's already been declared abandoned, so why is that we're going there? Reinhardt, we need to investigate the mine before we can send a request to the Adventurers Guild to clean up the monsters that have taken root in the mines. We have to go anyway, so we're taking this opportunity to let me gain some experience. Ilialia, exactly. Normally, we just refer to the regular reports given to the management, but after the investigation on the recent incident, it's looking likely that the government office might have messed with the management of the northern mines too. So we're personally going to check the mines out and gather information on the beasts lurking in it. The request to the Adventurers Guild will depend on the contents of our investigation today. Reinhardt, it's still unknown how many monsters are lurking within the mines, but it's already been assumed that it would take at least several days to wipe everything out, so today we're really just going to investigate the mine and train at the same time. The reports of the government office aren't exactly credible, but according to them, there haven't been any sightings of high-ranked monsters, so the northern mines should be safe enough for a child to train at. As the nervous Ojusama watched the blue skies through the windows, I leisurely allowed myself to sway with the rocking of the carriage. Chapter 27 Volume 2 Chapter 27 Part 1 Is everyone ready? Jill, yes. Ilialia and Ryuma, as soon as we got to the mines, we started our investigation. We were currently standing before the entrance of one tunnel, but judging from how tall the weeds were, they were almost as tall as me. And the unrestrained ivies that covered the rocks around the tunnel, it would appear that no one has visited this place in quite some time. Accompanying me and the Ojusama were Jill and company. There were also other guards, but they went into a different tunnel to hunt monsters. As for Reinhardt-san and the madam, they went into a tunnel together, while Reinbach-sama went into one alone. I asked if that was all right, and Jill-san and company said this in response. Don't worry. The three of them all once traveled as adventurers. In fact, Reinbach-sama's achievements were so great that the neighboring countries caught wind of them. People like them won't get a scratch from the sort of monsters you'd expect from a mine like this. Hayuzu, actually, they don't really need us guards. They could just walk by themselves around town. They could take care of themselves, and so long as Sabesa-san is around, they'll never lack anything. We never showed our face when you were at town, right? Jill, unlike the other nobles, the four members of the Jamil household don't enjoy the pompous lifestyle. They even told an uncouth guy like me to talk as I normally do. Hayuzu, looks like the three of them were quite renowned in the arts of magic and the sword. I kinda thought that would be the case, but I guess it's fine, right? Letting them go like that. Yep, it's probably fine. Let's do our best too, Ryuma-san. The Ojusama normally wore a simple dress made from high-quality cloth that was so high-quality even I could tell it with a glance, but today, she's wearing nothing more than a shirt and a pair of pants, on top of which was leather armor. Huh, she sure is lively today, isn't she? I guess this means she's gotten over her nerves then. While we were talking like that, the madam waved goodbye to us from the entrance of another tunnel. Did she hear the Ojusama? We waved back at her, and she waved back more forcefully for a moment before she finally turned around and entered the tunnel with Reinhardt-san. After they entered their tunnel, we entered ours. At the lead were Zeph-san, Jill-san, and Hayuzu-san. In the middle were me and the Ojusama. And behind were Camille-san and the slimes. We walked orderly in a line, but the tunnel was dark. Just a few steps in and the light could barely reach us anymore. TCH, I guess there really aren't any lamps here. Hayuzu, weren't they taken to the eastern mines? Ryuma, well, the lamps should have still been maintained until it was officially declared as abandoned, but from how bad the tunnel looked outside, I'm guessing the management just didn't care. Besides, if they took the lamps from here and put them in the eastern mine ahead of Steeled, then they would be able to reduce expenses temporarily. Hayuzu, they're the sort who likes easy money, I guess. Ryuma, they certainly give the impression, Ilialia, true or not, after what they've done, it's hard to trust them anymore. That's the curse that will follow those who betrayed the trust of others. Please remember that, Ojusama. Light, Jill, as Jill wrapped our short conversation up, he casted the beginner light spell, Light, to shoot out a ball of light. The ball of light floated above our heads and illuminated the surroundings. The light couldn't reach deeper into the passage, but it was enough to show us our surroundings. Ojusama, young master, please watch your step. People used to work in these tunnels, so there aren't any traps, but if this were a labyrinth, there definitely would be. Finding those is the job of a scout like me. We're just training today, but please do your best not to move ahead needlessly. Camille, yes. Ilialia, all right. Ryuma, we continued walking like that for some time when Zeph-san suddenly stopped. When we looked up ahead. A bug. Ryuma, Volume 2 Chapter 27 Part 2 For some reason there was a bug just like the praying mantis before us. Unlike the praying mantises I knew, however, this one was as big as me with sides fit for its size. It's definitely a monster, if not, then I feel sorry for all the bug-hating people. This world must be hell for them. Do you see that, young master? That's a bug-type monster known as the cave mantis. It uses the sides it has for hands to dig holes. It likes to live in caves or tunnels. Camille, TCH. Looks like an annoying one's taken root here. Hayuzu, is it strong? Ryuma, not really. Its sides aren't sharp and its carapace is soft, so miners are actually able to deal with them with just their pickaxes. The problem is that they reproduce really fast, so there's a chance the more advanced variant, the blade mantis, might show up when they're around. Unfortunately, blade mantises look just like their lesser variant, so it's hard to tell them apart. Zeph, unlike cave mantises, blade mantises actually have sharp scythes, so if you let your guard down, it could be fatal. Please be careful. Jill, how do you tell them apart? Ryuma, blade mantises are just a little bigger, but the difference isn't obvious, so some experience is needed to tell them apart. That one over there is cave mantis. I'll lure it here, so make sure to get a good look. Zeph, as Zeph-san said that, he approached the cave mantis alone and led it here. Elia and I watched as he easily received the attacks of the cave mantis with his small buckler. That's a cave mantis. Those sides are pretty fast, so please be careful. Jill, Ojo, please take out the cave mantis while Zeph has its attention. Hayuzu, no fire magic, though. The smoke won't have anywhere to go. Jill, alright, Elia, I'm ready whenever. Zeph, then. Ice arrow. TSK. Ice arrow. Elia, the first ice arrow the Ojusama casted was dodged, but the second one she casted immediately successfully took down the cave mantis. There's no problem with your casting speed, but you should aim more carefully. Jill, I understand. Elia, after that we continued walking for another 2 minutes before we happened onto another cave mantis. This time, however, there were 4 of them. Now what? The Ojusama took care of the one before, so I thought we could let Ryuma have a go next, but 4 right out of the blue. Hayuzu, when I heard that, I told them that I wanted to try. Be careful. Hayuzu, nodding to him, I drew the 2 short swords sheathed by my waist and invoked body reinforcement, then I ran for the cave mantises. One of the cave mantises raised up its right side when it noticed me, but I sent a kick flying toward its right leg before it could attack. As its left leg was broken under the might of my kick, the cave mantis lost its balance and fell to the ground, then as my right foot descended onto its head, a nice crunchy sound resounded. At that, 2 more noticed me and headed my way. Matching the timing of the second cave mantis as it lifted up its scythe, I turned my body counterclockwise 90 degrees, barely dodging its attack, as I cut off its joint with my short sword. Then as my body swung back into place, I lopped off its head with my left short sword that was held in a reverse grip. Behind the second cave mantis was the third one. Shifting grip on my left hand from a reverse grip to a proper grip, I turned my body counterclockwise and parried its attack, then I claimed its head with my left sword. The fourth cave mantis swung its left side in hopes of claiming my neck, but I dodged it, received its attack with my right sword, and cut its joint with my left. It swung its right side next from the side, but I received it with my left and cut its joint with my right. With both arms gone, the cave mantis no longer had any cards left to play. It could only helplessly watch as I lopped off its head. Doesn't look like I'll be having any problems here. My swords are doing well too, not a single crack on them. Good job. Looks like you can handle yourself in close combat too. Ojusama, bug-type monsters are tough, so make sure you don't attempt what Ryuma did and try to lop their heads off. Zeph, I understand. Elia, you played it smart invoking a hardening spell there. With that it wouldn't have mattered even if one of the cave mantis had landed a hit. Hayuzu, as expected of Ryuma-san. Elia, it's because I'm already used to bug-type monsters. After all those years living in Ghana Forest and hunting those tenacious critters to feed to the slimes, it's only natural I'd get used to them. As our first battle concluded, we continued along the tunnel. 10 minutes later, I was walking in front while the Ojusama followed from behind. Somehow, it was decided that we would be taking care of the monsters we happened across. There were nothing but cave mantises along the way, and the fights were really closer to pest cleaning than a fight, but their numbers were gradually increasing. At one point, we had to deal with 4 or 5 of them at the same time. What's worse was that the intervals between each battle was getting shorter and shorter. Of course, that meant nothing to me. Heave, ho. Ryuma, but not for the Ojusama. She's been casting one ice spell after another at the enemies we've encountered to weaken them and reduce their numbers. I'm grateful to have her support, but all that casting has left her exhausted. She's also using more and more mana with every spell casted. I know the 4 guards following us will step in when things turn for the worse, but... Playing clay, Ryuma. I caught the leg of an attacking cave mantis with earth magic and broke its balance, then I finished it off in a single hit. Why don't we rest for a bit? Ryuma, after that I suggested we take a breather. Here, dried meat. You'll feel much better once you've eaten. Hayuzu, thank you. Ryuma, and so, a breather we took. Although we were still deep inside the tunnel and couldn't let our guard down, we sat ourselves on the ground and rested. We had the light spell for our light, so the area was well lit. There also seemed to be a vent connected somewhere, so it wasn't hard to breathe. Are you all right, Ojusama? Jill, thank you for worrying about me, but I still have strength to spare. Mana too. It's just that for some reason, I feel like I get tired more easily. Elialia, that's normal when fighting in a place you're not used to. Especially, places like these where we can't tell the passage of time. Anyway, there's nothing else to it but to get used to it. It's that sort of training after all. How about you, Ryuma-kun? Are you all right? Camille-san turned to me after advising Elialia, but unlike her, I'm actually used to places like these. It's just like my house, so I'm okay. Ryuma, right. Now that you mention it, Camille, hey, Ryuma. What spell did you use on that cave mantis just now? I know it's an earth spell, but I don't recognize it. Hayuzu, you mean playing clay? It's a spell that temporarily turns soil and stone into clay. Ryuma, like create rock, which I used back during the landslide. Playing clay is also a spell made from the combination of rock and break rock. It's a spell that continuously uses break rock to break down the soil to keep the particles connected. It's also one of the games I used to play back when I had difficulties using magic. It's literally playing clay. It's a spell I created back when I had difficulties using rock to help myself learn it. You get stones and stuff like this and use magic to knead them into clay. Eventually, you'll get used to it and you'll be able to use rock. Ryuma, the clay form will only last as long as there's mana. Once the mana used to invoke the spell is exhausted, the spell will wear off, and the object will go back to its original form. If it used to be soil, then it'll go back to being soil. If it used to be rock, then it'll go back to being rock. Because of that, it can also be used to fill in gaps between walls or to fill cracks. It can also be used to repaint walls. Of course, I didn't think all that when I first came up the spell. After explaining the spell, the Ojusama and the 4 guards looked at me, dumbfounded. Oi, Camille, Jill. What do you think? You're the magic guys from our group. Hayuzu, coming up with a new spell because you can't use a beginner spell. Ryuma-kun, the things you do are really different. Jill, I won't say it's impossible, but it's definitely a hassle. I mean, it's one thing if someone else had taught you, but coming up with a new spell just to learn a beginner spell. Usually, it'd be a lot easier to just train normally. Camille, like that we chatted and relaxed. While we were doing that, the slimes were behind us eating all the monsters we defeated. We're not doing anything out of the ordinary, but we're making great progress in cleaning up the path. Chapter 28 Volume 2. Chapter 28 Part 1 Yup. Nothing beats the outside, alright. Hayuzu, after completing our task in the mine without any incident, we went back outside. Hayuzu-san was quite pleased to be out of the dark and dreary tunnel. We don't have time to enjoy ourselves, Hayuzu. We have to go back and write a report. Zeph, I know, but it'll be afternoon by the time we finish, so just a little bit more and sweet rest will come. Hayuzu, we were called too. After that we all headed for an area near the entrance of the mine. It's a wide area that used to be the drop-off for mining tools and other luggages. Because of that it was clean unlike the other areas that were littered with stones. Currently, we're just using it as a rendezvous point as well as a parking area for our carriage, but in its heyday, it even had a rest area for the employees. Oh. Ryuma, as I walked through the tall weeds that reached up my waist, from time to time, a cold gust would blow. It's because a part of the road had become a cliff. Without anything to block it, the wind was free to blow a chill gust. It's great since the sun's rays are really hot. Turning toward the direction the wind blew, I could see the road we used to get here, and consequently, the whole town of Jimuru. Under the perfectly clear blue skies that was without a single cloud, the lone stretch of road that extended out from the vast blankets of green painted a tranquil and relaxing sight. Young master, be careful. There's a cliff that way. Zeph, thanks for the warning. Ryuma, I decided to heed Zeph-san's warning. He had a point. The weeds were tall and it was hard to see my feet, so it wasn't far-fetched to say that I might lose my footing. When I looked down I saw a great amount of earth and sand gathered under the cliff. That's probably a slag heap. This is my first time seeing one. It wasn't exactly pretty, but seeing a mountain of red soil covered in weeds strangely reminded of nature's vitality. But still. It sure is a waste, Ryuma. They said this mine doesn't produce any iron anymore, but isn't there actually a lot? The red on that soil is the color of iron oxide, in other words, rust. If they used alchemy, they could probably continue to produce iron, but alchemists are ill-reputed around here, so they probably can't. We walked toward the wide open area as I thought that. When we got to the place, for some reason, Reinhardt-san and the madam seemed to be waiting by the entrance. Welcome home, Elise, how was it? Reinhardt, mother, father, I defeated lots of cave mantises. Elia, seems you did well. Reinhardt, Ryuma-san started helping me along the way to keep the mantises away, so I was able to cast my spells unhindered. Ryuma defeated even more mantises than me too. Elia, so Ryuma-kun protected you, huh? Thank you, Ryuma-kun. Reinhardt, still. Were there that many cave mantises? Elise, apparently, the tunnel we entered was a nest of cave mantises. There were nothing but cave mantises inside. Jill, I see, then how about going into another tunnel this afternoon, but this time with us? I want to see how you and Ryuma-kun fight too. Reinhardt, really? I'll do my best. Elia, oh my, aren't we excited? But before that let's have our lunch first. The others will be returning shortly, so until then let's talk. Elise, like that we ate and talked about the details of my adventures with Elia in the tunnel of cave mantises. After that it was decided that we would be going into another tunnel after lunch. By the way, Ryuma-san. What was on your mind a while ago? Elia, a while ago. Ryuma, we ate with the 4 members of the Duke's household, and for most of the time we were talking about either our reflection on the events this morning or Elia's way of fighting. When that topic was exhausted, however, the Ojusama, Elia, asked me something. Unfortunately, I had no idea what she was talking about. Didn't you say, what a waste, when you saw the landscape around here? Elia, so that's what she was referring to. Unfortunately, while I understand what she's talking about now, the topic is a bit problematic for me. It wasn't anything important. Ryuma, I suck at lying. Really? I'm sure even a slime could tell from that last sentence that I'm just trying to pull the wool over her. Suspicious. Very suspicious. Elia, you sure are a poor liar. Reinbach, is it something you can't say? Reinhardt, if you want to say something, you should just say it. Elise, well, I guess if it's these people, it should be fine. Do you remember what I told you about along the way to Jimuru? About the salt. Ryuma, I see, so that's what. Don't worry. There's no one here except for us, Sabesu, Aaron, and Lillian. Aaron and Lillian are good at keeping secrets, so you don't have to worry about word getting out. Reinhardt, right. Anyway, you know I can use alchemy, right? Ryuma, I've heard of it. Reinhardt, although it was Reinhardt-san who replied, I was focused on Aaron-san and Lillian-san. They looked surprised when they heard the word alchemy, but they didn't show any unpleasant feelings. Heaving a sigh of relief, I continued. All right. And this mine is going to be abandoned, yes? Ryuma, that's right. We're done with the papers too. Reinbach, what about it? Reinhardt, it might still be possible to acquire iron from this mine. That is with the use of alchemy, anyway. Ryuma, when I said that everyone else except me stiffened. Is that true? Reinhardt, yes. Do you remember what I told you about detoxifying the salt from Ghana forest? Ryuma, I do. Reinhardt, it's the same thing. All I need to do is to take the iron from the soil. I believe that red in the soil is actually the color of iron. When you put water on a sword and leave it like that, it'll rust, right? Ryuma, naturally. Reinhardt, in the same way the iron of a sword can rust, so can the iron inside the soil. That's why it's colored red. So long as I use alchemy and extract only the iron from the soil, it should be possible to produce iron. That being said, it would probably be an issue if an abandoned mine suddenly started producing large amounts of iron, so that's why I think it's a waste. Ryuma, that's true, but... Ryuma-kun, if you think you can do it, why not try? I'm interested in whether it would work or not, and I also have a way to sell them without causing trouble. Reinhardt, all right. Ryuma, I nodded and decided to give it a shot. Volume 2 Chapter 28 Part 2 If using alchemy won't pose a problem, then there's no reason to hide it. Gain did say that he just randomly put something together to create alchemy and fulfill the request of an otherworlder, so it's actually pretty easy to use. All you really need is an elementary understanding of the chemical elements and science, and you'll be good to go. Unfortunately, it's also because of that alchemy hasn't taken off in this world. Frankly, if it's just extracting iron, then... What is iron oxide? That's rusted iron, of course. What about oxidation? That's the process when oxygen combines with an element. And in the case of iron oxide, that's obviously the combination of iron and oxygen. What is oxygen? That's the air I'm breathing right now. What occurs during alchemy? Oxygen is forcefully removed through the utilization of mana, leaving behind only iron. If I teach them this much, then I'm sure even Reinhardt-san and the Ojusama will be able to do it. If that's not enough, then I can teach them about the basic properties of oxygen too. I'm sure even that much won't take more than an hour to teach. Although, to be honest, I don't really feel like teaching them that much unless they ask. If they want to learn it or use it for the sake of reviving a dead enterprise, then by all means, go ahead. Gain and the others may have made alchemy because of an otherworlder's demands, but in the end, it's still something that belongs to this world. After lunch. Ryuma-kun, will this do? Reinhardt, yes, thank you very much. Ryuma, I drew the basic magic formation required by alchemy, a simple square inside a circle, on the ground, then I took a stone bowl full of red soil and placed it on the formation. Let's begin. It's dangerous, so please make sure not to enter the formation. Ryuma, after warning them, I let my mana course into the formation, and then a bright light dazzled from the formation as a thin film of light was created. None of the spectators uttered a word during this moment. They all watched with rapt attention. Can't blame them, I had the same reaction on my first time. Nowadays, it feels no different from turning on a computer, though. Then again, they'll probably make an even bigger fuss if they could see a computer turn on. Man, I sure miss computers. Oops, lost myself in my thoughts there for a moment again. Let's continue. Alchemy has different magic formations for different jobs. This formation is meant for separating. With it I'll be able to take the oxidized iron alone, and the rest of the soil will naturally float out of the formation. When the light faded, only red-colored grains were left in the bowl. All the soil have already left through the thin layer of light. When I used the neutral magic, identify, on the red grains, I was able to confirm that they were indeed oxidized iron. I need to do the separation process one more time, but this time, I'll be removing the oxygen from the iron. After going through the same process as before, all that was left was a sparkling and silvery sand. Leaving it like that would make it too easy for the wind to blow, so I decided to draw another magic formation beside the separation formation. This time, what I drew was a pentagram and a circle, the alchemical formation meant for combining things. One needs the ability to visualize, as well as have knowledge of the substance before and after combination to use this formation, but with it, one can combine things. I'm going to use it to turn the sand of iron into one lump. There. I used identify once more to confirm that I have indeed succeeded in making a lump of iron. It has a purity of 100%, so there's no mistaking it. Of course, the reason I don't have much of a reaction is because I'm already used to alchemy. When I first used alchemy, I became really excited and thought about a lot of things. The fact that I'm able to act unaffected like this really speaks volumes about how familiar I've gotten to alchemy. Reinhardt-san, it's a success. Please take a look. Ryuma, while Reinhardt-san stared at my lump of iron in my hands, I handed it to him. When I did, he rubbed my lump, slapped it, turned it over and held it up to the light, and then used identify on it. Yep, it's iron, all right. You actually did it, sorry, Ryuma-kun. Reinhardt, huh? Why are you suddenly apologizing? Please raise your head. Ryuma, his sudden apology left me bewildered. Did something happen in the short time I was performing alchemy? Reinhardt-san raised up his head, but he still continued to apologize. You see, alchemists claiming they can make gold is so common it's basically a stereotype, so when you said you could make iron, of course, I didn't think you were trying to swindle us, I didn't really believe it. I doubted you and your claims, for that I apologize. Reinhardt, so that's what he meant. The fact I asked you to show me your alchemy despite my doubts is, Reinhardt, it's fine, really. I mean it can't be helped if it's such a tall tale. Besides, it's not like I was hurt or anything. Ryuma, thank you. Still, real alchemy. Sure is impressive. I can't believe you were actually able to produce iron from that soil. Reinhardt, and it's so pretty too. It's like silver. Ilya, indeed. Do all things made from alchemy turn out like this? Allies, unfortunately, because of that we can't sell it. It's real iron, yes, and Ryuma-sama's alchemy is indeed amazing, but, Sebesu, because of alchemy, or rather, because the purity was too high, the lump of iron couldn't be sold. It was made by magically gathering all of the iron content from the soil into one lump, so of course, the purity is high. Because of that, not only is it soft, it's also flexible, has a sheen glow to it, and rusts harder than normal iron. Or at least, that's what I remember from that one news segment back in my previous life that talked about pure iron. Although, even that didn't discuss 100% pure iron. Well, this one was made with magic, so using my previous life standards doesn't really fit. Anyway, putting that aside. Since I know what the issue is, I can solve it. If the purity is too high, then I'll just lower it. I drew a six-sided star with a circle around it on the ground, and placed the soil from before on top of it. This six-sided star magic formation is meant for mixing. It can equally mix together various substances of different nature. It doesn't have a lot of uses compared to the other formations, but it can be used to lower the purity of my iron lump. Gradually, the color of the iron grew less and less lustrous, until eventually, it turned into a blackish hue, no different from your run-of-the-mill iron. That being said, it was still different from iron produced through more normal means. Although it looks just like iron, the impurities mixed into it is different from common iron, which has plenty of carbon at the cost of its viscosity, leading it to become more brittle. Anyway, the point is that I don't know whether this could actually be used or not. When I told Reinhardt-san that, he laughed. Then I'll get a merchant I can trust to investigate it. If you want, I can introduce you to. Reinhardt, really? Then please. Ryuma, of course, of course. Now, who to go with? Should I pick that guy? Or maybe the blacksmith would be better. Reinhardt, I'm curious about the quality of my iron, so I asked to be introduced, but... After that Reinhardt-san became a bit too overzealous in picking out who to bring my lump of iron to that he even skipped out on our monster hunt in the afternoon. And now, the Ojusama has her cheeks all puffed up. What to do? Chapter 29 Volume 2 Chapter 29 Part 1 Reinhardt-san won't be able to join us in the afternoon training, so our group only consisted of me, the Ojusama, the Madam, and Reinbach-sama. Good grief, father always ends up like that when it concerns his work. Ilya, I can't believe he actually neglected Ryuma-kun and his own daughter. Allies, I'm partly responsible for this too. But at least he's really devoted to his work, right? I mean, wouldn't it be worse if it was the other way around? Ryuma, maybe. We're here. Allies, as the two adults led us, before we knew it, we were right before the entrance. From here on, the two of you should be the ones to decide how to proceed. Me and Grandpa will just quietly follow. We'll help out when things look bad, but don't expect us to provide any help other than that. Allies, we're here to help Elia gather experience, after all. Ryuma-kun, you already have plenty of experience, so I'll have to ask you to let Elia make her own decisions. Reinbach, all of a sudden, the Ojusama has her work cut out for her. I'll do my best. Elia, I understand. Ryuma, seeing how the Ojusama wasn't perturbed in the slightest, it seems she's used to these two suddenly giving her an assignment. We continued into the tunnels without a word of complaint from the Ojusama. The tunnel this time was a lot bigger than before, and parts of the walls were covered in moss. We could slip if we're not careful, so we better watch our step. It's dark, so I can't see very far. Elia, I've realized this since this morning, but it seems unlike me who's used to hunting in the night. The Ojusama has a hard time seeing in dark places. Ryuma-san, you have experience hunting in the night, right? Do you use light magic then? Elia, only if I don't mind others noticing me. Otherwise, I use the neutral spell, Search. There's still a chance the target might notice me because of the flow of mana, but the odds are much lower. Ryuma, I can't use Search very well. How do you do it? I know I'm supposed to spread my consciousness, but I don't really get it. Elia, Search, huh? Well. After thinking a little, I made a vessel out of stone using earth magic, and then filled it with water using water magic. Please look at this. Ryuma. Elia, I threw a stone into the vessel, and ripples rose on the surface of the water. Think of the center as you and the ripples as the flow of mana. Make yourself the center of the mana flow while you spread it around you, and when a monster shows up, I threw several more pebbles into the vessel, calmed down the ripples with magic, then threw another stone into the center. When I did, ripples appeared again, but the small stones interfered with some of the ripples. Mana will crash into the monsters just like these ripples. You should treat that as the reaction a monster or a human gives to Search. Ryuma, I see. That's a lot easier to understand. Search. Elia, when the Ojusama invoked the Search spell, a great amount of mana gathered around her. It was an amount I've never felt before from anyone else other than myself. It's amazing how I can feel the mana hitting against me even without focusing, but if there's an enemy mage present, we'll definitely be found out. Sensing mana is the most basic of basics, so there's no such thing as a mage that can't sense mana. There's a lot of something up ahead. Elia, you succeeded. But you should rein in your mana a bit more. If an enemy mage were around, we'd definitely get found out like this. Ryuma, really? It seems I really do need to practice some more. Elia, for now, let me be in charge of the front and Search. You just focus on your spells just like you did this morning. Ryuma, all right. I'll be counting on you, Ryuma-san. Elia, I used Search to see what's up ahead, and just like she said, there were indeed a lot of monsters. But it seemed to be a gathering of many small monsters. The road opens up ahead, but there seems to be a lot of something filling up the ceiling there. I think they might be cave bats. Ryuma, those are probably cave bats, yes. Reinbach, could Elia take them all out? Allies, that would provide some shooting practice, but if it's a huge cloud of bats, then it wouldn't matter if she aimed or not, she's bound to hit something. Reinbach, cave bats are only about as big in adults' palms and mostly fed on insects. They don't have a lot of options for attacking, but they do fly around, so they're ranked F. Even children could beat them, but they can get troublesome when they're all bunched up. The two adults didn't look like they wanted to deal with a cloud of cave bats either. Then how about we try an experiment? Ryuma, an experiment. Reinbach, allies, Elia, yes. If it goes well, then we might be able to take out all the bats in one go. Ryuma, Volume 2 Chapter 29 Part 2 I double-checked on the ecology of the cave bats, and as expected, they're no different from earth bats. In that case, I should be able to knock them out if I cause powerful sound waves to erupt. Stun grenades were a thing in my previous life, so as long as I use my magic, I should manage. Silent, a spell that seizes the oscillations in the air to mute sound, and its opposite, a spell that amplifies the oscillations in the air to make the sound louder. Big voice. Voice change, a spell that changes one's voice like when one sucks in helium, and whisper, a spell that allows one's voice to reach greater distances. And lastly, the resulting spell from the fusion of big voice and whisper, sound bomb. All of the above are spells I came up with after much experimentation in the forest. I came up with sound bomb specifically for situations like these. It's pretty effective too, considering it was able to rupture the eardrums of a black bear and knock it out. I should be able to knock out the bats with it as long as the spell doesn't fail. Speaking of whisper, I practiced it a lot before by talking to myself in my room, but I haven't used it since. Anyway, the possible problems I see with this method is 1. The tunnel might collapse, 2. There might be other people nearby, and 3. Cave bats might survive. You don't have to worry about the tunnel. This tunnel has been reinforced with earth magic to prevent it from collapsing, so it's unlikely you'll cause it to collapse. As for the people, we'll check with search to ensure there's no one in the area, and in the case you're not able to kill all the bats, Reinbach, how about leaving it to my slimes? Ryuma, alright. If that's still no good, I'll lend a hand. Reinbach, and with that our plan was decided. I took out a big sticky slime from my dimension home. I'm counting on you. Ryuma, I ordered the big sticky slime to block the tunnel with its huge body while taking care not to alert the cave bats as it approached them. With that my sticky net was ready. Lastly, I erected a sound-muting barrier to cover us. I'm ready. Ryuma, we're ready too. Reinbach, then. Sound bomb, Ryuma, in that instant, a terrifying explosion sounded from outside the barrier. We couldn't actually hear any of the sounds, but we could still see the shadows falling from the ceiling. Looks like a success. Let's go. Ryuma, after dispelling the barrier, we continued onwards with the slime net as our shield. Before long we came across a great number of cave bats laid out on the ground. Almost all of the bats were knocked out. Of those that did manage to fly away, they did not number even 10. And yet even then, some of those remaining bats flew in a daze, eventually crashing into a wall. Some of the cave bats did manage to fly toward our direction, but they immediately found themselves within the sticky slime net. Oh, not bad, Reinbach, you really took them all down with one spell, huh? Elias, that's amazing, Ryuma-san. Elia, it's been a while, but it looks like it's a success. Cave bats have good ears, but that's also their weak point. Ah, do you mind if I feed these to my slime? Ryuma, they're your spoils. Do as you please. Reinbach, cave bats don't have any parts worth selling anyway. Elias, I ordered the big sticky slime to break up and eat the sleeping cave bats. When I did, 364 sticky slimes treated themselves to an eat-all-you-can cave bat buffet. Oh, it looks like the cave bats can now split again. I'll have them do it back at the inn. After that I continued to support the Ojusama with both action and word of advice as she hunted the remaining monsters in the tunnel for the next hour. Hey, Ryuma-kun. Reinhardt, after cleaning up the second tunnel, Reinhardt-san was waiting for us at the entrance. Did something happen? Ryuma, it's about the iron. Can you make me a sample to show to a possible partner? It'd be best if you could make it rectangular like an ingot. Reinhardt, sure, no problem. Alchemy also has a formation for changing shapes. Ryuma, really? Then if you could ready one soon, please. Reinhardt, like that I exchanged places with Reinhardt-san and went to work on the ingot. He offered to help too, but it wasn't necessary, so I suggested he follow after the Ojusama instead. It's not difficult work, after all. As proof of that, I was able to finish making the ingot almost immediately. It barely took longer than walking to that slag heap. Tsubasa-san, the ingot is ready. Ryuma, thank you. What will you be doing now, Ryuma-sama? Tsubasa, Ryuma, after completing the ingot and handing it over to Tsubasa-san, I didn't have anything left to do, so I was thinking of following after the Ojusama to help out with her monster hunting, but they've already entered for quite some time. Should I just go ahead and enter a tunnel on my own? But the monsters around here are weak, so there's not much merit in fighting them, and it's also questionable whether that's a good idea considering how much time we have left. Moreover, our main purpose here is to scout out the place. A lot of adventurers are gonna be hired to take care of the monsters here, so there's no reason to rush. In that case, I think I'll just let the slime split. for now. After that I'll contract them and do some training. Ryuma, in that case, please use the corner over there. It's open and if something happens, we'll be able to hear you. Sebesu, and so, that's what I did. After the slimes split, I leisurely spent the remaining time training. 1 hour later. The Ojusama and the others came back. They walked over to where me and the slimes were. Ryuma-san. Ilia, oh Ojusama. Are you done with your training? Ryuma, yes. We're done for today. Actually, I have a present for you. Ilia, present. Ryuma, hee. I think you'll like it very much, Ryuma-kun. Alize, as the Ojusama and the madam said that, Reinhardt-san came with a box of stone. Inside is a monster. It's weak, but you should still be careful when you open it. Reinbach, when I heard from Reinbach-sama that a monster was inside, I carefully opened the lid. In the next moment, I saw the monster inside. A slime. Ryuma, inside was a dark gray slime, a slime I'd never seen before. It wriggled about inside the stone box as if it were looking for the exit. It's one of the many advanced slime variants, a metal slime. We stumbled onto it by coincidence and caught it. Alize, I can have this. Really? Thank you so much. I'm so happy. I have another slime variant I can add to my collection. Ryuma, it may be a slime, but you should still contract with it first. Reinbach, oh, right. Just as Reinbach-sama reminded me, I went ahead and formed the contract. After that the metal slime started behaving within the box. When I lifted it up, it was indeed made of metal and was harder than any slime yet. So this is a metal slime. I guess it must feed on metal then. Reinhardt-san, could I get some of the iron soil around here to feed this slime? Ryuma, you're going to feed it with soil. Reinhardt, that or the iron from it. I also want to run some experiments with the other slimes. Ryuma, take as much as you want. Originally, all this soil would have just been treated as trash. If not for you, we would have never looked at it again. Reinhardt, thank you so much. Ryuma, it should be fine if I get just enough to fill a corner of the dimension home. Will the slime eat iron? Will a slime turn into a metal slime after eating iron? Or will it turn into something else? I can't wait to find out. By the way, Ryuma-san. What were you doing? Ilia, oh, I was letting the slime split just a while ago, and then after that I thought I'd train them a little. Ryuma, train? You mean the slimes? Ilia, the Ojusama could not comprehend. Well, it's not like I don't understand. She might understand how convenient slimes are, but I'm sure she still can't see them as anything but useless in battle. Slimes are weak, after all. I mean they're G-ranked monsters that even children can beat. But the truth is that slimes possess a super flexible semi-liquid body that won't die unless the nucleus is hurt. Slimes can move their nucleus anywhere in their body, so if for example a slime is kicked somewhere, it could simply move its nucleus away to protect it while nullifying the damage with its semi-liquid body. At first, that was just a theory of mine, but after spending a lot of time training with the wild slimes, and I mean a lot of time since at one point I even thought it was hopeless, the slimes became agile. They learned to use basic martial arts, allowing them to dodge an incoming weapon while rushing into the enemy to secure his arm. They learned how to use their semi-liquid body to parry attacks. My teachings focused mainly on defense and evasion, and today, there are even some among them who can extend a part of their body and use it to control a spear or a rod. That being said, they still can't beat a goblin one-on-one. They just really lack the overall strength needed. Ryuma, not at all. I think it's plenty amazing that a slimes actually learn to use weapons. Alize, Ryuma-kun, what do you think about attending a short course for beginners at the Tamers Guild? It might do you good to learn some common sense for once. Reinbach, maybe he should be teaching them instead. Reinhardt, it looks like they're starting to get that my slimes are amazing, but... That was uncalled for. The expression on the three adults quickly changed to that of exhaustion as they listened to the crazy things my slimes can do. Before long the Ojusama came to ask for help and I went to get my red soil. After that I spent some time until it was time to go back. By the time we left, there was a mountain of red blocks at a corner of my dimension home. Chapter 30 Morgan Company, 1/2. Are you alright, Ryuma-kun? You look tired. Reinhardt asked me on the way back from the mine. I was hoping we could drop by our partner for your 3 products, but, Reinhardt, don't worry. I'm all right. I just used too much mana. Ryuma, creating all those red soil bricks with Create Block brought me near mana exhaustion. It's been a long while since I last felt like this, but other than that, I'm all right. After all, I didn't actually exhaust all of my mana. This much discomfort shouldn't pose a problem. 1 hour later, our carriage finally reached town. We stopped in front of a certain store. It was not lavish by any means. It was a simple store made out of wood and had a calm feeling to it. I thought for sure we'd be going to a luxurious store considering this was the Duke, but it seems that's not the case. Because of that, however, the store was not intimidating. As soon as we entered the store, we were brought to a huge guest room where paintings lined up the walls and a decorative vase could be seen at one corner. The store was much more luxurious inside than outside. The sofa I sat on was soft, and my body sunk into it. It's just a bit more lavish than the reception office for clients in my previous world, but I feel a little out of place. Anyway, let's just sit and behave beside Sebasu-san for now. As I behaved myself and quietly waited, before long, a well-built man came. He was the person responsible for the store. My, if it isn't the people of the Duke's household. Welcome. Well-built man, it's been a while, Serge. Reinhardt, it's been a while, indeed. It would be great if we could meet more frequently, but alas, it seems the opportunities just refuse to show themselves. Regardless, it is good to see that you are all well. I do believe this is our first meeting. Greetings. I am Serge Morgan, president of the Morgan Company. Serge, oh, he's talking to me. I am Ryuma Takebayashi. I met the Jamil household by some stroke of fate. It's a pleasure to make your acquaintance. Ryuma, he smiled back at me. I heard he's someone we can trust, but exactly what sort of person is he, I wonder. All right, let's get to business. Reinhardt, did you bring something new today? Serge, while I was thinking to myself, the two of them started talking business. Wait. Today? I guess Reinhardt-san must have brought several things here already. Before I show you the goods, I want you to promise me that not one word of this will make it out of this room. I trust you. But I want to be sure. Reinhardt, but of course. We value the information of our partners. We would never leak it. And in fact, if you so wish, we could work in such a way that not even the slightest trail would be left. Still, I must say this is unusual for you, Reinhardt-sama. I never thought you would say something like this. Serge, the goods this time come with some circumstances. Mark my words, what I bring to you today will bring profits beyond anything I've brought you yet. Reinhardt, really? As far as I'm concerned, a raincoat is about as common as they come, but... Well, I don't really get it. Sebasu. Reinhardt, at Reinhardt-san's behest, Sebasu-san took out a waterproof cloth from his item box, as well as a slime thread, and the iron ingot I made. Oh, this cloth has good texture. Serge, texture isn't all it has going for it. It can also repel water. Reinhardt, is that true? Serge, use identify or wrap your hands with it and touch water, I don't mind. That's a test product, so feel free to experiment with it. Reinhardt, then I'll do just that, Serge. Serge-san summoned a servant and asked for a bowl of water. Until then he used identify to examine the cloth. As Serge-san's eyes began to sparkle, the bowl of water came, and immediately, he wrapped his hand in water, and then soaked it into the bowl. Reinhardt-sama, what a truly wonderful cloth this is. Serge, right. So, do you think rain gear made from it would sell? Reinhardt, but of course. It would definitely. Serge, wow, he really likes it. But that's not all I brought. Take a look at this thread next. Reinhardt, I shall examine it. Serge, he took the spool of thread into his hands and examined it by touching it and pulling it. Was the same material used to make this thread and that cloth? Serge, he could tell. Without a single hint, just by touching, he was able to tell. Reinhardt-san smiled and nodded. As expected of you, Serge. Although there were some slight changes to the process, the thread and the cloth were indeed made with the same material. What do you think? The thread has good quality, no. Reinhardt, yes, companies specializing in luxurious clothing probably won't even blink before gobbling all of it up. It's beautiful, yes, but what's most remarkable about it is its durability. Serge, actually, we have clothes made from that thread and that cloth. Reinhardt, this time what was taken out was the set of clothes I made for cleaning the latrine pits. Ah. Wait a moment. I have my set with me. When did they make that? These are clothes meant for working with water or dirty places. The design is a bit original, but function-wise, it's excellent. Reinhardt, yes, I'm sure laborers will love this. Once word gets out, it'll sell like hotcakes. Serge, we'll need to do something to make it popular first, but it definitely has a lot of potential. Now, as for the last one, Reinhardt, the last thing that was brought out was of course my iron ingot. Mind if I use identify? Serge, not at all. Reinhardt, Serge-san identified the ingot with Reinbach's permission, but afterwards, he was visibly disappointed. It's good material, yes, but if I may be frank, there's nothing special about it. It's just an iron ingot. Serge, then what about this one? Reinhardt, Sabei Susama took out the other ingot, ultra-high purity iron, and handed it to Serge-san. Is this silver? No, this weight. As he said that, he used identify on it. In the next moment, he was visibly shocked. He tried to keep his composure, but he still couldn't stop himself from sweating buckets. Reinhardt-sama, this ingot is, Serge, amazing, right? We'd probably cause a huge fuss if we sold this thing. Reinhardt, naturally. With a luster enough to be mistaken for silver, anyone would be able to tell that it's different from the iron we know. People will definitely want to get their hands on the manufacturing method. Serge, and because of that we'll have to settle for that previous ingot. Actually, that ingot used to be just like that, but it was made to be more like normal iron ingot. Reinhardt, Serge-san nodded. That makes sense, but then it won't be different from any other ingot. It won't catch attention. Is that all right? Serge, it's fine. We just want to sell these ingots legally without anyone knowing. These ingots come from the abandoned mine, but we didn't find a new vein. Reinhardt, I see, so you wish to keep the manufacturing method a secret while still selling the ingots. Serge, yes. To be more precise, I want to export these things to other countries. If we sold it locally, we'd have to indicate where it was made, but if we exported it, it would be enough to just mention our country. Reinhardt, I see. Yes. That shouldn't pose any problems. Serge, seriously. With just that. Also, Serge, I want to introduce to you the secret manufacturer behind these ingots. Reinhardt, thank you. Serge, the manufacturer of these ingots is also the developer of all the 3 products I showed you. Serge, oops, this isn't the time to be shocked. I'm being introduced. All 3 products are so amazing, and yet, you're telling me they were all made by one person. Reinhardt-san smiled. Yes. The one who developed all these is none other than Ryuma-kun. Reinhardt, the moment Reinhardt-san spoke my name, Serge-san's eyes turned into dots, and he looked back and forth between me and Reinhardt-san. Volume 2 Chapter 30 Part 2 What did you just say? Serge, Ryuma-kun is the developer of all these things. I know it's hard to believe, but it's the truth. Reinhardt, you really made all these, take Bayashi-sama. Serge, yes. Ryuma, I told you it's true, but please keep this a secret. It would cause problems if people were to find out how skilled a researcher he is despite his age. Moreover, he's also an alchemist. Reinhardt, Serge-san became suspicious as soon as he heard the word alchemist. Alchemists really have a bad reputation. I know, it's suspicious, but he made that ingot in front of me. It's definitely not a scam. Reinhardt, I see, so you did it right in front of Reinhardt-sama. If you don't mind, could you show it to me too? Serge, oh. He's suspicious, but he's willing to put aside his prejudice to see if it's true. Well, the Duke did bring me, so it's not like he could just ignore me. My mana isn't in the best condition right now, but it looks like I'll have to do this one more time. I've already used a lot of mana today. Do you mind if I just make something small? Ryuma, we have plenty of mana recovery potions in our store. Please feel free to use them. This much isn't anything to speak of so long as you could truly show me alchemy. Surge, is it really okay if I accept this? Well, all right. In that case, I'll be able to do this properly. Then please prepare me a potion, 2 sheets of paper, and a pen. I need to draw a magic formation, you see. Ryuma, Surge-san summoned a servant once more and asked for the things I asked. Will this do? Surge, yes. Thank you. Ryuma, after thanking him. I took the things I asked for and drew a magic formation, then I took out the red bricks from my item box. This is hardened soil from the mines. It will be used as ingredient for my alchemy. Please take a look. Ryuma, Surge-san used to identify. It's from the mines, indeed. Surge, I'll be starting then. It's a bit dangerous, so please refrain from extending your hands into the formation. Ryuma, mana coursed through the magic formation just like it did back at the mines. Light shone, and in the next instant, an iron ingot was quickly made. I handed it to Surge-san. Please examine it. Ryuma, Surge-san was already wide-eyed from seeing the process, but when he took my iron ingot and used identify on it, in the next moment, he stood up from his sofa and bowed deeply to me. My deepest apologies. Surge, it's fine. Really. Please. Lift your head. I know alchemists have a poor reputation, so it's only normal for you to be suspicious, Morgan-sama. If anything, I'd say you treated me well. Ryuma, the Duke might have introduced me, but I'm not even a teenager, I'm a kid. If a person of such high standing were to suddenly apologize to me, I can't help but want to apologize too. Even though my old boss gave me a stern talking to that it's better to just keep up relations instead of ignoring someone or acting suspicious. Thank you. I didn't think you'd actually be the real thing. Could it be you're not as young as you appear? Surge, No way. He found out. What are you saying all of the sudden? Ryuma, I've heard real alchemists could make medicine that restored one's youth or gave eternal youth. I thought it was just a hoax because of all the scams, but if you're the real thing, then, Surge, I can't. Ryuma, so that's what it was. Sheesh, sure scared the life out of me. I took out my status board and showed my age. I can't make a medicine that restores youth or gives perpetual youth. Perhaps there are people that could really make such a thing, but it's impossible for me. At most, all I can do is put this lump of soil inside a magic formation, and turn it into an ingot. Ryuma, I see. I beg your pardon. Surge, Reinhardt-san interjected here. Now then, since we've made it clear that Ryuma-kun is the real thing, let's continue. Just as Ryuma-kun has showed you, he came up with all these things with his exceptional abilities and knowledge. But if others were to find out that he's an alchemist, they will surely think it's a scam. And even if they do acknowledge his abilities, an 11-year-old child is bound to garner much animosity. There will also be those who would want to pull him over to their side. So I want to propose a deal between you and Ryuma-kun, Surge. He'll sell his goods to you at a fair price, and in exchange, you'll keep quiet about his identity. Reinhardt, very well. That much won't be a problem. Surge, Ryuma-kun, Surge is a trustworthy merchant, so just drop by his store whenever you want to sell something. You can also buy things from here safely. Reinhardt, thank you. Surge-san, I look forward to working with you. Ryuma, I look forward to working with you too, Ryuma-sama. Please come whenever you can, I will be here to receive you. Surge, Ryuma-kun, feel free to use the soil from that mine as you please. You can feed them to the slimes or sell them as ingots, it's up to you. Reinhardt, are you sure? But what about your profits? Ryuma, that's an abandoned mine. It's only natural not to make any off of it. Besides, we'll make some off the taxes when you sell your ingots to Surge. There's no loss for us. Moreover, I expect a lot of profits to be made from the waterproof cloths. You can sell them here or at any branch of the Morgan Company, right, Surge? Reinhardt, yes. And Ryuma-sama, if you tell me your address, I can inform a nearby store to purchase from you. Of course, while keeping your secrets. Surge, I'm grateful, but aren't these people being too nice? After that I told him I lived in the forest, and he was naturally shocked. I wasn't sure whether I would be going back to the forest or not, so I decided to just tell Serge-san my address after I make up my mind. For the time being, I would be selling my goods here at the store, but if I do decide to come back, I can sell my goods at a branch store in Gonego town. They spoil me so much, I don't know how to thank them anymore. I think I'll just make some ingot and threads while I'm in this town. I should be able to make a lot if I use 2 days' worth of mana. I got a lot of mana recovery potions from Serge-san as an apology for doubting me, so it shouldn't be a problem. Still, I'm glad there's a place I can finally sell my stuff at. Serge-san told me to drop by whenever. If I sell to him, I won't have to fear getting ripped off. After that, Serge-san and a female servant saw us off, and we went back to our lodging. Chapter 31 Volume 2 Chapter 31 The next day. Today the Ojusama is at the mines again, putting to practice the things she learned yesterday. As for me, Reinbach-sama asked me to take the monster subjugation request that will be posted at the Adventurers Guild. I suggested taking the Ojusama along, but Reinbach-sama and the madam were against it. I just found out about this yesterday, but it seems there's actually a big gap in battle experience between me and the Ojusama, which translates into an equally huge gap in battle prowess. If the Ojusama were to partake in the subjugation quest, not only would she be inefficient, there's also a high probability that she'd end up relying on me too much. I wouldn't exactly refuse her were she to ask me for help, so I guess there's some truth in that. Anyway, because of that I went to the guild, but as soon as I got there, the guild master summoned me to his office. "You've come, Ryuma." "Wogan, you called. Is something the matter?" Ryuma, "Oh, it's nothing special. The Duke's butler just submitted the subjugation request for tomorrow, and there's something I'd like to confirm." "Did you go to the abandoned mine yesterday?" Wogan, "Yes." Ryuma, "Tell me about the monsters you came across." "The area too." "I got the necessary info from the butler, but the more info the better." Wogan, "All right. The monsters I fought were the cave mantis and the cave bat. I also fought against the small mouse. I hear the Ojusama defeated some slimes too. Other than that, there was also a metal slime. The place was overgrown with weeds and messy as if no one's touched it for years. That being said, the tunnel I entered was firmly built, and I didn't hear anything about the ground falling or a tunnel caving in from the others either." Ryuma, "In that case, even AG rank should be fine, but..." "You mentioned there was a metal slime." Wogan, "Yes. But I was on my own at the time, and I only saw it when it was given to me as a present. I formed a contract with it right there and then." Ryuma, "Oh, yeah. You've been gathering slimes, haven't ya? I hear you have over 1,000 of them already." Wogan, "Yes, to be more precise, I currently have 728 sticky slimes, 323 poison slimes, 211 acid slimes, 11 cleaner slimes, 3,033 scavenger slimes, 2 heal slimes, 1 metal slime, 1 normal slime, which totals to 4,310 slimes all in all." Ryuma, "That's way too many." Wogan, "It seems the number was a few times bigger than he'd expected, as he ended up wryly smiling. "The reason I have so many scavenger slimes is because of the previous case. Because of that they ended up surpassing 3,000 in such a short time. Fortunately. Slimes only need water to survive, but if these were any other monster, I'd be at my wit's end trying to feed them." Ryuma, "I see. Oh, right. A request to clean the latrine pits is out again. If you can, please take it." Wogan, "I haven't decided what to do for today yet, so I don't mind, but isn't this a bit too fast? It's only been a few days, though." Ryuma, "It wasn't cleaned for ages last time, so this time we're posting the request early. Or at least, there's a lot of guys who think like that. They even threatened, saying we're going to be buried in complaints if it's left for a long time. In the end, the public office wasn't able to convince the slum people. Some of their people were able to clean the pits a little, but they're originally an arrogant bunch, so the quality of their work is different from yours." Wogan, "I see. All right then. How many should I clean today?" Ryuma, "All 30 of them." "Can you do it?" Wogan, "The slimes can deal with the waste a lot quicker now than before, so I think I could manage if I use the entire day. There should also be less waste this time around." Ryuma, "Good, then I'll leave it to you. The people from town are really annoying. Wogan, sure, no problem. Ah, what about the monster subjugation request? I haven't registered for it yet. Ryuma, don't worry. You can just register for it when you return. There's no limit to the number of people who can take it, and I'll be dropping them a note about you too. Wogan, well, all right. In that case, I'll be on my. Ah. Ryuma, it suddenly occurred to me that I might be able to purchase the monsters subjugated during the job as feed for the slimes. When I got permission from the guild master, I happily left his office and went to the receptionist girl to have the papers sorted. During the process I found out that the receptionist girl's name was Malin. Also, because I cleaned all the latrine pits last time when one latrine pit equaled one job, I unknowingly fulfilled the 20 job requirement to promote from G rank to F rank. As such, from today onwards I will be treated as an F ranker. The requirements for E rank is the completion of over 30 jobs and one subjugation job. So once I finish the monster subjugation job tomorrow, I should be an E ranker. Promoting in a day seemed too fast, so I asked Malin-san about it, and this is what she said. It's fast, yes, but until E rank, it's mostly just the strong picking on the weak even during monster quests. I'm talking about adults, of course. And there's a lot of jobs that almost anyone can do. Which is why this period is considered to be the observation period. It's when the guild looks through an adventurer's records and thinks, oh, this one takes a lot of jobs, but he fails too much, or, oh, this one doesn't take many jobs, but he completes them every time. Honestly, the job you do doesn't really matter as long as you take your job seriously. And in your case, Ryuma-kun, you haven't failed a single job and all your clients were pleased, so you have nothing to worry about. Malin, I heaved a sigh of relief at that. It's good to know I have a good reputation. As soon as I left the receptionist, she quietly muttered. Seriously, if they're just going to take on a job and fail horribly, then they should just take on the miscellaneous jobs like you do instead. Novices are such a pain, Malin. I guess the hot-blooded youth prefer something more thrilling, huh? I should do those miscellaneous jobs from time to time, so I don't betray the trust I've built up till now. As I decided that in my mind, I left the guild to do my work. The next day. Last night, I was able to successfully clean the latrine pits without any accidents and was able to sleep early. Because of that I woke up earlier than normal. The time is currently 5 a.m. For the meantime, I think I'll go ready my stuff. Unfortunately, I still had a lot of time left over after that. Men generally don't need long to prepare. If I were a woman, I would have taken longer, but, alas. I killed some time by feeding the slimes after that, and then left the lodging a little later. I walked leisurely toward the Adventurers Guild, but when I got there, the place was packed with adventurers and several carriages could be seen coming and going. That's way more than I expected, Ryuma. All the carriages stopped in front of the guild were for the adventurers participating in the monster subjugation job. The receptionist said I could ride a carriage for free if I show up before 8, but this is way more people than I'd expected. If it's that crowded, maybe I should just run to the abandoned mine. There's time anyway. It would serve as my morning exercise, and they did say nothing really mattered as long as I got to the mines by 11. While I was wondering what to do, a voice called out to me. Hey! Ryuma. Jeff, huh? Ah. Jeff-san. Ryuma, the person who called out to me was none other than Jeff-san. Rapin-san and Cher-san were with him too. Good morning, Jeff-san, Rapin-san, Cher-kun. Ryuma, mornin'. Jeff, good morning, Ryuma-kun. Cher, good morning, Daru. I see you've undertaken this quest as well. Rapin, yes. I take it you are too. Ryuma, that old man nominated us, so yeah. We'll be participating. It's not just us. Mia and Asajai are coming too. They've gone ahead already though. Jeff, there've been large-scale jobs like this before, but there are a lot of new faces this time around. Jeff, that can't be helped, Daru. Today's job can be taken even by G rankers. Not to mention, this is a request from the feudal lord himself, so there's good money in it, on top of which, there's also the person buying monster corpses. Rapin, I wonder who's buying the corpses. I checked the list of confirmed monsters, but not one of them has anything worth selling. They're all small fries, you know. Jeff, and there's too many corpses even for research, Daru. I won't complain since I'm benefiting here, but it does make one curious. Rapin, oh, it's nothing special. They're just going to be used as feed. Ryuma, do you know something, Ryuma-kun? Share, but of course. After all, I'm the one buying the corpses. Ryuma, you're the one buying the corpses. Ah, but if it's to feed that massive ooze of slimes of yours, then I suppose it makes sense, Daru. Rapin, what do you feed those guys normally anyway? Jeff, I know they look like they eat a lot, but familiars are expected to cost a lot of money depending on the race anyway. So, Ryuma, as we chatted idly like that, we rode the carriage. We happened upon each other like this, so I figured I might as well ride with them. A few hours later. When we reached our destination, the coachman informed us that we would have to report to the reception desk that had been set up in front of the entrance of the mine, so we did just that and waited until we could finish our report. When the clock turned 11, we gathered in that spacious area from last time. There are 264 adventurers participating in today's quest. For safety's sake, you are to form parties of 6. There will be no scrambling for spoils. Those without a party have been grouped beforehand, so come here and look for your name. Now, go out there and make as much as you can. Voices rose at the guild master's simple speech, then the adventurers split and entered their respective tunnels. Ah. Is that it? I can't dawdle like this, I have to find my group. When I checked my group, I found out that my party's members were Jeff-san, Mia-san, Wariana-san, Mazelia-san, and Syria-san. Every one of them was someone I knew. Did the guild master do this? Anyway, I should rendezvous with them. As I looked around me, I noticed Wariana-san leading the others toward me. Wariana-san, it seems we'll be working together today. It's a pleasure. Everyone else too. It's a pleasure to be working with you. Ryuma, same here, Ryuma. Wariana, same, Nya. Mia, looking forward to working with you. Syria, I have to guide you properly as your senpai, after all. Mazelia, that might be too difficult for you, Mazelia. It hasn't been that long since we parted, but yeah, looking forward to working with ya. JFF, what did you say, Jeff? That's rude, you know. Mazelia, you might have some skill, but you're still way too careless to be teaching someone. Jeff, excuse me. Mazelia, the hell are you two doing? Sheesh. Ryuma, just forget about these two. Anyway, what weapons do you use? The cave bat and the small rat, one, don't really matter much, but what about the cave mantis? Have any experience with them? Wariana, yes. I normally use the bow, but I can also fight with my short sword. There's my magic too. Ryuma, then you take care of the flying ones with your magic. There's no one else here who can use magic, so, Wariana, it's not that we can't use magic, Nya. It's just that we beastmen don't have a lot of mana, Nya. So please don't rely on us when it comes to wizardry and the arcane arts and stuff, Nya. Ah, but Syria has a relatively big mana pool, Mia, but I can only use healing magic. Sorry. Syria, as for me and Mazelia, we suck at anything related to magic. We've abandoned everything but body reinforcement and body tempering, too. Jeff, don't lump me with you. I actually specialize in those two spells. Mazelia, it's the same thing even if you use the word specialize, Nya. Anyway, what attributes can you use, Ryuma, Nya? Mia, I can use all of them, but mainly earth. Ryuma, all attributes, huh? That's a rare one, Nya. Mia, but with that we can have more variation when fighting. By earth, I guess you can use earth needle. Wariana, earth needle and rock bullet. As for the other attributes, the only ones that seem useful in the cave are ice arrow and stun arrow. Ryuma, that's more than enough. Alright, let's go. Wariana, like that our quest began. 1, 2 different monsters it seems. One is a small mouse and the other is a small rat. 2, used to be harden. I think body tempering is better since it seems related to body reinforcement. Chapter 32 Volume 2 Chapter 32 Part 1 Weak. Jeff, we entered a new tunnel in high spirits, but the monsters that appeared were so weak, it was as if we were taking a stroll in the park. This tunnel was already our third. What did you think small rats and slimes were? Mazelia, it would be a huge problem if an enemy you didn't consider weak actually appeared, nya. We'll be fine, of course, but the G rank and F ranks will be in danger, nya. Mia, in the first place, the reason we're here is to provide backup when needed. Syria, but we can't sit around doing nothing either since that would leave a bad example to the low rankers. Warana, the way they talk, the way they fight. They're definitely a league above the bandits I fought. They must be fairly high ranked. Why am I with them? Something the matter, Ryuma. Warana, I just thought everyone seems to be a high ranker, so I'm wondering why I was grouped with you guys when I'm only an F rank. Did the guild master pull some strings? To make it easier since I'm already acquainted with you. Ryuma, that's impossible. That old man is a busybody, all right, but he'll always prioritize ability over everything when it comes to work. Jeff, perhaps, he was worried we wouldn't be able to defeat a monster that could only be defeated with magic if it were just as 5, though I'm sure he looks highly on your abilities and stamina too. Syria, haven't you realized, Ryuma-kun? We've actually been going at a pretty high pace, you know. A normal F-rank adventurer would normally have a hard time keeping up. Mazelia, at first, we were planning to slow down once you started getting tired, but you never did, so we just kept going. Warana, really? I didn't notice at all. Ryuma, there's absolutely no way your actual ability is just F rank. Mazelia, what's the strongest monster you've defeated until now? Jeff, well, it's not exactly a monster, but I have beaten a black bear back at the Forest of Ghana. Ryuma, when the 5 adventurers heard that, they made an I knew it face. Black bear isn't something an F rank could beat, nya. You'd need at least a group of D rankers to safely hunt it, nya. Mia, if you can hunt a black bear alone, then your actual abilities must be at rank C. The guild master must have known that. Syria, now that she mentions it. Well, he was the examiner during my registration. Ryuma, that's it. Mazelia, no doubt about it. He's had his eyes on you since then. Jeff, so that's why you were grouped with us. Makes sense. Warana, if you have the skill, then rank means nothing. You'll eventually rise up to where we are. It's just a matter of time. Jeff, what is everyone's rank? I forgot to ask. Ryuma, we didn't mention it, nya. Mia, everyone's AB ranker. Mazelia, it's the entry point of a first-rate adventurer. Jeff, speaking of which, nya. Of the people who worked with us before, Cher is AD ranker, while Gordon is AB ranker, nya. Asajai and Rapin are both A rankers, nya. Mia, while we were walking and talking like that, Wariana-san suddenly turned to the front and started sniffing. What's up? Jeff, judging from the smell, there should be a cloud of cave bats up ahead. There's a lot of them. Way too many. Of course, they're no threat to us, but with those numbers, some of them are bound to escape during the fight. Warana, what a pain, nya. Mia, are there any people in the area? Ryuma, I don't smell any. Do you know a spell that could cover the area by any chance? Warana, nothing that would kill them outright, but I do know a convenient spell. Ryuma, I explained to them the sound bomb spell I tested yesterday. So you can do something like that. Warana, I've never heard of such a spell. Syria, well, yeah. I mean it's a spell I came up with using Earth's knowledge as a basis. That spell will only knock the cave bats, though. Can we finish them all off before they wake up? Jeff, knocking them out makes our job a hell of a lot easier, but I still don't think we'll make it in time. Mazelia, then how about getting help from the people behind us? Ryuma, everyone understood what I was talking about. You noticed too? Jeff, I lived in the forest for 3 years, so I'm sensitive to others' presence. Ryuma, I see. Let's wait here for a bit then. Warana, 6 people have been following us since we got here. They didn't seem hostile, so we ignored them up till now, but according to my party, they're probably E rankers or lower with poor income who are following us to make money out of the corpses we leave behind. According to Wariana-san, E rankers below have low income, so when you take into consideration the living costs and equipment maintenance, it only makes sense that there are many novice adventurers who have financial issues. Unless they have another source of income, D rank is where stability starts for adventurers. Warana, Until then there are plenty of unexpected expenses due to injuries and other unforeseen circumstances, nya. Mia, a lot of people save, but the quality of one's life before promotion depends on how they do their work. If they mess up a job they're unsuited for, the odds of promotion become lower and they even have to pay a penalty. It happens a lot, actually. Jeff, on the other hand, if you can do D-rank work, then you'll be making enough to support all living expenses. And once you reach C rank, you'll be able to live a comfortable life. That's also why Mia was able to buy a house. I personally think she was too hasty buying that house, but still. The fact that she was able to buy it in the first place speaks volumes of her income. There aren't a lot of jobs out there that would allow us to save enough to buy a house at our age, after all. Dangerous work, big rewards. That's adventurer work for you in a nutshell. Syria, now that she mentions it, Mia-san is still in her early 20s. I don't know how long it's been since she bought that house, but in Japan, she'd be about as old as your typical college student. Being able to buy her own house at that age is certainly amazing, now that I think about it. All I ever had was a small apartment too. All the way until I died. The risk shoots up from B rank onwards, so there are less adventurers, but so do the rewards. From there on, unless you have issues handling your money, you should never have any problems financially again. On the other end of the spectrum, the ones who take the least risk and make the least money are the G rankers, the F rankers, and the E rankers. And adventurers like those following us from behind will never make it to D rank. Adventurers keep what they kill, but they can't carry everything, so they throw away those they don't need. Throwing away something is the same thing as forfeiting their right to it, so there are adventurers like those following us from behind who try to pick those up and make money off of them. It's not illegal, per se, but it's not praiseworthy either, as there's a chance it could cause trouble in the distant future, so you could say it's in the gray zone. Volume 2 Chapter 32 Part 2 We rested until the adventurers came close enough to notice us. When they did, they stopped and Wariana-san called out to them. Hey, the adventurers who've been following us all this time. We know you're there. Show yourselves. Wariana, the 6 adventurers panicked, but they still showed themselves in the end. They had 4 humans and 2 beastmen, 1 man, 1 woman, in their group. I know this sounds rude, but they look shabby. It seems everyone was right, they really were people having financial problems. Still, they sure are young. They're only a little older than me. Why were you following us? Wariana, we were picking up the monsters you threw away, Adventurer 1, well, alright. First off, I want you to know that we didn't call you out to scold you. Wariana, when the 6 adventurers heard that, they heaved a sigh of relief and their countenance turned for the better. But we do want to know why you're doing this. Wariana, oh okay. Actually, we're just G and F rankers, so. We've been having problems with money and, Adventurer 1, it wasn't so bad at the start, but after getting some equipment, we ran out of cash. Adventurer 2, and I messed up on a job, so we had to pay the penalty fee. Adventurer 3, we were barely scraping by, and that's when the posting for this job came. We took it as soon as we saw it, thinking we could finally make some money. The monsters are weak, and we make money by participating and by bringing back monster corpses, so we figured we'd make as much money as we could. Adventurer 4, but then we happened to see you, and, Adventurer 5, their reasons were all stuff Jeff and the others mentioned. Looks like it really is a common story. I just quietly listened, but then one of the female human adventurers suddenly stopped. Jeff-san urged her to continue. And what? Jeff, and, Adventurer 5, while we were following you, we saw that kid. So. We figured if you were nice enough to take a kid like that along, then you probably wouldn't mind if we take the corpses you left behind. I mean, a group of adventurers nice enough to bring a kid who'd be nothing but a hindrance must surely be generous, right? Adventurer 6, the other 5 adventurers made a sour face when they heard that last guy's words. I mean, yeah, I'm a kid, but still. I'm a member of this group, you know. Normally, you wouldn't call the member of another group useless. But regardless, whether they actually agreed with him or started following us because they thought so too, no one tried to reprimand the adventurer. You people really need to know your, Wariana-san wanted to rebuke them for looking down on me, but I stopped her. There's no point even if she got involved. It's fine, Wariana-san. Ryuma, you should tell people like this off firmly. Jeff, I don't think this is something you can change even if you talk to them. Besides, it's true I look weak on the outside. Ryuma, all right. But you guys. If you're going to do something like that, then don't you think should ask permission first? Don't just pick corpses up on your own like a group of bandits. Warana, sorry. 6 adventurers, after apologizing, the 6 of them tried to give back the corpses they took and leave, but Sirius-san and Mizelia-san stopped them. Wait. We may have reprimanded you for taking the corpses without permission, but we didn't say we actually minded you gathering them. Syria, if you're having trouble with cash, then just take them. Mizelia, when the 6 of them heard that, their countenance immediately brightened, and they thanked everyone except for me. Wariana-san wasn't happy, but Mia-san suggested to help them as planned. Actually, there's another reason we called you guys, nya. There's a huge cloud of cave bats up ahead, but it's going to take us a while to take them all down, nya. So, mind lending us a hand, nya? We'll give you the corpses, nya. Mia, the 6 of them immediately agreed. While I made sure that no one was around with search, Mia-san gave them a simple explanation. We'll go in after Ryuma takes them out with his spell, nya. Mia, won't that kid just alert them? One of the adventurers, when the 6 adventurers visibly showed their anxiety, Wariana-san yelled, if you have a problem, then leave. At that, they went quiet, but they continued to mumble among themselves after moving a bit from the group. They're probably talking about their misgivings toward me, but will go along anyway since they want the money. I ignored them and put up a sound-concealing barrier. I'm ready. Ryuma, all right. Do it, Ryuma. You guys come too. Jeff, let's go. Sound bomb. Ryuma, after casting my spell, an explosion occurred within the tunnel, but because of the sound-concealing barrier we couldn't hear it. The 6 thought I'd failed. Nothing's happening, though. Adventurer 1, he screwed up, duh. Adventurer 2, it's a success, actually. It's a wind spell, so you can't see it with your eyes. Ryuma, as I said that, I went with the group to where the bats were. The 6 adventurers followed us despite their doubts. When we got to where the cave bats were, they looked on in a daze. Because an innumerable number of cave bats were on the floor, fainted. With this, they've all been knocked down. Let's work together and kill everything as quickly as possible. Ryuma, after saying that, I went to work. When all of the cave bats had been dealt with, we left the 6 adventurers and exited the tunnel. That was the deepest part of the tunnel, so there was nothing more for us to do. We left the disposal to them since that's what they wanted in the first place. But then Wariana-san asked me this. Ryuma, was it really alright not to say anything? Warana, I showed them my skills in magic, so if they still can't understand with that, I don't think there's any point even. If I talk to them. Ryuma, well, that's true, but, Warana, as long as they're the understanding sort, there shouldn't be any more problems, but if they're the type that's just making up excuses to grumble, then it's hopeless even if you talk to them. And it doesn't matter even if they're the latter type since all I have to do is to ignore them. There are 2 types of people. Ones you can change given enough time and effort, and ones that you can't change no matter what you do. They're going through some financial difficulties, so let's just put them off as a group of cheeky kids desperate to make a living. Ryuma, cheeky, is that something you should be saying when you're younger than them? I'm pretty sure they're already 15. Syria, are you really 11 years old, Ryuma-kun? Mizelia, well, if that's what you think, then that's fine too, nya. Mia, I might look like a kid, but I'm already a 42-year-old uncle. I'm not about to pick a fight with a kid now. Besides, everyone already scolded them and I showed off my magic too. Any more than this will have to depend on their own self-reflection. Ah, by the way, there is something bothering me. Do I really look that weak? Ryuma, I lived in the forest for 3 years alone and fought loads of times with bandits. It's a bit of a surprise that I actually look weak. You don't look like you could even harm a slime. Jeff, really? Even though people at work have been gossiping behind my back about the pressure I exerted just by being present, even when I was still young. It must be the face. I know you're strong after seeing you fight, but normally, I wouldn't think you're someone strong at all. Warana, this might be a bit rude, but, Ryuma-kun, you don't look strong at all. I knew from our previous job together that you have stamina, and I've also heard of you being able to hunt, so at most I thought you wouldn't be a hindrance, but I would have never been able to predict that you're actually good at fighting, Syria, even though part of getting stronger is being able to gauge other people's strength, Nya. Mia, honestly, even I was shocked when I saw how strong you actually were. Mazelia, well, picking up a person's aura has to do with a person's senses, so some are more keen to gauging others. We beastmen are usually on the sharper side, but I gotta say, Ryuma-kun, your strength and aura don't match at all. Could it be you're actually intentionally hiding it? Warana, not particularly. Ryuma, I don't have to take care like I had to in my previous life, so I've just been doing things at my own pace. If there's any precautions I take, at most it's just me trying not to be threatening, but that's not really hiding, is it? That's just common sense. Then maybe it's just a trait of yours. People are like that, aren't they? Warana, you think? Even the bandits I met in the forest looked down on me. They did it every time too. Of course, I killed them all, but, Ryuma, I see where you're coming from, but those bandits sure had bad luck. Jeff, they probably thought they were fighting a slime, Nya, Mia, only to realize the slime's actually stronger than a bear. Syria, exactly. When you put it that way, isn't Ryuma-kun a natural trap? Warana, before I knew it, I was being treated as bandit flypaper. We continued to chat like that, until eventually, it was time to eat lunch, so I went back to that wide-open area. Chapter 33 Volume 2 Chapter 33 Part 1 Thank you for the food. Ryuma, it was lunch break and I'd just finished eating my meal at a corner of that wide-open area. The other adventurers were still eating, however, and in fact, there were some who'd just started. I tend to eat quickly when I'm by myself. Now what? Jeff-san and the others went to get information and eat with the other adventurers. So I can't bother them. With nothing to do, I figured I'd take care of the slimes first. Excuse me. Ryuma, I called out to the receptionist responsible for handling jobs other than things regarding the subjugation. Era, Ryuma-kun. Malin, hi, Malin-san. Do you have some time? Ryuma, sure. What is it? Malin, I just want to inform the guild that I'll be leaving the area to feed the slimes until break ends. Also, have you received any monster corpses yet? Ryuma, they have, so go ahead and get as much as you want. You've already paid in advance, so as long as you show the guild staff your guild card, they'll hand them over to you. I'll note your leave, but be careful, alright? And make sure to come back once break ends. Malin, there's a roll call per party, right? Ryuma, that's right. In the instance, you're late and are unable to make it to work, you have to report to the reception desk. We're doing this to prevent people from stealthily leaving their post to commit robbery. If you fail to show up, you will be treated as someone who's shirked his duties and will not receive pay. This is non-negotiable. Malin, got it. Thanks. Ryuma, after heeding Malin-san's warning, I left the reception desk, got 4 portions of monster corpses, and left the area. Here should be good. Dimension home, Ryuma, after walking for a while and up a steep hill, I managed to find a place with no people. If it's here, I should be able to immediately tell when a monster or a person approaches. Slimes came out one after another through a white hole and into the hill road, then I gave them the monster corpses to feed on. First, I had the cleaner slimes eat the filth, then divided the remains into 4. After that, I placed a giant vessel full of water beside the remains and gave the order for the slimes to eat. When I did, the big or huge variant of the poison, sticky, acid, and scavenger slimes appeared and they feasted on the mountain of food. I had to prepare food for the metal slimes next, so I went to do just that, but while preparing its food, the metal slime started to dig a hole on the ground to eat the soil. Can it eat the iron content within the soil, but it's not making any progress digging. Rather than digging, the metal slime actually looked like it was throwing a tantrum for being the only one without food. I hurried myself and quickly put a bowl full of iron powder on the ground. At that, the metal slime stopped trying to dig and hurriedly went to its bowl. The only reason I could tell it was hurrying, however, was because of the contract, but if you just looked at it, it was actually moving very slowly. I guess that iron body must really be weighing it down. As the metal slime sucked in the iron, I sat beside it and watched it eat. It was in this way that I passed the time. Speaking of which, the heel slimes didn't eat food and instead photosynthesized, so they basked in the sunlight behind me while everyone else ate. After the slimes finished eating, there was something bothering me, so I brought them all back except a poison slime, a sticky slime, and an acid slime. Please. Ryuma, I placed a plate in front of each slime and asked them to spit on it. The poison slime spit poison, the sticky slime spit its sticky liquid, and the acid slime spit acid. The metal slime's body was hard and it possessed the skill harden. I know it's strong against physical attacks, but I wonder if it can handle poison. I don't know, so we're going to find that out now. It's just me watching its reaction while it approaches the various plates, though. First came poison. Unaffected, huh? Ryuma, the metal slime didn't react even a little. A sticky slime would back off here, but the metal slime didn't care. It can stand perfectly fine beside the poison slime. Next is the sticky liquid. It's fine with this one too. Ryuma, the metal slime had no reaction to the first two, but when acid came, it finally showed a reaction. When it approached the plate of acid, its body squirmed more than normal as if it were melting, and then it gradually backed away. So, it's bad with acid. This sure reminds me of a science experiment. Ryuma, there was an experiment in the past where we had to put hydrochloric acid on a metal foil. How nostalgic. I didn't want to scare it too much, so I put an end to the experiment there. After I took away the plates and disposed of them, the metal slime calmed down. But because it ran away in a panic, its body was now dirty. I should wipe it. When I tried rubbing it with a towel, its shape contorted according to my touch. Rubbing it gave a mysterious feeling impossible for metal and was really fun. Good, I think it's about time we came back. Ryuma, after checking the time on the clock that I'd acquired previously, I realized I should be getting back soon, so I invoked Dimension Home to put the metal slime back in, but I dropped it. The metal slime usually took on a warped shape, but the current metal slime was a ball. That ball just made contact with a steep hill. Dimension Ho. Ryuma, following the shrill sound with my eyes, I saw a ball rolling down the hill at a terrifying speed. When I looked down to my legs, I saw that the metal slime was gone. Wait. I was about to chase after it by reflex, but then it occurred to me that there were still 3 slimes left outside. If I leave them here, some other adventurer might come across them, and... So, quickly, I picked up the 3 slimes and chased after the metal slime that had already rolled a long distance away after just a few seconds. A person would die when hit in the wrong spot, but slimes didn't even need to be hit in the wrong spot to die. They were fragile creatures. Because of that I couldn't help but worry despite the iron slime's hardened body. The metal slime eventually stopped rolling when it crashed into a thicket of weeds. The metal slime was unmoving. Are you all right? Ryuma, as I approached the metal slime to check its condition, it gradually stood back up, twisting and warping as it did. Apparently, it was just shocked, but was otherwise unhurt. That sure gave me a scare. When I have the time, I should check how much force the metal slime can take. It should be safe as long as we don't hit the nucleus. Or, no. I think I should put this off until after the metal slime reproduces. After making up my mind, I picked up the metal slime. Ryuma, a voice. I focused my attention to it and found that I wasn't hearing things. It was the voice of a person, several voices, in fact. It should be, somewhere near the wide area. It must be one of the adventurers who took on the job. The voices seem to be quarreling, though. I don't know what they're talking about, but it sounds dangerous. It bothers me. Let's check it out. Ryuma, there's no point even if I go to the guild master and the reception desk now since I'm not even sure if they're actually arguing. With a sticky slime on head, a poison slime and an acid slime on either shoulder, I walked toward the direction of those voices. Volume 2 Chapter 33 Part 2 found them. After walking for a while in the direction of the quarreling voices, I found myself near the bottom of the mine, in a place where the light was dim due to all the trees, and there, by the corner, where the red soil was after being thrown from the cliff, were a group of adventurers in gear. There were over 10 of them. I couldn't see very well because of the shadow of the mountain, but I could tell that they were surrounding someone. Enough already. You're just a bunch of thieves only good for stealing other people's spoils. The surrounding men screamed jeers. Their speech was rough, perhaps because of anger or perhaps simply because they were low-bred, but either way, the current situation was grim. Are they fighting? We're not thieves. We got it from someone. Huh? Haven't I heard this voice before? Brats who steals other people's spoils. And a familiar voice. I wrung out my hazy memory to try and recall. Could they be? Paying careful attention to the direction of the wind as I usually did when hunting, I quietly moved through the trees and grasses and walked behind the men. When I was about 50 meters away, my suspicions were confirmed. On either side were slag heaps, and in front were two groups of men facing each other. Behind one group, which was made up of 3 young boys, were 3 young girls, who had their backs to a cliff. Although both the boys and the girls were frightened, they still tried to cover each other. They struck a posture that suggested they were ready to fight the approaching men. Yes, the young boys and girls were indeed the ones I met back at the cave, just as I'd suspected. Huh? Which side started this mess? Don't look down on us, slum brats. Older adventurer, I have no idea how things ended up like this, but the situation looks bad. Fortunately, things haven't escalated yet, but I can't exactly just show myself and tell these bandit-like people to stop. Let's watch first and see how things develop. At first glance, the 10 men look like the bad guys since they're surrounding a group of 6 kids, but it's them we're talking about, so I wonder. Those kids did just wordlessly take our spoils without saying a word, so if they did the same thing to those men, it'd be hard to fault them. Taking unwanted spoils just barely falls outside of larceny, but if those men want an apology, they deserve one. I don't think pushing the kids into a corner like this is a good idea, though. In our case, everyone in my party but me called out to them and scolded them as a warning, but we didn't push them to a corner and shouted jeers at them. There's a big difference between this and back then. The kids aren't talking anymore. They're already at the point where they feel they have to make a move. They're literally one step away from a fight. The best course of action is to call someone who can calm the situation down, but I can't make it back with a single warp. Moreover, I'm not capable of taking another person with me when using warp. Pushing myself and causing an accident is out of the question. And if I ask someone else, we'll end up taking unnecessary time when they ask for the location. I don't want to leave those 6 for too long since the other group is made up of either guys who'd willingly lay a hand on them or guys who just flat out don't care. Of course, I'm also one of the people just watching, but I'm confident I can put a stop to them with force should the need arise. Sigh. What to do? Considering what might happen, staying here might be for the best, but then I won't be able to call anyone. On one hand, I could call someone else to handle the situation, but the problem is that would put the kids in danger until I return. It's nice to be alone, but times like these are really inconvenient. I've never been hurried by anyone back at the forest, so it's been a while since I was last inconvenienced by not having enough hands. The exact number of the men surrounding them is 12. They're all more or less 20 years old, but there's one with a beard who looks like he's 30. He's the only one who looks strong. The others aren't even worth mentioning. But even that bearded guy doesn't seem to have noticed me. At that level, the bandits I fought before were more dangerous. It doesn't seem that dangerous, but those 12 are definitely stronger than the kids. Since they have the numerical advantage too, there's no hope for the kids winning. Self-defense is probably impossible too. Well, say something. Older adventurer, well, if they stole something, then 10 or 20 punches is about right. Back in my days, corporal punishment was a given, be it in school or at home. Of course, the current Japan would make a fuss now if such a thing were to be done, but this is another world. Here, this much is a given to discipline kids. If they stole something, then normally they would have to be handed to the disciplinary office of the Adventurers Guild, so if anything, a few punches is getting off lightly. It's true what they did doesn't completely fall under a crime, but it's still close enough. And Jeff-san and the others already warned them earlier. So since they refused to take their advice, then I wish they'd clean this mess up on their own. In the first place, there's not much point to me showing myself when we just met once. Of course, I won't just sit still if they go overboard. But all this is based on the premise that they did in fact do wrong. If they're not in the wrong, then there's no need to be hit. So, is it the 6 at fault or not? In the end, I just came back right where I started, like a broken record or something. This isn't going anywhere. Yeah, let's just ask them. I put down the relatively untrained metal slime on the ground and stood up. Excuse me. Ryuma. Everyone, over there. Older Adventurer 1, AA talking slime. Older Adventurer 2, you fool. Look a little lower. There's a head underneath the slime. Older Adventurer 3, why the hell does that brat have 3 slimes on top of him? Older Adventurer 1, how long have you been there, you brat? Older Adventurer 2, sorry to intrude when you're so busy. Ryuma, when I left the thickets and revealed myself, the men turned to me with suspicion. The group of kids also saw me, and when they did, one of the girls let out a voice. Ah, it's you, Girl Adventurer 1. When the men heard that, they smiled. What? So you're one of them too? Older Adventurer 1, not at all. I'm just passing by, actually. Ryuma, the men weren't buying it, however. From the looks of things, everyone here is an adventurer participating in the monster subjugation quest, yes. It's almost the appointed time, so I was on the way back when I suddenly heard some people arguing. Ryuma, really now? These guys seem to know you, though. Older Adventurer 1, aren't you just a thief too? Older Adventurer 2, I mean that's a nice armor you're wearing even though you're just a kid. Older Adventurer 3, the men started appraising me. Their eyes were all drawn to the armor I wore. I just happened to meet those 6 in the tunnel this morning. Did they steal something from you? Ryuma, that's right. These twerps, Older Adventurer 4, we got the monster corpses from the kids group. Boy Adventurer 5, we didn't steal your spoils. Girl Adventurer 6, shut up. Older Adventurer 7, do you have any proof? You don't. Older Adventurer 8, they're telling the truth. My group agreed to give them the spoils. If you can't trust me, then I can let you meet one of our members. Everyone else in my group is an accomplished adventurer, so I'm sure you'll find their word trustworthy. Anyway, it's almost time for our roll call. Do you mind? Ryuma, when I spoke truthfully, the behavior of the adventurers changed. We wouldn't want to trouble your group, Older Adventurer 9, this is our problem, after all. Older Adventurer 10, you better not just be trying to buy time to destroy evidence. Older Adventurer 11, you might be plotting to cry help from someone. We can't trust you. Older Adventurer 1, we don't want to cause a scene either, you know. Older Adventurer 2, if this turns into a huge scandal, those kids will have a hard time getting a job. Older Adventurer 3, it's not obvious from their words, but when you look at the way they're acting, it's no different from how youngsters act when they try to hide screwing up at work. It seems they don't want others to know about this. Seeing how the men didn't want to clarify things, the equal scale within my mind tipped toward the 6 adventurers. After a while, the one adventurer who hadn't said anything until now finally spoke. I agree that there's no point in further talks. Older Adventurer 12, Sachai-san. Older Adventurer 1, the men called Sachai spoke to me. So, he really was their leader. The other men went quiet when he spoke. Well, he does look like the toughest one. You've got guts, brat. Just how did you manage to approach us undetected anyway? You know, I was paying careful attention to our surroundings in case some monster were to approach. Sachai, I may look like this, but I'm still a hunter, so I specialize in hunting. Ryuma, I see. You guys, any further talk is just a waste of time. Just as the kid says, it's almost time for the roll call, so let's put an end to this. Sachai said the same thing I said before. He said it so decidedly you wouldn't think he was the leader of these men who were raising up a fuss just a while ago. Those men didn't look like they were about to defy him either. The men blocking the 6 adventurers' way snorted, then they drew their weapons. Chapter 34 Volume 2 Chapter 34 Part 1 TL Note, please don't put too much thought in the adventurer numbers. It's really hard to tell which one is which. Volume 2 Chapter 34, Bad Adventurers, Earth Needle. Ryuma, what? Adventurer 1, TCH. Adventurer 2, suddenly, stone pickets the size of about 2 adults' height erected from the ground. As the 2 groups of adventurers were suddenly separated, one of the men was pulled up along with a stone picket. When the men saw the stone picket suddenly appear out of nowhere, they went quiet and grew vigilant, then slowly, they backed away from the men who was pulled up. I took that opportunity to walk into the now empty center. It would be problematic if the young adventurers are taken hostage. What the hell happened? Adventurer 1, it's magic. Adventurer 2, is this your doing? Adventurer 1, well, you drew your weapons, so, reflex. Ah, by the way, this spell is called Earth Fence. It's a spell that branches out from the Earth spell, Earth Needle, to create a fence. Unfortunately, because of that it's a bit sharp. Fortunately, nothing that would make us throw up our lunch happened. Ryuma, after giving a brief explanation of my spell, the man who was picked up by one of the pickets along with the rest of his comrades stiffened up a little as they imagined what could have happened. Still, this really is a waste of time. It's almost time for the roll call. I have to put an end to this. They say the same things I say, and yet they mean something completely different. Words sure are difficult. Well, enough with the jokes. These guys seem used to this sort of thing. When they drew their weapons, they turned toward me, but there were two among them who approached the young adventurers. They probably wanted to make hostages out of them. It didn't look like they arranged something right before Sachai started talking, so they is either premeditated, or they've done this enough times that they know what to do. That bandit-like manner of speech, that violent attitude. That's not something you learn from hunting monsters. These guys are definitely in the wrong here. Not only that, they're probably guilty of even more crimes. Don't make excuses, idiots. Sachai, Aniki, Adventurer 1, it's just a brat spell. As long as you don't give him the time to cast it, it's useless. Are you guys really so weak that you'd run with your tail in between your legs from one little brat? If so, then I don't need you. I don't need comrades like that. Sachai, pest, young Adventurer 1, while Sachai was rebuking his comrades, a small voice called out to me from behind. It was a young boy, the shortest one of the six. The way he grabbed the fence and bent his back reminded me of a prisoner behind bars. I remember him. He's the boy who bluntly called me dead weight back at the mines. Run. These guys are serious. No matter how good you are with magic, you can't fight these many alone. Young Adventurer 1, so, he acknowledges my magic now, does he? But it seems he still thinks I'm weaker than this frail bunch. Then you better prepare to run too. Ryuma, as I said that, I quietly told him using whisper, I'll remove those bars when I see an opening. Unfortunately, you can't really talk secretly when you're right in front of the enemy. Especially, when the six of them react enough for Sachai to notice. Hey, don't just stand there. Lend us a hand too. That brat looks like he's good at hiding. Sachai, he, thank you, elder brother. Adventurer 2, too bad, huh? If only you hadn't come here, then you wouldn't have gotten caught up in this mess. Sachai, it's a bit late to be saying this, but you know, we would have forgiven you if you just showed us some coin. Adventurer 1, so them stealing your spoils was a lie, after all. Ryuma, nah, we actually did think they stole it. I mean they're slum kids, you know. People troubled with money like that can't help but find themselves reaching out for other people's wallets. Sachai, of course, if you promise to show us some coin, we might be willing to let you go. I mean you look like you have more on you than all those kids back there. Adventurer 1, with an armor like that, I'm sure you can pay up. Would you like an installment plan? How about getting some coin from your parents? Sachai ordered the rest of the men to draw their weapons, and they did. But they did so with much hubris, sighing as if they were mere spectators. Annoying. There were bandits who treated me like a kid back then too, but none has pissed me off as much as these guys. This is probably the most I've been pissed off since coming to this world. I haven't the slightest clue why I'm so pissed, but are they asking to be killed? My parents from my previous life passed a long time ago, and I have no parents in this world. In one sense, you could say Gain and the others are my parents. There's also the parents they decided for me. So. That leaves me, a dead couple, a group of gods, and another dead couple. If you told me, I could meet my parents, regardless of which couple or group it is, I still have to go to the afterlife. Great. The Jamil household will probably help me if I ask them, but I don't feel like giving these bastards even a single coin to these. Besides, we can't meet right now anyway, and I won't let them pay even if they wanted to. Just as I was about to act against these guys who put too much faith in their strength and numbers, W8. Adventurer 3, suddenly, one of the spectating adventurers cried out. The surrounding adventurers looked at him coldly, but he was so panicked he didn't even notice them. But I haven't done anything yet. That kid. Isn't he that rumored kid? We can't touch him. Adventurer 3, you mean that rumor about a kid who frequently brings a slime to the guild? Adventurer 1, the kid who walks around town in a weird get-up. Adventurer 2, what's wrong with touching him? Adventurer 4, don't you just mean you don't have the guts to touch him yourself? Adventurer 5, the other adventurers sneered as they drew their weapons, but the young man of an adventurer only paled more. That kid with a weird get-up was seen entering a luxurious inn with the Duke's family. He might be related to them. Do you realize that? Adventurer 3, a brat like this. Adventurer 4, you gotta be kidding me. Why would a guy like that come to a place like this? Adventurer 5, wait. Wasn't this a request from the Duke? Adventurer 1, you're kidding. Adventurer 2, but it's true that the Duke is staying in Jamuru, and many from the government office was recently laid off, so that's what he was panicking for. The reason he wasn't proactive with joining the others is because he was afraid of getting on the Duke's bad side. Unfortunately, it's a bit too late for that. This is a good opportunity, though. There are 6 enemies on each flank. The appointed area for the roll call is to the left. The 6 young adventurers are ready. Create block, Ryuma, hey. Sachai, I gathered the pickets into a single lump, then I strengthened it in my body. Sachai called out, but I ignored him, pulled out the picket lump, and swept toward the left flank with it. Stop him. Sachai, GAH. Adventurer 1, like that I sent 3 men flying with the picket lump as a dull weapon, then I told the young adventurers to make a run for it. Run. Go there. Ryuma, yeah. Young adventurers, don't let the brats run. Sachai, wait, you brats. Adventurer 1, TL note, sorry for cutting here. Was originally planning to finish this in one go, but there were more than a couple of lines that gave me trouble. Idioms and flowery prose, they sound nice, but they give me so much trouble. Don't worry, I think I figured them out in the end. I'll post again tomorrow. Also, do you guys play Nioh? I posted a guide for non-living weapon Odachi users, but I had to take it down to make some revisions. I should be able to post it again tomorrow. Please look forward to that too. I've been working on it for a while now, so I'll be glad if you can give it a read. Volume 2 Chapter 34 Part 2 This time, a group of adventurers came at me from the right. In response, I swung down with my picket lump. Ha! Sachai, Y-. Adventurer 1, Adventurer 2, TL note, it's empty in the Ross. The 5 men that chased after me were squashed like flies before the might of my picket lump. The only survivor, Sachai, brandished his axe, but I threw the slimes on my shoulders to the left. Adventurer 3, the 2 men who were able to escape my earlier attack went and attacked the 6 young adventurers. My slimes were aimed at them. In response, they tried to fend for themselves with their swords, but without hitting the nucleus, all physical attacks were meaningless. And in the next moment, the sound of something sticking resounded. The 2 slimes had stuck themselves to their swords. After that, a deafening scream filled the area. GEH. My body is my legs, Adventurer 4, GAAH. My arms. My arms. Adventurer 5, the 2 slimes I'd thrown were poison and acid, and they just released their juices on the men. This brat. Sachai swung his axe toward my head, but I dodged him and stepped back. You sure did us good, bitch. Ryuma, now, where did all that composure go? Sachai's face was beet red and popping with veins as he swung his axe. How long are you bastards planning to sleep? Chase after those brats. Sachai, the men who had been crushed under the picket lump crawled out and the men I'd sent flying earlier slowly stood up. The only exception was the men who'd been afflicted with poison. Don't stop. Run. Ryuma, it would make my life easier if the young adventurers got away, so I told them to keep running. They only glanced at me once before continuing to make a run for it. Damn it. Get those brats. Or I'll get your heads for it. As for that brat, he probably doesn't have anything to do with the Duke, but if he tells on us to the guild, we'll be in trouble. Novices who abandon their missions are everywhere anyway, so catch him and teach him a lesson. Sachai, but Sachai-san. This is really bad. Adventurer 1, I prioritized securing an escape route for the kids, so the bad adventurers shouldn't have been hurt much, but for some reason, they weren't very enthusiastic to follow Sachai's orders. Are they the sort that can't act if they don't have the advantage? Fine. I'll do it. I don't know if it's the Duke backing you or whatever, but I'll beat you so hard you won't come crying back to your backing. You've practiced healing a lot, right? Sachai, but... Adventurer 1, shut up. Just do it. Follow me. Sachai bellowed out a war cry, then he raised his axe and closed in on me like a beast. His aim is probably my shoulders. He doesn't look like he wants to kill me, so he'll probably hit me with the back of the axe. Still, that's metal. It's more than enough to crush the human body. I took a step forward and brushed Sachai's right hand with my left arm, diverting the trajectory of his attack. Sachai, with his arm extended, I wrapped my right arm around the back of his right elbow, then I kicked him with the back of my knee to break his posture. The moment he fell to his knees, his arm stiffened. In that moment, anger left his face as shock took its place, then a thick sound resounded from his right arm. Gah. Sachai, when I let go of his right arm, it dangled about loosely, and his axe fell to the ground. He could not pick it back up. Enduring the pain, Sachai tried to hit me with the back of his left hand, but it had no power, and I was able to easily take his left arm and step on his yet knelt right foot, then like a twig being snapped, Sachai's body shook as I broke his left arm with a karate chop. Dash. Sachai, eh. Adventurer 1, Elder Brother just, Adventurer 2, Instant Kill. Adventurer 3, Sachai groaned and squirmed as he prostrated himself on the ground. With 2 fractures and 1 dislocation, the pain should be unbearable, but he was somehow persisting. They probably didn't expect things to turn out like this. Because when the men following from behind saw Sachai taken out just like that, they suddenly stopped as their faces cramped. Who's next? Ryuma, I said with a smile. W.E. Ah, Adventurer 1. Adventurer 2, ah. Adventurer 3, hey, don't run off by yourself. Adventurer 5, teleport, Ryuma. When one of the adventurers tried to run away, I immediately teleported in front of him. Where are you planning to go? Ryuma, eek. Adventurer 6, Dimension Magic. Adventurer 1, what is with that kid? Adventurer 2, forgive us. We couldn't go against Sachai. Adventurer 3, save that kind of talk for the guild master. For the meantime, it would be really troubling if you were to chase the children, so you'll have to keep me company. Ryuma, after that, I bound the now disorderly mob of men with my slimes. This surprisingly took a long time. As a result, I'm late for the roll call. Chapter 35 Volume 2 Chapter 35 Part 1, that should do the trick. Ryuma, after ensuring that the bad adventurers couldn't escape, I was about to go call someone, but before I could, 2 people had already arrived. I was wary at first, thinking it might be a new enemy, but that was immediately proven to be a needless fear. You've already taken care of them, Dagozaru. Asajai-san. And Rapin-san too. Ryuma, a group of adventurers ran to us, saying there's an adventurer who was dealing with a group of bad adventurers on his own. Asajai, so, the 6 of them called them. They said the adventurer had some slimes with him, so I thought it might be you. Looks like I was right. It's good to see you're safe, Daru. How about those guys, Daru? Rapin, they don't look dead, but they're not moving even a little. Asajai, they said after seeing how tightly bound the bad adventurers were. I couldn't leave the bad adventurers by themselves, so in order to both heal them and keep them from running, I attached a brace on them along with a cast made out of weeds and the hardening liquid of the sticky slime, then I gagged them with a ball gag with holes for breathing, made out of stone, and then lastly, paralyzed them with the paralyzing poison of the poison slime. Also, it would be a problem if they were attacked by monsters while I was away, so I also had the slimes surround them completely. I admit there might be a bit too many slimes. You've basically buried them, Daru, Rapin, I'll keep watch here, Dagozaru. They can't escape, so take your slimes with you and go to the receptionist desk. Jeff and the rest should be waiting already. Asajai, right. I have to hurry. Ryuma, I'll go too. I can take you there with my magic, Daru. Rapin, I took Rapin-san on his offer and hurriedly put my slimes back into my dimension home. The both of them were a bit shocked at that, but we hurried back anyway. I'm really late. After explaining everything to the receptionist girl, I was told to go back to work. Apparently, I'd already missed the guildmaster, so we'll have to talk about my punishment later. Since that was the case, I went ahead and did what needed to be done first. I'm sorry for being late. Ryuma, I apologize to my party for making them wait. Jeff-san and the others weren't angry at all, however. At most, they just teased me for it. After the job was done, when everyone else was going home, I was summoned by the guildmaster. You came. Well, take a seat. Wogan, the guildmaster, sat before the receptionist desk, looking visibly haggard. No matter what kind of punishment I get, I brought this upon myself. I do hope the punishment isn't too severe, though. First things first, you're not going to be punished, so quit it with that face. Wogan, I'm acquitted. Ryuma, you couldn't call for help because you were worried about those 6, right? Moreover, thanks to you, those 6 were safe. Your testimony matches theirs as well, and well. Sachai and his gang is a bit complicated, but we apprehended them to be safe. I acknowledge you had a good reason to be late, so. No punishment. I'm sure you're not fond of punishments either. Wogan, I see, but then why does he look so tired? Another reason is because of Sachai and his gang. They're not particularly trusted, you see. Wogan, did they insist they were innocent? Ryuma, they've been on poor behavior until last year. Wogan, until last year. Ryuma, the way he said that seemed odd. I know their leader Sachai might not look it anymore, but he used to be a serious and skilled adventurer. Wogan, yep, not one bit. But I didn't say that out loud and just quietly listened. Apparently, Sachai's behavior started to turn for the worse when he became AC ranker. Promoting from AC to AB is one of the walls an adventurer has to overcome. That's the first major hurdle in an adventurer's career, and unfortunately, Sachai lost his way after trying to break through that wall repeatedly. Wogan, apparently, he grew more and more demanding of his comrades, and he even started drinking and getting into fights frequently. And then all of a sudden he started grouping up with novices, but those were all adventurers with poor behavior too. Only, they started acting more proper, so I thought things were going well, but then today happened. Seeing the bad group clean themselves up and start getting some achievements, at first, I doubted my ears, but gradually, I thought maybe Sachai finally got himself together and was going to be someone I could trust to raise the novices, but, well, looks like they just got better at hiding their crimes. That's unfortunate. Wogan, I see. He must be feeling down because a subordinate he trusted betrayed his trust. He wouldn't be feeling sad if he didn't trust them, after all. Although, I guess one could also develop some attachment after monitoring someone for so long, even if it was originally because he didn't trust them. In the end, before he knew it, he'd already grown to trust them, only for that trust to be shattered. It's not an uncommon story, so it's bound to repeat itself. Unfortunately, it's not something easy to get used to. Why are you looking at me like that? Wogan, one day, you'll retire, and you'll feel much better. I didn't say it out loud, but apparently, it showed on my eyes. You look like you're trying to cheer me up, but you know, you're also one of the reasons why I'm so tired right now. You got caught up in a mess in the middle of the work, so now I have to report to the Duke. I'm not looking forward to this, Wogan. So he's also worrying about what his superiors are going to say. Guild masters sure don't have it easy. And the Duke's family are worried about me too. I don't think they'd get mad at him over something like this, but it's understandable why he's so worried. You're not even an adult and yet you keep making that face. Did something happen to you in the past? Wogan, apparently, he could clearly feel the pity coming out from my eyes. Anyway, even if we put the Duke aside, I don't think you're guilty of anything. That's all. You're dismissed. If you're not happy with that, well, just reflect on your own. Wogan, thank you. Ryuma, after that I left. Volume 2 Chapter 35 Part 2 I went to where the carriages were, and as it turns out, word of what happened this morning had already spread. Many of the adventurers praised me for my efforts, and there were even some who let me ride first, saying I must have been tired. On the way back home, I thought back to what happened this afternoon. I don't regret defeating Sachai and his gang, but I was pissed off before I responded with violence. I know the situation called for a beating, but I wonder if the real reason I beat them was because I was pissed. I don't know, but I can't deny the possibility. Am I a child? No. My body may be that of a child's, but I'm already a 42-year-old uncle. I'm an adult who's supposed to be able to think rationally. Will I hit someone because I don't like them? Will I hit someone just because they picked a fight with me? In that case, I'm no different from those delinquent adventurers. My strength and my techniques are fine, but my mind isn't right. Since coming to this world, nothing's really changed. I isolated myself within the forest, avoiding humans because I didn't like them in my previous life, and from then on, I've always been alone. At least, until I met Reinhardt-san and the others. If I hadn't met them, I would have lived my whole life in the whole forest. They've been taking care of me since our meeting. They gave me a bed to sleep on, cooked food for me, and welcomed me warmly. Am I starting to be spoiled by them? Looking back on what I've done since coming to this world, I've done nothing but run away from the things I hated and without toiling for anything just played around while being spoiled by the Duke's family. This can't continue. At this rate, I'll turn into a no-good adult. After all, you can't call a person who's only good at using reckless violence a good person. I'm grateful to the Duke and his family, but I have to leave them. I'll start training myself again. I can't keep depending on them. I have to stand on my own feet. I've thought countless times how I should thank them, but with how much they've given to me, the very thought alone is shameless. I thought of such things until I got back to town. Chapter 36 Volume 2 Chapter 36 Part 1 After coming back to the inn, I visited the room of the Duke's family. Aaron-san welcomed me and brought me to the 4 Jamil members' table. Welcome home, Ryuma-san. Ilya, welcome back. Reinbach, welcome home. Seems you had some trouble today. Elise, don't push yourself too much. Reinhardt, looks like they've already caught word of what happened this morning. Thank you, everyone. There's actually something I want to talk about. Ryuma, when I said those words, their faces stiffened. Well, go on. Don't be shy. Reinhardt, what is it all of the sudden, Ryuma-san? Ilya, Reinhardt spoke with a serious expression, while the Ojusama wore a worried expression. I've made up my mind. You've taken care of me all this time, but I think I should be independent from here on. Ryuma, as soon as I said that, the Ojusama stood up from her chair and ran up to me. The other 3 remained on their chairs. Why? Why all of the sudden? Ilya, everyone's spoiling me. At this rate, I think I'll end up into a no-good person. Everyone's shown me so much kindness these past few weeks, but I think I should leave for a while and retrain myself. Ryuma, if you just want to retrain yourself, can't we do it together? There will be plenty of teachers too, Ilya, if I'm with everyone, I'll definitely end up spoiled. That's why I want to leave for now. Ryuma, it was here that the madam interjected. For now, you say. I take it you don't actually intend on never showing your face to us again, right? Elise, yes. I'm not leaving because I'm mad or anything, I just want to train myself. Once I'm satisfied, if it's all right with everyone, then I'd like to come back. Ryuma, of course it's all right. In fact, there's nothing wrong with being spoiled. You're only 11, after all. That's a perfectly normal age to be living with your parents. We'll welcome you back whenever you want. Elise, mother. Are you not stopping him? Ilya, it's not as if you're going to be separated from Ryuma forever. In the same way that you'll be going to school, Ryuma-kun will be studying as well. Although, frankly, I don't really think it's necessary for you to do so, Ryuma-kun. If anything, I'd say what you really need is to be a bit more spoiled. Elise, wait a moment, Elise. Haven't we already talked about this? Elise, I know. That's why I'm not refusing him. I'm just saying what I think. Elise, talked about what? What do you mean you've talked about this already? Ryuma, Reinbach-sama and Sabesu-san were the ones to answer that question. Actually, ever since arriving at this town, we've already predicted you would eventually bring that up. I've been living for a long time already, and I've met plenty of people in this long life of mine. Peers, subordinates, enemies, all sorts. And I've seen plenty of children like you. I won't stop you, but you shouldn't push yourself. Even if you put the work, it's all meaningless if you don't know how to rest. Reinbach, Ryuma-sama, you might think you were being spoiled, but we don't think so at all. It's true we provided you lodging and food, but you registered to the guild in an unfamiliar town and have been working seriously all this time. It's almost as if such things were a given to you. Which is why we figured you'd eventually bring this topic up. It's a bit earlier than expected, though. Reinhardt-san added. When I look at you, I'm sometimes reminded of a close friend of mine. He's the complete opposite of you. If you're diligent, then he's the opposite of diligent. He would always push all of his work onto his subordinates and onto other people. That much is obviously bad, but I think you need to learn a little bit of that. Rest. From time to time, rely on other people, just like what my dad and Sebesu always say. And of course, improve. My friend may be like that, but he's currently doing pretty good for himself. Reinbach, they're really good people. I never realized they were this concerned about me. Before I knew, I was tearing up. Volume 2 Chapter 36 Part 2 Thank you. Ryuma, it's fine. But in exchange, you need to promise us some things. 1. You may leave, but you must come back. This world is dangerous. All the more so for adventurers. I'm sure you know this already, but make sure not to die and be sure to show yourself once in a while. The more frequently, the better. Reinhardt, 2nd, you have to send us letters regularly. Basically, a report of what's happened. This way we can tell you when you're pushing yourself needlessly. Reinbach, we could also use my dimension magic to meet you in person. Sebesu, and 3rd, you must rely on us. This is absolute. You're smart, you're good at magic, and you're strong. In fact, if we were to hire, you could get a good position already, so if anything happens, remember that you can always work for us. Elias, I don't know what to say anymore. All I know is that I'm really grateful to these people. It's a pity my vocabulary isn't that great, otherwise, I might be able to express my gratitude better. Ryuma-san. Ilialia, when the Ojusama called out to me, I turned to her. She looked me straight in the eye and said this. I haven't had many opportunities to spend time with someone, so I'm a little disappointed, but if you've made up your mind, then I'll respect your decision. However. Ilialia, the Ojusama pointed her finger at me and declared. I will also add a condition. Ilialia, condition. Ryuma, father, grandfather, and mother have already given 3, but I will add 1 more. We will meet again 3 years later and again 6 years later. Ilialia, 3 years and 6 years. Ryuma, I'm sure I've told you this before, but I will be going to the academy this year. It will take me 6 years to graduate, but there will be a long break halfway through, so at that time, let's meet again. Until then I'll do my best in my studies and in my magic. Ilialia, I see. So that's what she meant. I understand. Ryuma, good, I won't forgive you if you forget, okay. Ilialia, the Ojusama said as she glared at me. Now that she mentions it, I do tend to forget stuff when I'm caught up with something. I'll do my best not to forget. Ryuma, at times like this, you're supposed to say you won't. Good grief, Ilialia, the Ojusama made a fed-up expression as she said that. Reinhardt-san interjected while chuckling. Ha ha ha, well, it should be fine. By the way, Ryuma, have you decided what you'll be doing from here on? Reinhardt, I have my slimes, so I was thinking of living somewhere near this town. That way I could work as an adventurer here, continue developing my connections, and train myself. Ryuma, I see, then in that case, there's a job I would like to entrust to you. Reinbach, what is it? If it's something I could do, then by all means. Ryuma, I want to leave the management of the mine you're hunting monsters at right now. A lot of monsters have taken root in it despite having been abandoned for only a year. It's not good for there to be a monster nest so close to town, so I would like for you to check the mine from time to time and hunt down the monsters. If you need help, you can get some from the guild. I considered just sealing the entrance, but cave mantises could dig their way in, so it's pointless. Reinhardt, if that's all, then sure. I'll do it. Ryuma, thank you. As thanks you can do whatever you want with the mine. If it's there, you should be able to train or practice your magic without trouble. Reinhardt. Ryuma, that would be the perfect place for me. There's enough room to build a house, it's far enough from other people, and it's unpopulated so I can train myself and let the slimes roam free. It's even more valuable than money. This is a contract. There are many dangerous monsters, and having them create a nest and multiply so close to the town is dangerous. You understand, right? Normally, the public office would send someone to check the mines once in a while, but it seems the public office of this town failed to do even that. So, all I'm doing is hiring someone I believe I can trust. That's all. If not for you, we would have had to pay someone else, but with this we're able to get by just by handing the place to you. Not only do we cut down on labor, we also cut down on expenses. Reinhardt, that's true, but even I can tell he's just making excuses. After all, the old officials of the public office have already been fired, so the current administration should be a fresh and healthy batch. While I was thinking that, Reinhardt-san made a wry smile and said this. Good grief, you really are too honest. You care too much about petty things. Let's do this then. You'll make ingots there, and we'll profit off of that. You don't have to work too hard, though, just make them when you're available. Reinhardt, I understand, I'll work as hard as I can. Ryuma, I'll set a monthly quota and sell them wholesale to Surge-san. I have to do at least this much. No, like I said, you don't have to work that hard, Reinhardt. Oh, one more thing. You should stay at the inn while we're here. Alice, that's, Ryuma, I'm not hearing it. You know I thought we could travel together a little longer, but then you suddenly go and decide on your own. This is final. You're staying here. Alice, it's just about another month or two. It won't be too late to start your training then. And this will do you good too since you work too hard. Reinbach, if I don't reject them here, I'll end up spoiled. You're not being spoiled, Ryuma-sama. Sebesu, he read my mind. Ryuma-kun, it's been showing on your face all this time, you know. Alice, a very easy-to-read face. Ilyalia, really. Anyway. You have to stay here at the inn while we're here. All right. Alice, but, Ryuma, all right. Alice, but, Ryuma, it's all right, so it's all right. Alice, the madam isn't go to take no for an answer, is she? Well, fine. Whatever. I wonder if I've always been this weak-willed. Anyhow, I can't thank them enough. I understand. I'll let myself be spoiled while everyone's in town. Ryuma, glad to hear it, Alice. In the end, I couldn't reject them, but having people like this who care about me so much makes me happy too. After that I thanked everyone one more time, and then I went back to my room. Chapter 37 Volume 2 Chapter 37 Part 1 TL Note, a reader requested I put back this note from the old translations for the previous chapter, so here it is. I'm putting it here too, so those who already read the chapter can see it. The meet used by Elia when she says, let's meet again. Uses and not. Meaning it is an emotional meeting. The kind of meeting where you're going, my love, where art thou? Thou hast left mine chest cold. And mine heart in tatters. Ah. If I could fly I would and embrace thee now. I want to meet thee. Well, something like that. Basically, it's emotional whereas the other is just routine. Chapter 37, Monster Hunting at the Mines, Day 2 We will be hunting monsters at the mine today too. I made up my mind to become independent yesterday, so I should do what I can now. First, I need to provide the basic necessities to live. If I don't have any clothes, I should buy some from the store. As for my house, I'll be living at the mines, so that won't be an issue. As for food, I could look for a new place to hunt, and then buy from town if I need more, but that'll cost money. I currently have 700 small gold coins from the reward for taking out a bandit, and 40 medium gold coins from the bandits themselves. I also have plenty of coins from all the work I've done at the guild, so living expenses shouldn't pose a problem. In fact, I have enough to live luxuriously, but if I do that, I'll go poor before I know it. That being said, I can make 30 medium silver coins or 3,000 suits just from cleaning the 30 latrine pits. That's enough to pay for a person's 30 days' worth of living expenses. On top of that, I can also make money selling iron ingots and waterproof cloths to Surjsan, so, yeah. Money won't be an issue, and if anything, matters regarding finances should be a smooth sail. But as I thought about it, I couldn't help but be depressed. After all, it's not like I'm the one cleaning the latrine pits. It's the scavenger slimes who clean them. If I just live off their work like that, then what's the point in me leaving the Duke's family? I need another source of income. Something other than adventurer work. Not just for independence's sake, but also as a failsafe in case I'm unable to continue working as an adventurer for whatever reason. It's a bit extreme considering I haven't spent a single suit since coming to this world and meeting the Duke, but it should be enough so long as I make just enough to scrape by. As for the fortune I have now, I should only use it when it's really needed, so 100 suits a day. Yeah. That should do. If I make at least that much, I should be able to get by. Ryuma-kun. Why, are you listening? Mazelia, oops, I shouldn't be dozing off like this. Sorry, I was thinking about something. What is it? Ryuma, your head shouldn't be up in the clouds during a battle, is what I was about to say, but, Mazelia, even though you're not focused, you can still take down the monsters easily, huh? Syria, we haven't been able to get even a single one, you know. Warana, sorry. My body just moved by itself. Ryuma, I don't really mind, nya, but please stop muttering to yourself while killing all the monsters nonchalantly. It's scary, nya. Mia, sorry, Ryuma, was I talking out loud? Are you troubled by money? I think I heard you say something about living expenses. Actually, Ryuma, a meeting's been called. Everyone is to gather at the mine entrance. Male adventurer, I was about to talk about my circumstances, but suddenly, a male adventurer came out of nowhere, panicking. Is there an emergency? Did something happen? Warana, apparently, a goblin town was spotted in one part of the tunnels. It's big too. Fortunately, no one died, but some of the G ranks are wounded. Male adventurer, a goblin village, huh? That's a pain. If we don't get rid of them now, they'll multiply. Jeff, I have to call the others, so you guys go ahead and gather at the mine entrance. Male adventurer, after the men said that, he left. We hurried back to the entrance of the mine just as we were told, and when we got there, there was already a huge crowd of adventurers. We waited for a while, and then the guild master went up the stage the guild prepared. I think you've already been informed, but I'll brief you on the situation anyway. Just a while ago, we found some goblins in a tunnel, and shortly after, a goblin village. As such, we will now be starting the operation to exterminate the goblins. It will be a medium-scale operation and there are at least 500 goblins predicted. To minimize casualties, only D rankers and above will be able to join. Gather according to rank and follow your orders. Wogan, after that the guild master called for me. Also. Ryuma, you there? Wogan, present. Ryuma, you're currently an F ranker, but your abilities are already above E rank, so since you've already fulfilled the conditions for promotion with this job, you're going to be promoted to E rank ahead of schedule. Wogan, understood. Ryuma, anyone has a problem with that? Wogan, no one answered the guild master's question. It seems yesterday's incident was quite effective. Good. Now, go and prepare. If you're lacking any necessities, come to me. If it's something we can give, we'll give it to you. Once you're ready, gather according to rank and memorize your battle plans. Wogan, gather according to rank. The leader for the E rank adventurer should be a woman named Prolia. After meeting my group, another meeting began with her as the facilitator. I'll explain the plan. Our job is to lead the F and G rank adventurers to block the escape route of the goblins. There we will finish them off. Prolia, she started explaining the plan using a map. Rankers A to D will attack the tunnel and the village from both sides. Alone, they should be able to take out most of the goblins, but despite the encirclement, some of the goblins are still bound to escape due to their great numbers. To remedy that, they will intentionally leave one side of the encirclement open. Naturally, the goblins will run toward the place of least resistance, but unfortunately for them, we will be waiting on the other side. Because we will have the F and G rankers with us, we need to ensure their safety. If anyone has any suggestions, please feel free to raise your hand. Prolia, several people raised their hands and suggested various plans. I was one of them. My suggestion was a plan I often used in the forest. Ryuma-kun, right. Do you have any suggestions? Prolia, I have a method suited for fighting goblins en masse. We could dig a deep ditch with earth magic along the route the goblins are expected to take, then we could fill it with acid slimes. And then, Ryuma, I took out a long rod with a knife attached to it from my item box. It looked just like a scythe. We could push any goblins that approached us to the acid ditch with weapons like this one. From there, we could bury the fallen goblins with arrows and magic. With this method the goblins that fall will be immediately neutralized. There shouldn't be a lot of goblins who could climb back up, and even if they try to, we could just push them back down with something like a spear. As a result, only the goblin archers and mages will be left. With the goblin enemies drastically limited, even the inexperienced adventurers shouldn't have that much difficulties. Ryuma, I see. Can you prepare the slimes? Prolia, yes. Ryuma, looks like she's considering it. After that she asked me a couple of questions, and I responded to each and every one. In the end, it was decided that we will be going with my plan. Get ready to move. Prolia, after Prolia calmly said that, we all started moving. Volume 2 Chapter 37 Part 2 My job was to take the earth mages among the adventurers and lead them to the designated place ahead of everyone else, where we would then dig a big hole. Seeing it in person, those cliffs sure are huge. Ryuma, the goblins definitely won't be able to climb up those. Adventurer Mage 1, the designated location was like that of a ravine, sandwiched between two cliffs, so the number of goblins that could fit in a row would be limited. The hole we dug was 4 meters long, 50 meters wide, and 3 meters deep. Create block. Ryuma, that spell is amazing. Adventurer Mage 1, it's a combination of rock and break rock. It's really efficient. Ryuma, can I try it too? Adventurer Mage 1, sure. Ryuma, working as fast as we could, from time to time teaching the other adventurers a new trick or two, we dug a hole along the route the goblins were expected to take. To minimize the risks, I'm going to have the slimes hide their nucleus. All they need to release their acid is to form a tentacle with their body and extend it through the small holes we've prepared. Like this they'll be able to safely melt the goblins. After digging the hole, all that was left was to throw the acid slimes in. With that, our acid pool was complete. Can we throw this in as a test? Mage Adventurer 1, I want to see if it works. Mage Adventurer 2, is that a small rat? Sure. Ryuma, at that, the adventurer threw the corpse of the small rat into the acid pool, and in the blink of an eye, its skin melted and the white of its bones showed. Like that it quietly sunk into the bottom of the acid pool. Gruesome. Mage Adventurer 1, were acid slimes always this dangerous? Male Adventurer 2, well, a little acid on the skin will at most leave burns. For the skin to melt enough to show the bones, you'd have to be sunk into a pool like this with no room to escape. Also, the melted prey will serve as nutrients to the acid slimes, so they can release more acid as time passes, and the battle will progress much better for us as well. The acid levels will just keep on rising because of that, but I'll make sure to tell them to stop once the acid levels are high enough. Ryuma, I absolutely don't want to fall. Mage Adventurer 1, excuse me. Where should I put these? Adventurer, oh, it's the adventurers from the detached force. Looks like the goods are here. After the meeting, the adventurers quickly went to make rods out of the nearby trees and gather the sides from the cave mantises that were killed yesterday and today. Cave mantis sides aren't very sharp, but because of that they're durable enough to be used to push the goblins into the acid pool as planned. I ordered the sticky slimes to connect the rod and the sides with their hardening liquid. We also used the earth we've dug out to create some railings around the acid pool to keep us from falling in ourselves, then we made some platforms for the archers and mages to use. We took extra care to make them easy for the mages and archers to use. With that, our preparations were complete. The platform would stand out too much, though, so I also erected an anti-physical barrier. Anti-physical barriers only work on physical things, so the spells should still be able to pass through unhindered. I reported all of our progress to the leader. My job was finally done. Well, for now, anyway. Let's run through this again. F and G ranked adventurers are to stand near the acid pool and deal with the goblins using the scythes. E rankers are to engage the goblins in close combat and drive them toward the acid pool. At the same time, you must also ensure that the F and G rankers are unharmed. As for the archers and the mages, your job is to take out the goblin archers and mages as soon as you spot them. Prolia, all of the adventurers voiced out words of understanding. All right. All platoons are to rest until the commencement of the operation. Prolia, since all preparations were done, all that's left was to wait. As such, the surrounding adventurers all relaxed and went about their own ways to rest. As a result, I once again have nothing to do. This is just like yesterday. Maybe I should check on the slimes and the weapons again. Excuse me. Do you have time right now? Young adventurer, huh? Ryuma, I turned around when a voice called out to me, and what greeted me was, "Ah, you're from yesterday." Ryuma, behind me were the 6 young adventurers from yesterday. Chapter 38 Volume 2 Chapter 38 Part 1 Right. The F and G rankers are with us, so of course they'd be here too. That's right. Thank you for yesterday. Young female adventurer, thank you for yesterday. The rest of the party, after the young female adventurer thanked me, the rest of their party followed suit. With so many people bowing their heads like that, it was only natural that the curiosity of the surrounding adventurers would be piqued. They couldn't help it, and telling them not to look was pointless. After all, there were countless slimes occupying one corner of a nearby waiting place. Just that alone was enough to gather attention. What is this, Ryuma? I can more or less tell what this is about, but their behavior is completely different compared to yesterday. We want to thank you for yesterday, as well as apologize for our behavior. Young female adventurer, you went out your way for that. You're welcome, and it's great that you're safe. I'm Ryuma Takebayashi, a human. And these here are my slimes. Ryuma, this would be our 3rd time meeting each other, but I don't even know their names. Since they went out of their way to thank me, I figured I might as well introduce myself. Because of that, they too introduced themselves. Surprisingly, I found out that they were all non-humans. The boys were Small Monkeyman Tribe, Burke, 13 years old. Dogman Tribe, Ruth, 12 years old. Big Monkeyman Tribe, Whist, 11 years old. The girls were Half-Elf, Martha, 12 years old. Half-Dwarf, Phinia, 12 years old. Dog Tribe, Rummel, 12 years old. The 2 halves looked just like a human. And Big Monkeyman Tribe? Small Monkeyman Tribe? Talk about confusing. Incidentally, the Small Monkeyman Tribe member, Burke, was the smallest guy of the bunch who loved to talk. Because of his short stature and the way he talked, I'd assumed he was just a cheeky brat with a sharp tongue, but as it turns out, he was actually the oldest and was just trying to fulfill his role as the eldest. On the other hand, the Big Monkey Tribe member, Whist, was the biggest of the bunch, but he was actually the youngest. I thought for sure he was the oldest. The adults said it's because of my race that I'm so big. Whist, on top of that, he's the very picture of timidity. Yesterday, he was standing so tall and proud, and now, when I asked the others about that, it turns out that they have him do that to keep other adventurers from looking down on them. After all, he is relatively more intimidating compared to his age if he just quietly stands. When I asked about the details surrounding the Big Monkeyman Tribe and the Small Monkeyman Tribe, I couldn't help but be reminded of the gorilla and the golden snub-nosed monkey. The color of their hair matches perfectly too. Of course, it's rude so I won't say it, but after seeing it, I can't unsee it anymore. Anyway, let's put that aside. They may just be kids, but they each have their own racial specialties. Volume 2 Chapter 38 Part 2 Ruth and Rummel were from the dog tribe, so they had their tribe's trademark sharpened senses and heightened physical faculties. The half-elf, Martha, specialized in magic. The small monkeyman, Burke, was agile and could easily climb trees, while the big monkeyman, Whist, and the half-dwarf, Phinia, were surprisingly strong. They showed that strength via a handshake. Comparing the various strengths of the tribes like this is interesting, but That's amazing. You definitely have superior physical abilities. Ryuma, it's not amazing, sir. Phinia, Oonii-san, I actually lost in strength to a kid my age. Whist, I saw. When it comes to strength, we're not any worse than the adult adventurers. That's why we became adventurers. We figured we could make good money doing adventurer work, but no matter how much effort we put, even if we work harder than the adults still make more money than us. That's why when we thought of how you're younger than us, we ended up saying those stuff to you. Sorry. Really? Burke, the stronger one is the better, but that alone doesn't guarantee being able to finish a job. In hunting, for example, strength isn't the only deciding factor. One also needs to know how to find the prey, what to aim at, which methods to use, and various other things. So, while they may have the strength, they still lack the techniques and experience. As I've said before, I don't really mind being treated like a fool. That being said, there are some things bothering me. Ryuma, feel free to ask. We won't hide anything anymore. Burke, then I'll ask as much as I want. I was feeding my slimes when my metal slime fell and rolled down the slope. It was when I went to pick it up that I heard some trouble happening nearby. What were you guys doing in a place like that? Ryuma, they were probably brought by those guys there, but it was still lunchtime then. Couldn't they have called out for help? Their expressions darkened. We couldn't carry all of the spoils your party gave us in one go. Burke, we didn't have enough bags, sir. Phinia, now that they mention it, all those spoils may have been too much for them to carry. They probably can't use item box or space magic either. So you got caught up with them when you went to get the rest of the spoils back. Ryuma, they would still find trouble with us either way. It's the second time they found trouble with us, after all. Rumil, when I asked Rumil to explain, the 6 of them made difficult faces. 1 week ago, we took on a herb collection request and went to the forest, but 5 of those adventurers were also doing work there, and when we approached, they yelled at us, saying we scared the animals away. I think they've marked us since. Rumil, did anything happen? Ryuma, it was our fault, so we wanted to avoid a fight if possible. They also weren't asking for anything unreasonable, so we just paid them. That guy, Sachai, just happened to pass by. And he taught us how much the wasted bait cost, as well as how much breaking a contract would normally cost. We didn't know they were together. Looking back at it now, the whole thing might have been a setup. Burke, so, they brew up trouble, and then he comes in to mediate and make their victims cough up some cash, huh? That meager sum shouldn't amount to much when divided among a group their size, though. Ryuma, yesterday they said that the small money we earned would at least be enough to pay for their liquor, sir. Phinia, so, they didn't mind change, did they? Or maybe they had other victims. Regardless, the guild will investigate them. Rather than that. Next question. From what you've said, it seems you have some knowledge on hunting. Ryuma, besides, I've seen them beat cave bats and small rats. They nodded. So why steal other spoils? Ryuma, we figured we could make more money that way. Burke, at first, we also hunted monsters normally, but hunting took too much time. And then, one day, while we were hunting, it suddenly occurred to us that there are some adventurers who find it too much of a pain to bother with some monsters and would just throw their corpses away, so. We're really sorry. Martha, 1, sorry, that was rude of me. I just want to know why you want money so badly. Are you having trouble getting by? Or is there some other reason? Ryuma, it's true we're having a hard time just getting by, but it's actually to pay the municipal tax. Ruth said something unexpected. Municipal tax. That's the tax you pay to the town you're living at, right? Ryuma, is there anything else? We have to pay it if we want to live in town. Burke, the municipal tax of this world covers the maintenance of the outer walls and the salary of the guards. It also covers various expenses. Paying it is what gives residents the right to be protected from monsters and bandits. Of course, I've never paid it because I lived in the forest, outside town, but I'll probably have to pay it once I start living in town. So they actually pay there. Taxes, huh? Oops, I shouldn't be thinking such things. Sorry, guys. Sorry about that, I'm not particular about the taxes in town. Is it that expensive? The tax in Jimuru. Ryuma, it's 400 suits per person. We've never lived in another town, so we don't know if that's expensive or not, but we have to pay it. Otherwise, we won't be able to live here anymore. Burke, 400 per person, so with the 6 of them that would total to 2,400 suits. I could pay that any time, but since they're barely getting by, it must be a large sum. So how did you pay it up until now? Ryuma, I don't know if they have parents or not, but they must have had a way to pay that tax up until now. We cleaned toilets. Burke, you mean the latrine pits? Ryuma, oh, you know about it. The government office used to pay well, but they've been gradually getting stingy, until eventually, the adults in the slum told us it's not worth it anymore and we'll just get sick cleaning, so we stopped. That was when we started doing adventurer work. Burke, I see, Ryuma, what is with this lethargy? I was never mad at them in the first place, but the more I talk to them, the more I feel like I can't get mad. Did I say something bad? Burke, I don't know, but maybe he's angry. Whist, oops, I made them uneasy. Don't worry, I'm not mad. Don't they have tax relief in Jimuru? Ryuma, I know that just because you can't pay your taxes doesn't mean you'll immediately be exempted from them, but I hear it's also possible to pay by working at the mines. Ryuma, tax relief, too. I have heard that we can just work for free to pay the taxes if we can't pay up, but then we'll be given work fitting for people who can't pay up. We can't rely on something like that. And besides, we're not the only ones troubled by the loss of the toilet jobs, so there are probably countless people working there right now. Also, they won't hire children at the mines. Apparently, someone decided that a long time ago. And because of all the adults looking for a job, the employers won't care how much stamina we have. They'll just turn us away, saying they won't break custom. Burke, so the problems with the latrine pits actually spread this far. Thanks. That answers most of my questions for now. Ryuma, sure, Burke, all 6 of them wore a confused look, as they failed to understand why I was suddenly thanking them, so I told them that the Adventurers Guild was currently managing the latrine pits. When I told them that they're paying properly now, they asked if I was sure. Looks like they're planning on working seriously now. But if people start cleaning the latrine pits, the scavenger slimes won't have enough to eat. Well, in any case, that's a problem for way later. 1. Ra actually says Maria, so either Martha is the typo or Maria is the typo. I went with Martha for now. 2. Written in katakana, which indicates that the speaker doesn't understand the term. Chapter 39 Volume 2 Chapter 39 After seemingly reconciliating with Burke and the others, I asked them to spread word about the latrine pits job as much as they could. A few minutes later, it was time to begin our operation. Is everyone in position? The enemies will be coming soon. Please be careful. Prolia, when Prolia-san said that, everyone became alert, and the air tensed. I also readied my bow, paying careful attention to my surroundings. 10 minutes later the first goblins appeared. They're here. 3 goblins in front. But there are more coming. Burke, understood. Adventurers, as Burke reported from the top of a tall tree, the surrounding adventurers agreed. The goblins also noticed us, but they went straight toward us anyway. Goblins were never really known to use their head. Of the 3 goblins, one fell into the pit because he didn't notice it. The second noticed it and was able to stop before falling, but an adventurer managed to pull him down with those side rods we made. And as for the third, well, he tried to jump across, but that obviously wasn't going to fly, so in the end, he fell. 1. The goblins cried out in pain, but their throes lasted only for a few seconds before the acid slime silenced them. The innumerable goblins coming from behind met a similar fate. From time, goblin archers and mages who refused to approach and instead attacked from a distance would be mixed in, but the archers and mages on our side easily disposed of them. Incidentally, all the arrows we're using have been treated with the poison of the poison slime, so even a shallow wound could stop our enemies. Because of that our archers and mages are completely unhurt. It's also easy to tell goblin archers and mages from your usual goblins. After all, the archers have their bows and the goblin mages have traces of mana about them that could be picked up by the mana perception skill that all mages possessed. Moreover, the goblin archers and mages also fought slowly, most probably owing to their lack of skill. The situation clearly favors us, but there's way more goblins than originally expected. No one's been hurt yet, but there's really too many of them. If we combine the goblins we've killed so far with those still in their base, there's probably more than 500 of them already. Did something to the main force? The acid slimes are also gradually failing to digest all the goblin bodies, so the pit is slowly being filled up. The pit is still a long way away from being filled, but at this rate, this could be bad. The nearby adventurers are also starting to panic. Doesn't this seem weird? Adventurer 1, yeah, there's too many of them. Adventurer 2, at this rate, we'll run out of arrows. Adventurer 3, we're almost out over here. Adventurer 4, hey, you. Don't waste arrows. Adventurer 5, ha. Ha. Why are there so many goblins? Adventurer 6, goblins aren't very strong since they're only about a human child's height, but they do know how to use a weapon, and there's also a lot of them because they reproduce so quickly. Anyone who looks down on them just because they're weak will eventually have to eat his words. Goblins eat all meat, regardless of if it's human meat or animal meat. They look like humans, but I don't think it's possible to get along. Even if their skills aren't polished, a weapon is a weapon. Just swinging one around is plenty dangerous. Unless one's strong enough, it won't be possible to take on many goblins at the same time. According to the information from the meeting, there's over 100 adventurers here, but majority of those are F and G rankers. Adventurers like that can only really fight goblins if it's a one-on-one, so they can't be sent out to the chaotic front lines. That leaves only the E-rank adventurers, but there's not enough of them. In the first place, E-rankers are still novices. They're at the level where they're just barely strong enough to fight after having received some training. Moreover, not all E-rankers can fight in close combat. Some are mages, some are archers, and some are healers. That leaves only about 28 people fighting in close combat. For those 28 people to hold the lines against this endless wave of goblins, it's only natural that they've already started to show signs of exhaustion. In fact, some of those 28 returned to the front lines after being brought back from the brink of death with healing magic. At this rate, we're going to reach our limits sooner or later. We thought we could deal with the goblins even if there were a lot of them, but unfortunately, we miscalculated how many goblins would come. Fortunately, the goblins don't fight well together, and we're somehow holding. That's not good. The front line is finally starting to reach its limits. Prolia-san, could you send me and my slimes to the front lines? This battle will probably drag on. So at the very least, we should give the frontliners a chance to rest. Ryuma-kun. If I recall correctly, the guildmaster said your strength is already above E rank. Alright, could you take care of it? You don't have to push yourself, just buy us some time. Prolia, I suggested a substitution to our leader, and she immediately agreed. Alright. Ryuma, all frontliners. Ryuma and his slimes will take over for now. Take this opportunity to recover as much as you can. Prolia, I called over the sticky slimes, poison slimes, and scavenger slimes, and ordered them to go to the front lines. As for me, I jumped down from the high ground, then I jumped across the pit. At the same time, I ordered the slimes. Use everything you've learned and show those goblins who's boss. Immediately, the slimes started shaking as if they couldn't wait to give them a beating, then a part of their body turned into a tentacle that stretched out toward the goblins. The sticky slimes picked up the rods the goblins wielded, and they used them to beat the goblins and trip them. They also used their sticky liquid to stop the goblins from pressing forward. The poison slimes picked up the spears of the goblins, then they poisoned it with their own poison and then they attacked the goblins. The scavenger slimes would trip the goblins by sliding toward their feet and wrapping their tentacles around them. Sometimes they would intentionally let the goblins step on them, so they could push them up and break their balance. Although the slimes weren't strong enough to beat the goblins dead, they couldn't be killed even in a one-on-one. Like that, the slimes worked together to fight against the horde of goblins. The poison of the poison slimes were particularly effective. Looks like everything's going well. As I thought that, I drew my 2 daggers. The goblins probably saw me as their prey, but before they knew it, I'd lunged right into one goblin's chest and pierced his heart with my dagger, then as I pulled my dagger out, I passed the goblins and cut the carotid artery of another. Gugii. Goblin 1, Goga. Goblin 2, Guee. Goblin 3, the goblins ran toward me with swords brandished. They were full of openings, so I went ahead and cut their wrists and kicked them about, then I let the slimes finish them off. Giii. Goblin 4, a goblin came at me from behind, but I dodged him, took his back, and promptly lodged my dagger into his medulla oblongata, then like a puppet whose strings have been cut, the goblin fell. Goblins resemble humans not just externally but also internally. They're more durable than humans, but they'll still die when hit in a vital spot, and if you cut their wrists or carotid artery, they'll bleed to death. Moreover, all the goblins I've fought so far have withdrawn from battle every time I manage to cut their carotid artery or their wrists. This time is no different, so there's currently no problems with dealing with the goblins. The goblins screamed as their blood sprayed in the air, but I didn't stop and just kept on killing one goblin after another. I got to say, though, there's really no end to them. Just where have these goblins been hiding? Although the goblins kept coming, we were able to stand against them. We had the number advantage, so gradually, the battle started to become easier. With some leeway made, I ordered the slimes to pick up the arrows. I can hear the frontliners talking, so from that I could infer that they're properly resting. Waita, SEC. Just what the hell is that kid? Isn't he too strong? Even though we were having such a hard time, Adventurer 1, we're saved, Adventurer 2, regardless, we can leave things to him for the time being. Rest up while he's buying time. And then go back to the front lines. Burke, understood. Frontliners, are those really slimes? Adventurer 3, those slimes sure know how to handle a spear. They're probably even better than me, Adventurer 4, forget being better. Why are slimes using weapons? Adventurer 5, it's weird, but at least, we're saved now. Arrows. Adventurer 6. Archers. The slimes are retrieving the arrows. Hey, you guys move. Let those slimes pass. Burke, I guess slimes that can use weapons really are weird. I mean, they actually noticed that. Maybe they're not so tired after all. As I was thinking that, I felt the mana stir. Another goblin mage. I sheathed my daggers, and threw a throwing knife toward the goblin mage. I and the slimes fought until the frontliners recovered their strength. 1. Relevant, https://www.youtube.com/watch?v=v New York 5 VGBTFB 8 See Chapter 40 Volume 2 Chapter 40 Part 1 After taking turns fighting several times and healing the wounded, eventually the number of goblins that fell surpassed 2,000. Although no adventurers were left wounded thanks to the efforts of the heal slimes and the healers, the front lines were so covered in corpses that there weren't any room left to step on. It was then that 4 people suddenly appeared out of thin air. They were Rapin-san, Asagi-san, Gordon-san, and Sherkuan. Except for Rapin-san, everyone was covered in blood. Is everyone alright, Daru? Rapin, sorry we're late. How is the situation? Asagi, everyone looks okay, though there sure are a lot of corpses. Gordon, Rapin-san, Asagi-san, Gordon-san, Sherkuan. You came. Ryuma, oh. Ryuma. You're safe, Daru. Rapin, looks like you fought hard too. You're covered in blood. Gordon, we're also covered in blood, though. Cher, true. But still. What's with all the goblins? There's over 2,000 corpses just here, and from the way you guys look, I'm guessing you fought a lot too. Ryuma, yes, explanations are in order. Asagi, Who's the person in charge here? We need to know what happened here. Cher, it's me. Prolia-san ran to the fore to explain the situation. I see. So that's what happened, Daru. Rapin, yes, we managed to hold thanks to Ryuma-kun and his slimes, but if not for him, we would have surely been crushed. Prolia, it's a miracle that everyone's unhurt despite fighting so many goblins. Asagi, in any case, it's good that everyone's safe. Gordon, is the main force alright? Prolia, the situation is under control for now, Daru, but, Rapin, no one died, but the main force suffered a lot. The number of goblins predicted was way off the mark, and there was even a goblin king. There were also plenty of goblin knights. Gordon, a goblin king was present. Prolia, the surrounding adventurers stirred when they heard Prolia-san shout that last sentence. The Goblin King has already been killed, so don't worry. Gordon immediately said that to calm everyone down, and what followed after was a wave of cheers. Gordon ignored the cheers as he continued explaining. We based our strategy on the map of the mines, but the goblins dug their own tunnels and expanded their village, so the scouts weren't able to completely scout everything out. As a result, there were paths not shown on the map. Gordon, the goblin village we attacked was only one part of their base. The real village and boss was deeper in, but it wasn't until after some time the battle started that we figured that out. During that time many of the goblins were able to escape through a different route, which is why so many goblins came to you, Dagozaro. Our deepest apologies for our incompetence. Asagi, I see. In any case, no one was heavily wounded on our side, so we don't really have any complaints, but still. I wonder why a village of that size wasn't discovered until now. Prolia, we found a lot of small rat and cave bat bones in their nests, so they probably fed off the other monsters in the mine, and since they never appeared in town, no one knew about them. No one approached this mine in the last year either. Share, in other words, this was brought by the negligence of the government office, Daru. I know a mine that produces nothing only wastes money, but still, Rapin, as Rapin-san said that, he looked around, and then he said this. It is truly fortunate that no one was hurt despite so many goblins, Daru. Since everyone here is unhurt, would it be alright to take some of your healers with us? We would like to have some of our wounded healed, Daru. Rapin, sure, no problem. All healers with mana to spare. Please assemble. Prolia, the number of adventurers that answered Prolia-san's call was 4 all in all, myself included. Unfortunately, I can only teleport 3 people with me, Daru. One of you will have to come by himself. Rapin, I can do that. I can use dimension magic too, so I'll be able to catch up immediately. Ryuma, that would be great, Daru. Rapin, but would it be alright if you take some luggage with you? Ryuma, if it's nothing heavy. Rapin, at that, I called over my 2 heal slimes. Then please take these 2 with you. I still can't take anyone with me when I teleport, so, Ryuma, I understand, Daru. What slimes are these, though? Rapin, they're heal slimes, slimes that can use healing magic. Ryuma, oh. So these are heal slimes, Daru. Despite my long years in monster research, this is my first time seeing one in the flesh, Daru. Rest assured. I shall take these 2 with me, Daru. Rapin, thank you. Ryuma, let us be off then. Warp, Rapin, as Rapin-san said that, he warped away with the 3 healers. I too bid Prolia-san and the others goodbye. Prolia-san, I'll leave the slimes here, so please watch over them. They can take care of themselves, so you don't have to do anything in particular. Ryuma, leave it to me. Please take care of the wounded over there. Prolia, yes. I'm off. Teleport, Ryuma. After using a short-distance teleport spell several times to get away from everyone, I used the intermediate spell, Warp. Volume 2 Chapter 40 Part 2 After warping to where Rapin and the others were, I was greeted with many wounded adventurers. Ryuma. Over here, Daru. Rapin-san called out to me, and after giving me back my 2 heal slimes, he immediately led me to the person in charge of the healers, who then gave me my orders. I and my slimes first went to heal the relatively less wounded adventurers, but because they were fully conscious, they were shocked every time they saw my slimes using healing magic. After dealing with the less wounded adventurers, this time we dealt with the heavily wounded adventurers. I was finally starting to run out of mana, so I used the MP recovery potions that I got from Surge-san a few days ago. There weren't a lot of adventurers with heavy wounds, but those that did lost too much blood, so several healers had to use the intermediate healing spell, High Heal, several times to save their lives. My slime's low-level heal was ineffective on heavy wounds like that, but after the adventurers recovered a little, we could finally be of use. I also shared some of my MP recovery potions to keep the healing going. We had to stop the bleeding as soon as possible, so couldn't stop for a moment, otherwise, these people were sure to die. We were almost as busy as the warriors fighting in the battlefield. We didn't have the leisure to think of any unnecessary things. Healer 1, as I quietly continued healing the adventurers, suddenly, one of the healers exclaimed. What's wrong? Need help? Healer 2, in response, a male healer called out. And no. That's not it. Healer 3, it's just that the slime started using high heal all of the sudden, so I was a little shocked. Healer 1, ha. My slime did. Weren't my slimes only capable of heal? I'm pretty sure they never used anything other than heal. The male healer from before asked me if my slimes could use high heal, and I immediately shook my head. If they did, then they probably picked it up just now because I've never seen them use it before. Ryuma, well, the more help the better. Healer 2, after that we went back to healing, and then a little later, another healer exclaimed. Apparently, the other heal slime also started to use high heal. I didn't expect them to grow up like this, but it's not a bad thing. In any case, with this we're able to heal faster. After taking out a large number of MP recovery potions from my item box, we were somehow able to successfully heal everyone. It will still take some time before everyone can fight again, but at the very least, there's no more threat to their lives. I checked the skills of the heal slimes, and it turns out that their healing magic has already leveled up to 3. As for mine, it leveled up to 2. While I was doing that, over 10 adventurers suddenly surrounded me and thanked me profusely. Apparently, among the people I healed were their comrades. If it weren't for my heal slimes and MP recovery potions, they would have surely died, or so they said with tears in their eyes. I had no idea how to deal with them, but fortunately, the guild master came and told me to tell my platoon, the ambush platoon, to gather at the entrance of the mine with everyone. You couldn't have picked a better time to come. I thanked the guild master inwardly, and then I hurriedly went to deliver his message. While the adventurers were gathering at the entrance of the mine. Good job, everyone. The job was a lot harder than expected, but because of that the reward will also be bigger. Wogan, the guild master, said that when he appeared, and immediately after, waves of cheers resounded. Everyone shall receive 1 big silver coin as payment. Wogan, the cheers grew even bigger at that. The cheers of the F and G rankers were especially loud. 1 big silver coin is equivalent to 5,000 suits. That's enough to pay for 50 days' worth of living expenses. This is probably their first time receiving such a huge sum of cash. Any complaint? No. Good. The sun's still high up, so you'll be dismissed after disposing of the goblin corpses. Wogan, after saying that, the guild master seemed to have recalled something, and he looked at me and said this. Oh, right. Ryuma. Wogan, yes. Ryuma, I know you're paying for the monster corpses, but you can have the goblin corpses for free. Wogan, I'll take it if you're offering it, but are you sure that's all right? Ryuma, goblins don't have anything worth selling, so it's fine. You're all fine with that too, right? Wogan, many adventurers were surprised to hear that I was the one buying the monsters' corpses, but no one had any issues with me taking the goblin corpses away. If anything, there were adventurers happy to hear that there would be less work. Apparently, they were originally planning on burning the corpses, but that would require the fire mages to use their spells even if it meant almost running out of mana, so of course the fire mages weren't enthusiastic about taking on that role. In that case, I'll gratefully accept. I'll have the slimes eat their fill as a reward. Ryuma, but I feel bad getting something without giving back, so I'll offer the cleaner slime services later. After that the various adventurers went back to their respective posts, and I went back to where we ambushed the fleeing goblins. There, I retrieved the acid slimes, then I filled the remaining space of the hole with goblin corpses, and then I had the sticky slimes and poison slimes eat their fill. With this the poison slimes will eat the poisoned goblin corpses, and the sticky slimes will eat everything else. As for the scavenger slimes, I had them eat the blood and flesh bits on the ground. By the time they were done, not even a drop of blood was left. I just realized this now, but aren't scavenger slimes actually perfect for destroying evidence? I'm definitely not giving a scavenger slime to a bad guy, not that I'm planning on giving one to anyone. Alright, just a little bit more and we're done. While the slimes were feeding off of the goblin corpses, I told the E, F, and G rankers about the abilities of the cleaner slimes. When I showed it off to them, all of the filth on my body and equipment were washed away in an instant, and the adventurers were immediately hooked. At that, I ordered my 11 cleaner slimes to clean the adventurers. When everyone was done bathing via the cleaner slimes, I waited for the slimes to finish eating, then I went to where the main force was. I did the same thing there and had the cleaner slimes clean the adventurers and their equipment. I also ordered the scavenger slimes to eat the filth on the ground and in the goblin's nest. Goblin blood, bodily liquids, and smell are really hard to get rid of, so the cleaner slime baths became very popular. After cleaning the place up, we were immediately dismissed, and the adventurers all went back via the stagecoaches. As I watched them leave, I rested somewhere slightly remote with the slimes. Because of all the goblins the slimes ate, the poison slimes, acid slimes, and cleaner slimes have all become able to split. Unfortunately, I don't have enough mana right now, so I need to recover a bit to form the new contracts. To recover mana as quickly as possible, I decided to ride home last and relax. It feels like the time just went by since I started healing the adventurers. As expected, I'm a little tired. Chapter 41 Volume 2 Chapter 41 Part 1 What are you doing at a place like this, Ryoma? Jeff, while I was dozing off at a place some distance away from the carriages, Jeff-san called out to me. Behind him were the people who helped out with the latrine pit. Aren't you going to go home, Nya? Mia, good job today, everyone. I don't think I could get a ride right now even if I wanted to with how many adventurers there are, so I think I'll ride last. Ryoma, you too. Jeff, you too. You mean you guys are going last too? Ryoma, well yeah, with how exhausted everyone is, we don't really want to tussle with all those adventurers. Mazelia, you said it. I know we were hired precisely for situations like today's, but it's still tough. Gordon, especially today. We even had to deal with a goblin king. And that's a monster you deal with only after preparing for it. I couldn't help but remember that story while fighting. You know that one about never letting down your guard even when fighting weak monsters. Mazelia, are you talking about the country that got wiped out by 10,000 goblins? I remember that too. It's really a miracle no one died today. Cher, was there a story like that? Gordon had his thick arms around his neck as he grumbled, while Mazelia-san echoed his statement. Everyone sure looks tired. As I thought that to myself, I asked Cher-kun about that story Mazelia was talking about. Huh? Ryoma-kun, you don't know about it. I thought for sure it was a popular story. Cher, I don't recall hearing it, Ryoma. You were probably that kid, weren't you? The kid that didn't read fairy tales in his childhood and instead read nothing but complicated stuff. Jeff, when Jeff-san said that, everyone nodded. For some reason, my ignorance was taken in a strange light. Do these people seriously see me as a SWAT? It's a story about knights and adventurers who fought hard to protect a country, only for their efforts to go to waste, as the goblins overwhelmed them. We can laugh at it now, but without you and your slimes, we would have suffered the same fate. Gordon, well, regardless how strong one is, if you can't apply that strength, then it's meaningless. There is power in number, is a common saying too. Oh, right. Rapin, while ruminating to myself after what Gordon-san said, Rapin-san suddenly yelled. What is it all of a sudden, Rapin-asan? Jeff, Ryoma, can you show me your heel slimes from before? I've never seen one in the flesh, Daru. Rapin, sure. Ryoma, I called the two heel slimes over and lifted them up so Rapin-san could get a better look. Here. Ryoma, thank you, Daru. They're white. And they're short, even for slimes. I saw them use healing magic in person. It seems the rumors are true. What do they eat? Is it the same as normal slimes, Daru? Rapin, they only drink water, and they won't eat meat unless you order them to. I think the meat thing is just preference, but when it comes to drinks, they really can't drink anything but water. That part is a pretty big difference compared to normal slimes. Ryoma, really? Rapin, how do they live with just water? Warana, they have a skill called photosynthesis. With it they can get all the nutrients they need just by bathing in sunlight. Ryoma, there's a skill like that, Daru. Moo. How interesting. Come to think of it, the encyclopedia did mention plant-type monsters having a skill like that, Daru. Rapin, are those slimes strong, Nya? Mia, as Rapin-san went off into his own world, Mia-san asked a question. They're really weak. They're so weak that if they were to fight a normal slime, they'd lose. Ryoma, that's really weak, Nya, Mia, that's probably the reason why heel slimes are so rare. Since even if a heel slime manages to be born in the wild, it'll just get killed right away. Ryuma, that makes sense, Daru. Weak critters can't live in the wild. Do heel slimes have any methods of self-defense, Daru? Rapin, Rapin-san heard us. They're completely specialized in healing. They also have the increased vitality skill on top of healing magic, so they could heal while running away should they be attacked. Ryuma, so they have no choice but to take the hit while healing and running, Daru. Rapin, they're surprisingly tough, actually, but of course, they can't live long in the wild by themselves. And they seem to know that instinctually, since even if you tell them to do as they please, they won't separate from my other slimes. They're really useful, though, since they immediately heal my other slimes when they get hurt. They're healers through and through, so they can't be used to fight. Ryuma, I see. That was interesting. Thank you, Daru. Rapin, it's rare to have someone who can understand slime research, so this much isn't really worth mentioning. Ryuma, if you have any questions, feel free to ask me too. I'm confident I can answer it so long as it's nothing too complicated. Talking with you is a joy since you always have so many discoveries. It's unfortunate that you don't get much recognition despite that. Rapin, Volume 2 Chapter 41 Part 2 When Asagi-san heard that, he joined the conversation. I'm not that familiar with monster tamers, but I've heard that it's harder to control monsters the more you have. With so many slimes tamed, surely you must have gotten some recognition at the Tamer Guild. Asagi, unfortunately, I'm still just a neophyte with no achievements. Moreover, the Tamer Guild judges a ranker's skill according to the strength of his monsters, so slimes can't get me much recognition. In fact, I'm more likely to be looked down on because of them. It's also because of that I didn't bother publicizing my research results. I would just stand out in a bad way. Ryuma, there are a lot who think slimes are useless just because they're slimes, Daru. Ryuma discovered 2 new variants, the cleaner slimes and the scavenger slimes. Either one is extremely useful. On top of that, there's also his research results. Personally, I believe that's more than enough to promote him a couple of ranks, Daru. But as an individual monsters researcher, considering the position of slimes in the industry, it's more than likely that others will unfairly look down on Ryuma. It's perfectly understandable that Ryuma doesn't want to publicize his research results. Slimes are just looked down on that much, and it's not just the Tamer Guild who thinks that way, Daru. Rapin, really? Someone as unlearned as me recognizes just how useful those 2 slimes are, though. In fact, they're so useful that if I knew how to tame monsters I would immediately get some myself. Warana, if more people were as open-minded as you, then Ryuma would get the recognition he so rightfully deserves, Daru. Rapin, everyone nodded at Wariana-san's remarks. Looks like the latrine pit's job and the subjugation quest today convinced everyone how useful the cleaner and scavenger slimes are. I wonder if I could make money if I started a laundromat, Ryuma, a laundromat. Warana, I seem to have said that out loud. Oh, I was just thinking. Couldn't I use the cleaner slimes to wash laundry for cheap? And if I tell other adventurers that even a goblin's filth could be cleaned, I might be able to make enough to live off of. Ryuma, how cheap are we talking here? Warana, Using a special bag I will be making myself, at the lowest end, 1 bag would be 1 copper coin, and at the higher end, 1 medium copper coin. Something like that. Ryuma, it's doable. Everyone, when I said that, everyone responded affirmatively. I know full well just how cleaner slimes can make things. A bag's worth of laundry cleaned at that quality at the cost of just 1 medium copper coin is definitely cheap. Nya. Mia, especially at times like today. Goblin blood and fat really aren't easy to wash off, Gordon, just thinking about it depresses me. Syria, personally, I just throw away clothes when they get as dirty as they did today. Washing is pointless since they'll still stink, so you still won't be able to wear them. Beast tribe members with a sharp nose and enough income would definitely want your service at 1 medium copper coin. That's still cheaper than buying new clothes, after all. Warana, because Beast tribe members really have sharp noses, said the 4 female Beast tribe members as they gave their stamp of approval. At that price, people other than adventurers would also be interested. Considering how much time and effort laundry requires, enlisting your service is better. Jeff, I actually want to get mine done tomorrow. I have a lot piled up at home. Gordon, in my case, I'm bad at chores, and I have a bad habit of piling up laundry when researching. Daru. At times like that I would hire someone to do my laundry, but the fees aren't anything to scoff at. Daru. Rapin, in Rapin's case, leaving the laundry for too long makes them even dirtier, so he has to pay a premium too, but either way, hiring people to do your laundry is generally expensive. Normal families can't afford it, but with your proposed prices, even commoners should be able to afford it. Degozaru. Asajai, are they single? In any case, everyone seems to like my idea. Actually, I've been thinking a lot yesterday, and eventually decided to become independent. Ryuma, what's this about? Jeff, I believe everyone knows this already, but I came to this town with the Duke's family. They've been taking care of me all this time, but at this rate, I realized I would end up too spoiled, so I talked to the Duke's family to turn down their support and live by myself. Ryuma, you turned down their support. Mazelia, what a waste. Jeff, but I'm still living with them at the inn. The thing is, stuff like that has started to become a given, so it's starting to feel like I'm being spoiled. So in order to focus my mind I decided to go independent after they leave. Ryuma, but still. That's not something a person normally does, is it? But then again, rejecting the Duke's support usually isn't even possible since you normally won't even have the opportunity in the first place. Gordon, but I believe your way of thinking is admirable. Degozaru. Asajai, ha ha ha. Anyway, in the end, it was decided that I would do a job for them and have to contact them regularly. I've also decided to stay in this town, so I've been thinking of various ways to make a living. Of course, I intend to continue being an adventurer, but because of the job from the Duke and their request to keep in touch with them, I need to come back to this town. I'm planning to prepare various ways of making a living just in case I become unable to become an adventurer. Ryuma, I see, then that's fine. Do your best. Warana, if you're going to be staying here, then we'll be seeing each other a lot. Let's get along. 1. Daru. Rapin, same here. Let's get along. Ryuma, we continued talking about random stuff after that, and then when it was time for the last carriage, we rode last. 1. This is just the usual, Yoroshiku onegaishimasu, in case you found the translation weird. Volume 2 Chapter 41 Part 3. After that I went home and was summoned to the room of the Duke's family. Welcome home. Elise, good work out there, Ryuma-san. Ilia, work ended early today, huh? How's the abandoned mine? Reinbach, huh? You haven't been informed yet. Ryuma, we had some things to ask the government office. As expected, it seems they haven't touched the mine in a while. Did something happen? Reinbach, we found a goblin village today and were able to destroy it, but it was pretty tough since even a goblin king came out. Ryuma, as soon as I said that, the members of the Duke's family immediately panicked. A goblin king. Reinbach, are you all right? Ilia, fortunately, I only had to take care of the fleeing goblins, so I didn't have a hard time. No one died too. Ryuma, I see. That's good to hear, Reinhardt. It was a big nest with a goblin king and some goblin knights, so there were still over 2,000 goblins that went our way. It was really a huge operation, so we were sent home right after disposing the corpses. Ryuma, it's amazing no one died despite that. Reinbach, it's because the high rankers dealt with the goblin king, and the low rankers used traps. Oh, there's one more thing I'd like to talk about. Ryuma, I told them what I heard from those 6 adventurers regarding their difficulty since the latrine pit jobs were stopped being an option. When I did, the members of the Duke's family became a little dispirited. I see, Reinhardt, what's going on at the government office right now? Ryuma, they're currently reorganizing. The people responsible for the original allegations have already been caught, and now, other crimes are currently being pursued. Reinhardt, today's incident will probably be held against them too. Is the guild still posting those latrine pit jobs? Reinbach, yes. I took one of those jobs just recently. Ryuma, guilds don't like leaving their customers waiting, after all. Reinbach, I've informed those 6 adventurers that they can do the latrine pit jobs again through the guild. They were dubious whether they would really be paid, but from the looks of things, they're at least willing to do it. Ryuma, sorry about that. We'll get someone new to inform the slum residents. Reinbach, after that we changed the topic. Now, let's put the heavy topic to rest. I'm glad you're safe, Ryuma. Elise, you must be hungry after working so hard. Is there anything you want to eat? Reinhardt, yes. Ryuma, the slimes also worked hard, didn't they? Elia, yes, but don't worry about them. They've already eaten their fill with the goblins. In fact, they can start splitting again later this evening. Ryuma, really? Which slimes are going to multiply? Elia, acid, poison, cleaner, and the sticky slimes. Ryuma, you're going to get more slimes again. Elia, they ate a lot, after all. In any case, it's not a bad thing since more slimes means I'm stronger, and the production of the waterproof cloths and threads will also increase, not to mention the slimes will also be useful in landscaping and construction. If there's any downside, it's the mana cost of the familiar contract. It's no joke with so many slimes. Ryuma, it can't be helped, there's just too many of them. Please don't push yourself, though. Elise, yes. If it's impossible to finish all the contracts today, I'll spread it over a couple of days. Ryuma, that's a good idea. Elise, after that they asked me my plans while eating, so I told them that I plan to live as an adventurer while also looking for other avenues to make a living. Speaking of which, I don't know how long they'll be staying here. I should ask. By the way, how long will you be staying here? I never got to ask, so, Ryuma, we haven't told you. We'll be staying here until the Grell Frog outbreak and until Elia needs to enroll. Reinbach, Grell Frog. If I recall correctly that's. Isn't that the monster that my armor's leather was made out of? Ryuma, yes, its hide can be used to make armor, while its internal organs can be used to make medicine. There's usually an outbreak of Grell Frogs around this time of the year. We plan to take Elia there. Reinbach, the area is somewhere in between the town and the mines in a forest with a red mud swamp. Reinhardt, are you going to hunt Grell Frogs? Ryuma, I thought they'd be training again, but it seems that's not the case. Although training is a part of it, Elia will mostly be tagging along. Their real objective is apparently the flock of Rimmel birds that passes by at the same time as the Grell Frog outbreak. Rimmel birds are beautiful blue-winged bird-type monsters. Moreover, they also have a beautiful voice. On top of that, they also fly quickly, making them popular among monster tamers. Unfortunately, taming one isn't easy and there's not a lot of people that could tame one, so it's not often that one gets to see a Rimmel bird. Yet those rare birds are going to come in droves during the Grell outbreak. I suggest you come too, Ryuma-kun. Just the Rimmel birds alone are worth us staying here. Elise, so monsters aren't all scary, huh? But if they prey on Grell Frogs, then that means they're carnivorous. When I think of carnivorous birds, crows that fish for garbage bags come to mind, but considering their color, peacocks might be closer. I don't know. In any case, my curiosity has been piqued. I think I'll go see them too. I'd like to see them too. Ryuma, you should come with us then. Elia, that would be great. Please let me come. Ryuma, sure. Let's go together. Elia, I promised the Ojusama I'd see the Rimmel birds with her, then when I was done eating, I went back to my room. I had the slimes split and formed contracts with them before sleeping, but I ran out of mana halfway through, so I had to put off the rest until tomorrow. I still have some MP recovery potions with me, but it seemed wasteful to use them for this. Part 1 of the series ends here. Thank you for watching and listening. If you find it interesting, please give us a like, a comment and a subscription so that we have the motivation to make the next videos.